Chapter 91. The Opening of the Stupid Tower. On the way, Jin Daozong provided Luo Changfeng with a detailed account of the origins of the Stupid Tower. In truth, the Stupid Tower is an innate spiritual treasure, and indeed a top-tier one at that. It was acquired by Zhao Su, the founding master of Longshan Academy, during her travels across the continent at an ancient relic site. At that time, numerous factions erupted into significant conflict over this treasure. Zhao Su, wielding the formidable power of the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, managed to claim it and bring it back to the Academy. Since then, the Stupid Tower has stood proudly at the heart of Longshan Academy, becoming a symbol of the institution. As for the specific functions of the Stupid Tower, Luo Changfeng had previously heard a brief mention from Luo Tian. It is said that the tower is inscribed with a spirit-gathering array, resulting in an abundance of spiritual energy within, while also accelerating time, thereby creating a unique space. The Stupid Tower comprises 6 levels, each varying in the density of spiritual energy and the rate at which time accelerates. The higher one ascends, the more concentrated the spiritual energy becomes, and the more pronounced the time dilation effect. It is rumored that the 6th level can achieve an astonishing 100-fold acceleration where a single day spent inside equates to 100 days in the outside world. Such a remarkable temptation would be hard for anyone to resist. Yet, Jin Daozong mentioned that for centuries, no one had ever set foot on the 6th level. Even the esteemed Zhao Su could only ascend to the 5th. Ordinary students could only practice on the 1st or 2nd levels. This revelation sent a shock through Luo Changfeng. He had always assumed that entry into the Stupid Tower for cultivation merely required sufficient academic credits. As for the 6th level, he thought it was merely a matter of paying a higher price. Surely someone could access it. However, the implication that even Zhao Su could not reach the 6th level was indeed thought-provoking. Did the Stupid Tower harbor other mysteries? As he pondered these questions, the Stupid Tower came into view. A mere glance confirmed many of his suspicions. No wonder he felt a powerful fluctuation of spatial energy the moment he stepped into the inner courtyard. It was all due to this Stupid Tower. If he was not mistaken, this obsidian tower was an exceedingly rare spatial artifact, crafted entirely from a single piece of spatial stone. This discovery left Luo Changfeng astounded. He knew that the rarity of spatial stones is hardly matched even in the cultivation world. Items such as storage rings and storage bracelets are all made from spatial stones. A small storage ring can be valued at the equivalent of 10 medium-grade spirit stones, requiring only a fist-sized piece of spatial stone for its crafting. Yet, this towering stupa, standing several dozen meters tall, was entirely fashioned from spatial stone. What a monumental undertaking. With this thought, Luo Changfeng could not help but recall Zhao Su. Indeed, this woman's background was not so simple. Otherwise, such a significant spatial artifact would have been snatched away long ago. To put it bluntly, any of the super sects in the cultivation world could send a single elite disciple to easily annihilate Longshan Academy. Acquiring a treasure would be a trivial task. Shaking off these thoughts, Luo Changfeng turned his gaze to the surroundings of the Stupid Tower. At that moment, dozens of people were already gathered around it. Apart from the 3 of them from the outer court, the rest were all elite students clad in purple robes from the inner court. Each possessed a restrained aura, radiating immense power, all at the body refinement stage. Among them stood a man in silver robes, who was evidently at the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, and judging by his age, he could not be older than 27 or 28. Luo Changfeng silently admired the scene. Longshan Academy truly was a gathering place for the elite of the entire empire. It was a place abundant in talent. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and began scanning the crowd. Yet, he did not catch sight of the figure he sought, and a sense of disappointment crept in. When the inner court students spotted Jin Daozong and Yu Hu's arrival, they all stepped forward to pay their respects, while Luo Changfeng and his companions were automatically disregarded. To them, 3 newcomers at the innate stage were no different from mere ants. Luo Changfeng was indifferent. He rather preferred to be overlooked. However, fate had other plans. Come, let me introduce you to this new student named Luo Changfeng, your junior. Do not underestimate him simply because he has just entered the academy. He is the champion of this year's freshman assessment. Just yesterday, he effortlessly defeated Zhao Yan, who ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking. As far as talent goes, he is not inferior to any of you. Yui suddenly stepped forward, formally introducing Luo Changfeng to the crowd. Luo Changfeng frowned slightly. One might think Yui held him in high regard. Yet, discerning ears could easily detect that this old fellow was stirring trouble. Each of those elite students had an ambition soaring as high as the heavens. How could they possibly admit inferiority to another? As anticipated, the moment Yui finished speaking, several unfriendly gazes were directed at him from the crowd. Meanwhile, Yu continued to wear a warm smile directed at Luo Changfeng. To be honest, Luo Changfeng felt a twinge of admiration for this man. After all, he was a prominent mentor at Longshan Academy. Yet, it was perplexing that he resorted to such underhanded tactics. Jin Daozong cast a casual glance at Yu Hui, surprisingly refraining from defending Luo Changfeng this time. After all, he was well aware of Luo Changfeng's abilities. It was only a matter of time before he faced these individuals directly. In this place, low-profile conduct would not earn him respect. As whispers filled the air, a thunderous sound erupted as the grand doors of the Stupa Tower began to open slowly. Look, the Stupa Tower is about to open. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. They had been accumulating credits for a long time in anticipation of entering the Stupa Tower. Under the eager gazes of the onlookers, the doors fully opened, revealing three elderly figures emerging from within. Each exuded a powerful aura, radiating unmatched authority. Luo Changfeng caught a glimpse from afar, his heart racing. To his astonishment, these were three peak-level cultivators, and the one in the center, appearing somewhat drowsy, had already reached the false dance stage. The so-called false dance stage refers to the phase of forming the golden core, also known as the half-step golden core stage. Mo Lao. These are the students who will be entering the Stupa Tower for cultivation, a total of 25 individuals. Please verify them, Yu Hui said with a beaming smile. The elder at the center slowly opened his eyes, scanning the assembled students, and nodded slightly. Each felt as though they had been thoroughly seen through, as if no secrets could remain hidden before this elder. When his gaze fell upon Luo Changfeng, there was a noticeable pause before he shifted his attention away. Everyone, present your identity tokens and step forward one by one. A peak-level cultivator standing beside Mo Lao spoke coldly. All present formed an orderly line, approaching in turn to submit their identity tokens. According to the Academy's rules, entering the Stupa Tower for cultivation required the payment of credits, with a single day costing 500 points and so forth. As mentioned earlier, students typically relied on credits to exchange for necessary cultivation resources. The acquisition of credits was exceptionally challenging apart from excelling and receiving rewards from the Academy. They had to frequently undertake tasks to earn points. The simplest of level tasks could yield only 10 points. For 500 points, even many intercourt students required considerable time to amass enough to qualify for a single day in the Stupa Tower. Thus, it was easy to understand why those outer court students would be envious of Luo Changfeng's 10 days of cultivation time. Not only they, but even the elite intercourt students could hardly resist such an enticing offer. Chapter 92. Layers of Trials. The elder took the identity tokens submitted by the students, lightly tapping his right index finger on each, deducting 500 points. Watching their hard-earned credits vanish into thin air, every participant displayed expressions of anguish. Soon, it was Luo Changfeng and his companion's turn. They too presented their identity tokens. Prior to this, their teacher had already credited the points awarded for the selection competition to their respective tokens. Yuan Gang, placing third, was rewarded with 1 day's cultivation time in the Stupa Tower, equivalent to 500 points. Luo Tan, in second place, received 3 days of cultivation time, amounting to 1,500 points. As for Luo Changfeng, his reward was even more astounding. As the champion, he was granted 10 days of cultivation time, corresponding to an astonishing 5,000 points. Even those ranked in the top 10 of the Earth ranking could not accumulate such points in a year. This clearly demonstrated how much the Academy valued this batch of newcomers. The elder first took Luo Tian's identity token, inquiring further. Young man, will you use all of it at once or in parts? Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's eyes brightened. The option to use them separately was indeed advantageous. Senior, I would like to use just 1 day's worth of cultivation time this time, he replied without hesitation. With 1,500 points, he could utilize them across 3 separate occasions. Each day spent in the Stupa Tower would, according to the tower's time acceleration, equate to 10 days of cultivation in the outside world. Given that he was currently at the peak of the 3rd level of innate cultivation, 10 days was sufficient for him to break through his current realm. He planned to save the remaining opportunities for future breakthroughs when he encountered cultivation bottlenecks. The elder nodded slightly, deftly deducting 500 points before returning the token to him. When it was Luo Changfeng's turn, the elder glanced at the token in his hand, an unusual expression crossing his face. The previously meditative Mo Lao opened his eyes, regarding Luo Changfeng with a deliberate gaze, and slowly spoke. Young man, how do you intend to utilize these points? The junior wishes to first exchange for 3 days of cultivation time, replied Luo Changfeng with utmost respect. Based on his estimation, 3 days of training within the pagoda of Buddhism, coupled with 5 mid-grade spirit stones, should suffice for him to break through to the next realm. Old Mo, however, said nothing in response. The other inner court disciples, upon hearing Luo Changfeng's answer, each wore a hostile expression. To have such a substantial amount of points resting upon a mere innate realm individual was akin to a mere mortal possessing a treasure. Though the students' tokens bore unique identity recognition, preventing outright theft among them. If one was willing, points could indeed be gifted. In matters of mutual consent, the academy would remain uninvolved. Whether such willingness stemmed from genuine goodwill or coercion remained uncertain. Provided actions were not excessively outrageous, the academy would not pursue the matter. It seemed this was also a method the academy employed to encourage students to engage in friendly competition and sparring. Luo Changfeng could sense the predatory gazes of those around him, akin to hungry wolves. Yet he remained unfazed should any foolish individual dare to covet his points. The ultimate outcome of who would seize whom's points was still uncertain. Yu Hui observed from the sidelines, eagerly anticipating these individuals to take their frustrations out on each other. Jin Daozong dismissed the matter, believing that a few temperate realm cultivators posed no threat to Luo Changfeng. All right, everyone, please proceed. Within how many levels you ascend depends solely on your own fortitude, he declared, waving his hand dismissively before vanishing with the other 2 elders. Old Yu, are you not leaving? Jin Daozong noted Yu Hui, still gazing intently at the pagoda, uncertain of his intentions. Jin Daozong, you should pray that your precious student can endure until the outer academy competition, Yu Hui retorted coldly, sweeping away with a flick of his sleeve. Jin Daozong contemplated the exit of the pagoda, lost in thought. Young man, you must not let me down, he muttered before striding away. Inside the pagoda, as Luo Changfeng entered, he quickly realized that the pagoda was far more intricate than it appeared from the outside. 25 individuals had entered, yet he had not encountered a single soul, clearly indicating that everyone had been separated into distinct spaces by the formation. The first level was vast, filled with spatial energy. The rich spiritual aura enveloped him, and with each breath, he felt his realm begin to waver. Luo Changfeng was overjoyed this was merely the first level. He could only speculate on what marvels awaited him on the 6th level. Time was of the essence. Luo Changfeng did not linger on the first level. He swiftly located the entrance to the 2nd level and charged forward without hesitation. However, as his foot first touched the steps leading to the 2nd level, he stumbled. Gravity! It appeared that a gravity domain had been imposed upon the steps. This sensation was reminiscent of the gravity suppression he had encountered during the Xuanyuan ladder assessment a few days prior. Nevertheless, this level of pressure posed little challenge to him. Luo Changfeng merely slowed his pace slightly and ascended to the 2nd level with great strides. The concentration of spiritual energy on the 2nd level was more than double that of the first. For ordinary disciples, this was ample for cultivation. However, Luo Changfeng was different. His Dantian world was exceptional, requiring 100-fold or 1,000-fold more spiritual energy for each breakthrough than that of an average person. Thus, he chose to continue his ascent to the 3rd level. As expected, upon reaching the steps to the 3rd level, he was assailed by the encroaching force of the Taiyin. The Taiyin energy simulated the profound coldness of the utmost Yin. Luo Changfeng felt a layer of frost begin to form upon his skin. Fortunately, his physical body was sufficiently robust, and the Hongmeng Ding began to rotate slightly, devouring all of the Taiyin energy that had infiltrated his body. Without pausing, Luo Changfeng dashed up to the 3rd level. He pressed onward to the 4th level, where he encountered the force of the sun. The intense heat felt as though it could incinerate even iron into ashes. Taking a deep breath, Luo Changfeng summoned the Hongmeng Ding. The mouth of the ding transformed into a black vortex, consuming all surrounding high-temperature energy. To his delight, he discovered that several drops of golden liquid had suddenly appeared within the ding. This revelation thrilled him. He had not anticipated that the small ding could also absorb and refine intangible energy. Upon reaching the 4th level, Luo Changfeng halted. He was perplexed to find no entrance leading to the 5th level. This left him in a state of confusion. From the gravity of the 2nd level to the Taiyin energy of the 3rd, and now the solar force of the 4th, it was evident that each connection between levels had been designed as a trial. But what sort of trial awaited him at the 5th level if he could not even locate the entrance? Junior sister, are you truly not going to take a look at the pagoda? I have heard that Luo Changfeng has also entered, Han Linger prodded, propping her chin in a teasing manner as she tried to entice Mu Lingxue. Senior sister, Master has recently imparted a heart method to me that greatly aids in cultivation, especially beneficial for comprehending the Tao. Would you like to learn it? Mu Lingxue replied with a sly smile. Han Linger slapped her forehead. Junior sister, you have changed. You seem rather mundane. Am I truly that kind of person? Oh, so senior sister does not wish to learn? Then I suppose it is of no consequence. Mu Lingxue feigned disappointment. Ahem, of course. I simply do not wish to see one more pair of star-crossed lovers in this world. You go quickly and return swiftly. I shall handle things with master. Han Linger declared with a righteous demeanor, causing Mu Lingxue to giggle. Senior sister, then I shall take my leave. Before her words had fully faded, Mu Lingxue's figure had vanished. Indeed, love can truly make one foolish, Han Linger sighed, shaking her head. Chapter 93, Pinnacle of the Innate Realm. As time ticked by, Luo Changfeng had already lingered on the 4th level for over half a day, yet still found no entrance to the 5th level. With only 3 days allotted for his time within the pagoda, he could not afford to squander it further. Gritting his teeth, Luo Changfeng resolved to achieve his breakthrough on this 4th level. As for ascending higher, he would have to wait for another opportunity to explore. In truth, the spiritual energy on the 4th level had already reached an almost tangible density. Luo Changfeng sat cross-legged, allowing the Hongmeng Tiandao, Ju, to operate slowly. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered as if suddenly finding an outlet, rushing fervently into Luo Changfeng's body. After this period of cultivation, his Dantian world had become increasingly magnificent, with mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees flourishing within. Luo Changfeng even felt a strange sensation that life might soon emerge from his Dantian world. Such a Dantian world was undeniably powerful. Yet, the drawback was equally apparent. The amount of spiritual energy required for each breakthrough was boundlessly immense. It was a feat that ordinary individuals could not sustain. With this thought in mind, Luo Changfeng summoned the Hongmeng Ding, allowing it to voraciously consume the surrounding spiritual energy. The golden liquid within the ding was visibly increasing at an astonishing rate. 10 drops, 50 drops, 100 drops, 200 drops. Soon, the golden liquid reached a staggering 400 drops. According to his previous predictions, a breakthrough to the 9th level of innate strength would require at least 300 drops of golden liquid. 400 drops should suffice. The next step is the breakthrough. In terms of ascending to this realm, Luo Changfeng was well versed, as it was a path he had traversed in his previous life. He poured nearly 200 drops of the golden liquid from the Hongmeng cauldron into the vast wilderness. Instantly, the spiritual energy within his Dantian surged to fullness. Now is the moment. Luo Changfeng uttered a low exclamation as the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao technique commenced its fervent operation. Streams of exceedingly pure spiritual energy surged forth from his Dantian, coursing through his meridians and converging into his limbs and bones. Luo Changfeng's realm began to ascend steadily, exuding an increasingly powerful aura. As time passed, a full day had swiftly elapsed. The great doors of the pagoda creaked open, and one by one, students emerged. Except for a select few inner courtyard students who had paid 2 days' worth of points to remain inside, nearly 20 students had already exited. Luo Tian and Yuan Gang were among them, both wearing expressions of exhilaration, clearly having gained significantly from their day of cultivation within the pagoda. Both had made considerable advancements in their realms. Luo Tian, who had long been at the pinnacle of the innate 3rd layer, had naturally stepped into the innate 4th layer. Moreover, the aura he radiated hinted that he was already approaching the mid-stage of the 4th layer. By the time of the outer courtyard competition in 3 months, he was expected to break through to the innate 5th layer. As for Yuan Gang, who followed the path of body refinement, his cultivation was somewhat lacking, having only just broken through to the innate 3rd layer. The group did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, they gathered excitedly to discuss their experiences. Do you think Brother Qin will break through to the channeling realm this time? A curious young man of shorter stature inquired. The Brother Qin he mentioned was the only top-tier expert from the heavenly rankings who had entered the pagoda this time. Having reached the 9th layer of the body refinement realm and standing second on the heavenly rankings. Of course, Brother Qin has prepared extensively for this opportunity to cultivate in the pagoda. We can only wait and see, another replied. Indeed, if Brother Qin manages to break through to the channeling realm, he might just qualify to contest for the top position on the heavenly rankings. At the mention of the number 1 on the heavenly rankings, a hush fell over the crowd, as that name was too dazzling, casting a shadow upon their aspirations. It had been previously mentioned that 3 years ago, a prodigy had emerged among the new students of the Imperial Academy, cutting through all obstacles with unmatched prowess. This individual was Long Yuxiao. At the time, his spiritual realm test had illuminated 5 rings, causing a sensation throughout the Imperial Academy. Now, he had dominated the top spot on the heavenly rankings for 6 months, with no one able to challenge his supremacy. It was rumored that months ago, he had already broken through to the channeling realm. By all accounts, reaching the channeling realm should have allowed him to graduate from the Imperial Academy, either taking a position as an instructor in the outer courtyard or joining the Imperial military as a supporter. Yet, for reasons unknown, Long Yuxiao had remained in the inner courtyard, reluctant to depart. Some speculated that he had fallen for a certain woman, though no one could confirm her identity. While the crowd engaged in this animated discussion, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire pagoda. "Ah, who has stolen my spiritual energy?" The crowd was taken aback. "It's Brother Qin. What's wrong with him?" They wondered. It seems someone has taken his spiritual energy. What could this mean? At this moment, on the 3rd level of the pagoda, a robust young man was furiously raging, his eyes bloodshot and his complexion ashen. Just as he was on the verge of a breakthrough, poised to shatter the barrier that had confined him, an inexplicable, terrifying force suddenly siphoned away a significant portion of his spiritual energy, leading to his failure. Qin Tian, in this moment, was consumed with a murderous intent. He had meticulously planned for this moment for an entire year, only to see his efforts culminate in utter failure. How could he possibly accept such a fate? The other 3 students still within the tower sensed something amiss. However, their reactions diverged from Qin Tian's. The trio was merely attempting to break through to a minor realm, which did not deplete their spiritual energy to a significant extent. They were currently focused on stabilizing their realms and were not overly surprised by the reduction in energy. Only Qin Tian, in his agitation, flitted about the 3rd level like a headless fly. Yet, the pagoda's teleportation was governed by a grand formation, preventing his exit until the designated time arrived. Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil, Luo Chanfeng, was seated on the 4th level, continuing his cultivation. He had already ascended to the 9th level of innate strength, though he realized that less than 2 days had passed. Resolute and undeterred, Luo Chanfeng summoned the Hongming Cauldron, unleashing its full power to voraciously consume the surrounding spiritual energy. As his realm advanced, the cauldron's ability to devour grew immensely, creating waves of formidable suction that transcended spatial barriers, manifesting in other realms of the pagoda. The act of siphoning spiritual energy from other spaces was entirely unintentional, rendering Qin Tian merely an unfortunate victim of circumstance. Soon, the doors of the pagoda opened once more, and the 3 inner courtyard students emerged. Following closely behind was Qin Tian, his face a mask of fury. He surveyed those around him and noted that while all the inner courtyard students had exited, one from the outer courtyard was conspicuously absent, the newcomer named Luo Chanfeng. A sinister smile crept across Qin Tian's face. The diminutive youth, upon seeing Qin Tian emerge, hurriedly scampered forward, exclaiming, "Congratulations, senior brother Qin Tian, on your successful exit. The 1st place on the heavenly rankings surely belongs to you." Smack. In a fit of rage, Qin Tian retaliated with a resounding slap to the small fellow's face. "Congratulations, my foot. Now get lost." The diminutive figure received an unprovoked slap, yet dared not utter a word, hastily covering his face and retreating to a distance. Qin Tian cast a brief, fierce glance at the pagoda, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Chapter 94. A long-awaited reunion in Qin Tian's eyes. Luo Chanfeng, possessing 5,000 points, appeared as a plump and tender lamb. Once he emerged, a slight application of strategy would ensure the points were readily surrendered. The majority present were inner courtyard students, all of whom regarded Qin Tian with utmost reverence. The absence of any mentors further emboldened Qin Tian's audacity. As for the trio of Mo Lao, their sole duty was to oversee the pagoda. As long as it remained undisturbed, they were disinterested in other matters. Fearing the chatter of the crowd, Qin Tian retained only 2 trusted confidants, dismissing the rest. Those onlookers were merely eager for the spectacle, harboring no illusions of sharing in Qin Tian's fortunes. Once the others were sent away, Qin Tian's gaze shifted to Luo Tian and Yuan Gang, both of whom shivered involuntarily. "Go," Luo Tian commanded softly, urging Yuan Gang to hasten towards the outer courtyard. "You return first. I shall seek Mentor Jin." After exchanging a few whispered words with Yuan Gang, Luo Tian dashed towards the outer courtyard. He was acutely aware that Qin Tian intended to target Luo Chanfeng, and as a friend, he could not remain a passive observer. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Chanfeng was entirely unaware that he had become the focus of scrutiny. At this moment, He was wholly absorbed in absorbing spiritual energy, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, merely a step away from breaking through to the body refinement realm. His storage bag still held 5 medium-tier spirit stones bestowed by the Academy, yet he had no intention of utilizing them just yet. The innate realm served as the foundation. The sturdier the foundation, the further one could journey in the future. Within his small cauldron, there remained several drops of golden liquid. He planned to use this spiritual energy to temper his physique while simultaneously practicing the Xuanyuan step in the mountain river shattering palm. Luo Chanfeng surveyed the significantly thin spiritual energy surrounding him, and with a mere thought, the devouring speed of the Haoming cauldron abruptly diminished. He was concerned that excessive absorption of spiritual energy might attract the attention of the 3 guardians. Unbeknownst to him, in a concealed space within the pagoda of floating 2, the previously appeared Mo Lao and his companions stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Gulp. An elder standing to the right of Mo Lao swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. Damn it, it has finally stopped. What kind of cultivation technique is he practicing that is so domineering, allowing him to transcend space to plunder spiritual energy? The elder on the left bore a similarly astonished expression. It was truly bizarre. A mere innate realm cultivator had absorbed so much spiritual energy without causing his dantian to burst. Having lived for over 100 years, they had never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. Mo Lao, standing in the middle, remained silent, contemplating the gradually vanishing black vortex. We must report this to the dean immediately. This situation has exceeded our control, he declared before vanishing into thin air. The other 2 exchanged glances before following suit. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the 3 reappeared in the secret space. No words were exchanged, their faces marked by a solemn gravity. Even at this juncture, they struggled to comprehend the deeper meaning behind the dean's words. Let him be. Do not restrain or investigate. After thoughtful reflection, they turned their gazes back to the figure on the screen, both awed and bewildered. What secrets lay hidden within this young man? Another day passed, and the grand doors of the pagoda of floating 2 creaked open once more. P.S. out. Qin Tian abruptly rose, his eyes fixed intently on the exit of the pagoda. The sound of footsteps echoed, and a tall figure gradually emerged. Junior brother Luo, you truly kept me waiting, Qin Tian said as he approached with familiarity. Luo Chanfeng was clearly taken aback. He did not recognize Qin Tian. Hey, are you deaf? Senior brother Qin Tian is speaking to you. A brash young man with a goatee shouted from beside Qin Tian. Step aside. How dare you address junior brother Luo in such a manner? Qin Tian feigned anger and lightly reproached the young man with the goatee. Oh, so it's senior brother Qin Tian. Is there something you need? Although Luo Chanfeng was unaware of who Qin Tian was, the remarkable aura he exuded suggested that his standing within the inner court was undoubtedly significant. It was said that junior brother Luo had secured the first position in the recent newcomer assessment, showcasing extraordinary talent. It seemed certain that in the upcoming outer court competition 2 months hence, he would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. And his promotion to the elite class of the inner court was a foregone conclusion. With a warm expression, Qin Tian spoke. Then I shall take your words as a good omen. Senior brother Qin, after days of rigorous training, I find myself somewhat fatigued. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave for now. Luo Chanfeng clasped his hands and was about to turn away, yet he could not suppress a cold smile within. On the day he entered the pagoda and paid his points, it was this Qin Tian whose gaze burned with intensity. And now he had the audacity to block his path. Did he truly believe that Luo was oblivious to his intentions? Junior brother, please wait. I shall not conceal the truth from you. I am currently at a pivotal moment and urgently need to enter the pagoda for cultivation. Surely you can see that I am on the verge of breaking through to the Tongqiao realm. At which point there will be no rival for me within the inner academy, Qin Tian proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Oh, then I extend my congratulations to you, senior brother. However, Luo Chanfeng chose to disregard his words, feigning ignorance. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, Qin Tian continued with forced patience. I have heard that junior brother has received substantial rewards from the academy, and I would like to borrow some points. Surely, you would not refuse me? I sincerely apologize, senior brother Qin, but I too have reached a critical juncture in my cultivation. You must have noticed that the time spent in the pagoda is equally essential for me. I am truly sorry. Luo Changfeng's refusal was both decisive and unyielding. Qin Tian's expression darkened immediately, given his esteemed position in the past. A mere wave of his hand would prompt the inner courtyard disciples to flock to him eagerly. Yet, This insignificant newcomer of the innate realm had the audacity to reject him to his face. A subtle yet palpable pressure, emanating from the peak of the body refinement realm, radiated from Xuanyuan. Junior brother, I advise you to reconsider carefully. Once you enter the inner courtyard, where prodigies abound, my guidance would surely afford you a much more comfortable existence. It was a threat, stark and unvarnished. Luo Changfeng has a peculiar disposition. He tends to yield to gentleness rather than confrontation. If you are assertive, he will only respond with greater assertiveness. There is little to deliberate on. I have made my decision. I shall not lend. Luo Changfeng showed no signs of weakness, engaging in a fierce confrontation. You truly are one who refuses a toast only to drink a penalty. The two individuals beside Xuanyuan spoke, their figures flickering as they obstructed Luo Changfeng's path. All of them at the 5th level of body refinement. Luo Changfeng scoffed softly, are you intending to resort to blatant robbery? Luo Changfeng smiled gently at Xuanyuan. Junior brother, why must you speak so harshly? It is but a matter of borrowing, not theft. My two brothers here are merely in awe of your esteemed reputation and wish to seek your guidance. Please, do not overthink it. As he spoke, Xuanyuan's gaze subtly shifted, signaling the two men to take action. With a chilling gaze, Luo Changfeng secretly circulated his spiritual energy. In this moment of impending crisis, a figure clad in white abruptly appeared before him, standing resolutely in front of Luo Changfeng. The three of Xuanyuan were momentarily taken aback as they beheld the silhouette. Both familiar and foreign, a subtle smile graced the corners of Luo Changfeng's lips. Chapter 95. One palm is sufficient. Junior sister Mu, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the visitor's countenance, Xuanyuan found himself momentarily bewildered. The woman in white was none other than Mu Lingxue. After learning from Han Lingo that Luo Changfeng had also entered the pagoda of floating relics, she had come daily to guard against missing him. Mu Lingxue paid no heed to Xuanyuan. Slowly, she turned to face Luo Changfeng, her eyes filled with affection. Perhaps even she could not articulate when it began. But Luo Changfeng had firmly taken hold of her heart. Their gazes locked, as if 1,000 words yearned to be exchanged, yet it seemed that no words were necessary. The atmosphere became momentarily still. The two appeared to be lost in the silent joy of their reunion. Suddenly, Mu Lingxue smiled, her radiance akin to a blooming garden in spring. In that instant, the world around them dimmed in comparison. A single smile could captivate a nation. Luo Changfeng found himself utterly captivated. Xuanyuan and his two subordinates were equally astonished. Mu Lingxue, renowned at Longshan Academy as the epitome of beauty, was notoriously aloof, rarely offering a smile to anyone, embodying the essence of an ice-cold goddess. Yet today, this frigid beauty was smiling. They had never witnessed Mu Lingxue smile in public before, and her laughter was so joyous, so enchanting. Luo Changfeng gradually regained his composure and, as if compelled by some unseen force, opened his arms. Mu Lingxue hesitated for a moment, then, like a delicate butterfly, flitted toward him. It seemed as though everything had irrevocably changed. Xuanyuan's mouth fell agape as he rubbed his eyes vigorously, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Good heavens, what is happening? How can the goddess of his dreams be so intimately close to this fellow? Could it be that they were already acquainted? Or perhaps they were indeed a couple? Xuanyuan dared not ponder further. He sensed that this explosive revelation would send all the male students of Longshan Academy into a frenzy. Release junior sister Mu at once. Xuanyuan gritted his teeth, feeling an obligation to uphold the dignity of his fellow male students. However, Luo Changfeng merely cast him a sidelong glance, regarding him as if he were a fool, utterly disinterested in engaging. Xuanyuan was nearly consumed by rage. After a considerable time, Mu Lingxue pushed Luo Changfeng away. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Why did it take you so long to arrive? I think it's only been a few months, he replied. Humph. If you had delayed even a couple more days, I would have run off with someone else. No worries. Even if you fled to the ends of the earth, I would retrieve you. You scoundrel. We've only just met today? How dare you? It is often said that a brief separation enhances affection, and indeed, it holds true. Yet, could they not be mindful of their surroundings? Engaged in flirtation without regard for others, they seemed oblivious to their audience. When had Xuanyuan ever been subjected to such humiliation? You there. I'm speaking to you. Do you believe I want to strike you down with a single blow? He sneered, darkening his expression as he spat the words through clenched teeth. Xuanyuan, if you dare to lay a finger on him, I will immediately have Master expel you from the inner courtyard, Mu Lingxue declared, positioning herself protectively behind Luo Changfeng, much like a hen guarding her chicks. After all, Qin Tian was at the threshold of the Qi realm, and his power should not be underestimated. She felt an unsettling uncertainty within her heart. There was no choice but to invoke the name of Mu Qing, the Academy's vice president, to bolster her stance. Upon hearing the mention of the master, a flicker of rationality returned to Qin Tian's expression, tinged with apprehension. Mu Qing was indeed at the pinnacle of the Qi realm and held a significant position within the Academy. He could not afford to offend her. Nevertheless, the thought of retreating and leaving Luo Changfeng unscathed gnawed at him. Luo Changfeng, will you forever cower behind a woman? If you possess any courage, step forward and face me in a fair duel. Should you prevail, I shall no longer trouble you today, Qin Tian shamelessly proclaimed. At this bold declaration, even Qin Tian's two subordinates exchanged bewildered glances. Boss, you, a peak body refinement realm cultivator, challenging a congenital realm opponent to a fair fight? Have you no sense of shame? Luo Chanfeng regarded Qin Tian with a look of utter incredulity. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the gaze, Qin Tian brazenly declared, "Let it not be said that I am bullying you. I shall restrain my realm to the innate level. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, then you shall be considered the victor. What say you?" Qin Tian's scheme was quite astute. At this moment, Luo Changfeng's demonstrated realm merely reached the 7th level of innate mastery. Although this represents a significant improvement compared to before entering the tower, it remains insufficient. Even if I were to restrain my own realm to the innate stage, my sheer physical prowess would be more than enough to overpower him. Luo Changfeng was almost amused to the point of laughter. How could a mere body refining cultivator possess such confidence to confront him? This was, after all, the second-ranked formidable person on the inner courtyard's celestial rankings. Could he possibly be a fool? After finally reuniting with Mu Lingxue, he had no time to entertain such foolishness. Just as he contemplated moving forward to incapacitate his opponent, Mu Lingxue spoke up first. "Qin Tian, I will take on your challenge on his behalf. Is it merely 3 strikes? Come then." Ever since encountering Luo Chanfeng, Mu Lingxue had transformed into an utterly formidable presence. Luo Chanfeng found himself in a perplexing situation. He touched his nose and reached out to pull Mu Lingxue back. "Leave it to me. With real men around, there's no need for you to play the hero." "Oh." Mu Lingxue obediently nodded, her demeanor resembling that of a docile little wife, leaving Qin Tian utterly speechless. Luo Chanfeng gazed intently at Qin Tian. "Qin Tian, is it? There is no need for you to exert pressure. Today, if you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall promptly withdraw from Longshan Academy." Upon hearing Luo Changfeng's words, everyone was rendered speechless. To claim he could defeat Qin Tian with a single strike was an assertion imbued with such audacity and dominance that even the top-ranked Cold Yunxiao would scarcely dare to utter such a proclamation. The laughter of Qin Tian's 2 subordinates, who were doubled over on the ground, echoed in the air, as if they were on the verge of perishing from their mirth. Mu Lingxue lifted her gaze to Luo Chanfeng, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Her shock did not stem from disbelief in Luo Changfeng's prowess. Rather, her understanding of him led her to believe that if he made such a declaration, he must possess the capability to fulfill it. This conviction was unwavering, both in the past and present. What astonished her was the realization that in merely a few months apart, had this man truly grown formidable to such an extent. While she, under Mu Qing's diligent tutelage, had only barely attained the 9th level of innate, she knew she could not withstand a single blow from Qin Tian. Yet, Luo Changfeng boldly asserted that he could vanquish Qin Tian with a single palm strike. Good heavens, how had he cultivated to reach such heights? Would she ever have the opportunity to surpass him in this lifetime? If Mu Qing were to learn that her prodigious disciple had begun to waver in her resolve, he would undoubtedly take drastic measures against Luo Changfeng. As these thoughts consumed her, she unconsciously pinched Luo Changfeng's waist with considerable force. Luo Changfeng stood tall and imposing when, out of nowhere, he was ambushed, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "Kid, since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless," he declared. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Tian's murderous aura surged forth violently. He had been thoroughly provoked. Luo Changfeng's lips curled into a smile. In an instant, a fleeting shadow passed by, and his figure abruptly vanished. The mountains and rivers shattered Peak Palm. Chapter 96, The Grand Pavilion of Danhua. As soon as Luo Changfeng's voice faded, a tempest arose from the ground. A colossal handprint materialized from the void, as if traversing the very fabric of time and space, bearing immeasurable pressure. And it thundered toward Qin Tian. Within the towering pagoda, Luo Changfeng had already cultivated the mountain and river-shattering palm to its 3rd level. This was his inaugural demonstration of its might. Luo Chanfeng merely exerted 50% of his spiritual energy. After all, it was merely a friendly sparring session among students, not a life-and-death struggle, making it unnecessary to employ lethal force. Nonetheless, the spectators were left astounded by the sudden emergence of this formidable palm strike. Alarmed by the astonishing display, Qin Tian's countenance shifted drastically. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. However, Qin Tian was not slow to react. As a master of the heavenly rankings, he possessed ample combat experience. In an instant, he unleashed his most powerful defensive technique, the immutable mountain seal. Just as Qin Tian completed his formation, the colossal palm surged forward with a deafening roar. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and shockwaves swept across the surroundings, causing Mu Lingxue and the other two warriors at the 5th level of body refinement to hastily evade. Their faces were marked with terror. Meanwhile, Qin Tian gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his ground as the bricks beneath his feet shattered and his body began to sink gradually. Break! With a low growl, Luo Changfeng's massive palm descended once more. Qin Tian's mountain-like seal finally reached its breaking point, shattering into countless fragments as if made of paper. With a thunderous roar, Qin Tian had no time for contemplation, hastily channeling all his spiritual energy to protect his heart meridian. A piercing scream echoed through the air, accompanied by a swirling cloud of dust. Luo Changfeng clapped his hands, turned gracefully, and led the dazed Mu Lingxue away. As for Qin Tian's two subordinates, they were utterly petrified. Standing at a distance, they were at a loss, their eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed at Luo Chanfeng. For a moment, they could hardly grasp the situation. How could the formidable leader of the heavenly rankings, known as Qin, be defeated in one blow by a mere freshman? If word of this were to spread, the entire heavenly rankings would become a laughingstock. Once Luo Changfeng had departed, the two hurried over to extricate the bloodied Qin Tian from a pile of rubble. Qin Tian appeared in a woeful state, though most of his injuries were superficial. They exchanged glances and took out several healing pills from their pockets, hastily placing them in Qin Tian's mouth. After a few light coughs, he gradually regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he fixed his gaze on the two, speaking slowly and deliberately. What transpired today must not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, do not blame me, Qin Tian, for my ruthlessness. With that, he shot them a fierce glare, causing them to shudder involuntarily as they quickly acquiesced. The two assisted Qin Tian and left in a state of disarray. Once they had all departed, two figures emerged in the arena. Dean, what shall we do next? Inquired Jin Daozong, who had hastily arrived upon receiving news from Luo Tian. He had just witnessed Qin Tian's intent to confront Luo Chanfeng and had nearly intervened, only to be obstructed by the unexpectedly arrived Xiao Mingshan. At this moment, Xiao Mingshan wore an expression of calm, betraying no hint of emotion. Let him develop as he wishes. I believe he will surprise us all, he stated, before vanishing from the scene. Jin Daozong stood there, stunned. This young man had garnered such esteem from the dean. Reflecting on the situation, it was indeed remarkable that someone at the innate level could effortlessly vanquish a 9th-tier body refiner. Such prodigious talent had never graced Longshan Academy's history. He truly warranted everyone's anticipation. Little fellow, I look forward to your dazzling performance in the Outer Academy competition 2 months hence. A slight smile graced Jin Daozong's lips as he surveyed the chaotic square, sighed softly, and turned to depart. Luo Changfeng and Mu Lingxue did not depart from the inner courtyard. Instead, they found a secluded pavilion to sit and engage in conversation. Luo Chanfeng recounted in detail the events that transpired after Mu Lingxue departed from the city of Xuanyuan. Upon hearing that he was relentlessly pursued by the Gu family, Mu Lingxue exhibited considerable concern. She understood that all of Luo Changfeng's actions were motivated by the best interests of the Mu family, and she felt deeply grateful towards this man. By the way, having been away for such a time, I find myself yearning for my parents. Shall we return home for a visit? Mu Lingxue inquired, seeking Luo Changfeng's thoughts. Indeed, it is quite agreeable, after all. There remains ample time before the grand competition at the Outer Academy. Luo Changfeng readily agreed. Mu Lingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even the formidable individual ranked second on the inner courtyard's leaderboard was effortlessly dispatched by you with a single move. How could you possibly regard the mere outer courtyard competition with any seriousness? The two continued their conversation, discussing matters of cultivation. As dusk approached, Mu Lingxue, concerned about being discovered by her master, hurriedly took her leave. They agreed to embark on their journey home in 3 days' time. Luo Changfeng slowly made his way towards the exit of the inner courtyard. Just as he stepped through the grand gates, he unexpectedly collided with Luo Tian, who was pacing back and forth like an anxious ant in a hot pan. Upon seeing Luo Changfeng emerge unscathed, Luo Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Originally, he had intended to return alongside Jin Daozong, but the latter's overwhelming concern for his disciples had caused him to vanish in an instant. As an outer courtyard disciple without a mentor to guide him, Luo Tian found himself unable to enter the inner courtyard. Helplessly, he could only wait here in a state of agitation. "You finally made it out. I'm relieved to see you're safe," he exclaimed, his face etched with worry. Touched by Luo Tian's genuine concern, Luo Changfeng felt a warmth in his heart. Friends were few in number for him, and Luo Tian counted among them. "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine," he reassured. Luo Changfeng stepped forward and gently patted Luo Tian on the shoulder, conveying a sense of reassurance. "Where's Mentor Jin? Why didn't he accompany you?" Luo Tian inquired curiously, glancing back. "Mentor Jin? When did he go to the inner courtyard? I did not see him at all." Luo Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Luo Tian then recounted the matter of requesting the Jin Dao sect to intervene. Luo Changfeng suddenly realized why. During his earlier confrontation with Qin Tian, he sensed two exceptionally powerful presences nearby. He had initially assumed that it was an elder from the academy observing him in secret, but it turned out to be the Jin Dao sect. With this understanding, he gazed at Luo Tian with deep gratitude, recognizing that this individual genuinely cared for his safety. Luo Tian, however, remained unfazed, considering that perhaps other elders from the academy had intervened to thwart Qin Tian. As long as Luo Changfeng returned safely, that was all that mattered. After conversing for a while, Luo Tian took his leave. Luo Changfeng returned directly to his residence. The following morning, he rose early. Feeling the alchemical formula tucked at his waist, he resolved to pay a visit to Danhua Tower. His title as a guest elder at Danhua Tower was merely a temporary measure devised by Yunxi to protect her. Now that he had successfully joined Longshan Academy, the Gu family no longer dared to brazenly seek his life. It was best to return this token sooner rather than later. The main branch of Danhua Tower is situated at the heart of the imperial city, mere walls away from the royal palace, underscoring its esteemed status. After inquiring along the way and navigating several streets, Luo Changfeng arrived at the entrance of the main branch. In contrast to the imposing grandeur of its branches throughout the land, the main building appeared rather unassuming, a modest three-story structure that exuded simplicity. Luo Changfeng stepped forward to convey his intentions, and the doorkeeper, not daring to be negligent, hurried inside to report. Before long, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the main building. Luo Changfeng smiled knowingly as the person before him was none other than Yunxi. Chapter 97, Collaborating once more after a long absence. It had been quite some time since they last met. Their eyes met, and a smile exchanged between them spoke volumes without uttering a single word. Luo Changfeng felt a profound gratitude towards Yunxi, for it was she who had rescued him from peril on numerous occasions. Throughout their journey, they had forged a deep friendship. "I have long heard of your enrollment at the Imperial Academy. What brings you to think of me now?" Luo Changfeng was somewhat perplexed. "The Imperial Academy?" Yunxi responded with a playful smile. "It is also known as Longshan Academy. In truth, the Imperial Royal Family is the true master behind the Academy, which is why it is sometimes referred to as the Royal Academy or the Imperial Academy." Luo Changfeng suddenly came to a realization. He understood. "Coincidentally, I also have something to discuss with you. Come, let us converse inside." Upon finishing her words, Yunxi led Luo Changfeng to a refined chamber on the second floor. Along the way, the servants and attendants, as well as individuals clad in pale blue alchemist robes of all ages, treated Yunxi with utmost respect. Noticing the young master, a stranger, whom the young lady had brought back, everyone was somewhat curious about Luo Changfeng's identity. Upon entering the elegant room, the two took their seats on either side of a tea table, and Yunxi personally poured tea for Luo Changfeng. "What is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Luo Changfeng took a sip and promptly inquired. Upon hearing this, Yunxi let out a sigh. "It's about the Dekuan pill. Please take a look at this first." As she spoke, Yunxi produced a crystal-clear elixir and handed it to Luo Changfeng. Luo Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly. In gratitude for the repeated assistance from Danhua Tower, he had bestowed upon them the recipe for the third-grade medicinal pill, the earthly Kuan pill, after departing from the Wang family that day. Logically speaking, if they followed the recipe he had meticulously crafted, there should not have been any complications in the concoction of the earthly Kuan pill. Luo Changfeng extended his hand to receive the elixir, scrutinizing it closely and inhaling its fragrance several times. Externally, this pill bore an indistinguishable resemblance to the earthly Xuanyuan pill. The aromatic essence it exuded was akin to that of the earthly Xuanyuan pill he had concocted. However, there was a subtle difference. Luo Changfeng squinted slightly. This cannot possibly be the Xuanyuan pill refined by Danhua Tower, can it? After a brief pause, he inquired. Yunqi's beautiful eyes brightened. Can you discern the differences? Of course. The Xuanyuan pill is a concoction I personally crafted. I have memorized the properties of each medicinal herb, their proportions, and the refining techniques. This pill is identical to the Xuanyuan pill in every aspect, save for one flaw. The fuel wood used in its refinement is compromised. Fuel wood? Yunqi questioned. Somewhat perplexed. The term refers to the combustible material necessary for alchemical processes. The refinement of pills demands exceedingly high temperatures, which ordinary combustibles simply cannot provide. One must utilize special spiritual materials, such as yin-yang wood, commonly referred to as fuel wood. Precisely, fuel wood, if I am not mistaken. The fuel wood utilized in the refinement of this pill has been tainted with moluo leaves. Yunqi was taken aback upon hearing this. As an alchemist, she was well aware of what moluo leaves were. They grow on the moluo tree, which is found only in the miasmic regions of the southern frontier. It is said that the moluo tree can induce hallucinations. Those who approach it often become flushed with excitement, only to eventually succumb to exhaustion and death. It is rumored that one of the 5 major sects in the southern frontier, the Refining Soul sect, has employed the trunks of moluo trees to forge alluring phantoms for combat. If moluo leaves are incorporated into the fuel wood, the scent produced during combustion would permeate the pill itself. The cultivators who consume such a pill would experience a fleeting physical exhilaration and a surge in strength, leading them to mistakenly believe they have made significant advancements in their cultivation. No wonder the 5 elders of Danhua Tower failed to detect any abnormalities in the pill after extensive research. The issue stemmed from the fuel wood. Realizing this, Yunqi's expression turned cold. It seems that the Medicine God Pavilion has indeed colluded with the Refining Soul sect. Yunqi, are you all right? Luo Changfeng observed the ominous expression on Yunqi's face and inquired with concern. It's nothing. You have been of immense assistance to us. Yunqi composed herself and expressed her gratitude to Luo Changfeng with a respectful gesture. It appears that the formula for the Daikundans has already been divulged. Luo Changfeng spoke softly, and Yunqi weakly nodded in response. The Medicine God Pavilion? Who else could it be? The mere mention of the Medicine God Pavilion ignited a fire of rage within Yunqi. She was left pondering how they had acquired the refining method for the earthly Xuanyuan Dan and managed to concoct such a harmful pill, which had already seized nearly 30% of their market share. Although some had discerned its drawbacks, the low price at which it was sold, coupled with its immediate effects, rendered it irresistible. The more Yunqi spoke, the angrier she became, wishing fervently to storm their doors and obliterate the Medicine God Pavilion. Yet, considering the possibility of the soul refining sect lurking in the shadows behind them, her anger dissipated instantly. While the Danhua Tower was also affiliated with the Dan God sect, one of the 5 major sects, a millennium ago, the Dan God sect had stood at the pinnacle of these factions and would have had no fear of the soul refining sect. However, in recent years, the Dan God sect had waned, lacking formidable leaders, and had sadly fallen to the lowest tier among the 5 sections. If the Medicine God Pavilion truly had the backing of the soul refining sect, they would have to tread carefully. Yet, if they did not intervene and allowed the Medicine God Pavilion to sell this pill in abundance, the market share that Danhua Tower had painstakingly built would soon be usurped. Observing the myriad of emotions flickering across Yunqi's face, Luo Changfeng understood that she was caught in a dilemma. As a friend, he felt a sense of duty to assist. In truth, there were indeed strategies to counter this predicament. Luo Changfeng spoke slowly. Do you have a solution? Upon hearing this, Yunqi instantly leaped from her chair and rushed to stand before Luo Changfeng. The proximity between them was so close that they nearly touched, startling Luo Changfeng in the process. The atmosphere became somewhat intimate. Realizing her indiscretion, Yunqi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she took a small step back. Luo Changfeng maintained an expression of composure. In fact, I possess an additional 4th-grade alchemical formula. Should Danhua Tower acquire it, I am certain that the slight advantage held by the apothecary's pavilion would be utterly obliterated. Upon hearing Luo Changfeng's words, Yunqi was momentarily rendered speechless. She gazed at him in disbelief. Are you referring to the formula for a 4th-grade elixir? Indeed. Yunqi felt her breath quicken, for the mere thought of a 4th-grade formula was overwhelmingly astonishing to her. It is important to note that the Longshan Empire was merely a mid-tier dynasty located in the remote southern region, characterized by its scarcity of resources. Consequently, the status of the Danhua Tower within the Longshan Empire was rather modest. This had resulted in the limited resources they had been able to acquire from their sect over the years. The entire Danhua Tower of the Longshan Empire possessed only a single fourth-grade formula, which was granted as a rare exception 2 centuries ago, due to her father's significant contributions. This formula had been carefully safeguarded by her father as the treasured possession of the Danhua Tower. As for fourth-grade elixirs, her father was the only one in the entire Danhua Tower who had ever successfully refined a quasi-fourth-grade elixir, falling considerably short of the true fourth-grade standard. Now, to her astonishment, Luo Changfeng claimed to have a fourth-grade elixir formula, and from his words, it seemed he was willing to present this formula to aid the Danhua Tower. It was easy to imagine just how staggering this revelation was for Yunxi. Ahem, if you have no objections, shall we discuss a collaboration? Yunxi, still caught up in her excitement, was taken aback by this suggestion. Observing Luo Changfeng's somewhat mercenary demeanor, she felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Chapter 98. Yun Lanfeng, how do you propose we collaborate? Yunxi questioned, her expression tinged with wariness as she regarded Luo Changfeng with suspicion. Noticing her demeanor, Luo Changfeng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. A profit-sharing arrangement at a ratio of 4 to 6. I shall take 40%. While you will be responsible for providing the medicinal materials. Each month, I will furnish 10 fourth-grade elixirs. Upon hearing Lu Changfeng's words, Yunxi visibly exhaled, her relief palpable. After all, the fourth-grade elixir was exceedingly precious, and she harbored genuine fears that Lu Changfeng might impose some arduous conditions. No problem. I can represent Danhua Tower and agree to this now, Yunxi replied with alacrity, as if she feared Lu Changfeng might rescind his offer. But hold on. Do not agree just yet. I have 2 additional stipulations. First, I require a dedicated alchemy chamber. Second, my 40% share of the profits must be entirely converted into spirit stones, specifically of the medium grade. Luo Changfeng finished speaking and quietly gazed at Yunxi, awaiting her decision. Yunxi furrowed her delicate brows and pondered for a moment before replying. The alchemy chamber poses no issue. After all, you are the chief alchemist of Danhua Tower, and there exists a dedicated alchemy chamber in the main building. However, what about the mid-grade spirit stones? Upon mentioning mid-grade spirit stones, Yunxi's expression grew troubled. It was not that she was deliberately evading the matter. Rather, mid-grade spirit stones were exceedingly rare. The Longshan Empire was merely a mid-grade dynasty, lacking in resources, with its sole spirit stone vein firmly in the hands of the royal family, which could only produce low-grade spirit stones. Occasionally, when mid-grade spirit stones did appear, they were swiftly claimed by certain ancient figures within the royal family, never making their way into the market. The Imperial Academy, due to its unique status and the connection that Zhao Su had with the royal family, was able to provide mid-grade spirit stones as rewards for newcomers. Other prominent families, even the Gu family, could only have their patriarch and core elders possess them. Others could merely dream of acquiring them, let alone purchasing them. To obtain mid-grade spirit stones, one would have to procure them from other higher-ranked dynasties. This would necessitate collaboration with other Imperial Danhua towers, a decision that was truly beyond her authority and required the main tower master's judgment. This elixir, known as the creation pill, could significantly enhance the success rate of forming a core by 30% for those at the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm. Noticing Yunxi's distress, Luo Changfeng continued, but as soon as he finished speaking, Yunxi suddenly leaped to her feet. 30%? You must be joking. Her voice had noticeably changed. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Luo Changfeng spoke, instinctively taking a few steps back, causing Yunxi's teeth to itch. She felt quite embarrassed today. As the princess of Danhua Tower, her startled reactions made her appear as nothing more than a rustic bumpkin. Yet, it was not entirely her fault. Luo Changfeng's words were simply astonishing. There exists an ancient saying in the cultivation world, widely circulated. Only those who have formed a golden core are truly considered cultivators. This implies that only those who have achieved the golden core stage can genuinely claim to have entered the realm of cultivation and be recognized as true cultivators. Prior to attaining the golden core, one can only be regarded as a practitioner in a strict sense. Thus, the golden core realm is seen as a dividing line between the mundane and the celestial. Only upon entering the golden core stage does one gain the eligibility to pursue immortality and seek the eternal path of the immortals. However, This threshold has historically claimed countless prodigies and talents. The primary reason being that the realms preceding the golden core, such as the body refinement and acupoint opening stages, merely require the accumulation of spiritual energy to a certain extent for a breakthrough, which is not particularly challenging. In contrast, the golden core stage demands not only spiritual energy but also a profound comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth. Some individuals may surge through the stages leading to the golden core, yet upon reaching the pinnacle of the acupoint opening stage, they find themselves unable to achieve enlightenment, thus failing to form the golden core. They may languish until their lifespan is exhausted, meeting their untimely demise. Throughout the Dragon Mountain Empire's 1,000-year history, there are fewer than 10 openly acknowledged golden core cultivators. This illustrates the formidable challenge of forming a golden core for practitioners. Yet now, Luo Chanfeng claims that he can concoct a 4th-grade elixir and enhance the success rate of golden core formation by 30%. Yunqi could hardly fathom the commotion such an elixir would generate upon its emergence. It was likely that those ancient beings who aspired to form their golden cores would resort to desperate measures to seize it. From this perspective, its value would far surpass that of mid-grade spirit stones. Indeed, it could be said that it transcends monetary valuation altogether. Yunqi sensed the gravity of this matter for Danhua Tower. She could not make a decision unilaterally and must consult the Grandmaster. With this thought in mind, she regarded Luo Chanfeng with an odd expression. Previously, she had suspected that a master alchemist stood behind him. Now, it appeared that to produce such a remarkable 4th-grade elixir, this alchemist must at least be a 5th-grade master. Her father had merely just brushed against the threshold of becoming a 4th-grade alchemist and already held a modest position in the outer sect of the Dan God sect. It was said that the sect's master was only an 8th-grade alchemist. A 5th-grade alchemist could serve as an elder in the outer sect, holding a prestigious and mysterious position. She could scarcely comprehend how such a prominent figure would find themselves in a remote place like the Dragon Mountain Empire. This matter is far too significant for me to decide alone. Please, wait here and enjoy some tea while I consult my father. I shall return shortly. Yunqi solemnly declared after a long pause. Then, without granting Luo Chanfeng a chance to respond, she vanished from the spot like the wind. Luo Chanfeng smiled softly and resumed his tea. In a quiet room on the 3rd floor of Danhua Tower, an elegant middle-aged man abruptly rose, his emotions somewhat stirred. Father, if this were spoken by anyone else, I would naturally be hesitant to believe it. However, since these words have come directly from his mouth, I am inclined to deem them true, Yunqi remarked with a calm demeanor. The middle-aged man gradually seated himself once more. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled deeply. I will handle the matter of the mid-grade spirit stones. You need not concern yourself with it, he stated with resolute certainty. Very well, I shall go inform him now. Yunqi replied, preparing to take her leave. Wait, I shall accompany you. It would be a fine opportunity to meet this young man and discern if he is truly as remarkable as you claim, the middle-aged man said, a teasing smile gracing his face as he regarded his daughter. Yunqi, momentarily at a loss for words, sensed that her father had clearly misinterpreted their relationship. Father, it is not as you imagine, she pleaded. Oh, and what exactly do you believe I am imagining? He jested, leaving Yunqi feeling utterly defeated. Luo Chanfeng was savoring tea in the elegant chamber when, suddenly, a frown creased his forehead as his keen senses detected an immensely powerful aura approaching from outside the door. Moments later, Yunqi entered, followed closely by a sophisticated middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, exuding an energy that nearly rivaled the golden core realm. Luo Chanfeng understood instantly, observing that the person's features bore a striking resemblance to Yunqi. He surmised that this individual must be the esteemed master of Danhua Tower. Luo Chanfeng rose to pay his respects, and the middle-aged man nodded with a smile. Young Master Luo, this is my father, the esteemed master of Danhua Tower, Yin Lanfeng. Yunqi quickly introduced. It is an honor to meet you, Master Yin. Luo Chanfeng once again clasped his hands in greeting. You must be Luo Chanfeng, he said. Yunqi often speaks of you. Even I, as her father, feel a twinge of jealousy. Yun Lanfeng smiled warmly, jesting. You are too kind, Master Yin. Miss Yunqi possesses extraordinary talent, and with your promising path toward Dan formation, I believe Danhua Tower will surely ascend to greater heights in the future. Luo Chanfeng, at the opportune moment, tossed out a few flattering remarks. The two engaged in pleasantries, exchanging words, while Yunqi observed with an eye roll. Yin Lanfeng maintained a serene facade. Yet a tempest brewed within him. From the moment he entered, he scrutinized Luo Chanfeng, yet he could not discern the depths of his cultivation. Although merely a junior at the 9th level of the innate realm, How could such an insignificant being remain composed and jovial in the face of the imposing aura he deliberately projected? It was said that even those of the common channel realm would be subdued by his presence. This young man is indeed peculiar. Chapter 99. The father-in-law considers his son-in-law regarding Yun Lanfeng's probing. Luo Changfeng merely smiled, dismissing it without concern. Those who have long dwelled in positions of power often possess this unpleasant habit. It could be described as a test in more flattering terms, but in less palatable ones. It is merely an intimidation tactic. Nevertheless, Luo Changfeng sensed that there was something deeper behind Yun Lanfeng's probing. He glanced at the oddly expressioned Yunqi beside him and suddenly seemed to grasp the situation. He had long heard from Xia that Luo, the young brother, had joined Longshan Academy and was residing in the imperial capital. It would be beneficial for you to interact more in the future. Yun Lanfeng cast a glance at Yunqi and, without any context, uttered this statement. Yunqi's delicate face flushed slightly as she shot a sidelong glance at her father. Luo Changfeng gently touched his nose, uncertain of how to continue the conversation. Observing the demeanor of the two, it appeared that Yun Lanfeng had become even more resolute about something. He gestured for Luo Changfeng to take a seat, while Yunqi stood obediently by his side. In truth, had Luo not come today, Yun would have planned to personally pay a visit. Recently, due to the emergence of the Earth-Kuan pill, my Danhua Pavilion has narrowly escaped a calamity, all owing to the substantial assistance from Brother Luo, for which I am immensely grateful. Yun Lanfeng spoke with heartfelt sincerity. And indeed, his words were genuine. Without the formula for the Earth-Kuan pill provided by Luo Changfeng, the market share for this elixir would have likely been overtaken by the Divine Medicine Pavilion long ago. You flatter me, Pavilion Master, it is merely a formula. And there is no need for you to feel burdened by it. Luo Changfeng remarked lightly, haha, indeed, Luo young brother is destined for greatness. Yunqi has just informed me about the matter concerning the 4th grade elixir. We shall proceed as you suggest, young brother. I have no objections. Yun Lanfeng laughed heartily, finalizing the terms of their collaboration. Thank you, Master Yun, but I must kindly request that you retract this. Luo Changfeng spoke as he retrieved a black token from his bosom, the very black gold insignia that Yunqi had entrusted to him in the city of Xuanyuan. Both Yun Lanfeng and Yunqi were momentarily taken aback. Yun Lanfeng was the first to regain his composure. He glanced at his daughter and shook his head with a wry smile. He then turned his attention to Luo Changfeng and spoke earnestly, young brother Luo, despite your tender age, you have already exhibited the demeanor of a master in the art of alchemy. This black gold insignia was given to you at my behest, through my daughter. Upon hearing her father's words, Yunqi visibly exhaled in relief. Luo Changfeng observed everything before him, instantly affirming the suspicions harbored in his heart. It appeared that this black gold order had indeed been secretly entrusted to him by Yunqi, while Yun Lanfeng remained utterly unaware. Thus, the so-called guest elder of Danhua Tower was also a unilateral decision made by Yunqi. Luo Changfeng let out a sigh of relief. He had numerous matters to attend to and truly lacked the time to assume the role of a guest elder. Yun Lanfeng paused momentarily before continuing. This black gold token, so far, Danhua Tower has only issued 10 of these. Those who possess this token are regarded as guest elders of Danhua Tower, enjoying a prestigious status. They have the privilege of accessing all spiritual herbs and materials from Danhua Tower and are not bound by its usual constraints, enjoying the freedom to come and go as they please. Since you, my young brother Luo, have shown kindness to Danhua Tower, it would be wise for you to retain this token. Upon hearing this, Luo Changfeng's eyes brightened. The prospect of being free from the constraints of Danhua Tower while enjoying priority access to spirit herbs and materials was an irresistible temptation. It is worth noting that within the Dragon Mountain Empire alone, Danhua Tower boasts 52 branches, scattered across every corner of the empire. Beyond merely providing herbs and elixirs, Danhua Tower also functions as an intelligence organization. As long as one can offer equivalent items, they may acquire the information they desire. Indeed, as he progresses in his cultivation, he will require a plethora of resources, and possessing the status of a guest elder will certainly prove advantageous. Luo Changfeng has never been one to indulge in pretentiousness. The other party's generous offer of the Black Gold Order clearly reflects their appreciation for the elixir formula and alchemical techniques he possesses. This, in essence, constitutes a form of equitable exchange. Very well, I shall graciously comply with your request. Thank you, Master Yin. Luo Changfeng clasped his hands in gratitude. Yun Lanfeng waved his hand dismissively. Ah, you are of a similar age to Sierra. I shall take advantage of this, and you may as well address me as uncle. Yun Lanfeng appeared quite pleased with the young man before him. Very well, Uncle Yun. Luo Changfeng nodded in agreement and replied with enthusiasm. By the way, dear nephew, what is the name of this fourth-grade elixir? Is it truly as miraculous as you claim? After the casual conversation, Yun Lanfeng rubbed his hands together, his face alight with eagerness. As a practitioner of the fake Dan realm, he yearned for any elixir that could enhance the chances of forming a true Dan by 30% more than anyone else. Endowed with exceptional talent and supported by the Dan God sect, he reached the fake Dan stage before the age of 100, undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Nevertheless, he only possessed a mere 20% certainty of successfully achieving the Golden Dan. If Luo Changfeng could indeed concoct an elixir that boosts the likelihood of forming a Dan by 30%, his chances of ascending to the Golden Dan realm would increase to 50%. Such temptation is one that no aspiring cultivator could easily resist. This elixir is known as the Xuanyuan Dan, classified as a superior fourth-grade elixir. For an ordinary person, consuming it could lead to the attainment of innate abilities. The claim of enhancing the probability of forming a Dan by 30% is, in fact, a rather conservative estimation. As Luo Changfeng's words resonated, Yun Lanfeng found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. The assertion that the success rate of forming a golden core could be enhanced by 30% was, in truth, a conservative estimate. The fourth-grade elixir, known as the creation pill, seemed almost too extraordinary to be true. Is your statement sincere, dear nephew? Yun Lanfeng inquired, his voice quavering with excitement. Uncle Yun shall await the auspicious tidings, came the reply. The first batch of elixirs will be ready for delivery in a month, at which point Uncle Yun may ascertain their efficacy. However, the process of refining the creation pill is rather intricate, with a success rate of only 70%. And I can produce no more than 10 pills per month. Luo Changfeng expressed his regret, yet upon hearing this, Yun Lanfeng shook his head repeatedly, feeling rather reassured instead. Enough is enough. Rarity begets value. If the miraculous creation elixir could be supplied in bulk, that would indeed be a devilish occurrence. Very well. I shall frequent Danhua Tower from now on. I hope Uncle Yun does not find me bothersome. With their collaboration settled, Luo Changfeng felt in high spirits and began to jest. To his surprise, Yun Lanfeng offered a mysterious smile as he glanced at Yunshi beside him. Ahem. How could I dare? Isn't that right, Shi-er? Yunshi, however, chose to observe the ground with focused intent, pretending not to hear. Subsequently, Luo Changfeng sought Yun Lanfeng's insights regarding the cultivation realm of the southern wilderness. After all, Yun Lanfeng hailed from a sect and possessed extensive knowledge on the matter. Their conversation proved to be highly enlightening for Luo Changfeng, granting him a deeper understanding of the various factions within the southern wilderness, particularly the 5 major sections. Compared to the mundane world, that was indeed his forthcoming ambition. Gaining early insight could only serve to his advantage. Shi-er, please take your cousin on a tour of the main hall. I have other matters to attend to and shall not accompany you, Yun Lanfeng declared, giving Luo Changfeng a pat on the shoulder before turning to depart. Chapter 100. The Alchemy Duel. Come, let me show you the alchemy chamber, Yunshi said, taking a deep breath to collect her thoughts, reverting to her strong-willed demeanor. Luo Changfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Although the main building of Danhua Tower appeared modest in size, its underground realm was indeed vast and intricate. The two traversed a lengthy corridor, arriving at a depth of several dozen meters below the surface. Luo Changfeng felt that the air became increasingly sweltering as he descended further. This is the alchemy chamber of my Danhua Tower. Upon reaching the flat area at the bottom, Yunshi pointed ahead to several dozen structures crafted from azure stones. Luo Changfeng cast a fleeting glance, his brow slightly furrowed. The temperature here had reached a terrifying level, one that ordinary individuals could scarcely endure. Utilizing the technique of dual pupils, he discerned a small river of molten lava coursing slowly beneath the surface. Luo Changfeng suddenly realized why this place was permeated with such a rich presence of fire elements. It turned out that Danhua Tower had been constructed over a river of magma. The art of alchemy demands exceptionally high temperatures, and thus, conducting alchemical processes here would undoubtedly yield remarkable results with minimal effort. Moreover, the appearance of this magma river suggests that it was not a natural formation, but rather a deliberate creation by a powerful cultivator who had utilized formations to transport it from another location. Indeed, such a forceful alteration of the natural landscape is a testament to grand ambition. Luo Changfeng silently marveled. The guest elder was privileged to possess a renowned alchemy chamber. As Yunshi spoke, she gestured toward at the far left. Indeed, Luo Changfeng observed a prominent character for heaven inscribed at the entrance of that edifice. Is there any distinction? Curiosity sparked within Luo Changfeng as he inquired, "You will understand once you step inside." Yunqi replied enigmatically with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The pair advanced towards the alchemy chamber, only to be halted at the entrance by a sudden shadow. "Miss." The shadow materialized into a young man clad in the attire of a steward from Danhua Tower, who respectfully bowed to Yunqi. "Wang Jiwa, what brings you here?" Yunqi's brow furrowed as she gazed at the young man, sensing an undercurrent of unease. "Report, miss. Elder who is currently concocting elixirs inside and has instructed me to stand guard at the door." Upon hearing the name Elder Hu, Luo Changfeng noticed a distinct tremor in Yunqi's demeanor. If memory serves correctly, Elder Hu's alchemy chamber is not located here, is it? A flash of cold light flickered in Yunqi's eyes. "Indeed, miss. Elder Hu has lent his chamber to a disciple, and this room happened to be vacant. Since it was idle, it was put to use." The man in black explained, prompting Yunqi to erupt with fury. "This is outrageous. Hu Tiankuai wields such authority. Yet the rules of Danhua Tower dictate that each alchemy chamber is to be exclusively utilized by a single elder. The Tianzi chamber, in particular, is not to be borrowed lightly. Are you not aware of this?" The steward found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, the stone door of the Tianzi alchemy chamber slowly creaked open, revealing an elderly man with a white beard emerging from within. "There is no need for the young lady to be so incensed. I merely borrowed the chamber for a brief while." The elder displayed an air of arrogance, seemingly indifferent to Yunqi's status as the esteemed lady of Danhua Tower. "Elder Hu, it appears you have disregarded the rules of Danhua Tower," Yunqi managed to inquire, suppressing her anger. "Ah, my advanced age renders me forgetful of such trivialities. Do not hold it against me, young lady." The elder audaciously feigned ignorance. "You." Yunqi's face turned ashen, clearly incensed by the encounter. It seemed that the inner workings of Danhua Tower were not as unified as one might presume. Luo Changfeng gazed at the scene before him, inwardly murmuring, "This premier alchemical chamber, rich in spiritual energy and abundant in fire elements, lay idle and wasted, truly a misappropriation. I shall approach the chief steward, requesting that this chamber be entrusted to my use, thus ensuring its rightful purpose is fulfilled." The white-bearded elder stroked his beard, his expression one of pride. "Elder Hu, you need not concern yourself. This alchemical chamber has already found a new master," Yunqi remarked coolly. "Oh? May I inquire as to which esteemed master has been bestowed with such fortune?" Hu Tiankuai's gaze sharpened. He had utilized this premier chamber more than once or twice and had long regarded it as his private domain. Yunqi cast a glance at Luo Changfeng but remained silent. It was then that Hu Tiankuai noticed the young man standing beside Yunqi, whose face seemed unfamiliar, clearly not someone from Danhua Tower. "Who might this young brother be?" Hu Tiankuai inquired. "Luo Changfeng, at your service, Elder Hu," came the reply. Luo Changfeng offered a slight bow, a gesture of greeting. "Miss, could the new master you mentioned possibly be him?" Hu Tiankuai's eyes flickered with a hint of anger. Who was this wild young man to dare seize his possessions? "Indeed. I must formally introduce you. This young master Luo is the very creator of the Earth Kuandan, and he is the one who penned the formula." Upon hearing this, Elder Hu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Luo Changfeng for an extended period before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, miss, you're just as rather grand. Although my old eyes may be dim, I am not so easily deceived by an unknown young lad." Hu Tiankuai's words were quite disrespectful, subtly mocking Yunqi's failing eyesight. Unexpectedly, Yunqi remained composed, a smile gracing her features as she regarded Elder Hu. Observing her demeanor, Elder Hu immediately quelled his laughter. "Elder Hu, this Tianzi room is bestowed upon Master Luo for his use. This is not my decision, but rather an order from my father. You wouldn't dare suggest that he too is losing his sight, would you?" Yunqi's expression, half smirking, fixed on Elder Hu, rendering him speechless. No matter how arrogant he was, he would not dare question the Grand Master's decree. "There must be some misunderstanding. I shall seek out the Grand Master at once." Elder Hu, with a flourish of his robe, prepared to depart. "Ah, I almost forgot. This young Master Luo has already been granted a black gold token by the Grand Master." Clearly, Yunqi intended to provoke the elder, and indeed, upon hearing the mention of the black gold token, Elder Hu visibly staggered. He turned back, fixing a disbelieving gaze upon Yunqi. "I cannot believe it." Yunqi, hands clasped behind her back, cast a playful glance at Luo Changfeng, her meaning unmistakable. Luo Changfeng touched his nose and sighed inwardly. Realizing that he would once again be used as a pawn today, he retrieved the black gold token from his pocket and waved it at Elder Hu. Upon seeing the dark token engraved with 5 blossoming Dan clouds, the old man deflated like a punctured balloon, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Indeed, this was the exclusive black gold token of the guest elder. Elder who could scarcely fathom that the master of the tower would bestow such a significant token upon a mere novice. On what grounds? Elder who asked, his face ashen. On the grounds that he can refine the earth Xuanyuan Dan and has generously shared the formula with Danhua Tower. Observing the despondent expression on his face, Yunqi couldn't help but smile. She had long harbored disdain for the old fellow, and today was the perfect opportunity to deflate his arrogance. What nonsense! How could a 20-year-old brat possibly refine a third-grade earth Xuanyuan Dan? I refuse to believe it. Elder who shouted in a fit of rage. Does your belief even matter? All you need to know is that this is the master's decision. Yunqi scoffed. Elder who suddenly lifted his head, his eyes aflame with fury as he fixed his gaze on Luo Changfeng. Boy, I challenge you to a duel in alchemy. Chapter 101. A Clash of Wills, a duel in alchemy? Yunqi was momentarily taken aback. Elder who was certainly deviating from the expected script. The prospect of him challenging Luo Changfeng to a contest of alchemy caught her off guard. Seeing the furious Elder who, she felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps she had been too hasty in provoking him. Though Elder who was proud and irksome, his alchemical skills were unparalleled. Third-grade alchemists were scarce even in Danhua Tower. And Elder who was a prominent figure among them, long established in his reputation, arguably second only to the Tower Master. In stark contrast, Luo Changfeng appeared considerably inexperienced. While she was aware of his certain prowess in alchemy, she had never witnessed him in action. Moreover, alchemy heavily relied on innate talent and years of accumulated knowledge. To expect to reach the pinnacle without extensive practice was sheer folly. This was also why she and her father believed that a Grand Master of Alchemy must be backing Luo Changfeng. The previous Earth Xuanyuan Dan, along with the current Transformation Dan, only reinforced her suspicions. In comparison, pitting a young man of under 20 against a renowned Master of Alchemy seemed foolhardy. Yunqi did not believe Luo Changfeng stood much of a chance. Therefore, she was determined to prevent this alchemical duel at all costs. After a moment's contemplation, just as she was about to voice her opposition, Luo Changfeng spoke first. How do you propose we compete? Yunqi inwardly lamented the turn of events. Very well, young man. You possess courage, Elder who thought, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips. There is no time like the present. Let us hold the duel in this top-tier alchemical room. Elder who proceeded without granting Luo Changfeng a moment to reconsider. He promptly turned to Wang Jihua, instructing him to notify all the elders and the disciples within the building to gather at this location, so they might witness the alchemical prowess of young Master Luo. After delivering his command, Elder who cast a triumphant glance towards Luo Changfeng. Shameless. Yunqi silently chastised, realizing that the elder intended to publicly humiliate Luo Changfeng. She needed to devise a plan swiftly. While anxiety consumed her, Luo Changfeng retained an air of calm detachment. Can you do it? Yunqi could not help but inquire. Remember, never question a man's capabilities. A single remark from Luo Changfeng nearly sent Yunqi into a rage. She clenched her silver teeth in fury, realizing for the first time that Luo Changfeng possessed such a rogue-like demeanor. Following this commotion, Yunqi's previously taut spirit began to gradually relax. Before long, individuals started to approach from various directions. Most were adorned in the robes of alchemists from Danhua Tower, and upon noticing Yunqi's presence, they promptly came forward to pay their respects. It was evident that these individuals were divided into two factions. The elder group largely congregated around Elder Hu, each one bowing and nodding in deference. Conversely, the younger alchemists gathered near Yunqi, displaying clear disdain towards Elder Hu and his entourage. However, it was worth noting that the majority of these younger alchemists were merely first-tier practitioners, with only a handful of second-tier ones among them. In stark contrast, Elder Hu's circle predominantly comprised second-tier alchemists, with a few third-tier figures present as well. The transition between the old and the new inevitably breeds numerous conflicts. Luo Changfeng was acutely aware of this dynamic. How confident are you, really? Yunqi appeared somewhat anxious. It's hard to say. But one thing is certain. I intend to claim this top-tier alchemical chamber for myself. Luo Changfeng replied with an air of tranquility. Elder who possessed formidable strength, having reached the pinnacle of third-grade alchemy, making him one of the most distinguished figures within the Danhua Tower. Under normal circumstances, the black gold token you hold should rightfully belong to him. Yunqi, concerned that Luo Changfeng might underestimate his opponent, could not help but voice her apprehensions once more. Observing the hopeful expression on her face, Luo Changfeng felt the weight of his responsibilities today. "Miss, young Master Luo, please," Elder Hu proclaimed, leading the way into the prestigious alchemy chamber. Yunqi followed closely, ushering the others inside as well. The alchemy chamber was vast, and even with dozens of individuals present, it did not feel cramped. The temperature within was exceedingly high, merely a reflection of the heat naturally present in the air. For many, it was their first time in the esteemed alchemy chamber, and beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. The seasoned alchemists, however, remained composed and unperturbed. At the center of the chamber stood two enormous alchemical furnaces, and to the right was a large shelving unit designed to hold the materials required for the alchemical process. Luo Changfeng surveyed his surroundings, immensely pleased with the arrangement. With the intense heat emanating from the molten lava rivers, it was certain that alchemy here would yield remarkable results with minimal effort. "Elder Hu, may I inquire about your proposed method of contest?" Yunqi stepped forward and inquired boldly. "Quite simple," Elder Hu replied, seemingly prepared with his thoughts. "Since the young lady asserts that young Master Luo is indeed the one developing the earthly Xuanyuan, we shall compete in the crafting of the earthly Xuanyuan. Within the same time frame, whoever produces a greater quantity of pills and of superior quality shall emerge victorious." Yunqi glanced at Luo Changfeng, who nodded in affirmation. "In that case, we shall adhere to Elder Hu's proposition. However, since this is a contest of alchemy, we must establish stakes. What shall be the reward for victory and the consequence for defeat?" Yunqi continued to inquire. "The Tianziho room shall serve as the prize. The victor shall gain the right to its use. As for the vanquished, they shall surrender the black gold token and humbly depart from Danhua Tower, never to return," Elder Hu declared with a fierce gaze directed at Luo Changfeng. "Indeed, surrender the black gold token and vacate Danhua Tower," echoed the crowd surrounding Hu Tiankuai, their voices rising in fervor. "Elder Hu, the black gold token was bestowed upon young Master Luo by my father himself. How dare you use it as a wager? If word of this spreads, how shall Danhua Tower maintain its dignity in the imperial capital?" Yunqi exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. "There is no need for the young lady to be enraged. It is precisely because the black gold token holds such significance that I am reluctant to see it fall into the hands of those of dubious reputation," Elder Hu shamelessly retorted. As Yunqi prepared to argue further, Luo Changfeng stepped forward, raising a hand to halt her. "I have no objections. If Elder Hu believes I am unworthy of the black gold token in the Tianziho alchemy chamber, then let us engage in this contest. The loser shall willingly withdraw from Danhua Tower and shall never set foot here again." Luo Changfeng stood his ground, confronting his opponent with unwavering resolve. "Very well. Young Master Luo, a hero in his youth, I shall await the outcome with keen anticipation." The tension between the two escalated, and the onlookers gradually grasped the unfolding situation. Who was this audacious youth? The young lady claimed that he had concocted the third-grade D Xuanyuan. Such absurdity! Could a mere child, still in the bloom of youth, truly refine a third-grade elixir? Do they think we were raised on folly? Moreover, that black gold order was originally in Elder Hu's possession. Let us see how that lad meets his demise. The remarks came primarily from Elder Hu's entourage, who regarded Luo Changfeng with disdain. Yet, there were those who disapproved of Elder Hu's actions, unable to voice their dissent due to the Elder's esteemed status. The young alchemists surrounding Yunqi regarded Luo Changfeng with skepticism. After all, he was exceptionally young, even younger than most present. The notion that he could produce a third-grade D Xuanyuan was indeed difficult to believe. In contrast, Elder Hu had consistently been responsible for refining the D Xuanyuan ever since Danhua Tower acquired its formula. His alchemical prowess was widely acknowledged. Contemplating this, the crowd felt a sense of trepidation for Luo Changfeng. Soon, a servant delivered the herbs required for the refinement of the D Xuanyuan and placed them on the designated rack. "Since young Master Luo has no objections, we shall set the limit to the duration of a single incense stick," Elder Hu declared, striking the ground with a spiritual incense stick. The duel commenced. Chapter 102. Is this defeat? Wait a moment. Since we have agreed upon a prize, it is only fitting to have a venerable elder witness this event, Yunqi interjected suddenly, her gaze drifting towards a white-haired elder at the back of the crowd. "Elder Yin Kong, we kindly request your presence as a witness." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Ah, Elder Yin Kong has also arrived." A stir swept through the assembly as everyone turned to look behind them. Indeed, it was Elder Yin Kong, after days of seclusion. He had unexpectedly graced this occasion with his presence. Luo Changfeng regarded the elderly man with a look of puzzlement. Elder Yin Kong was one of the three esteemed elders of Danhua Tower, a figure who devoted himself to the art of alchemy and rarely engaged in the affairs of the tower. His father held the elder in high esteem, recognizing him as a person of great virtue and respect. Yunqi provided a brief introduction of Elder Yin Kong to Luo Changfeng. With a gentle smile, Elder Yin Kong stepped into the arena, prompting the onlookers to hastily pay their respects and clear a path. It was rare for Elder Hu to engage in a duel of alchemy, since the young lady had extended an invitation. He felt compelled to take on the role of witness this time. Elder Yin nodded slightly at Yunqi. Elder Hu stepped forward, clasping his fist in greeting, demonstrating his evident respect for Elder Yin. However, the elder made it clear that this duel was solely for the purpose of mutual exchange of alchemical techniques and cultivation, emphasizing the importance of maintaining harmony and decorum. Upon finishing his statement, Elder Yin released a formidable aura from his pinnacle of the Tongchao realm, sweeping across the arena. With Elder Yin as a witness, I feel reassured. It will prevent any dispute should we emerge victorious. Don't you agree, Elder Hu? Yunqi remarked lightly, her words seemingly hinting at something more. Elder Hu let out a heavy snort. Elder Yin then glanced at both Elder Hu and Luo Changfeng, who both nodded in agreement. Since there are no objections, let us commence. As Elder Yan's words faded, he lightly touched the ground with his right index finger, igniting the spirit incense that had been planted there. Luo Changfeng and Elder Hu gradually stepped into the arena, each selecting a Dan furnace. The contest of alchemy was officially underway. All present held their breath, for Elder Hu, as one of the foremost alchemists of Danhua Tower, was a figure whose alchemical endeavors were seldom witnessed by others. Moreover, he was about to concoct the extraordinary third-grade Earth Kuan Dan. As for Luo Changfeng, he had already been relegated to the status of an afterthought, merely a decorative pillow, a showpiece that would soon reveal its true nature. Miss, who is this young man? Daring to challenge Elder Hu? Elder Yin approached Yunqi, unable to suppress his curiosity, clearly skeptical of Luo Changfeng's capabilities. Elder Yin would soon discover the truth. Yunqi offered a bittersweet smile, her own nerves fraying in anticipation. Luo Changfeng approached the shelf, meticulously selecting spiritual materials at a sluggish pace. To the onlookers, it appeared as though this fellow was encountering these herbs for the very first time. Humph. I wager this guy can't even recognize all the herbs needed for concocting the Earth Kuan Dan. Young man, I happen to have a pharmacopoeia with me. Would you care to learn a thing or two on the spot? Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd as several disciples of Elder Hu indulged in their mockery. Luo Changfeng remained indifferent to the commotion around him, diligently discerning the medicinal properties and age of each herb. Remarkably, the quality of the materials provided by the Zhonglo was commendable. He was inspired to attempt the creation of a higher-grade D Kuan Dan. Elder Hu cast a disdainful glance at Luo Changfeng from afar, his lips curling in derision. He was quite adept in the art of refining D Kuan Dan and swiftly selected 10 sets of herbs, according to his usual standards. These 10 sets should yield 5 pills of D Kuan Dan, a success rate of 50%, which was his utmost limit. For any other third-grade advanced alchemist, achieving a mere 20% success rate would be considered commendable. Elder Hu arranged the 10 sets of herbs and approached the alchemical furnace, igniting a fire. The kindling consisted of top-tier fuel wood, complemented by the magma streams beneath the alchemy chamber. The temperature within the chamber surged dramatically, and several novice alchemists, unable to withstand the heat, retreated. Look, the master is about to commence alchemy. The crowd grew increasingly excited, their eyes fixated on the furnace before Elder Hu. Yunqi clenched her delicate fists, her face betraying her anxiety. As she observed Luo Changfeng calmly selecting herbs, beads of sweat began to form on her brow. Elder Hu retrieved a spirit talisman from his robe and tossed it into the furnace, causing the flames to leap higher. The temperature within the furnace escalated rapidly. At that moment, even Elder Yin began to perspire profusely. Suddenly, Elder Hu's eyes snapped open, 2 beams of icy light shooting forth. Go, he commanded sharply, enveloping a set of herbs in spiritual energy and casting them into the furnace. Under the intense heat, the herbs quickly transformed into several droplets of liquid, floating within the furnace. Melting the herbs into liquid was merely the first step, contingent on maintaining sufficient temperature, which posed little challenge. The true difficulty lay in the second step, fusion. Different herbs possess unique energetic properties that can repel one another, and achieving a flawless amalgamation is a testament to an alchemist's understanding of the herb's characteristics and their control over spiritual energy. A moment's inattention could reduce the essence to ashes. The onlookers collectively held their breath, refraining from uttering a single sound. After a brief interval, a faint fragrance began to permeate the chamber, intensifying with the passage of time. The crowd recognized this as a sign that the spiritual liquid was merging perfectly. heralding the formation of the elixir. Indeed, amidst the eager anticipation of the spectators, Elder Hu gradually withdrew his spiritual energy, revealing a perfectly round pill in his hand. 3 dark golden patterns were distinctly visible on the surface, the 3-grade D Xuanyuan. The audience erupted in cheers, fortunate to witness the alchemical process firsthand. The master is extraordinary. The master is magnificent. Elder Hu listened to the praises echoing from all directions, his face adorned with a smug expression. Elder Yin stroked his beard and remarked, Elder Hu's alchemical skills have indeed reached an extraordinary level. However, Yunqi felt no joy. The fact that Luo Changfeng was still selecting medicinal herbs led her to doubt whether he truly lacked knowledge of alchemy. The fragrant incense had already burned down a quarter. Yet Luo Changfeng showed no intention of commencing the alchemical process. Voices emerged from the crowd once more. Elder Yin, I believe there is no need for this alchemical duel to continue. It merely expends Elder Hu's energy unnecessarily. Indeed, this fellow is clearly an ignorant charlatan. He should simply hand over the black gold token and leave Danhua Tower. Enough. If it is an alchemical duel, then a stick of incense must be honored. The time has not yet elapsed, so why the commotion? Elder Yan's stern reprimand silenced the crowd. He glanced at Luo Changfeng. Although he too found the young man dubious, he still trusted the judgment of the Tower Master. As time passed, the fragrant incense had burned more than halfway. Elder Hu had successfully concocted 3 Earth Kuan pills, having wasted 4 portions of spiritual herbs. Just as Yunqi was on the verge of despair, Luo Changfeng finally made his move. However, seeing the handful of herbs in his grasp left Yunqi in a state of astonishment. Chapter 103, The Birth of the Golden Elixir. Aside from Yunqi, who was momentarily dumbfounded, the expressions of the onlookers were rather peculiar. A heap, indeed. Luo Changfeng held a considerable pile of medicinal herbs. A cursory glance revealed dozens of materials. What was he planning to do? Brew a concoction. Luo Changfeng walked over to the alchemical furnace, arranging dozens of medicinal herbs in a striking display. Such theatrics. Gathering an abundance of spiritual materials for experimentation seemed a flagrant waste of resources. Even Elder Yin remained silent this time. He glanced at Yunqi and observed the young lady shaking her head in disapproval. Luo Changfeng exhaled deeply, gazing at the remaining quarter of the spiritual incense. A subtle smile gracing his lips. It had been a considerable time since he last refined any elixirs, and he pondered whether his alchemical skills had improved alongside his significant advancement in cultivation. He cast the burning wood into the alchemical furnace. As the temperature within the room steadily climbed, Luo Changfeng gestured towards the alchemical furnace, casting a spiritual incantation that caused the flames to surge with an intensity rivaling that of Elder Hu's enchanted talismans. What a marvelous technique! Yunqi's eyes sparkled with astonishment. After all, spiritual incantations are a variant of formations, and even ordinary practitioners expend considerable effort to wield them. It is indeed rare to witness someone like Luo Changfeng execute such a maneuver with such effortless grace. It is not that the incantation he performed was overly simplistic, but rather that his speed in forming the gestures was so rapid that many could not discern its trajectory with the naked eye. Old Yin, too, suddenly found himself invigorated. His gaze fixed intently, eyes unblinking. Luo Changfeng, merely at the innate stage, could not be compared to Elder Hu's mastery of the profound realm. Unable to release spiritual energy outward, let alone manipulate objects with it. However, in the realm of alchemy, Luo Changfeng had no need for spiritual power. Within the Sea of Souls, the primordial cauldron revolved gently, and wisps of soul energy surged forth from his brow. These soul energies, considerably more substantial than before, paled in comparison to his astonishing golden sea of souls, akin to a drop in the ocean. As the soul energy flowed forth, it enveloped each piece of spiritual material. While spiritual energy is tangible and traceable, this soul energy eludes the naked eye, detectable only by those who have similarly cultivated soul energy. Thus, to the onlookers, Luo Changfeng appeared to be seated there, motionless, prompting some to voice their impatience. Hey, will you even refine pills? If not, you should just get down. Indeed. They urged him to promptly take up the spiritual materials and place them into the cauldron. Do you really think you can manipulate spiritual energy? Laughter echoed throughout the alchemical chamber. Elder Hu had completed his pill refinement, producing 5 earthly Kuan pills from 10 pieces of spiritual material, precisely as he had anticipated. The old man was now seated in meditation, his energy drained from the arduous task, even with his level of cultivation. Creating 5 third-grade pills in such a short span was somewhat taxing. Nevertheless, considering the imminent acquisition of the black gold token and the prestigious alchemical chamber. Elder Hu felt that it was all worthwhile, listening to the unabashed murmurs around him and observing Luo Chanfeng. He truly could not fathom why the master of the building and the young lady would be so misguided as to bestow the black gold token upon such a seemingly inept individual. It was time to put an end to this farce, and Elder Hu prepared to rise. Just as impatience began to ripple through the crowd, a miraculous scene unfolded. The numerous spiritual materials beside Luo Chanfeng soared into the air, resembling moths drawn to a flame, each one gracefully heading towards the alchemical furnace. What on earth is happening? How did those spiritual herbs take flight on their own? The raucous voices of the onlookers abruptly ceased, their mouths agape in astonishment. A flicker of surprise danced in Yunqi's beautiful eyes as she cast a puzzled glance at Elder Yin Kong. If I am not mistaken, this young man is indeed a soul cultivator. How intriguing this becomes. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Yin Kong slowly uttered, a soul cultivator. The astonishment in Yunqi's eyes was palpable. The path of soul cultivation is fraught with far greater challenges than that of spiritual energy, rendering soul cultivators even rarer than alchemists. However, it is widely acknowledged across the Xuanyuan continent that the most eminent alchemists are invariably geniuses well-versed in soul energy cultivation. Contemplating this, Yunqi's gaze towards Luo Chanfeng intensified with fervor. Regardless of whether he can concoct the earth kundan, his identity as a soul cultivator alone is sufficient for him to establish himself within the Danhua Tower. Elder Hu was momentarily stunned, being well-versed in various matters. He quickly grasped the crux of the situation. The display of skill by Luo Chanfeng indeed took him by surprise, yet what of it? In the realm of alchemy, the superiority of elixirs must ultimately be determined. Observing the herbs, akin to moths drawn to a flame, all cast into the alchemical furnace, the onlookers could not suppress a gasp of apprehension. Could this youth truly be mad to introduce such an abundance of spirit herbs into the cauldron all at once? The repercussions of such an act could very well stem from the alchemist's divided focus, rendering him unable to masterfully control each individual ingredient. A moment's negligence could lead to the complete incineration of all precious materials, an absolute taboo for any alchemist. The more astute practitioners present recognized the folly, shaking their heads in dismay, deeming it an utter farce. Elder Yin, too, found himself in a state of exasperation, with dozens of spirit herbs recklessly tossed into the furnace. The atmosphere grew palpably tense among the gathered crowd. Luo Chanfeng's eyes were tightly shut, his mind delving deep into the ocean of souls. As wisps of soul energy flowed forth abundantly, as if without cost, each herb was enveloped in this ethereal power, floating gracefully within the alchemical furnace. Hundreds of medicinal ingredients, requiring an immense expenditure of soul energy, were being handled with utmost caution by Luo Chanfeng, who was undertaking this endeavor for the very first time. Time slipped away. Second by second, under the influence of the intense heat, all the herbs transformed into a liquid state. Luo Chanfeng manipulated the soul power to strip away the spiritual liquid, enveloping it before merging. This process demanded absolute silence, impervious to any disturbance. Elder Yin Kong's icy gaze swept across everyone present. The implication unmistakable. Anyone who dared to be inconsiderate at this moment would face his wrath without mercy. Yunqi felt her heart rise to her throat. Just as the fragrant incense was about to burn out, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs began to emanate from the alchemy chamber. It was a success. Yunqi's eyes sparkled, her voice trembling with excitement. The fragrance grew increasingly potent, and all present felt as though merely inhaling this heady scent could elevate them to ethereal realms. Luo Chanfeng slowly opened his eyes. His hands began to deftly manipulate the spiritual seals, the speed of which was so astonishing that it left onlookers in a daze. Waves of ethereal patterns surged into the cauldron, and in an instant, the fragrance within the alchemical chamber intensified manifold. Elder Yin Kong could no longer maintain his composure. He approached the cauldron, focusing intently on the source of the aroma. His brow furrowed deeply. Elder Yin, is there something amiss? Yunqi inquired, her heart racing upon witnessing the elder's expression. This fragrance was unlike that produced by an ordinary third-grade pill. Elder Yin Kong murmured to himself, "What? Are you implying that?" Before Yunqi could finish her sentence, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from within the chamber. "Look, the pill is ready." A radiant, golden-hued pill soared from the cauldron, landing steadily in Luo Chanfeng's palm. Upon seeing the pill, Elder Yin Kong nearly leaped with excitement. Akin to a child beholding a wondrous new toy, rubbing his hands together, he eagerly asked, "Well then, young man, may I have a glimpse of the pill?" Elder Hu sensed an undercurrent of unease. Of course, came the reply. Luo Chanfeng smiled as he tossed the elixir to Elder Yin, who hurriedly caught it and shot Luo a sharp glare. Yunqi quickly leaned in, her curiosity piqued by the pill. It was round and lustrous, with a golden hue and a subtle, contained spiritual aura. It was indeed a di Kuan-dan. However, Elder Yin's voice faltered as his eyes began to gleam with increasing intensity. He was not unfamiliar with the di Kuan-dan, having crafted it himself, yet this particular pill appeared somewhat different. Upon closer inspection, aside from the 3 distinct patterns unique to third-grade elixirs, he could faintly discern a 4th, indistinct pattern. This revelation startled Elder Yin. The presence of a 4th pattern indicated that this elixir had already begun to take on the essence of a 4th-grade pill, though the 4th pattern was not fully manifested. The quality of this di Kuan-dan undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of 3rd grade, far surpassing the 3rd-grade di Kuan-dan produced by Elder Hu. Elder Yin's gaze towards Luo Chanfeng shifted dramatically. This young man had truly opened his eyes today. It is worth noting that even he could not concoct a 4th-grade elixir. And even the esteemed master of the tower had only produced a 4th-grade pill on rare occasions. Moreover, this young prodigy was remarkably young. If such talent could be nurtured within Danhua Tower, it wouldn't be long before they would have another 4th-grade alchemist. Contemplating this, Elder Yin took a deep breath. As if having reached a resolution, he glanced at Yunqi and nodded slightly. Instantly, Yunqi felt a wave of relief wash over her. While her curiosity about the quality of the di Kuan-dan crafted by Luo Chanfeng intensified. At that moment, the fragrant incense embedded in the stone floor had burned down completely. The time for the elixir competition had arrived. Elder Yin stepped forward, holding the di Kuan-dan produced by Luo Chanfeng, while Elder Hu presented his 5 concocted di Kuan-dan. The onlookers standing behind Elder Hu were brimming with excitement. While Luo Chanfeng's ability to produce a di Kuan-dan astonished them, Elder Hu had crafted 5. The comparison was self-evident. Elder Hu's disciples were showering him with flattery, and he appeared quite pleased. Clearing his throat, Elder Yin slowly spoke. I announced that the winner of this elixir competition is. He paused, casting a deep glance at Luo Chanfeng before continuing. Luo Chanfeng. As soon as Elder Yan's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room, and the smile on Elder Hu's face froze. After a long moment, the crowd began to react, unable to suppress their doubts. The murmurs of skepticism grew louder, and soon the entire elixir chamber was filled with uproar. Did I hear incorrectly? How can it be that young man? He only produced 1 elixir, while Elder Hu crafted 5. Indeed. Elder Yin, could you please clarify? Elder Hu's countenance was somewhat grim, and he suppressed his ire as he spoke. Elder Yin Kong waved his hand, signaling the crowd to remain calm. He turned to Elder Hu and said, Elder Hu, please take a look at this pill before you speak further. As he spoke, Elder Yin Kong handed over the pill refined by Luo Chanfeng. Elder Hu accepted the pill, feeling its warmth in his palm. Upon a brief examination, he recognized it undoubtedly as the Earthkuan pill. However, compared to those he had refined, this particular pill exuded a far richer aroma and possessed a significantly deeper hue. Just as he pondered this, Elder Hu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Hiss. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Surely Elder Hu had discerned the implications. Was there any objection to my decision? Elder Yin Kong asked with a smile. Elder Hu's face flushed with alternating shades of green and red. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Elder Yin Kong's. Elder Yin Kong, this lad has indeed refined the Earthkuan pill, and moreover, the quality surpasses my own. Before his words could settle, the crowd erupted in a chorus of astonishment. What did Elder Hu just say? The quality of the Earthkuan pill refined by this lad surpasses that of the Elder? Goodness, I have truly gained insight today. Who exactly is this young man? A 3rd-tier alchemist at merely 20 years of age? Since Elder Hu has publicly acknowledged this, it must be accurate. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Elder Hu's expression turned ashen, and he cast a glare at Luo Chanfeng, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Yet, a hint of coldness curled at the corner of Elder Hu's mouth. Elder Yin Kong's brow furrowed slightly, and he coldly inquired, Oh, what is it? Sensing Elder Yin Kong's chill, Elder Hu shivered slightly, but quickly regained his composure. However, this competition in alchemy is not solely about the quality of the pills, but also the speed of the alchemist. In the same amount of time, my output is 5 times that of my opponent's. Thus, Elder Yin Kong's judgment may lack fairness. Elder Hu insisted obstinately, disregarding his dignity for the sake of the black gold token. He then exchanged glances with a few individuals in the crowd, who understood the signal and began to rally support. Indeed, Elder Yin Kong, Your judgment is indeed difficult to accept. Elder who has refined 5 Earth Kuan pills, while that lad has barely managed 1. On what grounds should he be declared the victor? Yes. Is it merely because he is favored by the Grand Master? A glint of cold light flickered in Elder Yin Kong's eyes. He was aware that Elder who commanded considerable respect within the building, with a loyal following. He was taken aback that these individuals dared to question the Grand Master. This was indeed crossing a line. Humph. With a cold snort, Elder Yin Kong silenced the room, causing everyone to tremble and refrain from uttering another word, although their eyes remained filled with defiance. Upon witnessing this, Luo Changfeng could only shake his head in resignation. He had no desire to draw attention to himself, yet at times, maintaining a low profile merely conveyed an impression of weakness. He stepped forward, approaching Elder Hu. Elder Hu, he inquired, if I can produce more earthly Kuan pills than you within the stipulated time frame, then I shall be deemed the victor, correct? Luo Changfeng, with a profound expression, inquired, that is natural. Although your alchemical skills are exceptional, it is regrettable that you have only produced a single pill, which indeed cannot satisfy the crowd. Elder Hu wore a look of disappointment. Yet that may not necessarily be the case. Luo Changfeng wore a mysterious smile and respectfully addressed Elder Yin Kong. Elder Yin, may I trouble you to open the alchemy furnace? Though puzzled, Yin Kong complied. Elder Hu sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Approaching the furnace, Yin Kong gestured, and the lid of the furnace flew open of its own accord. Upon glimpsing the scene within, even the composed Elder Yin could not suppress an expletive. By heavens! In Chapter 105, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. Elder Yin found it difficult to breathe as he beheld the sight before him. Inside the furnace lay dozens of plump medicinal pills, each identical to the exquisite Earth Kuan he held in hand, all rounded and exuding a rich aroma. The visual impact of this scene was overwhelming. Even with his experience as a peak third-grade alchemist, he was momentarily left speechless. After a considerable pause, Elder Yin slowly replaced the lid of the furnace and returned to the gathering. Steadying his thoughts, he proclaimed, I declare that the victor of this alchemical duel is. Yunqi gripped her hands tightly, her eyes brimming with anxiety. Elder Hu adjusted his sleeves, gracefully turned, and began to acknowledge the crowd as the apparent victor. Luo Changfeng. Elder Yin slowly enunciated those 3 words, and an immediate silence enveloped the assembly. Elder Hu's outstretched hand froze mid-air. Yunqi's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to trust her own ears. The smile on Elder Hu's face gradually stiffened as he turned to glare at Yin Kong. Elder Yin, do you realize what you're saying? His words brimmed with indignation, prompting a chilling response from Elder Yin. What? Are you questioning my impartiality? Elder Hu clenched his teeth, resolutely unyielding. I do not dare to. Yet the duel is a solemn and sacred affair. I implore Elder Yin to provide a compelling rationale, lest we fail to justify this decision to those present. Upon hearing Elder Hu's statement, the surrounding alchemists began to voice their dissent. Indeed, we require an explanation, Elder Yin. On what grounds do you declare that young man the victor? Yes, Elder Yin, your esteemed reputation must not be compromised by favoritism. Is it merely because he is favored by the Lord of the Pavilion? As the murmurs grew louder, Yunqi's brow furrowed deeper. Truthfully, she too was baffled by Elder Yan's unexpected declaration of Luo Changfeng's victory at such a critical juncture. Yet, given the current circumstances, without a reasonable explanation, today's events would likely end in turmoil. This detestable Hu Tianqi had opposed her at every turn, and now he even dared to disregard her father. A glimmer of malice flickered in Yunqi's eyes. Elder Yin's cold gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, and he sighed deeply. Very well. Since you remain unconvinced, you may witness for yourselves. Elder Yin flicked his sleeves and retreated to the side, choosing to close his eyes and cultivate his spirit. His intention was to protect these individuals, fearing that they might suffer a setback that would affect their future alchemical aspirations. However, since they did not appreciate his concern, he felt powerless. Elder Hu, with a look of skepticism, slowly approached Elder Luo Changfeng's alchemical furnace and waved his hand to lift the lid. A rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted forth, startling the old man. This scent was certainly not something that could emanate from just 1 or 2 pills. Upon closer inspection, Elder Hu was instantly petrified, while the others gathered curiously, each one increasingly astonished. Yunqi parted the crowd and squeezed her way forward upon seeing the scene before her. She trembled, her mind blank. Gulp. The crowd collectively swallowed hard. Surely, there must be dozens of pills here. What was even more terrifying was the sight of the pill patterns. All were of the highest grade, earthly Kuan Dan. Good heavens, how on earth did he achieve this? Based on the quantity of herbs he had previously used, It seemed that one portion of materials could yield only one earthly Xuanyuan. What an extraordinary success rate! This was nothing short of a myth, something unheard of. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder, and the way they looked at Luo Changfeng became fervent. This young man, who appeared significantly younger than most of the alchemists present, was indeed profoundly enigmatic. Admiring the strong is an eternal truth in any realm. Yunxi, awakening from her shock, felt her beautiful eyes glimmer as she thought, this fellow is becoming increasingly inscrutable. The Longshan Empire may soon find it impossible to hinder his progress. Well then, I suppose no one dares to question my decision any longer. Do they, Elder Hu? Elder Yin Kong had somehow arrived before the crowd, asking with keen interest. Elder Hu's complexion turned ashen, and he took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. With a cold snort, he remarked, "What a cunning lad. To have prepared so many earthly Xuanyuan in advance." Upon hearing Elder Hu's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. What did that mean? Could it be that this young man had prepared these pills beforehand? This made sense. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. As I suspected, how could a mere youth possess such extraordinary abilities? The skepticism grew louder, and a sinister smile crept onto Elder Hu's lips as he continued to fan the flames. As you all know, the earthly Xuanyuan is a third-tier pill. Even with the Grandmaster personally overseeing the process, the success rate is barely 70%. Yet this lad, not yet 20 years of age, has managed to refine 2 earthly Xuanyuan from a single portion of spiritual materials, and each is of the highest quality. Can you believe such absurdity? Elder Hu's words struck at the very core, directly targeting Luo Changfeng's age. After all, alchemy heavily relies on innate talent and accumulated experience. Without significant time spent honing one's skills, it is challenging to reach the pinnacle of this art. No wonder, it turns out he had pre-prepared so many pills. Isn't that tantamount to cheating? The assembled crowd appeared to have an epiphany, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips. After all, no one is inclined to concede that another surpasses them in merit. Observing the tide of the situation turning in his favor, Elder Hu's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction. Luo Changfeng could not help but glance at Elder Hu, who had truly lost all sense of shame. Resorting to such despicable tactics, Elder Hu babbled nonsensically, claiming that such exquisite Xuanyuan had never even graced our Danhua Tower. One must inquire how young Master Luo could possibly acquire such a quantity. Yunxi, unable to endure any longer, stepped forward to defend Luo Changfeng. It is conceivable that he possesses a formidable master, yet I can personally vouch for the authenticity of these elixirs. They were certainly not concocted by his own hands. Elder Hu hesitated momentarily. Having reached this juncture, he felt compelled to embrace a reckless abandon. If he could assert that these elixirs were not crafted by Luo Changfeng, then he would not be deemed a loser. Elder Yin Kong, with a calm smile, remarked, "Hu Tian Kue, are you insinuating that someone is cheating under my very nose?" Provoked repeatedly by Elder Hu, Yin Kong was genuinely incensed. In Danhua Tower, no one dared to challenge him so openly. Even the Grand Master treated him with utmost respect. Confronted with Yin Kong's inquiry, Elder Hu steeled himself. For the sake of that black gold token, he had already offended both Yin Kong and the young lady. And to not emerge victorious today would indeed be a case of losing more than he gained. All the blame lay with this young man. Yet, for a mere insect of the innate realm to bring him such disgrace was infuriating. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Elder Hu's eyes as his body suddenly swayed and vanished from sight. Yunxi silently cursed her misfortune. It was too late to intervene. As Elder Hu was far too close to Luo Changfeng, an enormous hand materialized above Luo Changfeng's head, descending with furious intent. Luo Changfeng stood motionless, as if stunned by fear. At that critical moment, a withered hand emerged from behind him, meeting the gigantic palm. Chapter 106. Returning home with beauty, the two hands collided with a thunderous crash. With a resounding boom, Elder Hu was sent flying backward, his feet scraping the ground as he staggered back several steps. Accompanied by a muffled grunt, blood trickled from the corner of Elder Hu's mouth, his expression darkening. Elder Yin Kong had appeared before Luo Changfeng, his seemingly casual strike concealing the formidable power of the golden core. Rascal! Elder Yin Kong seethed with anger. He was more aware than anyone else whether Luo Changfeng had cheated. Elder Hu was clearly being unreasonable. Initially, he had planned to mediate after the alchemical duel, allowing Elder Hu to continue his tenure at Danhua Tower. However, Hu Tiankuai's recent actions had irrevocably offended Luo Changfeng. Hu Tiankuai, you are a master alchemist of your generation. Losing is losing, yet resorting to such unrefined tactics has utterly disgraced Danhua Tower. Elder Yin Kong coldly admonished Elder Hu. Seeing that Luo Chanfeng was unharmed, Yunqi let out a long sigh of relief. She stepped into the arena and called out, "Elder Yin, now that the outcome of the duel is clear, I implore you to uphold justice." Elder Yin Kong hesitated. According to their prior agreement, the black gold token and this prestigious alchemy chamber were to belong to Luo Chanfeng, which was straightforward. The crux of the matter, however, was that the defeated party must permanently withdraw from Danhua Tower, placing him in a difficult position. While he harbored no fondness for Elder Hu, the latter's alchemical skills were beyond reproach. Moreover, Elder Hu had been responsible for crafting the Dikuan Dan for Danhua Tower during these times. Even if he had no merit, he deserved recognition for his toil. To simply expel him would likely dishearten the other alchemists. With a heavy sigh, Elder Yin Kong turned to Yunqi and asked, "Miss, can this matter be negotiated?" Yunqi was well aware of Elder Yin Kong's concerns, but Elder Hu had repeatedly disrespected her, and she had longed to deal with this old man. Yet, she felt compelled to consider Elder Yan's position, thus passing the responsibility to Luo Chanfeng. Upon seeing that both individuals were gazing at him, Luo Chanfeng could only shake his head in resignation with a bitter smile. Since Elder Yin Kong had interceded on his behalf, Luo felt it was not in his nature to persist in unreasonable obstinacy, and thus, he decided to let the matter rest. Hearing this, Elder Yin Kong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yunqi pointed at Elder Hu and coldly remarked, "Elder Hu, this matter ends here. I trust you will take heed of this lesson." Though Elder Hu was filled with reluctance, he also understood the wisdom of avoiding immediate losses. Therefore, he cast a cold glance at Luo Chanfeng and departed in frustration. With Elder Hu's exit, the farce surrounding the duel of elixirs came to a close. Luo Chanfeng approached the alchemical furnace with an expressionless demeanor and extracted all the dozens of earthly Kuan pills contained within. "Esteemed guests, as I, Luo, am new to this gathering and shall rely on your esteemed guidance in the days to come. Please accept these as a token of our first encounter." Upon concluding his remarks, Luo Chanfeng distributed the exquisite earthly Kuandan to all the alchemists present, ensuring each received 2. The moment each individual received the precious pills, their gazes towards Luo Chanfeng transformed dramatically. Even those who had harbored resentment towards him moments before now felt a twinge of shame. Elder Yin Kong observed the youthful visage of Luo Chanfeng, a smile subtly gracing his lips. This young man certainly possesses a knack for winning hearts. With matters resolved, Luo Chanfeng successfully assumed control of the esteemed alchemy house. Henceforth, he would hold a legitimate position within Danhua Tower, no longer needing to engage in clandestine practices while concocting elixirs at Longshan Academy. Meanwhile, upon returning to their quarters, Elder Hu and his companions remained discontented. "Master, are we truly going to let that arrogant lad off so easily?" one disciple inquired cautiously. Hu Tiankuai coldly retorted, "Let off? Dream on. For offending me, Hu Tiankuai, I shall ensure he finds no way to live or die." As Luo Chanfeng exited Danhua Tower, the sky had begun to darken. Luo Chanfeng hastily returned to Longshan Academy. The events surrounding the pagoda in the inner courtyard had ultimately been divulged by those with ulterior motives. It was said that Luo Chanfeng had spent several weeks within the pagoda, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation, now embodying the unparalleled prowess of the top disciple in the outer courtyard. In the forthcoming month, during the grand competition of the outer courtyard, he was expected to shine brilliantly and secure a place among the top 3. As for the incident where he had nearly incapacitated Qin Tian, the second-ranked individual on the inner courtyard's celestial leaderboard, this matter had been deliberately suppressed by the Academy's higher-ups. Qin Tian himself would certainly not be spreading the news. Presently, all the notable geniuses in the outer courtyard were stifling their energy, eagerly awaiting the competition to teach this arrogant youth a lesson. Naturally, Luo Chanfeng paid little heed to such matters. He was intent on using every moment to enhance his cultivation, striving to enter the realm of practice and find the path to immortality. The intrigues and deceptions within Longshan Academy seemed trivial to him, akin to children's games. Failing to pique his interest, in the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed, and Luo Chanfeng's cultivation had firmly established itself at the pinnacle of the innate 9th level. Whenever he wished, he could step into the realm of body refinement. Today marked the day he had agreed with Mu Lingxue to return home and visit his parents. Mu Lingxue had arrived early at the entrance of Luo Chanfeng's modest courtyard, looking exceptionally beautiful in her light blue water gauze dress, which accentuated her ethereal grace. Luo Chanfeng stared blankly at the person before him, feeling that his composure was deteriorating more and more. Chapter 107, The Lingering Soul. Luo Chanfeng has now risen to prominence within the academy. becoming a figure known to all in the outer courtyard, coupled with the celestial beauty Mu Lingxue, who captivates the hearts of every male student. The two walked together with an air of nonchalance, inevitably drawing countless fervent gazes. Luo Changfeng had long since grown accustomed to such matters, rendering him indifferent. In fact, he even took pleasure in clasping Mu Lingxue's delicate hand within his own. Mu Lingxue's fair face flushed slightly as she shot him a fierce glare. Ultimately resigning herself to the situation, Luo Changfeng's actions could be likened to stirring a hornet's nest, eliciting countless gasps and heartbroken murmurs from those around. The two individuals, akin to an official announcement of their romantic involvement, sent Dragon Mountain Academy into a fervor. The elite disciples of the inner court, particularly enamored with Mu Lingxue, were numerous, and many were formidable figures on the celestial rankings. Yet, it was unheard of for Mu Lingxue to grow so close to anyone. Who exactly was this Luo Changfeng? Having only arrived at the academy a mere 2 to 3 months ago, how had he captured the heart of a goddess? Many were perplexed, and those with a modicum of strength had already designated Luo Changfeng as the primary target for the upcoming outer court competition. The tempest continued to brew. While the two instigators of the commotion had already departed from Dragon Mountain Academy, making their way towards Xian City. Xian City is located on the western frontier of the imperial capital, a distance of several thousand kilometers. On that day, Luo Changfeng was relentlessly pursued by a man clad in yellow from the Gu family, traversing mountains and rivers for over 10 days before reaching the imperial capital. If one were to ride a swift steed without rest, it would still require 3 days to arrive. However, the two were in no rush to return home. They leisurely traversed scenic landscapes, reveling in the tranquility. Such tender moments were a rare experience for Luo Changfeng, accustomed to the chaos of battles. This occasional respite brought about subtle, unnoticeable changes within his heart. Alas, such blissful moments are often fleeting. One day, they arrived at a grand city less than 500 miles from Xian City, known as Tianshui City. Tianshui City, the largest city in the West, surpassed Xian City in scale, its commercial vibrancy dazzling to the senses. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Mu Lingxue donned a veiled hat upon entering the city. Despite this, her ethereal grace and alluring figure still captivated the attention of the entire street. However, the sight of the man beside her, sword at his waist and exuding an aura of lethal intent, dissuaded anyone from approaching them recklessly. The two found a seemingly grand restaurant, ordering an exquisite feast, and began to savor their meal leisurely. Although they had both attained the realm of fasting, indulging their appetites occasionally was still a delight. Today's server appeared particularly diligent, his eyes unable to resist glancing at Mu Lingxue. For ordinary folk, merely catching a glimpse of someone as enchanting as her was a fortune cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Before long, the restaurant was surrounded by a throng of onlookers, drawn by the spectacle. Luo Changfeng could not shake the feeling of being scrutinized by countless murderous gazes, prompting him to shake his head and offer a bitter smile. The desire for beauty is universal, and he found himself at a loss for words. The duo merely wished to finish their meal swiftly and resume their journey. Unbeknownst to them, a cataclysmic plot was quietly brewing within the city lord's mansion. In the grand hall of the mansion, Lord Kai, the city lord, was confronted by a middle-aged man who, despite his role as a mere steward, exuded an air of arrogance. "Time is running short, Lord Kai. Have you come to a decision?" The steward's words hung heavily in the air. Opposite him stood a towering elder, his hair and beard as white as snow, emanating an aura of coldness. This elder was none other than Kai Yong, the lord of Tianshui City. Though a simple steward, the middle-aged man maintained a haughty demeanor even in the presence of a city lord. Thanks to his ties to the prominent Gu family of the imperial capital, Kai Yong hesitated, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. After all, the target was a student from the advanced class of Longshan Academy. If he acted rashly and the academy sought retribution, he knew that Tianshui City could offer him no protection. Yet, offending the Gu family was equally perilous, especially since his own son relied on their influence in the court. Caught in this dilemma, Kai Yong was further pressed by the steward, who continued, "By the way, Lord Kai, my master has indicated that should this endeavor succeed, the position of Right Vice Minister in the Department of Right shall undoubtedly belong to your esteemed son." Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. He had a son named Kai Wenhua, who was just entering his 30s. As a late-born child, Kai Yong had always doted on Kai Wenhua, harboring great expectations for him. Kai Wenhua had proven himself academically, now serving as an official in the Department of Rights. However, Despite the Kai family's long-standing dominance in Tianshui, their influence in the court was tenuous. Without the backing of a significant figure, Kai Wenhua would find it nearly impossible to ascend the ranks. Therefore, the position of vice minister was crucial for the Kai family. Resolving himself with this thought, Kai Yong gritted his teeth and declared, "I understand what must be done. I hope the Gu family shall not renege on their promise." With that, the elder turned and departed with haste. And soon the city lord's mansion erupted into a flurry of activity. Groups of heavily armed soldiers began to converge from all directions. "Luo Chafeng, you have made the gravest error of your life by offending the Gu family," the middle-aged steward mused, a smirk gracing his lips as he observed the unfolding scene from behind a window. Meanwhile, at the nearby tavern, Luo Changfeng and Mu Lingxue had just finished their meal and were preparing to leave. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice pierced through the crowd, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that Tianshui city harbored such a stunning beauty? Might I have the honor of conversing with you, my lady?" A flamboyantly dressed young man stepped forth from the throng, his gaze fixated on Mu Lingxue, unabashedly lingering on her voluptuous figure, nearly drooling in desire. Mu Lingxue frowned, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Luo Chanfeng cast a glance at the young man, who also possessed innate cultivation. However, his steps were unsteady and his foundation insecure, clearly a result of forcibly enhancing his abilities through elixirs. As he drew closer, the elegantly attired youth's gaze became increasingly brazen, and as he opened his mouth, a droplet of saliva trickled down from the corner of his lips. Luo Chanfeng was rendered speechless. Where on earth did such an exceptional individual come from? The elegantly dressed young man also sensed that he had lost his composure and hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, preparing to continue his flirtation. "Go away." Luo Chanfeng, disinterested in squandering time with him, let out a cold snort that hinted at a trace of murderous intent. The young man in splendid attire trembled slightly, retreating several steps in quick succession. Only then did he take notice of Luo Chanfeng. "Who are you? Daring to speak to me in such a manner? Do you even know who my father is?" The youth exclaimed, his bravado faltering. "Who your father is? You might as well inquire with your mother, for I have no knowledge of it," came the retort, with a single remark. Luo Chanfeng elicited a chorus of laughter from those around him. The young man, momentarily taken aback, was soon consumed by rage. "You dare mock me? I suggest you hand this girl over to me obediently, or I shall make you wish for death yet find it elusive." With that, he waved his hand, and a dozen figures clad in black emerged, encircling Luo Chanfeng and his companion. Luo Chanfeng spoke not a word, his form transforming into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. The air was soon filled with a cacophony of anguished cries. In the blink of an eye, the elegantly attired youth and his dozen or so subordinates lay sprawled upon the ground, each one suffering from broken bones and grievous injuries, their screams echoing in the silence. The onlookers, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, scattered in terror. At that moment, the clattering of armor resonated, and a squad of fully armed black-armored soldiers appeared at the entrance of the tavern. Luo Chanfeng furrowed his brow, only to soon relax it, a faint, chilling smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. How swiftly these individuals had arrived. Chapter 108. The astonishing sword. The black-armored soldiers burst in, exuding an intimidating aura. Though few in number, their presence was formidable, unmistakably seasoned warriors forged in the crucible of battle. At the forefront stood a proud lieutenant, brandishing a gleaming silver spear, a figure of unyielding resolve. He was at the first level of the Qi transformation realm. Luo Chanfeng raised an eyebrow. Truly, this was the foremost city in the West, where even a minor general from the Lord's manor possessed the cultivation of the Qi opening realm. It seemed the lord of this city was indeed not to be underestimated. "Commander C, you must take charge of this matter. This rogue appeared from nowhere, brazenly assaulting others and flaunting the law. You must apprehend him." The young man in splendid attire, limping as he approached, seemed to view the general as a savior, eagerly seeking to cast the first stone. The black-armored general, addressed as Commander C, glanced at Luo Chanfeng with an air of arrogance. However, when his eyes fell upon Mu Lingxue, they quickly shifted away. Yet the fleeting glimmer of greed in his gaze did not escape Luo Chanfeng's notice. "Who are you, and why do you come to stir trouble in my Tianshui city? Do you consider my lord's manor a mere ornament?" The black-armored commander inquired coldly. "Esteemed General," Luo Chanfeng replied, "my wife and I have traveled here, marveling at the splendor of Tianshui city. We never expected to be brazenly accosted in broad daylight. Is the Lord's manor truly nothing more than a facade?" Luo Chanfeng retorted sharply, causing the expression of the black-armored commander to darken instantly. The young man in splendid attire on the side shouted, "Commander C. Do not heed this brat's nonsense. It is evident that he is relying on his profound cultivation to disregard the lord of the city." The black-armored commander waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him drew their long blades, encircling Luo Changfeng and his companion. "In that case, you shall all accompany me for a while. The truth shall be determined by the lord of the city," the black-armored commander declared, casually apprehending the young man in splendid attire as well. Mu Lingxue stepped forward, grasping Luo Changfeng's hand. He nodded slightly, reassuring her. It was evident that this black-armored commander intended to lead him to the lord of the city. Since the trap had been set, it would be rather uninteresting to refuse the invitation. With his current level of cultivation, he had no fear of anyone below the Golden Core stage. Furthermore, before entering the city, he had repeatedly confirmed through divine sense that there were no Golden Core experts stationed within Tianshui City. Therefore, he could very well follow the scheme and uncover who the mastermind truly was. The two followed the soldiers through 2 long streets until they arrived before a grand edifice. The plaque at the entrance bore the 3 gilded characters Lord of the City, glimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays, activating the Eye of Duality. Every detail within the building became vividly clear to Luo Changfeng, including the hundreds of black-armored soldiers concealed in every corner of the Lord of the City's residence, each wielding their formidable weapons, standing on high alert. A cold smile flickered at the corners of Luo Changfeng's mouth. His curiosity piqued as to who would orchestrate such a grandiose scheme to end his life. "You all wait here. I shall inform the city lord," Commander C announced, making his way towards the inner gate. "No need for that." Before his words could fully escape his lips, Luo Changfeng, without warning, delivered a powerful kick, shattering the imposing crimson gate into a myriad of splintered fragments. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance were hurled away, their fates uncertain. "You insolent wretch, how dare you!" Commander C erupted in fury, but before he could thrust his spear forward, Luo Changfeng swayed slightly, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear within the gates of the residence. Mu Lingxue promptly followed, materializing beside him. "Why complicate matters, since I have willingly presented myself at your doorstep? Are you not yet inclined to reveal yourselves?" Luo Changfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice soft yet imbued with a trace of celestial authority, causing the entire lord's residence to tremble. 5 figures surged forth from the rear courtyard, dispersing in different directions, encircling Luo Changfeng and his companion in a tight formation. 4 were middle-aged men, accompanied by a robust elder. All 5 possessed the cultivation of the Tongxiao realm, with the elder's strength astonishingly nearing the 8th level of Tongxiao. Such prowess would be considered noteworthy even within the esteemed Dragon Mountain Academy. It was unexpected that this seemingly insignificant Tianshui city harbored such hidden talents. The formidable elder wielded a long sword, its blade enveloped in a green luminescence, unmistakably a treasure of no ordinary nature. Luo Changfeng inquired with curiosity, "Do we know each other? We have never met before. Do we harbor any animosity?" "There is neither enmity nor grievance." Luo Changfeng could not help but feel perplexed. It seemed quite strange, since we bear no grudge against each other. Why have you gone to such lengths to put me in peril? The old man sneered, "Youngster, I am aware that you hail from Longshan Academy and have investigated your background. To be frank, I have no desire to be your enemy." Luo Changfeng chuckled, "Haha. Since you are aware of my origins, you dare to strike. It seems someone has invested a considerable sum." The old man shook his head and replied, "Youngster, do not waste your breath. I shall not divulge the answer." Upon hearing this, Luo Changfeng shrugged and continued, "Since you choose not to speak, allow me to speculate. To compel the esteemed Lord of Tianshui City to take action personally, even at the risk of offending Longshan Academy, it must be someone of considerable power within the court. Perhaps not the Gu family?" The old man, upon hearing these words, revealed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, yet maintained an expression of calm indifference. Luo Changfeng's gaze turned icy. Indeed, it was the Gu family, a lingering specter that refused to dissipate. Having discerned the truth, Luo Changfeng resolved not to squander any further time. The crescent moon unsheathed its blade. Since entering Longshan Academy, he had not tasted the thrill of bloodshed for quite some time. Sensing Luo Changfeng's murderous intent, Mu Lingxue also drew her sword, intending to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. Luo Changfeng turned his head and said, "Schwer, you need not intervene. Simply stand here and observe." Mu Lingxue was somewhat taken aback. Although she was aware of Luo Changfeng's formidable strength, there were still 5 opponents to contend with. Among them was one who had reached the 8th level of the Aperture Realm, nearly on par with her master, Mu Qing. Relying solely on Luo Changfeng seemed rather insufficient. Luo Changfeng, however, did not grant her the opportunity for assistance. He vanished in an instant, disappearing from sight. The burly elder was taken aback, shocked at the audacity of a mere innate realm practitioner daring to strike first against the combined assault of 5 formidable masters of the enlightened realm. Moreover, his initial attack was executed with a thunderous force. "Be careful," the burly elder exclaimed in alarm, simultaneously propelling himself forward like a bolt from a crossbow. A verdant long sword imbued with the might of wind and thunder aimed directly at Luo Changfeng. Luo Changfeng's body flickered continuously, producing a series of explosive sounds in the air. The 4th form of the Jiuxiao sword technique was executed, and the slanted moon transformed into dozens of sword lights that instantaneously engulfed the other 4 individuals. They barely had time to emit a scream of despair before their bodies were severed into multiple pieces, meeting a fate from which there was no return. Luo Changfeng re-emerged, the crescent moon pointing towards the ground as a droplet of crimson blood slowly descended. The imposing figure of the burly elder abruptly froze in place. Gazing at the scene before him, he was left dumbfounded, a chilling dread rising from the depths of his heart. The 4 individuals were elite warriors meticulously trained at great expense by the city lord's manor, each possessing at least the cultivation level of the 2nd stage of the meridian opening. Yet, in the face of an end of the innate realm, these 4 adept practitioners were inexplicably vanquished in a single strike. The burly elder could hardly believe his own eyes, beads of fine sweat beginning to form on his forehead. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" To which the response came, "Who am I? Surely you have already conducted a thorough investigation." Luo Changfeng jested, causing not only the burly elder, but even Mu Lingxue beside him to appear somewhat dazed. She perceived Luo Changfeng as an unfathomable abyss, leaving one perpetually astonished by the depths of his impact. "Regardless of your identity, today, I shall not rest until one of us has perished." The elder's eyes burned crimson, and a surge of murderous intent emanated from him. Luo Changfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he gradually activated the Haoming Heavenly Tao Sutra. "Since you are so intent on seeking death, I shall grant your wish." Chapter 109, The Great Battle of the 8th Layer of the Opened Aperture. Luo Changfeng's prowess far surpassed Kai Yong's expectations, leaving the old man wary and cautious. The adage of a lion exerting its full strength even when hunting a mere rabbit holds true. Moreover, Luo Changfeng was no delicate creature. A crimson aura emanated from Kai Yong's body, a manifestation of the murderous intent cultivated through endless bloodshed and traversing mountains of corpses. While this murderous aura lacked offensive capability, it possessed the power to influence the minds of others. However, Luo Changfeng, being a formidable celestial king, regarded such trivialities with disdain. Even the very essence of slaughter would bow before him, let alone this insignificant aura. As Kai Yong continued to gather his strength, his imposing presence escalated, intending to deliver a thunderous strike to vanquish Luo Changfeng. Luo Changfeng was fervently mobilizing the spiritual energy within his Dantian world, preparing to unleash his most formidable strike, the 5th form of the 9 Heaven Sword technique. He had only recently grasped this 5th form and had yet to test its might. Today presented an opportune moment. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, akin to the ominous call of death. Immediately thereafter, an unrelenting howl resonated, sending shivers down one's spine, as a torrential downpour of steel arrows descended upon the location where Luo Changfeng and his companion stood. Luo Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly. The old rascal was truly cunning, intent on disrupting his momentum. "Focus on the enemy. Leave the rest to me." No sooner had the words left his lips than Mu Lingxue sprang into action. With her hands forming intricate seals, her spirit sword slipped from her grasp, soaring into the sky to swiftly trace arcs in the air. The sword spun ever faster, gradually coalescing into a vortex of spiritual energy that obliterated all arrows that drew near above them, following a relentless barrage of arrows. The sound of clashing armor filled the air. Hundreds of fully armored soldiers from the black armored army charged forth, brandishing long blades and heading directly for the duo. "Kill!" Mu Lingxue cried out, her body launching into the enemy ranks like a released arrow. Though she usually appeared gentle and serene, her demeanor transformed entirely in battle. Despite her outward strength being merely at the pinnacle of the innate realm, when she unleashed her power, even seasoned body cultivators were no match for her. In her attire of pure white, she resembled a butterfly flitting through a garden of blossoms, her movements leaving trails of crimson in their wake. In an instant, The ground was littered with dozens of corpses, including 2 leaders from the body cultivation realm. Kai Yong, observing from the sidelines, felt his eyes nearly pop with rage. One Luo Chanfeng was already formidable, but how could the students from Longshan Academy be so extraordinarily powerful? The ease with which an innate realm cultivator dispatched body cultivators was akin to slicing through vegetables. Yet, human capacity is ultimately limited, despite Mu Lingshue's prodigious talent. She lacked the extraordinary dantian of Luo Chanfeng, which could continually supply her with spiritual energy. After a few breaths, Mu Lingshue's complexion paled slightly. The intense combat had drained her spiritual energy, leaving her somewhat exhausted. It was important to note that most of these black-armored soldiers possessed innate realm cultivation, while the 10 leaders were all at the body cultivation stage. Had it been a typical peak innate realm cultivator, they would have been reduced to mere pulp long ago. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the rear of the crowd. Following that, a leader from the black-armored army, wielding a long spear, charged towards Mu Lingshue's back with a thunderous force. He had timed his strike perfectly, exploiting the moment when Mu Lingxue was momentarily drained of energy. This individual was none other than the black-armored army commander who had previously appeared at the tavern, Commander C. Possessing the cultivation of the first level of the aperture opening realm, Mu Lingxue felt an overwhelming aura locking onto her, rendering her body rigid. Escape was no longer an option. If that spear struck, her demise would be inevitable. The spear was now less than 5 meters from her back. And in that critical moment, a sound akin to a breaking wind resonated through the air, producing a sonic boom due to its incredible speed. Mu Lingxue had no time to turn around, only feeling a gentle breeze ruffle her hair at her temples. In an instant, a flash of light appeared, and a head fell to the ground. Commander C continued to charge forward, his body unable to react as blood did not have time to pour from his severed neck before he collapsed, lifeless, with just a single stroke of the sword. An experienced cultivator of the aperture opening realm had been effortlessly slain. Was this even human? The surrounding soldiers, driven to the brink of madness, could not help but take a few steps back. "You fool, to remain distracted at such a moment is to court death," they murmured. Before the words had fully escaped their lips, Kai Yong soared into the air, resembling a great bird in flight. In his hand, the emerald sword transformed into a formidable dragon, charging directly at Luo Chanfeng. This dragon, seemingly tangible, roared against the heavens, causing the nearby structures to tremble perilously. While some of the less skilled black-armored soldiers crouched on the ground, clutching their heads and moaning in agony, Mu Lingxue, channeling her spiritual energy to seal her hearing, gazed at the nearly 100-meter-long phantom of the dragon in the sky, her face etched with concern. Luo Chanfeng, unwilling to take any chances, withdrew the Xuanyuan and struck with his sword once more, cleaving the air above him. In an instant, the very heavens shifted hue. The 5th form of the 9 heavens sword technique, the bright moon in the sky. As Luo Changfeng's voice resonated, a dazzling sword light materialized from thin air, akin to the Milky Way cascading downwards, transcending time and space, and howling as it swept across the dragon. This strike encapsulated his sword intent and insights, epitomizing the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Kai Yong, sensing the profound sword intent embedded within the radiance, was taken aback. In the realm of cultivation, it is universally acknowledged that sword cultivators are the most formidable adversaries, without exception. Only by achieving a true harmony between man and sword can one cultivate sword intent and attain the supreme sword path. Yet, this sword intent is ethereal and elusive, with those capable of manifesting it being exceedingly rare, truly prodigies among prodigies. To his knowledge, such talents are seldom seen in the entire cultivation world. To his astonishment, a mere innate realm practitioner in this mundane world had comprehended sword intent. Such swordsmanship talent was virtually unheard of. Given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a sword master of unparalleled might throughout history. Feeling the mounting pressure, Kai Yong resolved that he must eliminate Luo Chanfeng today. Otherwise, allowing him to escape would yield endless future troubles. The dragon seemed to sense its master's wrath, unleashing a deafening roar as its speed surged dramatically, charging directly toward the sword light. Everyone halted their actions, mouths agape, transfixed by the unfolding spectacle. Esteemed cultivators from Tianshui City gathered atop nearby buildings, keenly observing the battle within the Lord's mansion. A transformation was imminent for Tianshui City, a thought that surged through the minds of all present. 1,000 meters away, atop an imposing structure, the middle-aged steward who had previously appeared in Kai Yong's study observed the tumult emerging from the Lord's mansion, his brow increasingly furrowed. What he had anticipated to be a near-certain outcome had been fraught with unforeseen complications. An innate realm practitioner was actually forcing the eightfold Qi opening Kaiyong to this extent. It appeared the family would need to reassess Luo Changfeng's strength. The conflict within the Lord's mansion raged on, with the dragon and the sword light locked in an impasse. Neither able to gain the upper hand. Kaiyong's expression grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated the opponent's martial prowess to be so formidable, undoubtedly of a high caliber. Even more shocking was the seeming inexhaustibility of the young man's spiritual energy. Despite unleashing such a powerful maneuver, his aura remained undiminished. "Die for me," Kaiyong roared, pointing his right index finger at his brow, as a drop of crimson blood surged forth from his soul sea, vanishing in an instant to infuse the long sword. The dragon, invigorated as if on a blood high, swelled in size once more, its massive jaws agape as it lunged towards the sword light. The sword light let out a creaking sound as the dragon's jaws clamped down, tiny fissures appearing upon the arc of the sword light, signaling signs of impending collapse. Luo Changfeng was slightly astonished. Indeed, cultivators of the 8th layer of the aperture realm were not to be trifled with. In light of this, a fierce glimmer flashed in Luo Changfeng's eyes as tumultuous waves surged within his sea of souls. Chapter 110, A Mighty Cauldron. In truth, upon returning home, he had anticipated that individuals from the Gu family might seek to create trouble. Thus he had brought along several hundred earthly Kuan pills. At this critical juncture, there was little time for hesitation. He cast 200 exquisite earthly Kuan pills into the Hongming cauldron. The runes on the cauldron began to grow increasingly distinct, and its rotation accelerated with fervor, causing the entirety of his soul sea to tremble violently. Soon after, droplets of golden liquid began to materialize within the small cauldron. As he poured a total of 300 golden droplets into the vast wilderness of the world, Luo Changfeng felt a surge of searing heat emanating from his dantian, causing his breath to quicken. The sudden influx of such an immense amount of spiritual energy was proving to be somewhat overwhelming for his dantian realm. Luo Changfeng swiftly activated the Hongmeng Tiandao Sutra, channeling the pure spiritual energy from his dantian through his limbs and into the crescent moon sword. The blade quivered as if it were a jubilant child savoring a delightful treat. In midair, the arc of sword light, previously confronting the illusory dragon, suddenly expanded more than double its size, and the fissure created by the dragon's massive jaws swiftly mended. Kaiyong's eyes widened in astonishment. He was baffled by how Luo Changfeng had suddenly unleashed such formidable power. As he pondered this, the dragon let out a roar mingled with a hint of anguished groans. This was dire. Kaiyong was alarmed. In the face of absolute power, his dragon strike was no match for the sword light of his opponent. He could see the dragon's weakening state, its body growing dimmer, a clear sign of impending dissolution. Luo Changfeng gritted his teeth. A droplet of his essence blood floated from his fingertips, and with a flick of his finger, it struck towards the head of the dragon. Shatter! With a low growl, Luo Changfeng unleashed a powerful strike. The snowflakes, though small, radiated an overwhelming force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, striking like lightning into the body of the dragon. The ethereal form of the dragon let out a thunderous roar, ultimately unable to withstand the assault, shattering with a resounding explosion into a myriad of crystalline lights. However, the backlash from this connection severely affected Kaiyong, hurling him several meters away as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his spirit rapidly waning. The old man struggled to rise, but his efforts were in vain. The black blood seeping from the corners of his mouth signified the grave injuries he had sustained. With Kaiyong now dealt with, Luo Changfeng swayed slightly, surveying his surroundings. The battles in other areas were also nearing their conclusion. After Mu Lingxue executed her formidable technique to decisively slay 3 leaders of the body refinement realm, the remnants of the black armored army, nearly 100 soldiers, lost their will to fight. Witnessing the pitiful state of Kaiyong, the soldiers involuntarily shuddered. Kaiyong, the foremost master of Tianshui City and its lord for decades, had unexpectedly fallen to the hands of a younger opponent. Mu Lingxue, clad in white, had become stained with flecks of crimson, a stark contrast to her attire, bearing both enemy and her own blood. Her spiritual energy was completely depleted, and she bore numerous wounds. Fortunately, before departing, Luo Changfeng had bestowed upon her several Earth Kuan pills, which now proved invaluable. Luo Changfeng was not in a much better state. Kaiyong, esteemed as a formidable practitioner of the eightfold aperture realm, possessed an unfathomable strength. The disparity between their realms was insurmountable, and the fact that Luo Changfeng had managed to endure thus far was nothing short of miraculous. A trace of iron sweetness emanated from his throat, and blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth, indicating he had sustained significant internal injuries. This marked the first time he had been wounded since his rebirth. Fortunately, Kai Yong was merely at the eightfold aperture level. Had he faced a Golden Core practitioner, even one of the most rudimentary skill, his demise would likely have been swift and effortless. It was imperative for him to elevate his strength expeditiously, and Luo Chanfeng silently resolved to do so. With Kai Yong's defeat, a meticulously orchestrated ambush had finally reached its conclusion. Luo Chanfeng cast a glance at Kai Yong, who was desperately struggling. At that moment, taking his life would have been effortlessly simple. However, Luo Chanfeng had no intention of doing so. Ultimately, he bore no animosity towards Kai Yong, who had merely been misled by the Gu family to become this sacrificial pawn. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Kai Yong was the appointed lord of a city by the empire. Should he be slain, the imperial family would undoubtedly pursue an investigation to the very end, even if he himself was unafraid and could simply abscond. The Mu family was deeply rooted in Xuanyuan city, and it was always preferable to avoid unnecessary complications. Shuer, let us depart. Luo Changfeng spoke as he swiftly pulled Mu Lingxue away from the scene, making their way directly to the city gates. After dispatching dozens of unseeing soldiers at the entrance, they finally faced no further obstruction. The two continued their relentless journey, departing from Tianxue City. Observing their retreating figures from a distance, the middle-aged steward emerged from the shadows, ultimately lacking the courage to pursue them. The display of Luo Changfeng's combat prowess had instilled profound fear within him. Upon returning to the lord's residence, he surveyed the ground littered with corpses, his mood soured immensely. Before arriving, he had boasted of resolving the troublesome Luo Chanfeng issue for the family. Little did he expect matters to unfold in such a manner. He felt utterly ashamed to face the family head. "Steward Gu, save me." At that moment, a faint cry for help interrupted his thoughts. Kai Yong sat on the ground, gazing up at the middle-aged man with hopeful eyes. A sinister smile suddenly crept onto Steward Gu's lips, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He slowly crouched down, coldly addressing Kai Yong. "Mayor Kai, although you have failed in your endeavors, our Gu family has always upheld our promises. I shall report the truth to the family head, and soon enough, there will be an additional Kai deputy in the court." Suppressing his pain, Kai Yong replied, "Thank you, Steward Gu. Let us not rush to gratitude." Steward Gu interjected, "For I have a minor request that requires your assistance. I need to borrow something from you." Confused, Kai Yong responded, "Steward Gu, feel free to ask. Whatever I possess is at your disposal." "Excellent, then I shall borrow your head for a moment." With that, Steward Gu swiftly executed a strike, his hand slicing through the air with lightning speed. Kai Yong had no time to react before a crimson line appeared on his neck, followed by a torrential spurt of blood. His eyes widened in shock as his lifeless body collapsed to the ground, filled with rage and boundless regret as he slipped away into death. Steward Gu rose, a cruel grin illuminating his face. Although he had failed to eliminate Luo Chanfeng, seizing a major city for the family should certainly atone for his shortcomings. As for Luo Chanfeng, killing a city lord, he could only await the empire's judgment. Luo Chanfeng remained unaware that although he had not slain Kai Yong, the burden of this deed still fell squarely upon his shoulders. At this moment, both Luo Chanfeng and Mu Lingxue had departed from the confines of Tianxue City, with less than 200 miles separating them from Xuanyuan City. As they journeyed, the pair tended to their injuries, and by now, they had largely recuperated. This battle had proven immensely beneficial for Mu Lingxue, as she was already on the verge of a breakthrough in her cultivation. In the past few days, while recovering from her wounds, she had been generously provided with dozens of earth-quent pills by the frugal Luo Chanfeng. The spiritual energy within her could no longer be contained, prompting the duo to seek refuge in a secluded cliff cave. Luo Chanfeng was tasked with safeguarding, while Mu Lingxue focused all her efforts on her breakthrough. With the comprehensive cultivation manual provided by Luo Chanfeng, Mu Lingxue's ascent appeared remarkably effortless, devoid of any complications. 10 days later, as the sun gracefully emerged above the horizon, Mu Lingxue successfully concluded her seclusion. She advanced to the mid-stage of the body refining realm, a feat attributed to her diligent preparation over time. With this matter resolved, the duo set forth without delay towards Xuanyuan City. As noon approached, they finally caught sight of the familiar city in the distance. Chapter 111. A storm approaches. Xuanyuan City had undergone a profound transformation since the Mu family allied with Danhua Tower to obliterate the Wang and Lin clans. The Mu family naturally assumed control over all assets belonging to the two families, resulting in a remarkable surge in their power and prestige. Presently, the Mu family not only retained their previous weapon workshops but also monopolized the tea-horse market, the medicinal herb market, and various taverns. The city of Xuanyuan could no longer accommodate the Mu family's burgeoning ambitions, prompting their influence to extend into the surrounding major cities. The Mu family had become the unequivocal leading family in Xuanyuan City. Among their various enterprises, the weaponry industry remained the most lucrative. The weapons crafted by the Mu family's workshop were often in high demand. The overall quality of their weaponry had significantly improved, and for those with sufficient wealth, it was even possible to procure high-grade spiritual artifacts there. It is worth noting that spiritual artifacts were rare in the secular realm, with the methods of their refinement largely held by powerful factions, which would never consider selling such items. This singular aspect had allowed the Mu family to amass considerable wealth, elevating their family reputation to unprecedented heights. All of this could be credited to one individual, Luo Changfeng. Upon his departure, he left the Mu family a wealth of elixirs, cultivation techniques, and spiritual artifacts, including a method for forging artifacts. This very technique propelled the Mu family to remarkable advancements in the crafting field, leading to rapid expansion of their industry. Moreover, aside from the formidable Mu family, the city lord's mansion retained significant influence. Logically, the lord's mansion would not sit idly by as the Mu family gradually strengthened, as it was against their interests. However, during this period, the city lord's mansion exhibited an unusual calmness, as if Xuanyuan had tacitly acquiesced to the Mu family's growth. To others, it seemed as though Xuanyuan had conceded defeat. This was not entirely surprising. In terms of cultivation, Mu Yishan had already reached the Qi opening realm, standing on equal footing with Xuanyuan. It was evidently unrealistic for the city lord's mansion to attempt to overpower the Mu family solely through its own might. The balance of power had naturally shifted. Yet, Mu Yishan remained increasingly anxious. The more serene the city lord's mansion appeared, the more apprehensive he grew. He was acutely aware of Xuanyuan's character, and the notion that he would willingly submit was unfathomable to him. Thus, Mu Yishan discreetly arranged for all direct descendants of the family to take refuge within the Mu residence. With the protective array in place, his worries were somewhat alleviated. In the grand hall of Xuanyuan City's lord's mansion, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air as four formidable figures sat across from one another. Aside from city lord Xuanyuan, the other three were unfamiliar faces. Among them was a young man donned in splendid attire, none other than Gu Qing, the foremost of the younger generation of the Gu family. Following the demise of Gu Yin and the disappearance of the man in yellow tasked with hunting Luo Changfeng, the Gu family had keenly perceived that Luo Changfeng was no ordinary individual. Only after Gu Qitong informed the family head of Luo Changfeng's astonishing performance during the assessment, as well as his ability to withstand a palm strike from Gu Qitong, did the family feel compelled to reassess Luo Changfeng's capabilities. It was quite possible that he possessed the means to slay a Qi opening realm expert. However, Luo Changfeng had remained within Longshan Academy, leaving them without a viable opportunity to strike. Upon learning of his imminent return to Xuanyuan City, they recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. This time, in addition to Gu Qing, the Gu family dispatched a family elder, a gaunt old man who was a Qi opening realm expert of the 7th level, ensuring their confidence in their plan to annihilate Luo Changfeng. Of course, had they known of Luo Changfeng's recent benevolent deeds in Tianshui City, their confidence might have waned. Besides these three, there was another familiar figure to Luo Changfeng, Elder Hu had competed against him in alchemy at Danhua Tower. At this moment, a dark cloud loomed in Elder Hu's eyes, indicating his displeasure. Elder Hu, on par with the Gaunt Elder, also possessed strength at the 7th level of Qi opening, alongside Gu Qing, who was at the 4th level. Though they maintained a facade of composure, the trio exuded an impressive aura. In contrast, Xuanyuan, at the 2nd level of Qi opening, appeared somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, as the city lord, the other three did not entirely underestimate him. With 4 Qi opening realm experts gathered, their ambitions were evidently grand. They had convened today with the singular purpose of confronting Luo Changfeng. Gu Qing inquired, City Lord Xuanyuan, "We have received word that Luo Changfeng will return to Xuanyuan City in the coming days. What plans do you have?" Xuanyuan clasped his hands together and assured, "Rest assured, young Master Gu, I have already made arrangements concerning the Mu family. First, we shall seize Mu Yishan, and then Luo Changfeng shall be at our mercy." Upon finishing his words, a cunning smile crossed his face. With so many skilled warriors arriving in the imperial capital, it was clear that the Mu family was doomed. The other three nodded in agreement. Although their methods were somewhat unscrupulous, none of them were virtuous individuals, and as long as they could eliminate Luo Changfeng, they cared not for the means employed. With their consent, Xuanyuan began mobilizing the soldiers of the Lord's mansion, preparing to launch an immediate assault on the Mu family. Meanwhile, within the Mu family's grand hall, a multitude had gathered, including the family head, Mu Yishan, and the upper echelons of the Mu clan. These individuals constituted the true core strength of the family. Compared to the time before Luo Changfeng's departure, there were now many new faces. From the arrangement of their seats, one could discern the hierarchy within the family. Today's meeting was convened to deliberate the establishment of branches of the Mu family's weapons workshop in other cities. With the continuous popularity of the Mu family's weapons in surrounding cities, the inconvenience of long-distance delivery and various risks during transit had become pressing issues. In the hall, conversations flowed freely amidst animated discussions. However, Mu Yishan remained furrowed in thought, a strange unease stirring within him, as if anticipating impending trouble. Yet unable to articulate the source of his concern, he glanced up at the grand formation left by Luo Changfeng before his departure, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Just then, a servant rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Family head, we are in grave peril." The discussions ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned to the guard. Mu Yishan's complexion changed dramatically as he sprang to his feet. "Speak clearly, what has transpired?" he inquired anxiously. "Family head, it is the Lord's mansion. Our properties throughout Xuanyuan City have suddenly been sealed off by personnel from the Lord's mansion, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting." Mu Yishan's face turned ashen. The inevitable had come to pass. However, he had not anticipated Xuanyuan would act with such swiftness and ferocity. In the hall, a wave of anxious murmurs erupted, and unease permeated the air. Those who had experienced the previous great battle remained somewhat composed, while the newcomers to the Mu family appeared ashen-faced. No matter how much the Mu family developed and expanded, they remained dwarfed in the face of the Lord's mansion, which commanded a regular army. It was an unavoidable reality. "Let us go outside and assess the situation." Mu Yishan was the first to rush towards the gate, closely followed by the others. Outside the Mu family gates, a multitude had gathered, their anxious gazes fixed on the distant long street, separated only by a magical barrier. All the storefronts lining the street were firmly shut, with a few audacious souls daring to climb the walls for a better view. An eerie silence enveloped the long street, exuding a stifling sense of oppression. The appearance of Mu Yishan outside the gate somewhat reassured the members of the Mu family. Now possessing the cultivation of the first level of the Enlightenment realm, Mu Yishan's true power far surpassed the superficial level. Thanks to the abundant earthquake pills left by Luo Changfeng before his departure, his cultivation had already advanced to the second level of the Enlightenment realm a month prior, placing him on par with Xuanyuan. Not only him, but the core members of the Mu family had also experienced a terrifying rate of improvement during this time. It could be said that the overall strength of the Mu family had multiplied several times since before that great battle. All eyes were fixed nervously on the end of the long street. Suddenly, Mu Yishan's expression sharpened as an iron spear manifested in his hand. "They are coming." Just as Mu Yishan's voice fell, the ground began to tremble violently, the intensity increasing with each passing moment. Even the magical barrier in the sky rippled ominously. Steward Mo cried out in alarm. "This is bad. It's heavy cavalry." Upon hearing this, the Mu family members stirred uneasily. The appearance of heavy cavalry signified that the city lord's mansion was finally moving against the Mu family. Drawing a deep breath, Mu Yishan summoned Steward Mo closer and instructed, "Old Mo, quickly lead the elderly, women, and children to the back courtyard and exit through the rear gate. I have arranged for a group to escort you out of Xuanyuan City amidst the chaos." Steward Mo was taken aback, lamenting, "Master, must it come to this? It's just a city lord's mansion. We still have the magical barrier left by the young master. We need not fear defeat." Mu Yishan, in a fit of desperation, barked, "I am still the head of the family. Do you wish to defy my orders?" With tears in his eyes and trembling uncontrollably, Steward Mo knelt down, saying with a choked voice, "Rest assured, Master, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow them to harm our kin." Mu Yishan then turned his gaze to a dark-skinned youth following Steward Mo. Lu Ming, though young, was the foremost genius in weapon forging of the Mu family. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yishan said, "Lu Ming, you should also leave. You are still young, with extraordinary talents in forging. Wherever you go, you will achieve greatness." There is no need for you to sacrifice yourself here. Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled lightly. Master, everything I have is given by the Mu family. Now that the family is in peril, how can I live on while they suffer? Today, unless you personally take my life, I will not depart. Mu Yishan's face twitched at these words. This young lad remained as stubborn as ever. Master, we will not flee. It's just a city lord's mansion. The Mu family is not to be trifled with. Indeed, they probably can't even breach the barrier. What is there to fear? Amidst the crowd, a cacophony of shouts erupted, prompting Mu Yishan to offer a rueful smile. He understood Xuanyuan all too well. This man, cunning and ruthless, was also exceptionally meticulous in his schemes. Having endured in silence for so long, he would not strike unless he possessed absolute certainty. Since he chose to launch a bold assault on the Mu family today, it seemed inevitable that calamity would befall them. Moreover, within the range of his spiritual perception, several extraordinarily ominous auras emerged, so potent that even Mu Yishan, at the second level of the Qi transformation realm, felt suffocated. These individuals were certainly not the formidable warriors of Xianyang City. Mu Yishan even speculated about the Gu family from the imperial capital. Thus, their adversaries extended far beyond a mere lord's manor. Fortunately, he had sensed impending danger earlier and made certain preparations, which proved fortuitous today. Mu Yishan glanced up at the formation's shimmering barrier. A trace of concern etched upon his face. It had been quite some time since they had received news from the imperial capital, and he wondered how the young Changfeng was faring. Nevertheless, he had unwavering faith in Luo Changfeng, believing wholeheartedly that he could vanquish all foes and carve out his own domain. I have aged, my son, Mu Yishan murmured. I can no longer shield you from the storm, yet I do not wish to hinder your path. Today, let those who covet the Mu family witness the resolve of its men. We fear not death. With his thoughts gathered, Mu Yishan stepped forward, a fierce aura of slaughter radiating from him, igniting a fervor in the hearts of the Mu family members. In an instant, fear dissipated, gazing upon the proud figure. Their martial spirit soared to new heights. At last, as the dust settled at the end of the long street, a phalanx of fully armored black-clad knights appeared before the onlookers, clad entirely in dark iron armor. Only their eyes were visible, their steeds similarly adorned. These knights were indeed armed to the teeth. The Lord's manor could muster no more than 100 of such heavy cavalry, which constituted Xuanyuan Li's true trump card. These knights possessed formidable cultivation. The weakest among them was at least at the 5th level of the innate realm. A single knight in dark iron armor could effortlessly slay cultivators 2 levels above him, having previously achieved the remarkable feat of 10 dark iron knights surrounding and annihilating a 5th level body refinement realm practitioner. This time, Xuanyuan Li had deployed all his dark iron cavalry, resolutely intent on exterminating the Mu family in one fell swoop. Rather than charging forth, the cavalry advanced in a calm and orderly fashion, rows upon rows, their hooves striking the ground with a rhythmic sound that resonated like the harbinger of death, enveloping each soul present. 100, 200, 500, 1,000. The long street was densely populated, filled to capacity with over 1,000 soldiers. A dark, oppressive silence fell, and the chilling intent to kill made the Mu family tremble, their recently kindled courage extinguished. Mu Yishan raised his spear, calling out loudly, Xuanyuan Li. Since you have come, why conceal your presence? Dare you emerge for a battle? Master Mu still exudes such remarkable vigor. If it were possible, I would truly prefer not to be your adversary. Perhaps we could even become good friends. A scholar clad in elegant robes sat astride his horse, gracefully emerging from the crowd across from him. A perpetual warm smile adorned his face, wrapping everyone in a soothing embrace akin to the gentle caress of spring. Mu Yishan coldly retorted, enough with the trivialities. Today, allow me to experience the prowess of the esteemed city lord. Both parties were acutely aware that their conflict had escalated to a point of no return. Hence, further discourse was unnecessary. As Mu Yishan's words faded, he soared into the air, leaping beyond the formation, with a long spear aimed directly at Xuanyuan Li. Master. Seeing Mu Yishan actively break through the array's defenses left everyone astounded. Xuanyuan Li smiled faintly, tightened his legs around the horse's belly, and similarly soared into the air. The 2 pinnacle powerhouses of Xianyang City were finally set to collide for the very first time. Chapter 113. The thoughts of Xuanyuan Li innate, body refinement, opening the orifices, and forming the golden core. The strength of body refinement practitioners lies primarily in the tempering of the physical form and the restructuring of sinews and meridians. Upon reaching the stage of opening the orifices, practitioners must continually accumulate spiritual energy to unlock the numerous orifices within their bodies. Once all 365 orifices are opened, one can establish a complete cycle within, transforming the body into a furnace and ultimately condensing the golden core, thereby becoming a golden core powerhouse. The most notable characteristic of a golden core practitioner is their ability to traverse the bridge of divine abilities and manifest the power of such abilities. With the power of divine abilities, one can merge with the Tao, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, truly embodying the essence of an earthly immortal. In the entire Longshan Empire, there are fewer than 10 golden core powerhouses, each a figure whose presence is as elusive as a dragon. The Longshan Academy alone boasts 6 of them, which is a testament to its unparalleled status. With golden cores absent, those at the stage of opening the orifices are already considered peak combatants. Today, in this small Xuanyuan city, the emergence of a battle of orifices is indeed a rarity. Unfortunately, battles of this caliber are unlikely to attract many spectators. Xuanyuan, a seasoned practitioner at the peak of the opening orifices stage, possesses profound depth and unfathomable strength. Although Muishan has just broken through to the second level of opening the orifices, his comprehension of spear intent makes it difficult to ascertain who would prevail in a true confrontation. High above, Muishan's spear clashed violently with Xuanyuan's sword, producing a deafening sonic boom as spiritual energy surged in all directions, emitting a blinding radiance. Both men, driven by enmity, attacked with ruthless ferocity. Each strike aimed to be lethal. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows hundreds of times, both covered in wounds, yet the battle remained evenly matched. Xuanyuan's expression grew increasingly grim. He stood at the peak of the second level of opening the orifices, merely a step away from the third level. It was astonishing that Muishan, having just recently broken through the second level, could contend with him so evenly. Today he must eliminate him, otherwise Xuanyuan City would truly fall under the surname Mu. On a tall building several hundred meters from the Mu family estate, 3 figures stood. Elder One, should we intervene? Yu Qing asked respectfully, gazing at the frail elder before him. The elder narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the distant grand array, his expression grave. Elder Hu stroked his beard and remarked, Elder One, you've noticed too, haven't you? The intricacy of the Mu family's array is extraordinary, and the formation techniques are remarkably refined. If it weren't for the ordinary materials used in its foundation, we might have returned empty-handed today. Elder One nodded in agreement, indeed. Such an array could rival the great protective formations of the cultivation world. It is surprising that a small indigenous family in this remote area possesses such fortune. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing fell into deep contemplation. Elder One, a rare master of formations within the family, had spoken, indicating that the array before them was indeed extraordinary. With a sinister tone, Elder One remarked, Gu Qing, since the head of the Mu family has come forth himself, we must not allow him to return. Go and support Xuanyuan. We must capture this old man alive. Gu Qing clasped his hands in acknowledgement and soared down the stairs towards the battlefield. However, his pace was not swift. With his cultivation at the 4th level of the Qi opening stage, the distant clash of the 2 fighters barely registered in his perception. Ideally, Xuanyuan would be killed by Muishan, allowing the Gu family to seize control of Xuanyuan City, which would greatly benefit the family's future endeavors. After Gu Qing departed, Elder Wen cast a profound glance at Elder Hu. Elder Hu, let us, 2 old fellows, engage with this grand formation. No sooner had Elder Wen spoken than his body transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. The sight of an exquisite array stirred a restless yearning in him, causing him to abandon all sense of propriety. Truly, he was the formation fanatic of the Gu family. Elder Hu could not suppress his inner grumbling and promptly followed suit. Amidst the fierce battle, Muishan sensed 3 formidable presences rapidly approaching, filling him with anxiety yet leaving him powerless. The sword in Xuanyuan's hand was exceedingly peculiar. Each collision with his spear drained a portion of his spiritual energy. The rapid depletion of energy was detrimental to him. Were it not for the remaining Dikun pills in his possession, he might very well have met his demise today. With a loud roar, Muishan executed a counterstrike, forcing Xuanyuan back. He hastily retrieved a Dikun pill from his storage pouch and consumed it, feeling his dantian replenish with energy. Only then did Muishan exhale a long sigh of relief. Observing this scene, Xuanyuan's expression twitched. As refined as he was, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. The Dikun pill, a rare elixir, was not easily obtainable even for him. Anyone fortunate enough to possess it would treat it with the utmost reverence. Yet for Mu Yishan, consuming them was as casual as eating candy, and in such a short span, he had already swallowed 3. Who knew how many more he had? While his own Dantian's energy was barely at 30%. If this continued, he would surely be worn down to the brink of death. Just as Xuanyuan found himself in a predicament, his spiritual sense detected a subtle presence nearby. Young Master Gu, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Let us join forces to swiftly subdue this old scoundrel and prevent any disruption to our plans. As Xuanyuan's words left his lips, a young man materialized in front of them. Ha ha ha, head of the Mu family, it is an honor to finally meet you. Upon seeing the young man, Mu Yishan's expression changed dramatically. He was confronted by a formidable opponent at the 4th level of the Qi opening stage. Gu Qing glanced at Xuanyuan, stating, Lord Xuanyuan, since you wish to ally with our Gu family, it is only proper to present a token of allegiance, is it not? At this juncture, I fear I cannot intervene. Xuanyuan, upon hearing this, was filled with fury, never expecting the Gu family to attempt to betray him. In light of this, he wielded the Langtao sword. Executing a horizontal slash, the sword light cascading in waves, rushing with a fierce intensity towards the entrance of Mu Yishan. Mu Yishan, wary of the threat, brandished his spear to block the attack, only to be forced back several paces. Just as the onlookers anticipated that Xuanyuan would pursue his advantage, he astonishingly retreated at an astonishing speed, swiftly arriving before the heavy cavalry formation. Xuanyuan, how dare you? Gu Qing exclaimed in a fit of rage, astonished that Xuanyuan would choose this moment to withdraw. Xuanyuan replied with utmost seriousness, Young Master Gu, our relationship has merely been one of collaboration. If you choose to remain a passive observer, the City Lord's mansion has no qualms about withdrawing from this operation. Very well. Gu Qing's expression turned icy. Having already sentenced Xuanyuan to death in his mind, once he dealt with Luo Chanfeng, it would be time for Xuanyuan to meet his end. Master Mu, a wise person knows to discern the times. Offending our Gu family brings no benefit to you or your kin. Should you choose to submit to us, I can assure you that I will advocate for your past transgressions to be overlooked. Gu Qing spoke with a warm smile, attempting to coax him. Shameless scoundrel. My Mu family will not be associated with such disgrace. If it is battle you seek, then let us fight. There is no need for further words. Mu Yishan declared, shaking his spear in indignation. Stubborn and obstinate. In that case, today, I shall eradicate your Mu family. Gu Qing proclaimed, striking towards Mu Yishan with a palm. With the disparity between the 4th and 2nd layers of the Tongchao realm, Mu Yishan's demise seemed inevitable. Chapter 114. I have returned outside Xiangyang City. A man and a woman arrived near the city gates, weary from their journey. It was Luo Chanfeng and his companion. Chanfeng, is it truly impossible to resolve your grievances with the Gu family? Mu Lingxue expressed her concern. Luo Chanfeng affectionately tousled her hair, provoking a grand eye roll from Mu Lingxue. The prospect of resolution seemed utterly unattainable. Given the Gu family's habitual manner of conduct, they would undoubtedly seek every opportunity to eliminate me. While they dared not openly offend Danhua Tower, their clandestine maneuvers had never ceased. Mu Lingxue could not help but tighten her grip on his hand. Regardless of the perils they might face in the future, she resolved to stand by this man, confronting challenges together. All right, let us return swiftly. I am certain Father will be overjoyed to see us. The mention of family stirred a wave of tenderness within Mu Lingxue, prompting a sweet smile and a nod. This smile resembled the warm sun of spring, causing blossoms to bloom, and even through her veil, it captivated the attention of passers-by. Naturally, Luo Chanfeng was no exception. He found himself unable to resist rubbing his nose. As his cultivation advanced, he realized his composure was increasingly fragile. At times, he questioned whether the thousands of years of cultivation in his past life had been squandered. He bore none of the regal demeanor befitting an immortal king. Observing his expression, Mu Lingxue proudly straightened her back, her alluring figure instantly eliciting numerous gasps from those around them. It is said that a beautiful woman acts as a natural aphrodisiac. Had it not been for Luo Chanfeng's sword at his waist and his intimidating countenance, several would-be suitors might have approached to engage her in conversation. What a troublesome girl. Luo Chanfeng cast her a sharp glance, grasping her delicate hand with urgency as they swiftly departed from the area. Just as he stepped through the city gate, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow. Expanding his consciousness, he distinctly sensed a massive surge of spiritual energy emanating from within the city. What is happening? Mu Lingxue, noticing his grave expression, could not help but inquire. Luo Chanfeng remarked coldly, there are masters engaged in battle within the city. Masters? Mu Lingxue appeared somewhat perplexed. Although Xuanyuan City is merely a remote small town, the city lord, Xuanyuan Li, is reputed to be the foremost expert in Xuanyuan City, yet he possesses merely the cultivation of the second level of the Enlightenment stage. If Luo Changfeng can slay the old city lord of Tianshui City, a formidable being of the 8th level of the Enlightenment realm, then who could possibly be deemed a master by Luo Changfeng himself? Luo Changfeng spoke little, transforming into a wisp of smoke as he hurried towards the Mu residence. A sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Mu Lingxue, after a moment's reflection, felt a chill in her heart and swiftly employed her skills to follow suit. At the Mu residence, the clash had ceased. Mu Yishan and Gu Qing stood facing each other, despite their brief confrontation of merely a few dozen exchanges. Mu Yishan was already battered and on the verge of collapse. Confronted by Gu Qing, who was 2 realms above him, Mu Yishan found himself utterly powerless. It was only due to Gu Qing's deliberate restraint that he still drew breath. Otherwise, he would have long since met his demise. Patriarch of the Mu family. My patience is not infinite. I advise you to swiftly activate the formation and willingly submit to the Gu family. Should you persist in opposing us, I shall not hesitate to ensure your utter destruction. Gu Qing maintained his poised demeanor, a paragon of noble bearing. Mu Yishan's eyes burned crimson. He glared at Gu Qing. Yet a profound sense of helplessness welled within him. His spiritual energy had been entirely depleted, and the last earthly Kuan pill had been consumed mere moments ago. Yet it could not alter the grim outcome. The onlookers, sheltered by the protective formation, witnessed the pitiful state of their patriarch. Each one felt their rage boiling, eager to rush forth in defense. Among them was Lu Ming, a young prodigy of weapon forging, merely 11 or 12 years of age, clutching a jade talisman. His teeth ground together, anguish reflected in his eyes. This talisman served as the core of the Mu family's defensive array, their most treasured possession. Mu Yishan had entrusted it to him, a clear indication that he was to bear the responsibility of safeguarding the Mu family. Without his consent, none could breach the formation. This trust compelled the old steward to lay down his life without hesitation for the Mu family. Yet at this moment, Lu Ming could do nothing but watch helplessly, powerless to act. Lu Ming, you ungrateful wretch, have you forgotten how the patriarch has treated you? Yet now you cower like a turtle. The voices of the Mu family echoed with accusations and misunderstandings, all of which Lu Ming chose to ignore. Were it not for the unwavering support of the old steward, those voices would have surely descended upon him. Patriarch, you must survive, Lu Ming silently prayed. Suddenly, Mu Yishan glanced back at the formation, taking a deep breath as his gaze grew resolute. He was not foolish. The 2 elders outside exuded a terrifying aura that sent shivers down his spine from afar. Yet, despite their fearsome presence, they seemed unable to breach the formation, providing Mu Yishan with a sliver of solace. If he were to perish, he would do so knowing that as long as the defensive array remained intact, there was still a glimmer of hope for the Mu family. Should he deactivate the formation, however, it would spell certain doom for all within. With this thought, Mu Yishan let out a long, defiant laugh. Ha ha ha, vile hound of the Gu family. Do not underestimate the men of the Mu family. If death is to be my fate today, I shall ensure you pay dearly for it. As Mu Yishan spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his being. He was actually contemplating self-detonation. The power of a self-detonation from a master at the Enlightenment stage was beyond imagination. Madman! Gu Qing's expression changed drastically. He cursed inwardly and swiftly retreated. Unfortunately, the 2 were too close, and evasion was no longer feasible. Family head! Family head! A wail of despair echoed within the great formation. Lu Ming bit his lip until it bled, a sight both shocking and poignant, yet he remained oblivious. Was the Mu family truly at an end? Xuanyuan sat atop his steed, observing the unfolding scene with immense satisfaction. Once Mu Yishan perished, Xuanyuan City would revert to being his domain. As for the Gu family, he harbored no fear. Should they provoke him, he could simply reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. Knowing the Gu family would think twice before acting rashly, Mu Yishan slowly closed his eyes. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse a familiar figure appearing by his side. Instinctively, he reached out, yearning to grasp that silhouette. Changfeng, is that you? Mu Yishan murmured, followed by a self-deprecating smile. It seemed he was truly nearing death, to the point of hallucinations. Suddenly, that figure swiftly extended a hand glowing with golden light, pressing it against his abdomen. Mu Yishan felt a surge of divine power entering his dantian, a force both gentle and commanding. His nearly collapsing dantian instantly solidified. and the terrifying energy that roamed within his body began to return to his dantian in an orderly fashion, like obedient children. Mu Yishan's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he rubbed his eyes. Before him emerged a face brimming with joy. "Father, I have returned." Those words brought tears streaming down Mu Yishan's face. Chapter 115. A different era, seeing the chaotic spiritual energy within Mu Yishan being subdued. Luo Changfeng let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He withdrew his slightly trembling hand, a once bright half-immortal mark flickering out of existence. Mu Yishan's life had been snatched back from the brink of death. Changfeng, it truly is you. You have returned. Even at that moment, Mu Yishan still struggled to believe his own eyes. "Father, it is not just me. Look. Who else do you see?" As Lu Changfeng's voice faded, a graceful figure clad in white swiftly collided into Mu Yishan's embrace. "Father, I have returned." After a brief moment of astonishment, Mu Yishan's entire being began to tremble uncontrollably. He had long yearned for this moment in his dreams. Suddenly, his expression changed. As if a thought struck him, and he forcefully pushed the two individuals behind him. "You should not have returned. Quickly, flee. I shall hold them off." With that, Mu Yishan attempted to drag his weary body forward, ready to continue the fight. "Lu Changfeng, you have finally returned. We have endured this wait with great difficulty." Gu Qing had appeared at some point not far away. "Waiting for death? Do not be hasty. Today, none of you shall escape." Before Luo Changfeng's words could fade, the crescent moon had already unsheathed, and his body suddenly transformed into a streak of luminous light, hurtling towards Gu Qing. The speed was so astonishing that Mu Yishan couldn't even intervene. "Be careful, Changfeng. He is at the 4th layer of the aperture realm." Mu Lingxue gently tugged at Mu Yishan's arm, signaling him not to worry. What a jest! Even an 8th layer adept was slain by Luo Changfeng. What is a mere 4th layer to him? With audacity, Luo Changfeng boldly initiated the attack, inciting Gu Qing's fury. Being a prodigy of the Gu family, he had never been so belittled. Gu Qing drew his long sword and leaped forward, colliding with the streak of light. In an instant, spiritual energy erupted, reverberating in all directions. Both were masters of the sword, executing ruthless and lethal strikes. Onlookers could only perceive two luminous points racing and clashing, each impact resonating like the clash of metal, stirring the soul. From a distance, Mu Yishan stood in a daze, pointing at Luo Changfeng and then glancing at Mu Lingxue, momentarily at a loss for words. In just a few months, had this insufferable lad truly become so formidable? Despite possessing only innate cultivation, he could contend equally with a 4th layer powerhouse. It was unfathomable how he cultivated at the Longshan Academy. Mu Lingxue stood there, brimming with pride, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The battle in Tianshui City had made her fully comprehend the extent of this man's strength and talent. In merely a year, he had evolved from a seemingly useless boy of the 3rd layer to such heights. Only she, having witnessed the entire process, could truly grasp the terrifying potential of Luo Changfeng. In contrast, the so-called genius powerhouses at the academy paled in comparison. Not only Mu Yishan was astonished, far away. On horseback, Xuanyuan wore a grim expression. Since Luo Changfeng's appearance, his gaze had never strayed from him, and his heart was a tumult of emotions. The prowess displayed by Luo Changfeng instilled a profound sense of dread within him. After just a few months apart, it became evident that nurturing a tiger was indeed courting disaster. Had he foreseen this day, he would have spared no expense to eliminate him from the outset. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. If such a remedy were available, Gu Qing would undoubtedly be eager to acquire it. It was his own underestimation that afforded Luo Changfeng the opportunity to grow, leading to the calamity of the present moment. Gu Qing unleashed all his tactics. Yet the young man before him exhibited an enigmatic footwork and a swordsmanship that eclipsed his own by a significant margin, compounded by an unfathomable reservoir of spiritual power. With each encounter, Gu Qing's apprehension intensified. In stark contrast, Luo Changfeng wielded his long sword with an effortless grace, clearly not exerting his full strength. He also had to remain vigilant against the two elders in the distance, for they were both formidable practitioners at the 7th level of Qi transformation, only slightly inferior to the former lord of Tianshui City, representing his genuine adversaries. Yet, at this moment, the two old men remained wholly engrossed in deciphering the formation, paying little heed to the unfolding battle. It seemed they truly regarded his modest, innate realm with disdain. Given this, he resolved not to squander any more time. Luo Changfeng's aura suddenly shifted, his speed and power surging to an astonishing degree. The brilliance of his sword whistled through the air, and in an instant, Gu Qing was forced back several paces, his right hand's tiger's mouth split open, and his entire arm trembled uncontrollably, filling him with terror. Death. In a fleeting moment, Luo Chafeng appeared behind Gu Qing, swiftly executing a diagonal slash with his sword, as rapid as a flash of lightning. A chilling sensation surged through Gu Qing's back, instilling a profound terror that sent his very soul into a frenzy. He cried out in desperation, "Elder One, save me!" Before his words could fully escape his lips, a massive head was sent soaring into the air. Gu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, as he watched his own body drift further away from him. He remained incredulous that he would meet his demise at the hands of such a seemingly insignificant opponent, a mere innate realm practitioner. How could this be possible? After all, he was a prodigy of the Gu family, while his adversary was nothing more than a worthless insect. Gu Qing, perish? The silence was deafening, enveloping the entire arena. Even Nuishan, who had grown accustomed to the bizarre, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Xuanyuan Li's body trembled, and his steed took a cautious step back. At that moment, he began to regret provoking this young man. Could that truly be the young master? How extraordinarily formidable! Of course, who else could it be? Did you not notice that the young lady has returned as well? Our Mu family is now saved. The members of the Mu family, who had been weeping inconsolably, now beheld their young master descending from the heavens, not only rescuing the patriarch, but also showcasing his immense prowess by severing the enemy's head with a single stroke. Each of them was filled with unparalleled excitement. "You insolent wretch, dare you!" A thunderous roar echoed, reverberating throughout the realm. Luo Chafeng cleaved Gu Qing's head with a single stroke of his sword, not daring to linger for even a moment as he swiftly vanished from the scene. Almost immediately, a colossal palm imbued with boundless murderous intent struck the very spot where he had stood, missing him by a mere fraction, threatening to reduce him to mere dust. An elderly man clad in black materialized in the arena, his expression dark and foreboding. He extended his hand to retrieve Gu Qing's severed head, hastening to the headless corpse. The old man endeavored to reattach the head to the lifeless body, attempting to channel spiritual energy to restore Gu Qing's life. Unfortunately, Luo Changfeng's crescent moon was no ordinary spiritual artifact. Having undergone the tempering of the Hongmeng cauldron, it had developed a trace of devouring essence. At the moment Gu Qing's head was severed, the crescent moon had instinctively consumed all the vitality within him. This meant that Gu Qing was irrevocably deceased. His resurrection was a task only deities could accomplish. After several futile attempts, the elderly man's countenance grew increasingly grim, his eyes bloodshot as they fixated on the distant youth. Before departing, the family head had specifically instructed him to safeguard Gu Qing, yet he had never anticipated that someone would dare to slay Gu Qing beneath his very gaze. Even if he were to eliminate Luo Changfeng, he would still face the family head's wrath upon his return. With this thought, the old man's murderous intent intensified. "You little beast, do you even comprehend who it is that you have slain? Who is it? Your son or your father?" Luo Changfeng's face bore a mocking expression, causing Mu Yishan's heart to leap into his throat. "Little ancestor, he is a formidable figure at the 7th level of the Qi channeling realm. Could you not exercise a modicum of discretion? Very well, very well. Facing death yet remaining so obstinate. Today, I shall render you unable to seek life or death." Upon hearing the old man's words, he struck a palm towards Luo Changfeng. Chapter 116. The Four Symbols Killing Formation. Elder One, renowned for his cunning and ruthlessness, is often referred to as the Demon of One and is well known throughout the Dragon Mountain Empire. He is an expert in the art of formations, adept at ensnaring and eliminating foes, rarely engaging in close combat. This illustrates the depth of his anger on this occasion. As an established powerhouse at the 7th level of the Qi channeling realm, he possesses profound strength, and fueled by resentment, this strike encapsulated the entirety of his lifelong cultivation. Exuding unmatched might. Having learned from his previous encounter in Tianshui City, Luo Changfeng did not dare to underestimate him. In truth, any high-level practitioner of the Qi channeling realm is far from ordinary. Luo Changfeng, armed with divine-level techniques, profound martial skills, and a formidable reserve of spiritual energy, can effortlessly transcend 2 major realms to eliminate his adversaries. However, when confronted with high-tier Tanchao realm opponents, he must remain exceedingly cautious. Ultimately, this is due to his own relatively low realm. Should he ascend to the refinement realm, no one beneath the golden core stage would pose a challenge to him. Luo Changfeng activated the Hongmeng Tiandao Ju, and the spiritual energy within his dantian surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, wildly pouring into his right palm. Previously, in Tianshui City, he had forcibly executed the fifth form of the Jiushu sword technique, decisively slaying Kai Yong, though he had sustained considerable injuries himself. Overall, it had yielded satisfactory results. Now, he was poised to test the might of the fourth layer of the Xuanyuan Suyue palm. Changfeng, be cautious. As Luo Changfeng stood resolute, refusing to evade the impending strike, Mu Yishan was consumed by anxiety. The forced circulation of his spiritual energy caused the meridians he had just stabilized to once again spiral into chaos, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Ignoring his injuries, Mu Yishan attempted to rush forward. In that critical moment, Mu Lingxue extended her hand to halt him. "Father, trust that he can do this." Upon meeting his daughter's earnest gaze, Mu Yishan was overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions. Though her words were calm, Mu Lingxue's heart raced with tension. Despite having ascended to the body refinement realm, she felt utterly unqualified to participate in the battle before her, which dealt a severe blow to her strong sense of pride. "Quickly enter the formation. I can handle this old man." In this dire juncture, Luo Changfeng transmitted a message to Mu Lingxue. Realizing that their presence would only hinder Luo Changfeng, she forcibly dragged Mu Yishan back into the protective formation. Meanwhile, Elder Hu, who stood by observing with a cold gaze, had no intention of intervening, for his sole focus was on Luo Changfeng. "Brat, today, I shall ensure that you are ground to dust." In retribution for the humiliation of that day, Elder Hu did not immediately strike. He held no fondness for the Gu family, particularly for that old fiend, and preferred to let the situation unfold a bit longer. Shanhua Suayue Palm. With a thunderous roar, Luo Changfeng propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, his right palm radiating brilliance as arcs of electricity danced around him. "Seeking death," sneered the old demon, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. It had been a long time since he had taken a life. When had mere ants of the innate realm dared to confront him? All eyes were fixed anxiously on the clash in the skies, while Xuanyuan secretly wished for Luo Changfeng to be dispatched by the old man's palm. Luo Changfeng's strike harnessed a formidable 80% of his spiritual energy, vowing to shake the seas and topple cities. Even Elder Wen sensed the scent of death wafting through the air. In this critical moment, he summoned several pieces of black spiritual armor to shield his vital points. In the blink of an eye, the pillars of spiritual energy unleashed by the two clashed violently. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, shockwaves rippling outward, reducing countless buildings to rubble. On the ground, the soldiers of the Lord's manor nearby were hurled into the air, along with their steeds, their fates uncertain. A figure was sent sprawling backward, landing on the ground and staggering 10 paces before finally regaining his footing. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they collectively gasped in shock. The one who had been thrown back was none other than Elder Wen, his face a mask of horror as he stared at the youth across from him. Had he not summoned his protective talisman in that dire moment, that blow would have surely torn him apart. Nevertheless, he now bore numerous bloodstains, presenting a woeful sight. Elder Wen's countenance darkened, disbelief etched upon his face. It was unfathomable that a warrior of the innate realm could unleash such power. No wonder his family had suffered numerous setbacks at this monster's hands. Today, he was determined to eliminate this threat. Otherwise, it would not be long before this youth became a significant peril to the Gu family. Xuanyuan trembled all over. "Elder Wen, I come to assist you." Elder Hu, witnessing this scene, was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated Luo Changfeng's strength to be so formidable. He could no longer remain a passive observer. "Begone." To his surprise, Elder Wen dismissed him coldly, causing Elder Hu to freeze in place. His urge to rush forward thwarted. "Those whom I, Wen Zhong, wish to kill require no assistance." As he spoke, Elder Wen's fingers danced, summoning array flags from his storage pouch, which fell into the 4 cardinal directions. "Young man, I acknowledge your strength. It has been ages since the Dragon Mountain Empire has seen a prodigy like you. However, once you enter my 4 symbols killing formation, no matter how celestial your arts may be, escape from death will prove impossible." Elder Wen brimmed with confidence in the killing formation he commanded. This 4 symbols killing formation was an advanced technique he had acquired after decades of accumulation at an auction. He had once used this array to slay an injured fall stand expert, thus earning his renown. Such a powerful formation required 5 mid-grade spirit stones to activate. A considerable expense for dealing with an innate warrior, yet for the sake of the Gu family, he could not afford to hesitate. As the dense mist began to rise around him, Luo Changfeng remained motionless. A contest of formations? Luo Changfeng found the situation quite amusing. When it comes to comprehending formations, few in the entire Qiming immortal realm could rival him. although his current cultivation was lowly and he was unable to deploy overly sophisticated arrays. It was effortlessly simple for him to deal with these mundane realm cultivators. The so-called four symbols killing formation might seem profound to others, but to him, it was merely a manipulation of the powers of the four extremes, stirring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, confounding yin and yang, and causing the internal spiritual energy of those within the formation to flow in reverse, ultimately leading to their explosive demise. Yet, who was Luo Chafeng? He possessed the divine artifact, the Hongmeng Cauldron, which, with a gentle rotation, devoured all the reversing forces surrounding him. Without the reverse forces, the current four symbols killing formation was merely an oversized gathering formation in his eyes, with someone expending spirit stones to gather spiritual energy for him. Luo Changfeng naturally seized the opportunity to cultivate. As seconds ticked by, there were no signs of impending explosion from Luo Changfeng within the killing formation. Oldwin was greatly surprised. He assumed Luo Changfeng must be carrying some treasure capable of stabilizing spiritual power. Thus, gritting his teeth, Oldwin pointed. And the Western White Tiger formation flag rustled in the air. A beam of light shot up into the sky, followed by a second, third, and fourth beam of light, each illuminating in succession. The four beams intertwined, forming a yin-yang taiji diagram. A thicker beam of light erupted from the taiji diagram, hurtling directly toward Luo Changfeng. The ability to merge the four symbols formation into the two instruments' 8 trigrams formation was indeed intriguing. Luo Changfeng remained unperturbed, continuing his commentary with leisurely composure. As a beam of light descended, a thunderous explosion ensued, more intense than before. As the dust settled, Luo Changfeng's presence had vanished. Old Man Wen gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground. Kid, are you still alive this time? Chapter 117, Great Joy and Great Sorrow in the Imperial City, within the Gu residence. A middle-aged man clad in resplendent garments perused books in his study, with a jade belt around his waist and an air of distinction. He was evidently a person of high standing. Master, Steward Gu requests an audience, a voice from the personal attendant announced from outside the door. Oh, he has finally returned. Let him in. The middle-aged man set down his book, a smile gracing his face, as if anticipating good news. Moments later, a figure in a black robe entered. Standing with a bow, it was the steward of the Gu family who had appeared in Tianshui City a few days prior. His mission had been to persuade the city lord, Kai Yong, to ally with the Gu family and to eliminate Luo Changfeng. Unfortunately, he had succeeded only partially. While Kai Yong had allied with them, the crucial task of killing Luo Changfeng had failed. Seeing the steward's despondent demeanor, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired, "What, another failure?" In truth, even he was unaware of how many times this failure had occurred. At some point, Luo Changfeng had become a symbol of disgrace for the family, and the various factions in the Imperial City were reveling in their misfortune. From Xuanyuan City to the Imperial Academy, the Gu family had exhausted every means at their disposal, both overtly and covertly. Yet, this Luo Changfeng was akin to an indomitable cockroach, managing to emerge unscathed from every peril. Thud. The steward's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. I am incompetent. That boy's strength is too unfathomable. After a fierce battle, the city lord Kai Yong was gravely injured and on the brink of death, while Luo Changfeng escaped. Please punish me, master. What did you say? The middle-aged man sprang to his feet, his expression darkened to an extreme. Kai Yong is at the 8th level of the Aperture Realm. How could he be defeated? Are you certain you witnessed this with your own eyes? Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the middle-aged man, the steward prostrated himself, trembling. Master, I assure you, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I would not dare to fabricate any details. Relate to me everything you observed, and dare not conceal anything. The middle-aged man uttered a cold snort, causing the steward to feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He dared not withhold any information and recounted in detail what he had seen that day, including how he had decisively ended Kai Yong's life. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent, his heart filled with an indescribable astonishment. Kai Yong, at the 8th level of the Aperture Realm, was only a hair's breadth from his own strength, yet he had been severely injured by Luo Changfeng. This was preposterous. The intelligence had indicated that the boy was merely at the innate realm. How could he possess such power? Could the information have been erroneous? With this thought, the middle-aged man hastily asked, "Were you able to clearly discern his realm of cultivation?" "Indeed, it is the innate realm. This I can confirm." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man sank heavily into his chair, an ominous premonition stirring within him. A mere youth, not yet 20. Possessing the ability to slay a formidable opponent at the 8th level of the Qi transformation stage, such a tale would elicit disbelief if spoken aloud. Regardless of his peculiar methods or whether he has concealed his true prowess, this news is far from favorable for the Gu family. After all, the current situation is one of mutual destruction. Given your decisive action in the final moments, I shall grant you the opportunity for atonement. You may leave now. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, the steward Gu felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted. Yet he could not refrain from inquiring. Thank you for your magnanimity, but what of Luo Changfeng? Do not concern yourself with him. I have already made arrangements in Xuanyuan City to ensure he meets a fate without burial. With that, the middle-aged man resumed his perusal of the book. The master's wisdom is indeed remarkable. All present were tense, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. At the moment the golden beam of light descended, Luo Changfeng vanished without a trace. Has he truly perished? Lost within the four symbols killing formation? Changfeng, young master. Within the formation, the members of the Mu family were engulfed in despair, their faces ashen. It cannot be true. Mu Lingxue clenched her fists tightly, her eyes misty with tears. Xuanyuan could hardly contain his laughter. This troublesome youth had finally met his end, and the dark clouds that had shrouded his heart for days dissipated at last. With the source of his troubles eliminated, only the frail and the weak of the Mu family remained, posing little threat. Humph. To have him die so easily is indeed a stroke of fortune for that young man. Elder Hu snorted disdainfully, appearing somewhat unsatisfied. His gaze drifting towards those within the formation, lingering particularly on Mu Lingxue. This lad seems to attract exquisite beauties effortlessly, once I breach the formation. I shall certainly savor the delights of this exquisite furnace, ha ha ha. Hu Tiankue licked his lips, an involuntary smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Mu Lingxue met his gaze without a trace of fear, her eyes brimming with boundless killing intent. On the battlefield, feeling the nearly depleted spiritual energy within him, Old Wind's lips twitched. The four symbols killing formation, while immensely powerful, had exacted a heavy toll, consuming 5 mid-grade spirit stones and nearly exhausting all his internal spiritual energy. Nonetheless, he took solace in having successfully eliminated this troublesome youth, providing some measure of satisfaction for the family. A glance at the Mu family's defensive formation ignited a fervent desire within Old One. He had dedicated his life to the study of formations. And such a rare protective array was, in his eyes, a priceless treasure, a rare find. Today, he would compel these individuals to surrender the formation diagram. With it, this journey would not be in vain. With this thought, Old One struggled to rise. Elder Hu, have you had your fill of the spectacle? Why not hasten to dismantle the formation? The Elder One was still in mid-sentence, his words abruptly cut off, and his outstretched finger froze in midair. Motionless as if ensnared by an unseen force, Elder Hu, observing from a distance, was perplexed and inquired, Elder One, what should we do next? Upon receiving no response from one, who remained in that peculiar posture, a sense of foreboding gripped Hu's heart. He tensed, instinctively on guard. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Are you conversing with a corpse? Elder Hu, your sense of humor is quite remarkable. Startled, Hu Tiankue whirled around to find Luo Changfeng standing not far away, a grin adorning his face. You, whose expression mirrored that of someone confronted by a ghost as he glanced back at the unmoving figure of Elder One, terror surging within him. He disregarded the formation and swiftly distanced himself from Luo Changfeng. It was only at that moment that Elder One's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Yet there were no visible fatal wounds upon him. The manner in which Luo Changfeng had dispatched him remained a mystery, but it was undeniable that he was indeed dead. The sudden appearance of Luo Changfeng once again turned the tide of the situation. By the time the members of the Mu family realized what had transpired, they were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. The young master had always been their beacon of hope, a being capable of conjuring miracles without limits. Well done. Changfeng, Mu Yishan, who had braced himself for a desperate fight, trembled with excitement, tears of joy welling in his eyes. I always knew you could do it. Mu Lingxue wiped away her tears and broke into a radiant smile. Among those present, the one who wished to see this scene unfold the least was Xuanyuan. Why? Why is it that you cannot be killed? The survival of Luo Changfeng signifies the near failure of the joint operation among the three parties. What, then, awaits Xuanyuan? The answer seems all too evident. Chapter 118. I possess a sword. Observing Luo Changfeng, who remained composed in the arena, Xuanyuan's mood plummeted to an all-time low. Similarly, Hu Tiankuai was not in a much better state. as the immense pressure exerted by Luo Changfeng weighed heavily upon him. Despite having just emerged from a fierce battle, Luo exhibited no signs of depleting spiritual energy, leaving Elder Hu utterly astonished. Although he and Old Wind both possessed the same cultivation level of the 7th layer of the aperture opening, their respective interpretations of this level were worlds apart. Old Wind's prowess was forged in the crucible of blood and battle, a tangible force to be reckoned with. In contrast, Hu, as an alchemist, had scarcely engaged in direct combat. His cultivation level was merely a product of medicinal elixirs. Should a true confrontation arise, it was likely that Old Wind could easily overpower him, since Luo Changfeng was able to slay the old demon one without sustaining any harm. It was evident that he could effortlessly eliminate himself as well. Contemplating this, Elder Hu's heart began to falter. However, Luo Changfeng's divine consciousness had firmly locked onto him. Just as Hu Tiankui found himself in a predicament, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Xuanyuan in the distance, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Lord of Xuanyuan City, it would be unwise for you to continue observing with indifference. If I perish, do you truly believe this young man will spare you? It must be said that Hu Tiankui had a keen understanding of how to leverage circumstances. Although Xuanyuan Li's cultivation was relatively low, he still commanded several hundred armored soldiers. Should they charge en masse, they could certainly pose some trouble for Luo Changfeng. At that point, he could seize the opportunity to make his escape. Hu Tiankui plotted with great enthusiasm, yet he still lacked a thorough understanding of Xuanyuan Li's character. Master Luo, the affairs of today shall not involve my city lord's mansion. I hope you all proceed with caution, avoiding harm to the innocent. Xuanyuan Li's statement nearly caused Elder Hu to spew forth blood. How shameless can one be? We had all agreed to slaughter the entire clan, and now, upon seeing the tide turn, you metamorphose into a guardian of public order. Hu Tiankui seethed with indignation, unable to restrain his vitriol. You, Xuanyuan Li, are a disgrace to your position as city lord, exhibiting the utmost cowardice. As for Hu Tiankui's derision, Xuanyuan Li remained unfazed, his gaze fixed upon Luo Changfeng. Noticing no reaction from his adversary, he breathed a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, the cavalry began an orderly retreat, and soon the long street lay desolate. This left Hu Tiankui in a state of stupefaction. They're leaving just like that? Hu Tiankui struggled to comprehend why Luo Changfeng would allow Xuanyuan Li to depart. Only Luo Changfeng himself understood that Xuanyuan Li no longer posed any threat to the Mu family. Dealing with him was merely a matter of time. So there was no rush. Rather, it was Elder Hu who repeatedly sought trouble with him that needed to be eliminated today. Ah, young brother Luo, you are indeed a hero of your generation. I admire you. Today's events were merely instigated by the Gu family. I shall take my leave now and never set foot in Xianyang City again. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. And Hu Tiankui was surprisingly straightforward, retreating with a flourish. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remained, he would not fear the absence of firewood. He could always seek another opportunity to deal with this young man in the future. Elder Hu's words were merely a pretext. Having come this far, he might as well remain. Luo Changfeng is not a mere child easily swayed by a few flattering words. The glint of coldness in Hu Tiankui's eyes may deceive others, but it cannot deceive himself. Moreover, this old scoundrel had once attempted to eliminate him during the alchemical duel at Danhua Tower and has now conspired with the Gu family to endanger his own kin. Such a person, Luo Changfeng has always believed, should be dealt with swiftly and decisively. Hearing this, Elder Hu was infuriated. After all, he was a high-ranking practitioner of the Enlightenment realm and a third-tier alchemist, held in high esteem throughout the Dragon Mountain Empire. He had never been so disdained. Young man, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Leave a thread of goodwill for future encounters, he warned. As he spoke, a pill discreetly appeared in the palm of his right hand. It was a fourth-tier dragon power pill, capable of temporarily enhancing a cultivator's physical strength. The frailty of the body is a common ailment among alchemists. In life and death confrontations, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, the dragon power pill has become an essential item for esteemed alchemists. Feigning ignorance of Elder Hu's subtle maneuver, Luo Changfeng remained resolute, regardless of the methods employed. Today he would ensure this man's demise. With a swift motion, he drew the crescent moon blade, unleashing a horizontal strike. The sword light howling as it lunged toward Hu Tiankui. You foolishly underestimate the heavens and the earth. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, Hu Tiankui retorted, swallowing the pill. As the elixir coursed through him, a surge of searing energy assaulted his insides, causing his skin to flush a deep crimson. and he let out a low groan of agony. Moments later, a vigorous force of physical strength erupted from within, an elder who clenched his fist, instantly brimming with confidence. Die. Hu Tiankuai confronted the sword light with his bare hands, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the blade like glass in mere moments. Ha ha, delightful, he bellowed, unable to contain his exhilaration. The fourth-tier dragon power pill indeed proved formidable. He felt his physical prowess now rivaling that of advanced body cultivators. Luo Changfeng arched an eyebrow. This absurd dragon power pill seemed to possess some efficacy. Prepare to meet your end, boy. Hu Tiankuai seized the opportunity to strike, launching a punch toward Luo Changfeng with a speed that surpassed lightning. Fool. Luo Changfeng silently cursed under his breath, as the crescent blade in his hand danced like a windmill. A continuous stream of resplendent sword light interwove, forming an expansive net that descended upon Hu Tiankuai. Damn it! Hu Tiankuai's expression shifted dramatically. He unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering numerous beams of sword light, yet some still eluded his defenses, leaving cuts upon his body. Hu Tiankuai grimaced in pain. Even his enhanced physique could not withstand such an onslaught. After several breaths, all the sword light vanished, and Hu Tiankuai stood there, gasping for breath, his clothes tattered and torn, resembling a filthy beggar. Luo Changfeng, I will kill you. Hu Tiankuai erupted in fury, feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Luo Changfeng retracted the crescent moon, a faint smile gracing his lips. If you can withstand a single strike from me today, I shall grant you your freedom. Luo Changfeng spoke, extending his right palm. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and a cataclysmic aura descended upon the space, akin to the will of the deities. Shattered mountains and rivers palm, fourth style, devouring the vast expanse. With a resounding roar, Luo Changfeng propelled himself forward, charging directly at Hu Tiankuai. What kind of martial art is this, capable of influencing the very will of the heavens? Elder Hu was taken aback, hastily channeling all his spiritual energy into his right hand, retaliating with a punch of his own. As their fists collided, the ground beneath them erupted, the azure stones cracking under the force. Hu Tiankuai felt a violent tremor throughout his body, as if his internal organs were on the verge of displacement. Yet he continued to endure with great effort. A faint smile graced the corners of Luo Changfeng's mouth. In an instant, a surge of even more ferocious energy flooded into Hu Tiankuai's body, rampaging through his meridians with reckless abandon. Hu Tiankuai felt as if he would be torn apart in the next moment and hastily cried out, Luo Changfeng, I am the vice-elder of Danhua Tower. If you take my life, the master of the tower will surely not let you go. Upon hearing the words, Luo Changfeng paused momentarily. Hu Tiankuai, filled with elation, foolishly believed he had a chance. However, in the next instant, a glimmer of sword light flashed, and Hu Tiankuai felt a chilling sensation at his throat. His head soaring away. A flying sword? How could this be? Gazing at the diminutive sword deftly maneuvering through the air, Hu Tiankuai's eyes were filled with confusion. The disdainful voice of Luo Changfeng echoed in his ears. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. As a guest elder of Danhua Tower, I am perfectly positioned to cleanse the premises on behalf of the master. Chapter 119. Assessing the spoils. Hu Tiankuai lay dead, burdened by boundless regret and profound unwillingness. If life were to grant him another chance, one could only wonder if he would still choose to oppose Luo Changfeng, once revered as the foremost alchemist of Danhua Tower. Held in high esteem by many, what folly it had been. Observing the lifeless bodies of the old Demon One and Gu Qing sprawled on the ground, Luo Changfeng's heart stirred not a single ripple. The enmity with the Gu family had long been a matter of life and death. This was merely an advance on the interest. Reflecting on his brief journey, it was remarkable that in just a few months, he had already dispatched more than 3 direct descendants of the Gu family. Even for the formidable Gu clan, such losses were not insignificant. It was difficult to imagine how the head of the Gu family would maintain his usual composed demeanor upon receiving this news. Luo Changfeng withdrew his thoughts. With a subtle shift of his spirit, the emerald-hued dagger that had severed Hu Tiankuai's head soared back through the air, landing in its master's grasp, trembling incessantly. Its jubilant demeanor resembled that of a proud victor seeking praise. Luo Changfeng chuckled softly, flicking his fingers to retract the verdant little sword into the realm of his dantian. Strictly speaking, this emerald blade does not qualify as a true flying sword. A genuine flying sword necessitates a cultivator to wield it with mystical arts, nurtured by their own vital essence, allowing for manipulation as effortlessly as one moves their fingers, capable of striking foes from 1,000 miles away. However, to master such mystical techniques, one must open all the meridians throughout their body, traversing the bridge of mysticism. As for traversing this bridge, it signifies the entry into the golden elixir realm. Thus, it is impossible to grasp mystical arts below the golden elixir stage, let alone wield a flying sword. Luo Changfeng is currently merely a nascent practitioner, and despite the extraordinary nature of his combat prowess, he remains incapable of wielding spells due to the limitations of his physical form. He relies solely on his formidable spiritual strength to manipulate his flying sword over short distances, catching his adversaries off guard. This technique bears a striking resemblance to the method employed by Yang Minghua, the leader of the Tiger Tooth Mercenary Corps, when he utilized his flying sword to vanquish the Shadow Leopard King in the Xuanyuan mountain range. Only after dealing with Hu Tiankuai can the crisis faced by the Mu family be deemed entirely resolved. As Luo Changfeng relaxed his mind, he could no longer maintain his composure and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body swaying precariously. Having executed the formidable and relentless fourth style of the mountain and river-shattering palm twice in succession, he achieved the remarkable feat of vanquishing two formidable high-ranking practitioners of the enlightened realm. Luo Changfeng was utterly exhausted, with the spiritual energy in his dantian nearly depleted. Fortunately, Xuanyuan had the sense to withdraw. Otherwise, he might have faced a significant disaster today. Suddenly, a white figure flashed by. Mu Lingxue had rushed over, supporting him with great concern etched upon her face. "How do you feel?" Luo Changfeng reached out to gently wipe away the tears from her face, a smile breaking across his lips as he reassured her, "Do not worry, you shall not perish." In that fleeting moment, Mu Lingxue felt as if her heart were being cleaved in two. This proud daughter of the heavens had never before felt such a profound sense of helplessness. Perhaps it was time to acquiesce to her master's request. Luo Changfeng approached the headless corpse of old Hu, quietly invoking the homing ding to absorb the remains of Hu Tiankuai. The bodies of Gu Qing and the old demon one were similarly drawn into the golden cauldron. It was no jest. The essence contained within the corpses of three formidable chi-connecting realm masters was immense, and while others might struggle, it was an effortless endeavor for the Hongming Ding. In addition to the three bodies, he also seized the storage bags at their waists. Knowing full well that they would yield a considerable fortune, Mu Lingxue refrained from inquiring further, showcasing her astuteness. As they entered the grand formation, the crowd parted reverently, treating this young master with the utmost respect. Upon returning to the Mu family hall, all eyes were fixed upon the young master, who was significantly younger than most present. Ahem, everyone, please disperse. Managers, return promptly to handle the aftermath. After this battle, our Mu family will firmly establish its dominance in Xianyang City, unshakable by any force. The last sentence was delivered through gritted teeth by Mu Yishan, and Luo Changfeng could distinctly sense the long-suppressed exhilaration within him. Understood, family head. The crowd responded with a thunderous affirmation. Once they departed, only the Mu father-daughter duo and Luo Changfeng remained in the hall. Mu Lingxue appeared somewhat anxious. "Father, how's your injury?" "I am fine. With the Di Kuandan provided by Changfeng, I shall recover swiftly." "But what of you, Changfeng?" "Do not worry, sir. I merely expended some spiritual energy. A few days of rest will suffice." Mu Yishan nodded, and at that moment, he noticed Mu Lingxue holding Luo Changfeng's hand tightly. With a gentle smile, Mu Yishan remarked, "I believe it is time for you to adopt a new title." Luo Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon enlightenment dawned upon him. He clasped his hands together and addressed her, "Father-in-law." At once, Mu Lingxue's ears flushed crimson. "Father-in-law, Lingxue, I shall return to tend to my wounds. For the next few days, please refrain from seeking me unless there is an urgent matter." Mu Yishan nodded gravely. "Very well. Focus on your recovery. I shall remain here, and you may summon me whenever needed." Supporting Luo Changfeng, Mu Lingxue guided him back to the small courtyard where he had once resided, closing the gate behind them. She lingered for a long while, reluctant to depart. The courtyard remained unchanged, impeccably clean, preserving the essence of his last departure. Upon returning, Luo Changfeng felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Once inside, he settled cross-legged and consumed dozens of earth Kuan pills in one go. The gentle energy permeated his body, beginning the process of mending his injured meridians. The spiritual energy within his dantian gradually increased. The courtyard returned to its former serenity. Throughout this time, Mu Lingxue visited countless times, yet she restrained herself from entering. 2 days swiftly passed, and Luo Changfeng's injuries had completely healed, though regrettably, the spiritual energy in his dantian had only replenished to less than 50%. The earth Kuan pills were nearly depleted. "Now, let me assess the spoils of this recent battle." Luo Changfeng waved his hand to retrieve 3 storage bags, effortlessly dispelling the array seals inscribed upon them. With a mere thought, The items within the storage bag soared forth, arranging themselves before his eyes. Luo Changfeng's lips curled into a smile, quite pleasing indeed, as expected of a grand cultivator, each one of them overflowing with wealth. Elder Hu's storage pouch was predominantly filled with elixirs and prescriptions, which were clearly beneath Luo Changfeng's regard. However, what delighted him the most was the astonishing collection of 50 mid-grade spirit stones, complemented by an innumerable quantity of low-grade spirit stones. Truly, what an extravagant display of affluence. Throughout the entirety of the Longshan Empire, mid-grade spirit stones were exceedingly rare. He possessed merely 5, a reward bestowed upon him for winning the Academy's newcomer championship. This old rascal must have engaged in countless unscrupulous deeds to amass such a fortune. In stark contrast to Elder Hu, the storage pouch of the Wicked Elder One appeared rather meager. It contained scant spirit stones, the majority being an assortment of formation diagrams and various materials for crafting formations. Among them, a tattered piece of beast hide caught Luo Changfeng's attention. Luo Changfeng carefully weighed the object in his hand, his gaze growing increasingly bright. Chapter 120. Breaking Through the Body Refinement Realm. In the city of Xuanyuan, at the Lord's Manor. Inside the conference hall, Xuanyuan paced restlessly, unable to find peace of mind. He had gone 2 days and nights without proper rest, his hair disheveled and dark circles under his eyes. Xuanyuan swore that these 2 days had been the most arduous of his life. After withdrawing from the Mu family, he had initially intended to leave without a trace. Yet he felt a deep sense of unwillingness. The Xuanyuan family had governed Xuanyuan for nearly a century, and now he was to flee like a coward. A dog without a home, it was simply unacceptable to him. More importantly, he believed that Luo Changfeng did not possess the audacity to slay a city lord. After all, he was appointed by the emperor himself, and killing him would be a blatant challenge to the dignity of the entire empire. Not even a mere innate realm practitioner, let alone a golden core expert, would dare to oppose the empire. If it truly came to that, he would fight to the bitter end. Who lived and who died was uncertain. Xuanyuan toyed with a black ink ring on his right index finger, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. Lord City Master, a scout reports that the Mu family remains calm, with no signs of large-scale martial artist mobilization. A black-armored officer interrupted Xuanyuan's thoughts. After leaving that day, the Lord's Manor had arranged for dozens of scouts to closely monitor every action of the Mu family, ensuring that Xuanyuan would be informed at the first sign of movement. Xuanyuan waved his hand, indicating for the man to withdraw. It was already the 3rd day. What was the Mu family up to? Could it be that Luo Changfeng had truly changed his nature? Impossible. Xuanyuan shook his head. Based on his understanding of Luo Changfeng, this individual was undoubtedly vengeful and had no reason to let him off the hook. Unless... Xuanyuan's eyes brightened as he considered a possibility. Unless Luo Changfeng was gravely injured and currently focused on recuperation, with no time to concern himself with him. Additionally, a subordinate had previously reported seeing Luo Changfeng being supported home by Mu Lingxue. Xuanyuan felt this possibility was quite significant. If that were the case, it would present an opportunity for him. Resolving his thoughts, Xuanyuan made up his mind. Send a carrier pigeon to the imperial capital. In the small courtyard of the Mu residence, Luo Changfeng gazed at the tattered beast hide before him, his expression remarkably vivid. This was, in fact, a fragment of the hide from a 6th-tier spiritual beast, the Void Beast. A 6th-tier spiritual beast was on par with a human practitioner in the transformation realm. Such creatures existed solely in the realm of cultivation and would never appear in the secular world. Should they do so, it would spell disaster for the entire mortal realm. Luo Changfeng was filled with curiosity regarding how the old demon one had acquired this piece of beast hide. The Void Beast, also known as the Golden Swallowing Beast, possesses the ability to devour all things, exhibiting an insatiable appetite. Luo Changfeng had once encountered an adult Void Beast in the immortal realm, which, with a single gulp, could render mountains spanning 100,000 miles into nothingness. The Void Beast is a treasure in its entirety, and the beast hide before him, if refined, could transform into a remarkable magical artifact, just as Luo Changfeng intended to reclaim it. He caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye at the surface of the hide, where certain runes were flowing, resembling some obscure patterns. Luo Changfeng unleashed the power of the, revealing the secrets concealed within the depths of the animal hide. The sinuous lines, though incomplete, vaguely suggested that this was indeed a fragment of a map. However, this piece of hide represented merely a minuscule portion, rendering it impossible to accurately discern the location depicted. Based on Luo Changfeng's experiences from his previous life, The extravagant use of the hide of a void beast for documentation indicated that this place was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely a relic of a sect. To ascertain the precise location illustrated on the map, it would be necessary to gather all the fragments of the hide. It would be prudent to preserve it for future use. Luo Chanfeng waved his hand, placing the remnants into his storage bag, and continued to organize the spoils of war. Du Qing's storage bag held little of interest: spiritual stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts, all deemed unworthy by Luo Chanfeng. Yet, for the Mu family, these items were of paramount importance. Aside from the mid-grade spiritual stones and the fragments of the void beast's hide, Luo Chanfeng intended to bestow the remainder of the loot upon his family. In total, they had amassed 70 mid-grade spiritual stones, and with the 5 he already possessed, Luo Chanfeng believed it was time to attempt a breakthrough to the body refinement realm. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, and after these 2 battles, he could no longer suppress his advancement. For others, breaking through a realm was a momentous occasion requiring extensive preparation. However, for Luo Chanfeng, as long as he had sufficient spiritual energy, ascending was as effortless as eating and drinking. With a wave of his hand, he deployed a formation flag, establishing a small isolation array to prevent any excessive commotion from dismantling the Mu estate. He immersed his consciousness into the Sea of Souls, commanding the Primordial Cauldron to refine the remains of the 3 old Demon One, Hu Tiankuai, and Gu Qing, that had been absorbed earlier. The essence contained within the high-grade body refinement realm's physical form was indeed immense, resulting in over 1,000 droplets of golden liquid appearing within the small cauldron. Luo Chanfeng was not one to hold back. He poured everything into his Dantian world. The previously thin spiritual energy and dwindling vitality of the Dantian world suddenly surged with vibrant life, a sensation of abundant spiritual energy enveloping Luo Chanfeng, bringing him immense comfort. Now was the moment to ascend. With a low exclamation, the spiritual energy above the courtyard began to stir restlessly, swiftly depleting within a radius of 10, 50, and even 100 zhang. Ultimately, the spiritual energy of the entire city of Xuanyuan began to exhibit unusual movements, converging towards the small courtyard. Fortunately, Luo Chanfeng had previously set up a barrier formation. Otherwise, the entire Mu family would have been reduced to ruins. Mu Yishan, who was handling family affairs in the hall, was the first to sense something amiss and hurried over. Mu Lingxue had already appeared outside the courtyard, her expression filled with anxiety. Shuer, is Chanfeng breaking through? Yes. It seems he is on the verge of entering the body refinement realm, but I wonder why there is such a commotion. Does he truly only possess innate cultivation? It should be so. Mu Lingxue remarked, her confidence wavering. After all, which innate cultivator could cause such a ruckus during their ascension? One might mistakenly believe he was preparing to transcend to a higher realm. Mu Yishan, upon hearing this, was left speechless. He had long been aware of this young man's extraordinary nature, yet time and again, he surpassed all expectations. The commotion stirred by Luo Chanfeng has captured the attention of all cultivators in the city of Xuanyuan. Bang! The sound of a shattered teacup reverberated throughout the city lord's mansion as Xuanyuan clenched his fists, his expression ashen. Humph, young man. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. The turbulence of spiritual energy in the skies above Xuanyuan persisted for an entire incense stick's duration before gradually settling into tranquility. The small courtyard began to return to normal, with Mu Yishan and Mu Lingxue anxiously awaiting outside the gate. However, as evening fell, the courtyard remained devoid of any activity. Just when Mu Lingxue grew impatient and contemplated rushing inside, the gate creaked open, and a tall figure emerged. Upon seeing Luo Chanfeng, the two were rendered speechless. Chapter 121. The Mystery of One's Heritage. Luo Chanfeng stepped out of the courtyard, stretching his body lazily after 3 consecutive days of intense training, yielding substantial rewards. Though he merely stood there, an intangible aura emanated from him, exerting a subtle pressure even on Mu Yishan, a formidable warrior at the 2nd level of the Qi channeling realm. The old man couldn't help but reflect that while there exists only a single realm of difference between the body refinement and innate realms, it marks a profound disparity between martial artists and cultivators, representing a transformative elevation in the essence of life itself. This principle was vividly illustrated in Luo Chanfeng. Their astonishment did not stem from his cultivation advancement. After all, they had grown accustomed to this prodigious talent over time. Rather, it was the mesmerizing quality of his eyes that captivated them. Indeed, it was his gaze that defied description. Those otherworldly orbs shimmered with a haunting golden radiance, as if a mere glance could draw one in, leading to an eternal descent into oblivion. Anyone who fell under the scrutiny of those eyes felt as though they had become transparent, with no secrets left to conceal. This was a truly terrifying prospect for any cultivator. Luo Changfeng's dual pupil technique is a profound and exquisite martial art, classified as a superior skill of the mystic tier, encompassing 3 realms, dispelling illusions, returning to truth, and the world. In this recent cultivation endeavor, not only did he ascend to the body refinement stage, but the dual pupil technique also experienced a serendipitous breakthrough, reaching its ultimate realm, the world. As the Buddhist adage states, a flower represents a world, a leaf embodies Bodhi. And there is also the notion of a mustard seed containing Mount Meru. The so-called world realm of the dual pupil technique signifies the comprehension of the fundamental essence of all things, restoring the primordial world. It is also a manifestation of a cultivator's closeness to the Great Path. Attaining proximity to the Great Path is the fervent aspiration of all practitioners. Ultimately, the pursuit of immortality is a quest for the transcendent, while the cultivation is the journey along the path. Luo Changfeng's lips curled slightly, a sense of delight washing over him as he beheld the father and daughter standing at the door, unable to resist. He activated the 3rd level of his Eye of Heavy Pupil technique. His gaze swept across, revealing all the secrets hidden within Mount Mui. He discerned the intricate pathways of its cultivation techniques and identified the obstructions within certain meridians. Previously, such insights would have required the expenditure of soul power and the probing of one's consciousness, but now he could perceive them clearly with the naked eye. However, upon seeing Mu Lingxue, Luo Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. She appeared shrouded in thick mists, her form indistinct. No matter how he urged the Eye of Heavy Pupil, he could not penetrate the veil that obscured her presence. Luo Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly, as it seemed that Xue harbored some significant secrets. Yet, in a fleeting moment, his brow unfurled. After all, everyone possesses secrets, and he himself had not been entirely candid with others. Noticing the two were momentarily dazed, Luo Changfeng promptly retracted his eye technique, restoring his gaze to that of an ordinary person. As the two regained their composure, Mu Yishan shook his head and inquired, "Changfeng, what was that in your eyes just now?" "It is merely a technique," he replied. "What brings you both here?" Luo Changfeng, reluctant to elaborate further, swiftly diverted the conversation. Mu Lingxue discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, then cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "You must have broken through to the body refinement realm, haven't you? The commotion you caused was quite significant. I dare say the entire city of Xuanyuan is now paying attention." Upon hearing this, Luo Changfeng touched his nose. 3 days had elapsed since the great battle, and the Mu family had resumed their normal operations. Thanks to Luo Changfeng's timely arrival, the Mu family suffered no casualties. On the contrary, this conflict had illuminated for the citizens of Xuanyuan who the true sovereign of the city was. The gates of the city lord's mansion were firmly shut. With Xuanyuan cowering within, the elite forces of the city were on high alert, seemingly fearful of something. Mu Yishan's internal injuries had mostly healed, and Luo Changfeng had concocted several pills to strengthen his meridians and restore his essence. The recent encounter with the trio of Elder One had yielded numerous treasures. Apart from the medium-grade spirit stones, all the remaining artifacts, medicinal pills, techniques, and spiritual materials, along with thousands of inferior-grade spirit stones, were entrusted to Mu Yishan for the future development of the family. Upon receiving these items, Mu Yishan felt as if he were in a dream, for spirit stones were a luxury beyond the imagination of a small clan like the Mu family. Now, suddenly possessing thousands of spirit stones, he could hardly fathom the heights to which the Mu family might ascend. Initially, he hesitated to accept them. While these treasures were undoubtedly precious, Luo Changfeng needed them as well, for no one would ever complain of having too many spirit stones. However, when he witnessed Luo Changfeng produce several medium-grade spirit stones, he ceased his objections. This promotion was largely thanks to the 3 corpses, and the consumption of medium-grade spirit stones had been minimal. Luo Changfeng still possessed 50 such stones. He generously allotted 10 to both Mu Yishan and Mu Lingxue, the latter of whom naturally did not hold back in expressing her gratitude. As for Mu Yishan, Luo Changfeng was correct. Only he, as the head of the family, represented the core combat strength of the Mu clan. The sooner he could elevate his cultivation, the more capable the family would become. Observing the increasingly mature Luo Changfeng, who, despite being merely 20 years old, bore the weight of many emotions, Mu Yishan felt a complex mix of sentiments. Finally, it seemed he had made an immense decision. "Changfeng, have you not always yearned to learn about your parents?" Upon hearing these words, Luo Changfeng felt a surge of vitality. as the mention of his parents seemed to awaken memories that had long lain dormant within him, a yearning that emanated from the very essence of his soul in this world. Everyone believed that Luo Changfeng was merely retrieved by Mu Yishan from the mountains, but is this truly the case? Follow me, Mu Yishan said, turning to enter the house. Mu Lingxue exchanged a glance with Luo Changfeng, sharing a sweet smile. Luo Changfeng followed closely behind, noticing that Mu Yishan's steps were somewhat heavy, indicating that this matter had been buried in his heart for far too long, weighing upon him like a mountain. Mu Lingxue stood quietly in place, observing the two figures gradually receding into the distance. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely until the door finally creaked open, and Luo Changfeng emerged slowly. His expression was solemn, brow slightly furrowed, as if he were deep in contemplation. Mu Lingxue stepped forward, gently grasping his hand. Luo Changfeng lifted his gaze to meet hers, and in that silent exchange, everything was understood without words. This issue was far-reaching, and Luo Changfeng needed time to process it before he could share it with her. Subsequently, Luo Changfeng utilized the abundant formation materials and several mid-grade spirit stones obtained from the old demon one to construct a new array, integrating it into the existing grand formation. The defensive array now truly deserved to be called extraordinary. According to Luo Changfeng's estimates, unless a golden core cultivator unleashed their full strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach from the outside. He also provided Mu Yishan with a set of spear techniques of high-grade mystery rank, sufficient for him to cultivate to the golden core realm. With everything meticulously arranged, Luo Changfeng exited the Mu residence, walking alongside Mu Lingxue. The spies scattered around the Mu family were left in shock, their faces pale with fear, as they hurried back to the city lord's mansion to deliver the news. Luo Changfeng moved at a leisurely pace, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. His singular objective was none other than Xuanyuan. Some matters, after all, must be resolved. Chapter 122. A courage as great as the heavens at present, Luo Changfeng wielded a fearsome reputation throughout the city of Xuanyuan. Although many had not witnessed the recent battle firsthand, a select few, well-informed individuals had gleaned certain insights. The three enigmatic masters had all fallen, and the elite forces of the city lord's mansion had been dispatched, only to return in defeat. The orchestrator of this turmoil was none other than Luo Changfeng himself. Though days have elapsed since that fateful encounter, the details of the battle have taken flight, echoing through the streets and alleys of Xuanyuan, resonating in the ears of every inhabitant. Luo Changfeng has now undeniably become the embodiment of a formidable force, capable of silencing the cries of children at night. The mere presence of such an extraordinary individual on the streets is bound to stir a commotion. Those who once ridiculed him now feel a burning shame upon their faces. Who would have imagined that within a mere year, the so-called useless young master of the Mu family would have ascended to such a level? Indeed, reflecting on the past, I too had once mocked him. Ah, you old fool, are you now flaunting your prowess? Are you not afraid that the god of death will come seeking vengeance? Enough of your taunts. Why would he even remember us insignificant beings? As Luo Changfeng gradually departed, the murmurs behind him crescendoed into a cacophony. Some keen observers discerned the direction he was heading and couldn't contain their excitement. Alas, where could he possibly be going? I can't shake the feeling that he is making his way to the city lord's mansion. Surely not. What could he intend? Is he seeking revenge against the city lord? That would be utterly reckless. Indeed, the city lord represents the empire. Does he not fear repercussions from the empire? Let us follow him and find out. A few audacious souls trailed him from a distance. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was under heightened security, and even from afar, the sounds of commotion could be heard within, shouts, and the clashing of weapons. Reporting to the city lord, Luo Changfeng is now less than 5 kilometers away. Xuanyuan sat in the hall, his face darkened, gripping a glimmering sword, remaining silent. Internally, he seethed with rage, astonished that Luo Changfeng dared to come openly seeking trouble. Pigeon messages had been dispatched for days, yet not a word from the capital? My lord, there has been no news from the capital. Xuanyuan snorted, humph. A bunch of cowardly wretches, priding themselves on being top-tier families, reduced to trembling at the sight of Luo Changfeng. A black-armored captain approached. My lord, what shall we do next? Proceed as planned. If we fail to eliminate this brat, we are all doomed. The black-armored captain swiftly departed, dismissing those around him. Xuanyuan removed a peculiar ring from his right index finger, inhaling deeply as if resolved to make a significant decision. Bone Flame, emerge. I have accepted your terms. But you must aid me in taking a life. As Xuanyuan's words fell, a swirl of pitch-black smoke emerged from the ring, accompanied by a shrill, eerie laughter. Ha ha. Xuanyuan, You've finally seen the light. Fear not. We are the most trustworthy, and we shall ensure you achieve your desires." With that, the black mist vanished, melding into Xuanyuan's form. "Luo Changfeng, you have forced my hand." Just as Luo Changfeng approached, he suddenly halted. Mu Lingxue, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" "Nothing. Just sensing some bothersome individuals." Mu Lingxue furrowed her brows slightly, glancing around with a hint of confusion. "If any unforeseen circumstances arise later, remember to retreat at the first opportunity and do not concern yourself with me." Luo Changfeng earnestly cautioned Mu Lingxue, word by word. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxue felt even more perplexed. She could not comprehend Luo Changfeng's intentions. Wasn't it merely a Xuanyuan at the second level of the Qi passage? Why the utmost caution? Luo Changfeng offered no extensive explanation. A peculiar aura, one that did not belong to this realm, had just manifested within his consciousness. It was the presence of the demonic clan. How could such an essence arise in the mundane world? Were those esteemed sects merely idle? No one understood the demonic clan better than Luo Changfeng. He had once ventured alone into the demonic domain within the Qiming immortal realm, rendering him intimately familiar with these entities. His instincts warned him that the task of slaying Xuanyuan would not be so straightforward this time. As the two approached within 100 paces of the city lord's residence, a throng of heavily armored cavalry surged forth from all directions, encircling them completely. Numerous soldiers, armed with formidable crossbows, appeared atop the towering edifices surrounding them. These crossbows were crafted from unique materials and imbued with intricate formations, specifically designed to counteract cultivators. Although the Mu family's armory produced such weapons, their output was severely restricted by the Empire's stringent regulations. Upon witnessing Luo Changfeng's arrival, the soldiers visibly tensed. His infamous reputation preceded him. A black-armored commander emerged, brandishing a long blade that pointed directly at Luo Changfeng. "Luo Changfeng," he declared, "to trespass upon the city lord's estate is a capital offense. Are you not aware of this?" Luo Changfeng smiled faintly, saying, "If I may refrain from entering." Then let Xuanyuan emerge. Boldly, the captain in black armor bellowed, "Do you dare to utter the name of our lord?" His commanding voice resonated with authority, invigorating the soldiers around him, who stood tall and resolute. Luo Changfeng, weary of idle chatter, called out in a commanding voice, "Lord of Xuanyuan City, I have come today with pressing matters to discuss. I kindly request that you step forth from your abode for a conversation." In response, Xuanyuan Li's voice echoed from a distance, laced with an eerie chill that sent an uncomfortable shiver through the air. "Luo Changfeng, you know well the purpose of your visit today. Let us dispense with the pretense. If you possess the courage, then enter on your own accord." Luo Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon he grasped the situation. It appeared that this demon had yet to reach its full potential. Otherwise, given their notorious arrogance, they would have already emerged in force. "Very well, since Lord Xuanyuan is reluctant to show himself, I shall proceed alone." The crowd of onlookers erupted into a flurry of excitement. Could it be that Luo Changfeng had lost his senses, truly intending to assault the lord's mansion? Indeed, the Xuanyuan family had held dominion over the lord's estate for nearly a century, unchallenged by any. This young man from the Mu family seemed rather presumptuous. Let us watch and see how he meets his end. Yet, I am not so sure. Let us not forget how our esteemed lord returned in defeat just 5 days prior. There were also those who held a favorable view of Luo Changfeng, their spirits high, eagerly fixated on the unfolding scene. This battle today was destined to alter the course of Xiangyang's history. Luo Changfeng unsheathed his sword beneath the slanting moon, standing shoulder to shoulder with Mu Lingxue. "My dear, shall we embark on a journey together?" Mu Lingxue let out a soft snort, her figure soaring into the air. A single sword breaking through the ranks of 3 armies. Chapter 123. Striking the ancestors' rear. What a formidable woman indeed. Luo Changfeng, with a wry smile born of helplessness, realized that Mu Lingxue was, in fact, a humanoid beast of destruction. Appearing innocuous, she wielded her lethal prowess with a finesse that surpassed even his seasoned experience. "Release the arrows," commanded the leader of the black armored troops, as countless projectiles, whistling through the air, surged towards Mu Lingxue. At such a close range, any ordinary practitioner of body refinement would have been reduced to a pincushion. Yet, suspended in midair, Mu Lingxue deftly formed seals with her hands, releasing her sword, which transformed into a myriad of radiant blades, shattering the torrential rain of arrows. The spectacle of glimmering light cascading through the sky presented a mesmerizing scene. Kill. The sword light, a resplendent arc extending several zhang, swept down like a celestial being descending from the heavens, hurtling towards the ranks of the black-armored cavalry. The commander of the black armor was struck with terror as dozens of peak-innate martial artists swiftly retrieved their shields, forming a cohesive barrier. Intricate runes adorned the shields, into which they infused their spiritual energy. Instantly, the shields emitted a soft, ethereal glow, creating a luminous barrier that enveloped the entire cavalry unit. Just as the barrier took shape, the sword light roared towards them. A piercing sound of impact reverberated, yet astonishingly, the shield's barrier remained unshattered. Luo Changfeng was taken aback, finding the situation rather intriguing. The commander of the black-armored army, witnessing the sword light being blocked, felt a surge of joy within. "Brothers, charge with me," he commanded. The remaining 40 to 50 cavalrymen drew their long sabers, their steeds galloping fiercely towards Luo Changfeng. The commander was a seasoned warrior, well-versed in the brutalities of battle, possessing vast combat experience. His timing was impeccable, seizing the moment when Luo Changfeng's sword strike had just been unleashed. He aimed to capitalize on the fleeting opportunity to strike decisively. The commander, a master of the 8th layer of body refinement, had previously slain a formidable opponent of the 2nd layer of Qi opening through tactical coordination with his troops. Thus, he believed this encounter would prove no different. Given the chance to close in, even the mightiest of opponents would be reduced to mere dust by the skilled formation of his army. Alas, this time he faced Luo Changfeng, an individual who defied conventional tactics. No sooner had the black-armored cavalry charged a few dozen meters than another beam of sword light surged forth, equally potent as the first. Bereft of the protective shield formation, the entire contingent of the black-armored army found themselves exposed beneath the encompassing sword light. "Scatter!" the commander bellowed, urging his cavalry to disperse swiftly. Yet, despite his quick reflexes, he had gravely underestimated the power of Luo Changfeng's sword light. A chorus of anguished screams erupted as the cavalrymen and their mounts were cleaved in two. The specially forged armor they wore proved as futile as paper. In an instant, the main street of the Lord's mansion ran red with blood, the stench overwhelming and nauseating, while cries of despair echoed like a descent into a hellish realm. Due to the sheer speed of the assault, many cavalrymen did not perish immediately. They writhed on the ground, their bodies severed in half. Observing the mere 7 or 8 remaining black-armored cavalrymen, the commander trembled uncontrollably. These were comrades who had traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood alongside him, now all fallen to the sword. Gazing at Luo Changfeng, the commander's eyes blazed crimson. "Kill them," he shouted, as the remaining cavalrymen charged once more. Though their endeavor was tragically valiant, Luo Changfeng had no intention of sparing them. Their near-manic obsession and misguided loyalty rendered them a threat. To spare them would be the greatest disservice to his own kin. Soldiers ought to perish on the battlefield defending their homeland, having chosen to become private troops of another. They forfeited the very essence of their sacrifice. What folly was this? With a long sigh, Luo Changfeng summoned forth another beam of sword light, leaving no one standing upon the long street, neither man nor steed. The scent of blood wafted away on the gentle breeze, causing those who had gathered at a distance to retch incessantly. Was this the path to hell? The arena of Shura? It seemed no more than this. On Mu Lingshue's side, she had already dispatched dozens of crossbowmen, her white garments untouched by the crimson stain. Those soldiers of the black-armored army, who were still struggling to maintain their formation, lost all will to resist upon witnessing their commander felled in a single strike. With morale shattered, the shield wall began to waver. Luo Changfeng whispered softly, and in an instant, the light of his sword began to spin at an astonishing speed. The soldiers armed with shields could no longer maintain their formation, being hurled away and bleeding profusely. Even those few who managed to stand were stripped of any will to resist, gazing at Luo Changfeng with nothing but terror in their eyes. Thus, the black-armored army of the city lord was annihilated, while the executioner, Luo Changfeng, and his companion appeared utterly unfazed, standing there in calm silence. The lord of Xuanyuan city may now make his entrance, it seems. Ha ha. A cacophony of harsh, eerie laughter resonated in the ears of the onlookers, followed by the appearance of a tall figure at the gates. The newcomer was none other than Xuanyuan Li, the lord of Xuanyang city. However, at this moment, Xuanyuan Li bore an unsettling appearance. His eyes were blood-red, his complexion an ominous purple, exuding a chilling aura that unsettled those around him. Perhaps provoked by the scent of blood, he appeared somewhat grotesque, occasionally glancing at the severed limbs on the ground, with glistening droplets of liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, he was possessed by the forces of darkness. Luo Changfeng felt a sudden wave of revulsion. Xuanyuan Li raised his gaze to meet Luo Changfeng's and, unexpectedly, extended his crimson tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. This action utterly disgusted Mu Lingxue. Could this truly be Xuanyuan? Why does he seem so peculiar? Indeed, it was Xuanyuan, albeit possessed by some demon entity. Demons? Mu Lingxue was taken aback. The notion of demons was nothing short of a fantasy for someone like her, rooted in the mundane world. Such beings were mentioned only in the most ancient texts, and no one had ever witnessed them firsthand. She finally understood why Luo Changfeng had been so concerned earlier. But what about us now? Fear not. For it is merely a lowly demon minion. I possess the means to deal with it. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxue's heart finally settled. She couldn't help but scrutinize Xuanyuan anew. After all, a living demon was indeed a rare curiosity, deserving of her attention. Although Luo Changfeng spoke with an air of nonchalance, he did not dare to underestimate the situation. A mere minion of the demon clan? That was merely a facade put on in front of his woman. Standing before him was a genuine entity of the Golden Core realm from the demon clan. Hardly a trifling subordinate. Fortunately, this demon seemed to be afflicted by some unknown issue, fluctuating in power and showing signs of potentially descending to the false core stage at any moment. Luo Changfeng unleashed the reincarnation eye technique, allowing him to perceive the condition within Xuanyuan Li with utmost clarity. It turned out to be an injured demon, one that had only recently gained control over its corporeal form and was thus unable to unleash its full potential. Given this revelation, he resolved to conclude the encounter swiftly. Luo Changfeng began to fervently channel the primordial heavenly Dao technique, intent on delivering his most formidable strike. Luo Changfeng, you are indeed powerful, so powerful that it excites me. Xuanyuan Li's somewhat grating voice echoed once more. Likewise, I share your exhilaration. It has been far too long since I encountered a demon. Xuanyuan Li was taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, Human, you are aware of the demon race? Luo Changfeng chuckled heartily. I have even spanked the rear of your esteemed ancestor. What do you say to that? This remark nearly caused Mu Lingxue to burst into laughter. Chapter 124. The Great Battle Against the Golden Core Demon Clan. Luo Changfeng's words struck at the very heart of the matter, causing the dark creatures across from him to emanate a palpable aura of rage, on the verge of an explosive outburst. In truth, Luo Changfeng did not intend to provoke this demon. Rather, the sight of such a being stirred countless memories from his past life. For the inhabitants of this realm, demons are a peculiar novelty, yet for him, who once resided in the celestial realm of Qiming, demons were all too familiar. Demons do not belong to this world. They hail from a realm collectively known as the demon world. Much like the human-centric celestial realm of Qiming, the demon world possesses a rigid hierarchy. The supreme ruler of the demons is referred to as the Demon Lord, whose power is commensurate with that of the celestial kings in the Qiming realm. Presently, the demon world is governed by 3 major demon lords. In comparison to the 10 formidable kings of the Qingming realm, the overall strength of the demon world appears significantly lesser. However, throughout the past million years of celestial demonic wars, the celestial realm has never managed to secure a decisive advantage, inadvertently allowing the demon world to flourish and amass the strength to rival the celestial realm. The root of this phenomenon can be attributed to 2 primary factors. Firstly, despite their inherently savage nature, demons exhibit a remarkable sense of camaraderie, with the 3 demon lords sharing a bond akin to brotherhood. In stark contrast, within the celestial realm of Qiming, the 10 celestial kings often appear united in appearance while being divided in spirit, entangled in schemes against one another, eagerly waiting for opportunities to eliminate their rivals, making it challenging to present a united front. There have even been absurd instances during the celestial demonic wars where certain celestial kings chose to remain spectators, indifferent to the plight of their comrades in peril. The second reason lies in the fact that, although demons are inherently brutal, they adhere to the primal law of the survival of the fittest, with every demon striving towards the evolution of superior bloodlines. Those of lower ranks who fail to meet the criteria for evolution are ruthlessly slain, thereby concentrating resources among those with exceptional bloodlines. Day by day, the overall bloodline talents of the demons are optimized to the greatest extent. It is said that newborn demon offspring now possess strengths comparable to those of human cultivators. As for the demon lords themselves, each one is a figure of unparalleled bloodline talent, often requiring 2 celestial kings to restrain a single demon lord. In the celestial demonic war a millennium ago, had it not been for Luo Changfeng's sudden emergence, single-handedly infiltrating the demon world and compelling the demons to return in defense, it is conceivable that the demon world might have conquered the celestial realm. The claim of having dealt a blow to their ancestors is not entirely unfounded. During his time in the demon world, he engaged in a fierce battle with a figure named Yuan for 3 consecutive days and nights, ultimately pursuing him across much of the demon world. Even now, when the demon lord Yuan recalls Luo Changfeng, he trembles with fear. Returning to the present, Luo Changfeng gazed at the small, menacing demon before him and sighed deeply. Once, he was a heroic figure, vanquishing demon lords with ease. Yet now, he finds himself bullied by a mere golden core demon. What a turn of fate! Luo Changfeng suddenly felt a surge of malevolent fire rising from the depths of his heart. With an exclamation of fury, he brandished his crescent blade and charged forward. Mu Lingxue, taken aback, could hardly comprehend how the amiable Luo Changfeng from a moment ago had transformed into a completely different person. It was as though his dignity had been violated, enveloping him in an aura of killing intent that felt almost palpable. The demon on the opposite side was equally bewildered, questioning who, in fact, was the true demon here. Soon after, it emitted a sharp, eerie laugh and swiftly advanced to meet him. Luo Changfeng and Xuanyuan Li engaged in a fierce battle, their movements executed with such rapidity that ordinary eyes could scarcely perceive them. The ground was littered with severed limbs, reduced to mere fragments by the onslaught of sword energy, which transformed into droplets of blood, only to evaporate completely. The Golden Core Demon Clan. A presence that even human cultivators at the core formation stage would hesitate to provoke, loomed before them. Although this demon was wounded and its realm unstable, it could only be considered at the false core level. In contrast, Luo Changfeng had only just broken through to the body refinement stage. In the eyes of this demon, he was no more significant than an ant. As time passed, despite Luo Changfeng's celestial swordsmanship and elusive footwork, Xuanyuan Li relied solely on his physical prowess to withstand the onslaught. Though merely flesh and blood, the moonlit slash struck him, producing a jarring clash akin to the sound of metal on metal. This was the first time Mu Lingxue had witnessed the combat style of the demon clan. While it was simple and brutal, it was undeniably effective, demonstrating that raw strength could indeed surpass finesse. Luo Changfeng found himself at a loss against this demon. The onlookers were astonished to witness Xuanyuan Li, barehanded, engaging in a fierce battle with Luo Changfeng, who wielded a sharp blade. Each person was left in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, our lord of the city is indeed so valiant. Indeed. It seems that the young man from the Mu family has bitten off more than he can chew this time. He is still too young. If only he could endure a few more years, he might truly have a chance. The crowd exchanged words, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Young one. You are far stronger than I had anticipated, but you can only manage to scratch my itch. Luo Changfeng was infuriated, realizing that his own limitations rendered him incapable of wielding more formidable techniques. Mu Lingxue intended to step forward to assist him, but was halted by his piercing gaze. The demonic aura emanating from these fiends could easily corrupt one's mind. He, however, was unconcerned, for with the presence of the Hongmeng Golden Cauldron, he was shielded from all harm. Yet, should Mu Lingxue draw too near, the consequences could be dire. Luo Changfeng unleashed the fourth form of the Nine Heavens Sword technique, sending Xuanyuan Li's body flying. Seizing this opportunity, he began to form seals with both hands, inscribing a talisman in the void. Though it appeared to be merely a few simple strokes, Luo Changfeng labored intensely over the engraving. This was the countermeasure he had discovered after sensing the presence of demonic forces on the long street, scouring his consciousness for a solution. The Tai Demon Expelling Talisman, specifically designed for vanquishing evil spirits and demons. Although the talisman itself was of modest grade, inscribing it still required immense focus from Luo Changfeng, who was at the body refinement stage. Beads of sweat, resembling mung beans, trickled down his cheeks, and at last, the final stroke was completed. The talisman, borne upon the fabric of the void, suddenly blazed with resplendent light, radiating a blinding brilliance. A surge of righteous energy erupted from within the talisman. Rushing forth towards Xuanyuan Li, Luo Changfeng staggered back, coming to the side of Mu Lingxue. How are you? Are you all right? Noticing the pallor on Luo Changfeng's face and his labored breathing, Mu Lingxue expressed her concern. It's nothing serious, merely a backlash. After their exchange, both fixated their gaze ahead. Initially, Xuanyuan Li appeared indifferent, but upon witnessing the resplendent golden light, an involuntary shiver emanated from his very soul. How could you, a mere human, wield the talisman of the celestial master? Xuanyuan Li's voice rose dramatically, revealing his astonishment. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the state of his injuries and forcefully elevated his cultivation level. The formidable presence of the golden core manifested in the arena, swiftly permeating the surroundings. The cultivators of Xuanyuan City, having never encountered a golden core powerhouse in their lives, turned pale with fear as they felt the overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the distance had already prostrated themselves on the ground, too terrified to raise their heads. This was the might of the golden core. Chapter 125. The dust settles with the emergence of the golden core, heaven and earth rage. At this juncture, Luo Changfeng harbored uncertainties about whether the Tai demon subduing talisman could indeed vanquish this demon race. He grasped Mu Lingshue's hand tightly, shielding her from the oppressive aura of the golden core. Xuanyuan Li had now completely transformed, his towering figure radiating azure flames, with jagged fangs, a massive maw, and two horns sprouting from his head, his eyes a deep crimson. Most unsettling were the grotesque protrusions that covered his body, inducing a sense of nausea in anyone who beheld him. It took Mu Lingxue a considerable time to calm her tumultuous stomach. Luo Changfeng's expression remained calm. Having witnessed much in his time, his gaze lingered on the chest of the demon, where 5 glimmering scales were prominently displayed. A 5th-tier demon, Luo Changfeng murmured softly. The demon race, in addition to assessing strength through their aura, possesses a more tangible method. The number of scales adorning their chest serves as an indicator of their cultivation level. A 5th-tier demon, for instance, displays 5 scales on its chest, akin to a human in the golden core stage of cultivation. A 6th-tier demon corresponds to a human in the transformation stage, and so forth. It is said that the highest-ranked demon lords possess up to 15 scales, rivaling the sovereigns of the celestial realm. As for the legendary 16th scale, belonging to the demonic emperor, it has not been seen in the demon realm for countless millennia, much like in the celestial realm. What a monstrous being! Those spectators in the distance, having never encountered such a creature, were long since frightened away. Human brat, regardless of who you are, today you shall become my sustenance, growled the demon, suddenly unleashing an immense force from within, charging towards that beam of golden light. Enveloped in golden radiance, the demon emitted a piercing wail. As the demonic flames upon its body began to dissipate like melting snow, gradually weakening under the light's influence, Luo Changfeng felt a sense of relief, as it appeared to be effective. At that moment, a peculiar transformation was occurring within the body of the demon. Xuanyuan Li, relinquish your resistance. Only by allowing me to fully inhabit this mortal form can we hope to vanquish this wretch. Do you not yearn to slay him? No, Gu Yin. You promised that you would merely temporarily inhabit my body and depart once your injuries were healed. How could you deceive me? Humph, foolish human. Do you truly believe the words meant to placate a mere child? They say humans are cunning. I find that hardly the case. Now that I have penetrated your sea of consciousness, the next steps are beyond your control. No, I refuse to accept this. With a ferocious roar, the demon's massive form underwent yet another transformation, developing an additional layer resembling a bone-like armor. Although the golden light emitted by the Tai exorcism talismans could still restrain the armor, the rate at which the demonic flames were dissipating had noticeably slowed. Luo Changfeng furrowed his brow, taken aback that this demon still possessed a means of self-preservation at such a critical juncture. The golden light emanating from the Tai exorcism talisman was not infinite. After infusing several more streams of spiritual energy, the talisman began to fragment gradually. Sensing the dwindling brilliance, the demon regained its arrogant demeanor. With a powerful convulsion, the golden light shattered, and the talisman gradually became transparent until it vanished completely. Luo Changfeng, his spirit wounded, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Damn it! Mu Lingxue unsheathed her sword, positioning herself protectively in front of him. Gazing at her petite yet formidable figure, Luo Changfeng momentarily found himself entranced. He never anticipated that there would come a day when he would be shielded by a woman. To be candid, that feeling was rather delightful. Yet, how could he ever allow the woman he cherished to serve as a human shield? In his past life, he would not have. And in this life, he certainly would not. Luo Changfeng summoned the emerald blade, infusing it with a trace of his soul energy. The demon, having just freed itself from the constraints of golden light, was poised to unleash its might and eliminate the bothersome youth. However, it was met with the sight of a flying sword hurtling towards its head. Infuriating, realizing that the sword was aimed at the horns atop its head, the demon seethed with rage. Every creature possesses a vital weakness, and demons are no exception. Their Achilles heel lies in those very horns. Should they be severed, the demon would be rendered exceedingly vulnerable. The flying sword approached in the blink of an eye, now less than 2 meters from its skull. In a surprising maneuver, the demon extended a tail from behind to intercept the sword. Humph, mere trifles. The demon seemed to regard this small object with disdain. Now is the moment. Luo Changfeng's gaze sharpened, and a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his soul sea, piercing directly into the forehead of the demon. Although the demon possessed formidable physical strength, its spiritual essence was rather feeble. Otherwise, a golden core demon would not have struggled so much to suppress Xuanyuan's spirit. Caught off guard, the demon's soul was swiftly overwhelmed by Luo Changfeng's attack, and its consciousness was instantly breached. Originally, Xuanyuan's spirit had been cornered in the recesses of the consciousness sea, on the brink of collapse. However, the intrusion of Luo Changfeng's spiritual energy dramatically altered the dynamics of the confrontation. Now, the demon was compelled to divert its focus to contend with Luo Changfeng's spiritual force, granting Xuanyuan the opportunity to counterattack and reclaim control of his corporeal form. The three forces became enmeshed within the consciousness sea. The chaos within the sea rendered the demon incapable of effectively commanding its body, leaving it to stand dazed and flail its arms aimlessly. Mu Lingxue was somewhat perplexed by the unfolding events. After several breaths, the demon's form suddenly stiffened and collapsed. Its massive body began to rapidly shrink, gradually reverting to Xuanyuan's appearance. Luo Changfeng stepped forward, extending his hand in a beckoning gesture, and a swirling mass of black mist was seized within his grasp. The spirit, wounded and weakened, struggled for a brief moment before succumbing to silence. Luo Changfeng raised his hand, casting a spell that sealed the entity completely. Coughing violently, Xuanyuan, lying on the ground and on the brink of death, regained consciousness. Beholding Luo Changfeng before him and the swirling mass of black mist clutched in his grasp, he realized that he had been utterly defeated. Luo Changfeng inquired coldly, "Why do you harbor remnants of the demon clan?" "Humph. If you wish to kill, then do so. There is no need for further dialogue." Xuanyuan had already resigned himself to death. "I shall not slay you. Your spirit is gravely wounded, your cultivation utterly lost, rendering you a mere shell of your former self." "Haha, Luo Changfeng, it seems you two are susceptible to fear. I presume you are reluctant to bear the weight of the charge of murdering the city lord. Say what you will, for the demon has already been sealed by me. Whatever I wish to learn, it can still divulge." After Luo Changfeng finished speaking, he turned and departed, with Mu Lingxue closely following behind. Is he truly being let go just like that? Rest assured, Xuanyuan has served as the city lord for many years, consistently enforcing a policy of oppression. There are countless individuals who harbor discontent towards him. In the past, people refrained from expressing their grievances out of fear of his formidable prowess, but now, Luo Changfeng offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Mu Lingxue cast a glance back at the woefully pitiful Xuanyuan, her heart devoid of any sympathy. Although Luo Changfeng refrained from delivering the fatal blow, it was evident that he would not survive the night. Subsequently, Mu Lingxue found herself quite intrigued by Luo Changfeng's intentions regarding the demon. Chapter 126, The Demon Uspa Along the Long Street. The scent of blood still hung heavily in the air. After the departure of Luo Changfeng and his companion, several decaying birds circled in the sky before swooping down to land beside Xuanyuan. "Master, master." The remaining soldiers of the black-armored army, who had not yet fallen to Luo Changfeng's blade, rushed over to chase away the foul birds and attempt to assist Xuanyuan. At that moment, the distant sound of heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by a cacophony of battle cries. "Kill Xuanyuan, avenge our fallen brothers. Slay the scoundrel." Subsequently, dozens of men clad in black surged forward, each wielding long knives, led by a strikingly beautiful woman with an icy countenance. "Xuanyuan, you have slain my father and brothers and seized my family's fortune. Today, I, Zhao Suer, have come to exact your life." With that, the woman charged forward, and the remaining black-armored soldiers, already wounded, were no match for the overwhelming numbers of their foes. Before long, all the black-armored soldiers were ruthlessly slaughtered by the enraged men in black, as Xuanyuan beheld the vengeful faces of those who seemed eager to flay him alive. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he began to recollect who they were. The Jialong Gang, a third-rate force entrenched in the southern part of Xianyang City, controlled several escort agencies. Such a gang had previously been beneath his notice. Yet now they had become harbingers of his demise. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. When the drum breaks, thousands strike. Xuanyuan let out a bitter laugh and painfully closed his eyes, never anticipating that all his machinations would culminate in such a desolate conclusion. However, after a considerable wait, silence enveloped him. He slowly opened his eyes to find an elderly man in a purple robe had appeared beside him. The previously menacing black-clad figure stood motionless as if ensnared by a spell. The old man bore an unusual visage, prompting Xuanyuan Li's curiosity, for he had never encountered this individual before. The purple-robed elder smiled faintly. "Little one, consider yourself fortunate. Henceforth, you shall accompany me." As soon as the elder's words fell, Xuanyuan Li's body sprang from the ground like a coiled spring. In the next instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the two vanished from the spot. After a long while, the immobilized black-clad men regained their movement, albeit their memories seemed altered. They could only recall that Xuanyuan Li had been slain by their own hands, and that the Xuanyuan family would no longer exist in Xuanyang. Realizing what had transpired, the black-clad men hastened towards the city lord's mansion, with more individuals joining the ranks of looters from a distance. Everyone sought to partake in this grand feast. Unfortunately, they were destined to return empty-handed, for Mu Yishan stood resolutely before the treasury of the city lord's mansion. This had been a prearranged plan between him and Luo Chanfeng, with Luo Chanfeng responsible for directly eliminating Xuanyuan Li while Mu Yishan infiltrated the city lord's estate. The extent of treasures the Mu family extracted from the mansion remained unknown, and with the presence of the Reaper Luo Chanfeng, it was unlikely anyone would voice dissent. Upon returning to the Mu residence, Luo Chanfeng promptly entered the courtyard, with Mu Lingxue following closely behind. Luo Chanfeng, with a bitter smile, found himself helpless against the woman's insatiable curiosity. He waved his hand to establish a barrier formation, enveloping the entire courtyard. Once inside the house, he took further precautions by setting up a small defensive array. Having completed these preparations, he finally lifted the seal and released the demon from its confinement. After the previous battle, the demon's spirit was severely wounded, rendering it somewhat dazed. As soon as it emerged, driven by instinct, it attempted to launch another attack on Luo Chanfeng. Luo Chanfeng gently snapped his fingers, and the demon immediately emitted a piercing scream. "Please spare me. I shall never dare again." The demon's voice was filled with a desperate plea for mercy, which elicited a faint smile from Luo Chanfeng. "Reveal your true form, but remember, do not be too repulsive." At that moment, Mu Lingxue breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the monstrous entity, which still left her stomach feeling somewhat unsettled. As soon as Luo Changfeng's voice faded, the dark mist began to writhe violently, gradually taking shape. Before long, a youth materialized in midair, possessing a strikingly handsome appearance, albeit with a nearly translucent body. Could this be the demon race? Mu Lingxue found herself momentarily stunned, scarcely able to believe her own eyes. Is this truly how they appear? An overwhelming curiosity surged within her. Had he always looked this way? Luo Chanfeng shook his head, explaining that sixth-tier demons possess the ability to alter their forms at will, cautioning not to be deceived by their outward appearance. The young demon, taken aback by his words, sensed that this young man had a profound understanding of their kind. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of indifference, exclaiming with feigned admiration, "Truly, you possess a discerning eye. Esteemed sir, I am utterly in awe." The demon youth hastily offered this flattery, a stark contrast to his previously arrogant demeanor at the city lord's mansion. "Enough chatter. Let us discuss your origins, including how you infiltrated our human realm." Luo Chanfeng could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter of this fellow and swiftly interrupted him. The demon youth's eyes darted about, and upon witnessing this, Luo Chanfeng made a gesture that silenced the boy immediately. "To be frank, my name is Uspa. Hailing from the three mountains of the demon realm, I have endured a life of solitude, relying solely on my mother, and have experienced the vicissitudes of life." Enough. Get to the point. Luo Chanfeng hurriedly waved his hand to stop, and Mu Lingxue was instantly amused, discovering that there were such entertaining characters among the demon clan. "Ah. I found myself ambushed during a treasure hunt, and, left with no choice, I sought refuge in the Nine Nether Ring, which allowed me to escape." Upon hearing this, Luo Chanfeng produced the ink-painted ring he had taken from Xuanyuan Li. At that time, he had merely been intrigued. "Is this the ring you speak of?" "Yes, indeed. Do not underestimate this ring." Several formidable sixth-tier demon clansmen fought fiercely over it, creating chaos and tumult. The sixth-tier demon clan is equivalent to the human transformation stage. Luo Chanfeng picked up the ring and examined it closely, finding no apparent abnormalities. Upon employing the double-eye technique, he discerned that the material of this ring was extraordinary, harboring within it a mysterious space of its own. Unlike a mere spatial ring, this enigmatic chamber was capable of obstructing any form of spiritual probing, rendering even soul energy ineffective. A flicker of curiosity arose within Luo Chanfeng. He glanced at the young demon and inquired, "How is it that you came to be in the presence of Xuanyuan Li?" Uspa displayed a hint of nostalgia, and after a prolonged moment, he shook his head, replying, "I am uncertain. Upon entering the 9 nether ring, I fell into a deep slumber, and when I awoke, I found myself here." Upon perceiving that the expression of the demon youth did not betray deceit, Luo Chanfeng ceased his inquiries. Gazing at the young demon before him, an idea suddenly struck him. "Very well, henceforth, you shall accompany me. Perhaps I may assist you in returning to the demon realm." Upon hearing that he might return to his homeland, Uspa trembled with excitement, nearly brought to tears. Chapter 127. A letter from the Academy. The demon realm and the celestial realm exist in disparate planes, separated by an endless void of chaotic turbulence. This turbulent void is rife with annihilative energy, which, upon contact, would cause the souls of ordinary cultivators to dissipate. Only those who have attained the monarch level of cultivation possess the physical prowess necessary to traverse this chaotic void. Every 10,000 years, a tranquil period graces the turbulent void, during which numerous celestial demon wars have historically transpired. Given Luo Chanfeng's current capabilities, it is still premature for him to journey to the demon realm. His decision not to eliminate Uspa outright stemmed from deeper considerations. Previously, he had not observed closely within the city lord's mansion, but upon employing the heavy eye technique, he discerned that this demon youth was far from ordinary. He possessed the celestial demon physique, an innate quality that he might not even be aware of himself. Had it not been for Luo Chanfeng's past experiences in the demon realm, he likely would not have recognized it. Among the human cultivators, there exist a select few favored by the heavens, born with unique cultivation physiques, commonly categorized as the 5 elemental bodies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Such physiques allow them to resonate more harmoniously with their corresponding elemental paths, rendering their cultivation efforts exponentially more fruitful. Additionally, there are other physiques such as the mysterious Yin body, the fire Yang body, the chaotic body, and the sacred body, among others. The demon kin are similarly endowed, possessing physiques like the Yin fiend body, the yellow springs body, the 5 thunder body, and the celestial demon body. Occurrences of the celestial demon physique throughout the extensive history of the demon realm are exceedingly rare. Any demon possessing such a physique, should they reach maturity, would indubitably alter the course of history within the demon realm. The dark demon lord, who once battled Luo Chanfeng in the demon realm, was also a celestial demon, renowned as the most formidable among the 3 demon lords. Now, encountering a young demon with the celestial demon physique in this mundane world struck Luo Chanfeng as rather peculiar, as if it were orchestrated by some unseen hand. As he withdrew Uspa into the 9 nether ring, Luo Chanfeng appeared contemplative, prompting Mu Lingxue to quietly exit the small courtyard, wary of disturbing him. Days passed, and the events that unfolded at the city lord's mansion did not require deliberate propagation. The news had already stirred the city into a tempest of whispers. With the death of the city lord, Xuanyuan city found itself without a leader, and all eyes turned toward the Mu family. As the true power in Xuanyuan city, the Mu family exhibited an unprecedented level of caution. Everyone awaited to see how the imperial family would respond. Luo Chanfeng was also waiting, although he did not personally slay Xuanyuan. The latter's demise was indeed a consequence of his actions, and the empire could not possibly remain indifferent. Thus, 3 days passed in tranquil monotony, with everything in Xuanyuan city appearing as usual. On the 5th morning, however, Luo Chanfeng learned of a small gang that had long occupied the southern part of the city, consisting of over 300 members, all of whom vanished without a trace overnight. This gang was none other than the Jiaolong gang, responsible for the attempt on Xuanyuan Li's life at the city lord's mansion. It was evident without speculation that the empire had intervened. The Mu family had made extensive preparations. Yet aside from a letter from Longshan Academy, they received no wrath from the empire. The correspondence, penned by Jindao sect, urged him to return to the academy promptly for the external competition scheduled in 10 days. As for the occurrences in Xuanyuan city, he need not concern himself, for the academy had intervened. Luo Chanfeng suddenly realized why the imperial royal family had remained utterly silent despite his act of slaying a legitimate city lord. In truth, even without the intervention of the Dragon Mountain Academy, he possessed the means to address any reproach from the royal family. However, since the academy had chosen to step in and offer its support, he felt compelled to accept this favor. With his concerns resolved, Luo Chanfeng and Mu Lingxue planned to embark on their journey back to the academy. During this time, with Luo Chanfeng, a master alchemist, present, the Mu family's stock of elixirs had reached an astonishing level. Lu Ming, seizing every opportunity, had closely followed Luo Chanfeng, experiencing a remarkable leap in his crafting skills. The Mu family now genuinely possessed the means to venture beyond Xuanyuan City, and perhaps one day, establishing themselves in the imperial capital would not be an impossibility. Nonetheless, these matters were for another time. Today marked the moment of departure, and Yang Biyun grasped her daughter's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Mu Yishan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his face a canvas of reluctance. As a child grows, they inevitably require a broader expanse in which to flourish. As parents, one must learn the art of letting go, no matter how painful. Observing the gradually receding figures of the two, the atmosphere within the Mu residence grew somber. Mounted on swift steeds, they exited the city gates, heading straight for the Dragon Mountain Academy. Within the inner courtyard of the Dragon Mountain Academy, Han Lingo blinked her large eyes, cautiously regarding the furious visage of Mu Qing. Master, my junior sister should be returning soon. There is no need for you to worry excessively. Mu Qing turned her head, snorting. She may have mentioned wanting to visit her parents, but she did not specify that she would be returning with that young man. Oh, Master, I have met Luo Changfeng, and he actually seems quite compatible with my junior sister. Silence. What do you know? Unlike you, your junior sister possesses a unique constitution and exceptional talent. Her future achievements are boundless. How could she allow trivial romantic entanglements to impede her path to greatness? Mu Qing spoke with increasing fervor, while Han Linger, feeling intimidated, could only stick out her tongue in silence. With merely 2 days remaining until the triannual external competition, the entire outer academy of Longshan Academy had descended into a frenzy. Numerous prodigious disciples, known for their elusive presence, returned from their prolonged training outside. Gaining entry into the inner academy was a shared aspiration, not only for the promise of superior cultivation resources, but also as a testament to their relentless dedication over the past 3 years. Those who managed to enter Longshan Academy were already among the elite, and being accepted into the inner academy signified a true establishment in the secular world. Graduates of the inner academy found themselves in positions of considerable influence, whether remaining in academia or serving in the imperial military. There existed 2 pathways to enter the inner academy, the first being a breakthrough in physical cultivation, which would elevate one directly to an inner academy student. The second was to participate in the triannual external competition, where securing a place among the top 10 would grant one admission to the inner academy. Moreover, those who triumphed within the top 3 would receive substantial rewards. Consequently, many outer academy students, despite having already reached the threshold of physical cultivation, chose to conceal their abilities, delaying their transition to the inner academy. Their aim was to emerge victorious in the external competition, claiming the generous rewards that would facilitate their entrance into the inner academy, thereby achieving a flawless outcome. Such individuals were not scarce. Take, for instance, the contenders who had made their mark on the Earth rankings. Even before the competition commenced, many had discreetly identified the 3 most likely candidates for victory. Unsurprisingly, these 3 were the current top-ranked individuals: Wei Waya, Yun Luoluo, and Ouyang Ku. Yun Luoluo was the fierce loli who, upon Li Changfeng's arrival at Longshan Academy, eagerly sought to challenge her. These 3 garnered the loudest acclaim within the outer academy, overshadowing others like Zhao Yin and Bai Shan. Naturally, Li Changfeng was also mentioned, primarily due to the memorable moment when he defeated Zhao Yin with a single move outside the academy cafeteria. It was said that since then, Zhao Yin had devoted himself to training in a vow to exact revenge during the competition. Every individual was fervently determined to achieve commendable results in the competition, and as such, the atmosphere within the outer academy became charged with anticipation. Amidst this collective focus, the external competition finally arrived. Chapter 128. The 4th Princess Mu Li in the imperial capital, at the Gu family estate. Gu Qiaotong, the head of the Gu family, had just returned from court, his expression rather grim. The steward approached him, inquiring, "Master, the incident in Xuanyuan City has passed several days, yet the royal family seems disinclined to hold Luo Changfeng accountable. Shall we take any action?" Gu Qiaotong halted, casting a cold glance at him. "Mind your words. Do I require your guidance on how to proceed?" The steward, frightened, quickly bowed his head, not daring to utter another word. Gu Qiaotong adjusted his sleeves and asked, "Have those sent to investigate the situation in Xuanyuan City returned?" Reporting to the master, "The individuals dispatched returned yesterday and are at your service, awaiting further instructions." "Indeed, I have come to see you." "Yes, master of the house. The events that transpired in Xuanyuan have reached the capital, stirring quite a commotion. The prominent families are quietly awaiting the spectacle of the Gu family's disgrace. It is no surprise that Gu Qitong is in a foul mood. Moreover, due to this incident, the ancient ancestor, who has remained secluded for over a decade and seldom concerns himself with family matters, summoned him yesterday for a scathing reprimand. The death of one Gu Qing is not particularly alarming. The Gu family has dominated the capital for many years, flourishing with deep-rooted foundations and an abundance of talents. As long as they have not truly matured, they cannot be considered core members of the Gu family. Their demise is inconsequential. However, the fact that even the esteemed Grand Offering, Wen Zhong, has fallen in Xuanyuan is a cause for considerable alarm. The Grand Offering holds a position of transcendent status within the family, ranking just below the master of the house in both familial standing and martial prowess. With the family's second-in-command having met an unclear fate in Xuanyuan, it falls upon the master of the house to provide an explanation to the clan. For a prestigious family of the capital to be repeatedly provoked, especially by such a mere child, has undeniably tarnished the Gu family's reputation. It is no wonder the ancient ancestor was enraged, nearly stripping him of his position. A diminutive ant has unexpectedly grown to such a stature. Luo Changfeng, I must admit, I underestimated you. Yu Chaoong reflects on his earlier miscalculation in underestimating the enemy and not striking decisively. Shortly thereafter, the steward brought forth a black-clad steward. I pay my respects to the master of the house. Please rise and recount in detail all that you witnessed and heard in Xuanyuan. The butler in black dared not conceal the truth, recounting in detail the battle that transpired outside the Mu residence on that fateful day. He spoke of how Luo Changfeng displayed extraordinary prowess, slaying Gu Qing with a single strike and defeating the Grand Offering head-on, severing Elder Hu's head. Each incident was narrated as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Of course, this information was gleaned from just a handful of eyewitnesses. Listening intently, Gu Chaoting's expression grew increasingly grave. Previously, he had received a letter from Xuanyuan, the lord of Xuanyuan City, which outlined the events of that battle. However, it merely suggested that Luo Changfeng had relied on some formidable treasure to fortuitously dispatch the Grand Offering. Due to past experiences, the Gu family refrained from recklessly seeking revenge, opting instead to discreetly send family members to investigate the matter in Xuanyuan City. In hindsight, their cautious approach proved wise. This little beast's combat abilities could not be measured by mere levels of cultivation. Coupled with the massacre he had wrought in Tianshui City, slaying Kai Yong, it became evident that Luo Changfeng possessed the capability to slay high-ranking practitioners of the 7th level of the Passage Realm. Yet, even so, Yu Chaoong struggled to believe that this individual could consecutively eliminate two such formidable opponents, especially since Wen Zhong was not an ordinary practitioner at that level. With the might of formations, his strength could rival that of a 9th-level Passage Realm expert. This situation was indeed perplexing, far exceeding Gu Chaoting's understanding of cultivators. Regardless, the family's current predicament was rather awkward. Revenge was imperative, but how should it be exacted? Who should be sent to carry it out? These remained pressing questions. Presently, unless a peak Passage Realm expert or a false stand master intervened, sending anyone else would merely amount to delivering a meal to the enemy. Yet, such top-tier experts would not be easily commanded. It was hardly appropriate for the family head to venture forth personally. Gu Chaoong rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if a thought had struck him. You mentioned that an elder surnamed who was also killed, one of comparable cultivation to the Grand Offering? Could it be Elder Hu from Danhua Tower? Indeed, my lord, this individual is none other than Hu Tiankuai, the alchemical master of Danhua Tower. Furthermore, I have uncovered information suggesting that Hu Tiankuai has secretly pledged allegiance to the Medicine God Pavilion. The Medicine God Pavilion, how intriguing. If memory serves correctly, the pavilion's master, Yin Danqing, is a peak expert of the Passage Realm. A sinister smile crept across Gu Chaoting's face as plans began to form in his mind. He resolved to inform the Medicine God Pavilion that the Gu family wished to engage in a business arrangement with them. Today, Longshan Academy is abuzz with excitement and fervor. The vast martial arts arena is teeming with spectators, their spirits soaring high. The competition spans 3 days, with nearly 100 students eliminated each day, making for an intensely fierce contest. The VIP section to the left of the arena is filled to capacity, with the Academy's higher-ups and representatives from various influential factions of the imperial capital already seated. The external competition of Longshan Academy occurs once every 3 years, each event capturing the attention of numerous factions. Those exceptional talents who emerge victorious become coveted targets for recruitment by various powers. For some students from the external academy, this represents a significant opportunity. Aside from those hailing from prestigious families, there are also many humble cultivators without substantial backgrounds. In the realm of cultivation, personal talent is essential. Yet it is often resources that determine success. Without ample resources, even the most gifted individuals find their efforts futile. Consequently, many cultivators from lesser backgrounds opt to align themselves with powerful families to gain access to invaluable cultivation resources. Each year, during the external competition, outstanding talents are often drawn into the fold of various families. Naturally, those who secure a place among the top 10 have little doubt about their future prospects. After all, this is Longshan Academy, where the finest are reserved for the empire. Each year, the imperial royal family sends representatives to participate, and this year is no exception. However, the representative chosen this time is particularly intriguing. It is none other than the beloved fourth princess, Mu Li, who is also designated as this year's candidate for admission to the Internal Academy. The royal family has a yearly quota for a direct admission to the Internal Academy, colloquially known as the backdoor entry. Yet, Princess Mu Li's entrance through this backdoor has garnered universal admiration. At just 21 years of age, with a physique at the second level of body refinement, her cultivation potential is undeniable, and few could contest her admission to the Internal Academy. Given her noble status and representation of the royal family, her seat has been arranged beside the Academy's president, Xuanyuan. Rumors abound regarding Princess Mu Li's extraordinary beauty, and her mere appearance has incited cheers and excitement among the male students in attendance. Some even privately compare her to the current most beautiful student of the Internal Academy, Mu Lingxue. One wonders what kind of sensation would arise should these two women ever meet. Chapter 129. Have you touched enough? At the gates of the Imperial Academy, two figures approach from a distance, Luo Changfeng and Mu Lingxue, who have just returned in haste from Xuanyuan City. Luo Changfeng had anticipated a tumultuous journey and had mentally prepared himself for battle. However, to his surprise, the road was remarkably smooth and unimpeded. The two of them finally returned to the academy on the very first day of the grand competition in the outer courtyard. Luo Changfeng stretched his limbs in a grand yawn, fortunate to have made it just in time. Otherwise, Mentor Jean would surely have been driven to madness. Mu Lingxue chuckled playfully, remarking that any teacher burdened with a student like him was indeed rather unfortunate. Oh, and what about you? Aren't you delighted to have a husband like me? She teased. Delighted, you say? Nonsense. As the pair exchanged banter, they strolled towards the academy, their affectionate display destined to drop many jaws in astonishment. The already bustling academy grew even more raucous with Mu Lingxue's presence. Today, she held a formidable reputation within the Imperial Academy, with many from the outer academy having heard of her illustrious name. In stark contrast, Luo Changfeng, the unexpected upstart, remained largely unknown. Along the way, whispers and pointed fingers accompanied them. Ah, that must be Mu Lingxue, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Imperial Academy. One exclaimed. Indeed, I have heard my cousin mention her. She is the epitome of perfection in the hearts of all male students. Truly, she possesses an ethereal grace, as if descended from the heavens. Having beheld her today, I have no regrets in this life. Yes, but who is that young man beside her? They appear quite intimate. Could it be that our goddess has already found her heart's desire? Nonsense. Just look at that fellow's lecherous expression. His cultivation is utterly mediocre. How could he possibly aspire to be a prince among frogs? Amidst the throngs of esteemed young scions invited to this gathering, many had never encountered Mu Lingxue before. And upon witnessing her true beauty, they were utterly captivated. Each lamented their past lack of diligence in their studies, left speechless save for exclamations of awe. However, their sentiments towards the individual accompanying Mu Lingxue were far less cordial, as a barrage of scornful remarks ensued. Luo Changfeng rubbed his nose. Although the Lord of the Immortals possessed a sufficiently thick skin, he was not entirely devoid of temper. He had initially intended to teach these indiscreet individuals a lesson, but was halted by Mu Lingxue's outstretched hand. The grand competition is about to commence. There is no need to squander our time on them. Let us hasten our departure, she proclaimed with righteous fervor. Yet, Luo Changfeng distinctly perceived a hint of a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips. Luo Changfeng was instantly rendered speechless. It seemed that this girl rather relished the notion of others disparaging her husband as a toad. Since that was the case, Luo Changfeng, with a mischievous grin, boldly extended his right hand and encircled Mu Lingxue's waist. Caught off guard by his audacity, Mu Lingxue's delicate figure trembled slightly, though they had shared more intimate moments before. This was, after all, in a public setting. How could he be so daring? Her cheeks flushed a soft pink. She lowered her head shyly, casting a sharp glance at him from the corner of her eye. Luo Changfeng appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. As he deliberately raised his head to survey the area, resembling a proud rooster, the sight was utterly infuriating. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Witnessing their goddess being so brazenly disrespected ignited a fury in each onlooker. "You brat, release your filthy hands. Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" Observing the seething anger of those around him, Luo Changfeng felt no irritation. Rather, he found amusement in their futile attempts to confront him. Fortunately, being at the Imperial Academy, no fool dared to invite trouble upon themselves. In a secluded corner, Mu Lingxue swatted away the lecherous hand. "Have you touched enough? You will never be satisfied. You shameless cat." She rolled her eyes dramatically, while Luo Changfeng reluctantly withdrew his hand. "I shall not tease you any longer, having been away for so long. My master must be quite upset. I will seek her out now. You should hurry and participate in the grand competition." Luo Changfeng nodded, aware that Mu Lingxue had his best interests at heart. Given Mu Qing's obstinate temperament, should they meet, she would likely strike him down with a single blow. Although he no longer feared Mu Qing, she remained Xuanyuan's mentor, and certain matters required a delicate approach. "Very well. I shall proceed to the training ground to join everyone. Await the news of your victory," he said. Mu Lingxue had never doubted Luo Changfeng's prowess. With his formidable combat abilities, a mere external competition posed little challenge. Even those ranked among the elite in the inner academy would falter before him. Parting ways. Luo Changfeng made his way to the training ground, which was already brimming with spectators. Scanning the crowd, he quickly spotted a familiar figure. "Senior Brother Bu. How have you fared?" The well-dressed youth outside the throng turned at the sound of his voice, his face lighting up with joy. "Junior brother, you have finally returned. Master has been quite anxious. Come, follow me." The youth, none other than his guide upon entering the academy, and the senior brother of Class 3, Bu Lingxiu, eagerly pulled Luo Changfeng into the crowd. Before long, Luo Changfeng found himself amidst Jin Daozong, surrounded by a multitude of individuals from Class 3 preparing for the external competition. Most were familiar faces, the kind-hearted Wang Yinhua, the smiling tiger Hong Tao, and the class flower Lin Qing, among others. Their expressions brightened at the sight of Luo Changfeng. Although he had only recently joined the academy, his reputation was already on par with that of his seniors. In fact, some had begun to compare him to the top 3 prodigies on the Earth ranking. Lin Qing, as boisterous as ever, approached and clapped Luo Changfeng heartily on the shoulder. "This time, our Class 3 is counting on you to shine. Be sure to teach those first-class rascals a lesson." Luo Changfeng could not help but let out a bitter laugh as he lifted his gaze towards the location of the senior class. Coincidentally, the mentor of Class 1, Yu Hui, also glanced in this direction, their eyes meeting in an intricate exchange, whereupon Yu Hui made a disdainful expression. Luo Changfeng smiled faintly. Previously, he held some trepidation towards Yu Hui, but now, having significantly advanced in his cultivation, he no longer regarded the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, represented by Yu Hui, with any concern. Aside from Yu Hui, there was another who harbored a profound animosity towards Luo Changfeng, the bloodthirsty demon Xuanyuan. On that day, having suffered grievous injuries at the hands of Luo Changfeng, Xuanyuan not only faced humiliation, but also lost his position as 3rd on the Earth ranking, which was seized by the ascending Ouyangku. Xuanyuan dreamed incessantly of avenging himself on Luo Changfeng. Now, upon seeing Luo Changfeng again, the murderous intent emanating from Xuanyuan was palpable. However, Luo Changfeng regarded him with indifference. After all, he was merely a defeated foe. Should Xuanyuan fail to recognize his place, Luo Changfeng would not mind giving him another reason to weep. In addition to Xuanyuan, another individual in the group fixed an intense gaze upon Luo Changfeng, seemingly intrigued. Luo Changfeng was somewhat perplexed, for he did not recognize this individual. This person was none other than Wei Wuyo, the first-ranked genius student on the Earth rankings, known as the Master of 1,000 Faces. And he was also Luo's primary competitor in this endeavor. Jin Daozong had somehow appeared by his side. Chapter 130, Against All Odds. Luo Changfeng offered a slight nod to the young man clad in purple, a gesture of acknowledgement that was reciprocated with a faint, benevolent smile. The two appeared as if they were long-lost friends. As for the claims made by the Golden Tao sect regarding the so-called first place on the Earth ranking and the 1,000-faced hand, Luo Changfeng harbored no interest whatsoever. In both mindset and current cultivation level, he regarded this external competition as nothing more than a child's play. This was not mere arrogance. After one has beheld the majestic peaks at the end of the sea of clouds, it becomes exceedingly difficult to find any fascination in a mere hill. His purpose for participating in the grand competition was decidedly clear. the reward for the champion. Alas, what he lacked most at present were spirit stones, an abundance of spirit stones. As for techniques, scriptures, elixirs, or spiritual weapons, they held little value for him. Master, what is the champion's reward this time? Luo Changfeng inquired. Jin Daozong was momentarily taken aback, as he had anticipated that Luo Changfeng might inquire about Wei Wuyo's situation to better understand his opponent. Instead, it appeared that his sole concern was the champion's reward. However, recalling the incident outside the pagoda of Floating Slaughter, where this lad had severely injured Qin Tian with a single palm strike, he soon found himself at ease. The so-called first on the earth ranking seemed to carry little weight in his eyes. Jin Daozong often pondered that if Luo Changfeng were to enter the inner academy, perhaps it was time for a change at the pinnacle of the heaven ranking. Contemplating this, Jin Daozong felt a surge of excitement. Such a prodigy, destined to overshadow the entire Longshan Academy, had once been his own student. Master Jin! Master Jin! Observing the somewhat dreamy expression on Jin Daozong's face, Luo Changfeng felt a moment of speechlessness. Regaining his composure, Jin Daozong cleared his throat and replied, regarding the champion's reward, it is indeed shrouded in mystery this time. It is said that the reward will be directly bestowed by the royal family, and even the esteemed dean may not be privy to its nature. Luo Changfeng was somewhat perplexed. Traditionally, the rewards for the Outer Academy Grand Competition were bestowed by the Academy itself, yet this year the rules seemed to have changed. Suddenly, he was roused from his contemplation by the resounding beat of drums. The Outer Academy Grand Competition had officially commenced, prompting everyone to return to their designated places and sit according to their respective classes. In the VIP section, numerous high-ranking officials from the Academy and representatives from various influential factions in the imperial capital were seated. From Longshan Academy, the prominent figures were all present. At the center, occupying the principal seat, sat the esteemed president of Longshan Academy, Xiao Mingshan. To his right were the vice presidents, Wen Bai and Mu Qing. The chief of the judicial court, Heng Qiu, the mentor of the elite class, Yin Lu, and the star mentors of the advanced class, Jin Daozong and Yu Hui. While Jin Daozong and Yu Hui were not worth mentioning, President Xiao Mingshan and mentor Yin Lu were already familiar to him. The elderly woman seated to the right of Xiao Mingshan was presumably Mu Lingxiu's mentor, the vice president of Longshan Academy, Mu Qing. To Xiao Mingshan's left were notable figures from the imperial capital, including the fourth princess Mu Li, the master of Danhua Tower, Yin Lanfeng, the head of the apothecary pavilion, Yin Danxing, and the heads of the Gu and Luo families, Gu Xiaodong and Luo Tianxiang, respectively. Among these individuals, Luo Changfeng recognized none except for Yin Lanfeng, the master of Danhua Tower. The beauty of the fourth princess Mu Li was undoubtedly captivating. Luo Changfeng could not help but glance at her a few times. But merely that, 2 fleeting glances. This woman bore an air of haughtiness, evidently embodying a spoiled and willful temperament that would trouble any man who crossed her path. His own shui was far superior, Luo Changfeng mused. When his gaze fell upon Gu Zhaodong, he was taken aback to find that the latter was also inexplicably looking back at him. Their eyes met, and in that instant, an aura of murderous intent seemed to transcend the barrier of space. Luo Changfeng smiled knowingly. It seemed that this individual was indeed the head of the Gu family. No wonder he bore a certain resemblance to Gu Yin, whom he had slain in the Xuanyuan mountain range. Today was truly bustling with activity. Luo Changfeng withdrew his gaze and began to meditate with his eyes closed. The sound of drums echoed 3 times, and the arena fell into silence. A middle-aged man clad in black robes approached the central stage. Esteemed guests, I am Wen Bai, the vice president of the Imperial Academy. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence here today. Now, I shall announce the rules of the grand competition. The rules are straightforward. We will draw lots for pairings, and competitors will face each other in duels. The victors will progress to the next round. Each victory earns 1 point, and the top 10 scorers will advance to the final ranking battle, culminating in the determination of the champions and runners-up. Those who secure a spot in the top 10 will be eligible for admission to the Inner Academy, while the ultimate champions will receive substantial rewards from the Academy. There are 401 participants in the grand competition, and during the first round of drawing lots, 1 individual will receive a bye, earning a point and advancing directly to the next round. Looking at the unnumbered wooden token in his hand, Luo Changfeng found himself both amused and bewildered by his unexpected stroke of good fortune. Surrounding him, Bu Lingxiu, Lin Qing, and others gathered, and upon seeing his token, they erupted in exclamations of unfairness. lamenting that not only was he strong, but also extraordinarily lucky. Having chosen their respective opponents, the group began to prepare for the challenges ahead, with a swift motion of his right hand. When Bide unleashed a stream of spiritual light that divided the central stage into 10 sections, with arrays of luminous screens rising around it. I hereby declare the grand competition to commence. When Bai's commanding voice ignited the crowd's fervor. One by one, figures leaped onto the stage according to the numbers they had drawn. Junior brother, rest well here. We shall take our leave, Lin Qing said. Giving Luo Chanfeng a pat on the shoulder, his expression peculiar. The others regarded him with similar oddity, leaving Luo Chanfeng feeling somewhat awkward. As if he had become a traitor. The first round consisted of 200 matches, with each stage set for 20 rounds. On the platforms, an array of techniques and secret arts dazzled the spectators. The audience erupted in cheers, rallying for their favorite competitors. In the VIP section, influential figures nodded in approval. Yu Chaodong stroked his beard and remarked, Xiao Din, I did not anticipate this year's external academy competition to be so exhilarating. The academy truly abounds with talent. It is indeed a blessing from you, Dean Xiao. Xiao Mingshan smiled mildly, responding, What you say, Master Gu, is unwarranted. We are merely serving His Majesty. If anyone is to be blessed, it should be His Majesty, whose fortune is boundless. Princess Mu Li, overhearing, revealed a hint of a smile, having long heard of Xiao Mingshan's astuteness and worldly experience. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Hui and Jin Daozong were engaged in a spirited exchange, nearly escalating into an argument. Old man Yu, just look at the disciples you've trained. They resort to such despicable techniques as the sly leg. How disgraceful. Humph, in the end, it's about winning or losing. What matters is the victory, and there are no rules forbidding such techniques in the competition. Spare me. It is only those lacking in strength who resort to such underhanded tactics. Just wait. You'll have your moment of regret. Just based on the few oddities from your third class? The two engage in a lively exchange of words, their banter far more captivating than the battles in the arena. The senior members from other academies, accustomed to the antics of these two, could only sigh in resignation. Finally, as dusk approached, the first round of preliminary matches came to a conclusion. The outcome took Luo Chanfeng by surprise. In Chapter 131, the inaugural appearance, the first round of preliminaries ended with 200 individuals losing their chance to advance to the next stage. The severity of this elimination is evident. Among them were several unfortunate souls, undeniably strong yet plagued by ill fortune, who encountered the top-ranked contenders and thus lost their matches in a bewildering fashion. While grievances were certainly voiced and questions regarding the fairness of the competition arose, there was little recourse. As Dean Xiao aptly stated, the path of cultivation is long, fraught with uncertainties and dangers. At times, luck proves to be more significant than mere strength. Luo Chanfeng wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, these individuals are not forever barred from the inner court's cultivation. With diligent practice, they may soon transcend the body refinement stage and ascend to the ranks of inner court disciples. Among those who successfully advanced, several were old acquaintances of Luo Chanfeng, the blood sorcerer Zhao Yan, the little demoness Yun Luluo, and of course, Luo Tian. The performance of the advanced class 3 was commendable as well, aside from the misfortunate Hong Tao, who faced the formidable Ouyang Ku, ranked third on the Earth list, and was predictably defeated. The rest all achieved promotion. The surprise of Luo Chanfeng stemmed from none other than Ouyang Ku. Many asserted that his ascension to the top 3 of the rankings was merely a consequence of Zhao Yin suffering severe injuries at his hands, resulting in a decline in Zhao's cultivation. However, Luo Chanfeng held an opposing view. Even without resorting to his eye of insight, he could perceive through his spiritual awareness that this individual was far from the simplicity he projected. Indeed, he was adept at concealing his true capabilities. From the recent battle with Hong Tao, Luo Chanfeng discerned that Ouyang Ku's genuine cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of body refinement, surpassing even Wei Wuyo, who was the favorite to win the championship, by a notable margin. Luo Chanfeng suddenly found himself intrigued by this individual. Considering Mu Lingshue's aptitude and the resources she had amassed, she had only just managed to break through to the 1st level of body refinement. Yet, this Ouyang Ku appeared to be just in his early 20s. How could he have cultivated so rapidly? As he was lost in thought, a melodic female voice echoed from behind him. Luo Chanfeng, it has been a long time. Luo Chanfeng turned around and beheld the bashful little sorceress, Yun Luo. Indeed, it had been quite a while since their last encounter. I just watched your competition. It is astonishing how much your prowess has advanced in such a short span of days. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoluo straightened her chest proudly, of course. For who am I but the illustrious young lady? By the way, you are here to participate in the grand competition as well, right? Why have I not seen you take the stage? Luo Changfeng pointed to the unnumbered token in his hand, prompting Yun Luoluo to roll her eyes in exasperation. What good is luck? Ultimately, it is strength that speaks volumes. You should pray not to cross paths with me again, for I shall undoubtedly seek revenge for that fateful night. At the mere mention of that evening, Yun Luoluo's expression grew somewhat awkward, and she turned to flee. Luo Changfeng let out a wry smile, acknowledging the truth behind the moniker of the little enchantress, Yun Luoluo. At that moment, the senior students from Class 3 approached one after another. Lin Qing patted Luo Changfeng on the shoulder and remarked, "Junior, I never imagined that despite your seemingly listless demeanor, you could engage so fervently with the little enchantress." Luo Changfeng, taken aback by the remark, pondered in disbelief. Why on earth have I become so despondent? Wu Lingshu joined the fray, eager to partake in the conversation. Indeed, junior brother, I just overheard her mention something about that night. What could it possibly entail? Wang Yanhua, the ever-affable one, could not resist the allure of gossip, adding, "Have you all already?" Luo Changfeng hastily raised his hands in surrender, imploring, "Dear brothers and sisters, please show mercy. If that esteemed lady were to hear this, it could lead to dire consequences." "Ah, this is a secret indeed." The onlookers wore expressions that suggested a shared understanding among men, leaving Luo Changfeng in a state of bemusement. Casting a glance ahead, he was relieved to see that Yun Luoluo had already distanced herself, unaware that not far behind, a young girl was swiftly retreating. This girl was none other than Zhao Qianqian, who was inseparably linked to Yun Luoluo. After the conclusion of the first day's competition, everyone returned to their respective quarters to rest and prepare for the grand contest ahead. Those students who would not be advancing to the inner court did not succumb to despair. Rather, they quickly gathered their spirits and immersed themselves in an even more fervent pursuit of cultivation. Luo Changfeng was perhaps the most relaxed of all, gracefully declining the invitations of his senior brothers and sisters and returning to his courtyard to continue his cultivation. As the night passed without event, the dawn broke, revealing a pale hue in the eastern sky, heralding the arrival of a new day. The martial arts arena, bustling with an attendance no less than the previous day, saw all the esteemed guests take their places. Everyone was aware that the excitement of the competition only intensified as it progressed. Today's tournament featured 100 matches, with an average of 10 contests per arena, determined by a lottery for opponent selection. Holding the small card numbered 36, Luo Changfeng exhaled in relief. To have a bye once could be deemed fortunate, but should one experience it consecutively, all would suspect the Academy of foul play. Luo Changfeng cast a glance around, noticing that among the senior students of Advanced Class 3, none had drawn number 36. The Vice-Dean, when by, stepped forward to announce the commencement of the competition, igniting the atmosphere once more. Lin Qing, Bu Lingshu, and Wang Yanhua took turns to enter the arena, although this time the battles were less effortless. They ultimately triumphed over their adversaries, successfully securing a place among the top 100. As for Wei Wuyo, the opponent he faced yesterday had forfeited without contest. Today, he was matched against a formidable peak innate practitioner, yet encountering Wei Wuyo, who had already transcended the body refinement stage, rendered victory impossible for his opponent. Zhao Yan's performance today was even more brutal than the previous day. With his adversary utterly defenseless, he callously kicked the opponent off the stage. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether it was intentional, but the unfortunate individual was sent tumbling to the feet of Luo Changfeng. Luo Changfeng extended his hand to assist the individual in rising, casting a glance at Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan made a gesture as if to slice his throat, gritting his teeth in fury. "You wait," he seethed. "I shall grind your head into the earth." Luo Changfeng touched his nose, dismissing the fool with indifference. Soon, it was his turn to take the stage. He found an empty arena and leaped up. Many in the crowd had witnessed his battle against Zhao Yan that day, and they erupted in cheers. "Look, there's Luo Changfeng. He has finally made his appearance." Luo Changfeng? The one who defeated Zhao Yan? Doesn't he seem all that impressive? Is he truly as formidable as the legends suggest? Of course, I witnessed it firsthand. Zhao Yan was beaten down like a dead dog. Silence yourself, unless you wish to provoke trouble. The distinguished guests in the VIP section opened their eyes, their gazes converging on the spectacle. Yun Luoluo had already vanquished her opponent and returned to the audience, listening to the surrounding chatter. She couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. Always putting on a show. If you can turn Wei Wuyo into a pig's head, then I shall be thoroughly impressed. Luo Chanfeng closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, patiently awaiting the arrival of his opponent. This was his habit, yet to others, it appeared as though he exuded an air of arrogance and superiority. Before long, a young swordsman approached him with measured steps. Luo Chanfeng opened his eyes, and the two locked gazes, both feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over them. What on earth is happening? Chapter 132, The Group Battle. Since arriving at the academy, few have truly regarded Luo Chanfeng as a friend, with Luo Tian being a notable exception. On that day, when he faced difficulties outside the stupid tower due to Qin Tian, it was indeed Luo Tian who sought assistance from the Jin Dao sect. And the Jin Dao sect later informed him of this. Who would have thought that in his first appearance at the grand competition, his opponent would turn out to be Luo Tian? It was truly a situation that left one at a loss for words. In truth, Luo Tian felt even more uncomfortable. His previous match was nothing short of spectacular. He had decisively defeated a senior student at the pinnacle of the innate 8th level using the sword technique he had only just mastered. Much to the delight of Luo Tianxiang in the VIP section, Luo Tian had hoped to achieve a commendable rank in the competition. Even if he couldn't break into the top 10, he intended to make a strong showing. Yet here he was, unexpectedly confronted by the formidable Luo Chanfeng. Noticing the troubled expression on Luo Tian's face, Luo Chanfeng offered an awkward smile and coughed lightly. Luo Tian, my apologies. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian felt a surge of frustration, thinking to himself, how about you win against me first before apologizing? It's not just you who has made progress after all this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian drew his sword from its sheath. In that moment, he seemed to transform, becoming one with his sword, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. In the VIP section, the head of the Luo family, Luo Tianxiang, was entirely focused on the scene before him. Yun Lantian smiled faintly, remarking, the head of the Luo family truly is fortunate to have such a remarkably talented grandson in swordsmanship. It is indeed enviable. Luo Tianxiang stroked his beard. His eyes filled with amusement. You jest, Master Yan. This unworthy child has yet to break through to the body refinement stage. He is hardly worth mentioning. Seated nearby, Gu Zhaoding smirked, inwardly grumbling, then perhaps you should keep your pride in check. The prominent families in the imperial capital had engaged in subtle rivalries for many years. Outwardly polite, yet each was well aware of the underlying tensions that existed among them. As Luo Tian's aura intensified, Luo Chanfeng silently admired him. Luo Tian's talent in swordsmanship was indeed remarkable, and with his pure-hearted nature, his future achievements could be boundless. Very well then, I shall test your swordsmanship. Be careful. Luo Tian shouted, his body suddenly lunging forward, swiftly closing the distance to within 10 feet of Luo Chanfeng. Luo Chanfeng offered a faint smile as he retrieved an ordinary longsword from his storage pouch, engaging in combat with Luo Tian. As for the crescent moon, its excessive bloodthirst and sharpness had led him to stow it away. The formless sword technique that Luo Tian practiced was a low-grade mystic art, personally imparted to him by his esteemed grandfather, Luo Xingye. Such mystic arts are indeed rare within the confines of this imperial academy, underscoring the high regard that the elder held for his grandson. As Luo Chanfeng defended himself, he keenly observed that Luo Tian's application of the formless sword technique was characterized by an abundance of offensive maneuvers but lacked sufficient defensive strategies. Although it is often said that the best offense is a good defense, when confronted by a cultivator of superior strength, it becomes all too easy for them to breach one's defenses and even secure victory with a single strike. Luo Chanfeng unleashed the art of the dual pupil technique, skillfully transforming the formless sword art, simplifying its intricate pathways. Observing Luo Chanfeng's constant evasion and reluctance to engage in a direct confrontation, it was evident to Luo Tian that he was deliberately holding back. Luo Tian's heart brimmed with discontent. Luo Chanfeng, if you still regard me as a friend, then let us engage in a fair and honorable battle. How long do you intend to continue this avoidance? Luo Chanfeng chuckled helplessly. Very well, as you wish. Observe closely. As his words faded, Luo Chanfeng's demeanor shifted dramatically. He transformed from defense to offense, his sword dancing through the air with a grace reminiscent of divine intervention. The pressure on Luo Tian intensified, making it increasingly challenging to respond. Each trajectory of his opponent's strike seemed meticulously calculated, as if anticipating the path of his own blade. He found himself unwittingly adhering to a route meticulously crafted by Luo Chanfeng, and with each exchange, his trepidation grew. In the VIP section, Luo Tianxiang had risen to his feet, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he watched the swordsmanship displayed by Luo Chanfeng. Impossible! How can it be that what he wields appears to be the true essence of the formless sword technique? Just as Luo Tian found himself at a loss, Luo Chanfeng's voice rang out, "Pay close attention to the trajectory of my strikes." Luo Tian was momentarily stunned, but soon realized that Luo Chanfeng was imparting wisdom regarding his swordsmanship. As Luo Chanfeng's swordplay accelerated, Luo Tian found himself nearly breathless. Finally grasping the reason behind his continued subjugation to Luo Chanfeng's technique, it became clear that Luo Chanfeng was executing the same formless sword technique, yet with a mastery far superior, fluid, and natural. With no time to ponder further, Luo Tian immersed himself in the profound benefits each variation of the swordplay offered. He recognized that a singular focus on the techniques, while neglecting the underlying intent, amounted to a misguided pursuit. Only by transcending the confines of technique could one truly appreciate the essence of the sword path. The principle of the formlessness of form and the interconnection of shape and intent became clear to him. In an epiphany that jolted his very soul, Luo Tian felt as though a veil had been lifted. Ignoring the ongoing match, he leapt from the platform and sprinted towards the rear mountains, exclaiming, "Luo Chanfeng, thank you. I concede this match." Luo Chanfeng sheathed his longsword, a smile gracing his lips. This fellow was on the verge of becoming a sword fanatic. The esteemed guests in the audience were left speechless. Never before had someone run off mid-battle like Luo Tian. In contrast, Luo Tianxiang exhibited remarkable composure, his gaze towards Luo Chanfeng growing increasingly fervent. With his voluntary concession, Luo Chanfeng claimed victory in this match, successfully advancing to the next round. The top 100 had been established, and the competition for the next round, 50 strong, would undoubtedly intensify. Initially, it was presumed that the Academy would continue with the method of drawing lots for direct confrontations, yet unexpectedly, the Dean altered the rules of the tournament on a whim. What? This round would be conducted in a group battle format? Such a decision seemed inherently unjust. Indeed, Dean, this matter warrants careful reconsideration. Disagreements emerged among the Academy's higher-ups, with a faction opposing the group battle approach. At this juncture, Xiao Mingshan revealed his assertive demeanor, while one-on-one duels undoubtedly tested the combat skills of the students. Group battles more effectively assess their intellect and teamwork, crucial skills for their future military endeavors. Thus, it was settled. Upon hearing the Dean's declaration, silence enveloped the assembly. The rules for the group battles were straightforward. No restrictions on opponents, alliances permitted, and the last individuals remaining on the stage would each earn 3 points. Advancing to the subsequent round. After absorbing the competition's regulations, the crowd was left bewildered. Was this not an overt invitation for the more formidable individuals to band together and progress to the end? Luo Chanfeng, however, held a differing perspective. Those who pride themselves on their martial prowess are invariably arrogant individuals, making it exceedingly difficult for them to unite. Even a fleeting alliance is likely to devolve into internecine conflict. The essence of such collective combat lies in the trust shared among participants. With nearly 100 competitors, the team swiftly splintered into numerous groups of varying sizes, predominantly forming alliances based on their respective classes, and the third advanced class was no exception. Bu Lingxiu, Lin Qing, Wang Yanhua, and Luo Chanfeng, along with 5 others, formed a team, with Luo Chanfeng reluctantly elected as captain. The captain of the first advanced class was Wei Wui. The second advanced class was led by Yun Luo, and the captain of the fourth advanced class was Ouyang Ke. These 4 teams were regarded as the most formidable contenders present. Once the teams were formed, they ascended to the central arena, signaling the imminent commencement of the group battle. Chapter 133, Absolute Domination. Numerous teams, comprising over 100 formidable warriors, ascended the stage, creating a visually stunning spectacle. The Longshan Academy, established for centuries, has hosted countless competitions. Yet this was the inaugural group battle, marking a historic precedent. The audience erupted with fervor, and to avert any unforeseen incidents, the Academy dispatched several renowned instructors to strategically position themselves around the arena, vigilant to any fluctuations within the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The somber drumbeats resonated, officially heralding the commencement of the battle. Initially, the participants exhibited caution, refraining from reckless assaults. Luo Chanfeng led the members of the third advanced class to huddle together, remaining vigilant. At this stage of the competition, only the most powerful individuals remained in the arena. Almost every small group boasted a master from the ranking list among their ranks, and as time progressed, the urgency of combat overshadowed their reservations. This was a genuine melee. with intermittent cries of agony echoing as figures were hurled from the platform. In no time, the number of combatants on the stage dwindled by half. During this period, Luo Changfeng was compelled to engage several times, sending a few reckless challengers flying. With half a stick of incense left before the match concluded, only 4 advanced class teams maintained their full formations. Among them, the first advanced class appeared to be the most relaxed, with the formidable Wei Wui and Xuanyuan instilling such fear that none dared to provoke them. Xuanyuan's crimson gaze remained fixated on Luo Changfeng throughout. As he ominously questioned, "Luo Changfeng, will you leave voluntarily, or shall I be obliged to take matters into my own hands?" Before Luo Changfeng could utter a word, Lin Qing could no longer contain herself. "Xuanyuan, do you truly believe you possess the audacity to act so arrogantly in front of junior brother Luo? You are indeed a fool who forgets past lessons." Xuanyuan, exposed in front of the crowd, wore a countenance that was dark and foreboding. "Listen closely. You inept individuals from Class 3. Soon, I shall ensure that each of you is cast off the stage, and not one of you shall lay claim to the coveted spots in the inner academy." The members of Class 3, upon hearing this, were consumed by a fury that was nearly uncontrollable, for Xuanyuan's arrogance was utterly outrageous. Luo Changfeng raised his hand to signal the crowd to remain calm. The esteemed guest, Yu Hui, wore a triumphant smile. "Old Jean, how many rounds do you believe your prized disciple can withstand against Xuanyuan?" "Oh, Yu Lao, have you forgotten that Xuanyuan was publicly humiliated by Luo Changfeng? What gives you such confidence?" "Humph, the current Xuanyuan is no longer the same as before. I might inform you that just a few days ago, he achieved a breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Jean Daozhen's expression turned peculiar. A breakthrough to the body refinement realm? No wonder he is so arrogant. But can the body refinement realm truly intimidate that young man? Luo Changfeng maintained a serene expression, seemingly indifferent to Xuanyuan. "Enough with the pleasantries," he remarked. "Isn't it merely the body refinement realm? Who are you trying to intimidate?" The members of Class 3 were taken aback. It appeared that Xuanyuan had indeed ascended to the body refinement realm, which elucidated his audacity. With a cold snort, Xuanyuan declared, "Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As he strode towards the Class 3 group, the other teams instinctively parted, opting to observe from the sidelines. Wei Wuyo contemplated intervening to halt Xuanyuan, but ultimately refrained, intrigued to discern the depths of Luo Changfeng's capabilities. Luo Changfeng suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wait a moment." Xuanyuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. "What? Are you afraid too?" "It's not fear," he replied. "I merely wish to inquire if there are others who wish to join forces. I am not one to relish complications. Let us strive to resolve this matter in one fell swoop." Upon the utterance of Luo Changfeng's words, both those on stage and those in the audience were rendered utterly bewildered. Goodness, who does he think he is? Even Wei Wuyo would not dare to be so audacious. Does he truly believe that having defeated Xuanyuan, he has ascended to the pinnacle of the outer court? Immediately, several teams adopted unfriendly expressions, stealthily advancing to encircle the 9 students from Class 3. Clearly, Luo Changfeng had provoked public ire. Bu Lingshu could only manage a wry smile, recognizing that his junior brother had a penchant for speaking in a manner that was nothing short of sensational. Lin Qing, on the other hand, was eager and ready for action. Ouyang Ku and Yun Luoluo exchanged glances, both tacitly agreeing to remain mere spectators. Yun Luoluo, who harbored a favorable impression of Luo Changfeng, naturally refrained from exacerbating the situation, while Ouyang Ku, ever the enigmatic presence, kept his thoughts to himself. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Luo Changfeng ceased his idle chatter, employing the Qingyan step to manifest a series of afterimages, striking down each of those who had dared to step forward from the platform. With a strength that far surpassed his opponents, there was no longer any need for him to feign humility. Luo Changfeng's speed of action was astonishingly swift. The onlookers barely registered a fleeting blur before the previously aggressive throng of dozens tumbled from the platform in an instant, their anguished cries echoing throughout the arena. In mere moments, Luo Changfeng had returned to his original position, as if he had never moved at all. Silence enveloped the crowd, a profound stillness. No one comprehended what had just transpired. The fallen disciples appeared to have leapt from the platform of their own volition. Xuanyuan's descent was particularly tragic. 2 of his front teeth, mingled with blood, flew from his mouth, and his cheeks swelled grotesquely. He could not fathom how he had been struck down by a single punch, nor had he even glimpsed how Luo Changfeng had approached him. This was preposterous. He was a practitioner of the body refinement realm. How could he be so easily bested? As Xuanyuan attempted to rise and charge back onto the stage, Luo Chanfeng cast a cold glance in his direction, one that seemed to emanate the authority of a deity surveying mere mortals, imbued with an overwhelming majesty. A shiver coursed through Xuanyuan, a primal fear originating from the depths of his soul rendering him utterly immobile. In the VIP section, various dignitaries narrowed their eyes. This was their first encounter with Luo Chanfeng's prowess. What technique had this young man employed? Even I could only perceive a fleeting shadow. Could his strength truly be confined to the innate realm? Such speed and explosive power must surely rival even those of the Aperture realm. Dean Xiao, your Longshan Academy indeed harbors hidden talents. Amidst the murmurings around him, Xiao Mingshan slightly opened his eyes. Though his exterior remained composed, inwardly he was elated. The rapidity of your growth is truly astonishing. Princess Mu Li's mouth fell agape in sheer astonishment. She had initially presumed that Wei Wuyo, Yun Luoluo, and Ouyang Ku were the primary contenders of this competition. Little did she anticipate that Luo Chanfeng would emerge as the true dark horse. It seems prudent to have my father conduct a thorough investigation into this individual, possessing such strength at a young age. If he could be persuaded to serve the empire, he could soon become a cornerstone of the nation. If those beneath the platform were affected thus, the sensations atop the stage were even more pronounced. Wei Wuyo felt his body stiffen, his heart pounding. In that moment, he sensed that his life hung by a thread, no longer in his own control. Yun Luoluo was equally taken aback. Reflecting on the events of that night, she found herself admiring her own courage. As for Ouyang Ku, his demeanor was particularly intriguing. His face revealed no emotion, yet a flicker of madness in his depths betrayed the exhilaration coursing through his veins. Chapter 134. The Soul Clan's aura. Luo Chanfeng struck with the ferocity of thunder, instantaneously propelling over 20 individuals into the air, among whom were several masters of innate perfection. Renowned figures on the local rankings. Not to mention, the formidable Blood Azura Xuanyuan, who, ranked fourth on the list, was unceremoniously hurled off the stage by a single punch, utterly defenseless. The one who defeated him was, astonishingly, a freshman who had only been enrolled for 3 months. It was not just Xuanyuan who was taken aback. The entire assembly was left in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition. Was this truly a group battle? Or merely a single individual taking on a multitude? Although there were suspicions of Luo Chanfeng's underhanded tactics, a competition is a competition. Defeat is defeat. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Many of the students had only heard of Luo Chanfeng's name, but had never encountered him in person. Goodness, where did this extraordinary individual emerge from? He is undeniably formidable. Not only that, but even the top 3 on the local rankings were keeping their distance from him, which speaks volumes about the apprehension they felt. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a student from an advanced class. Could it be that he is a newcomer? Perhaps I have been uninformed. He is indeed Luo Chanfeng, the champion of this year's freshman class. Previously, Xuanyuan had fallen to him, and it is astonishing that in such a short span, his prowess has escalated so dramatically. So it was true. I heard that Xuanyuan had been sent flying by his palm last time. And now history seems to be repeating itself. TSK, per Zhao brother indeed. On the brink of fury, Xuanyuan, upon hearing these words, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Luo Chanfeng, I shall clash with you. With a furious roar, Xuanyuan's aura surged dramatically, his physical prowess enveloping the arena. With a chilling gaze, Luo Chanfeng was taken aback by Xuanyuan's audacity, truly believing himself invincible. How foolish. Suddenly, an authoritative voice resonated from the VIP section, echoing throughout the arena. Xuanyuan was unexpectedly hurled backward, spewing a mouthful of blood as if struck by a colossal hammer to his chest. It was none other than Dean Xiao Mingshan who had intervened. Since this is a competition, rules must be adhered to. No one is above them, understood. The students hastily bowed in respect, their glances toward Luo Chanfeng laced with envy. The typically enigmatic dean had personally intervened on his behalf, an honor of extraordinary magnitude. My goodness, this year's external competition is bound to unveil a remarkable dark horse, one that shines brilliantly. Several female students were already starry-eyed, and some, emboldened, spoke without restraint. Let us not forget, our junior brother is quite handsome. I wonder if he is taken. Oh, spare me. I advise you to curb your infatuation. It is said that this lad has an ambiguous relationship with Mu Lingxue from the inner academy. You might as well give up hope, they chuckled. Amidst the crowd, a cacophony of discussions erupted, all centered on Luo Chanfeng, even delving into his romantic history. As the incense stick burned low, 20 students remained steadfast on the stage, nearly half of whom belonged to the advanced class 3, maintaining a full roster. Mu Lingxue wore a peculiar expression, glancing between Xuanyuan and Lin Qing. And together they shared a silent sentiment. Our junior brother is truly formidable. Luo Chongfeng's display of strength captivated everyone present. Wei Wuyo remained silent. Ouyang Ku was also mute. And even the belligerent Yun Luo chose to refrain from speaking. There was simply no way to engage in combat. Zhao Yan's prowess was comparable to theirs. Yet he had been effortlessly sent flying with a single blow. What was there to do? The three of them fell into silence, and as for the others, they were even more reticent, instinctively distancing themselves from Luo Chongfeng, their expressions tinged with apprehension. Junior brother Luo, your strength is quite formidable. If possible, I would be most eager to seek your guidance in the forthcoming top 10 ranking competition. Ouyang Ku stepped forward, a genial smile gracing his features, his gaze unwavering. As if he had everything under control. Boss, this lad is rather peculiar. A sudden mental ripple emanated from the nine nether ring, revealing the voice of the demon Uspa. Boss. The unusual address left Luo Chongfeng somewhat speechless. This fellow truly had a knack for familiarity. Ever since departing from Xianyang City, Uspa had been nestled within the nine nether ring, recuperating from its injuries. Had it not spoken, Luo Chongfeng might well have forgotten its existence. With a flicker of thought, Luo Chongfeng inquired, Peculiar? What have you disowned? Uspa replied with a sense of triumph, Of course, boss. Do not forget, I am of the demon race. Having lived in the demon realm since my youth, I possess a keen sensitivity to its creatures. Luo Chongfeng's gaze narrowed. Are you suggesting that there is a demonic aura within him? Luo Chongfeng was somewhat taken aback. It was not fear of the demon clan that stirred his surprise, but rather the intriguing notion that if it were indeed the demon clan, they could elude his perception. However, it was not the demon clan, more accurately. It was the Soul Clan. Upon hearing this name, Luo Chongfeng fell into a brief reverie. In his recollections, the Soul Clan was an exceedingly rare lineage, with only a scant few members scattered across the vast expanse of the world. Even within the realm of Qingming, the Soul Clan remained an exceptionally enigmatic group, known to but a few. His knowledge of them stemmed from his occasional visits to the Ghost Realm, where he learned certain tidbits of information. It was said that at the confluence of the Demon Realm and the Ghost Realm lay a mysterious place known as the Soul Domain, where the Soul Clan resided. In contrast to the Demon Clan, the Soul Clan conducted their affairs with much greater discretion, rarely venturing beyond the confines of the Soul Domain and seldom intersecting with the Celestial Realm. Thus, in his previous life, Luo Chongfeng had little interaction with this clan and could not claim familiarity with them. The appearance of such a cryptic and elusive lineage in the mundane realm of this lower plane left him utterly perplexed. Luo Chongfeng continued to inquire. Are you certain it is the aura of the Soul Clan? Absolutely certain, boss. Others may err in their recognition, but I will not. Luo Chongfeng discerned the animosity woven into Uspa's words, stirring a flicker of intrigue within him. It appeared that this inadvertently subdued Golden Core imp was far from ordinary. After a brief pause, Uspa's voice resonated once more. Boss, if possible, you must seize the Soul Clan. I believe I shall present you with some delightful surprises. Oh? Upon hearing the words, Luo Chongfeng was instantly intrigued. A demon clan and a spirit clan. He was genuinely curious about the surprises that awaited him. Suddenly, a dull drumbeat interrupted Luo Chongfeng's train of thought. The fragrant incense had burned out, signaling the end of the group battle. According to the competition rules, after a stick of incense had burned, every participant remaining on the stage would receive 3 points and advance to the final round. Vying for a place among the top 10, 20 students descended from the arena, their emotions a complex mix of excitement and anticipation for the upcoming finals, wondering what captivating events might unfold. Chapter 135, The Invitation from the Fourth Princess. As all the participants left the stage, the vice president, Wen Bai, stepped into the arena. He cleared his throat, silencing the clamor. The authority of the vice president was unmistakable. I declare the group battle officially concluded. A total of 20 students have persevered until the end, each earning 3 points and advancing to tomorrow's finals. Wen Bai paused before continuing. These 20 individuals are Wei Wuyo from Class 1 and Yun Luo from Class 2. As each name echoed throughout the training ground, the audience's excitement reignited, cheering for the grand event, regardless of whether they had advanced or not. Xiao Mingshan and the senior officials of the academy were the first to depart. As they left, he cast a meaningful glance toward a certain direction, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Liu Jiaodong gazed intently at Luo Chongfeng's retreating figure, lost in thought. With everyone departing, the curtain fell on the grand competition of the following day. As Luo Chongfeng had not yet wandered far, an enchanting female voice reached him from behind, tinged with an inexplicable air of arrogance. Hey, Are you Luo Chanfeng? Luo Chanfeng slowly turned around, only to behold a breathtakingly beautiful woman standing gracefully before him. Clad in garments whiter than snow, a vision of unparalleled elegance, this enchanting figure was none other than the fourth princess, Muli, whom he had previously glimpsed in the VIP section. The crowd, initially poised to depart, found themselves utterly captivated as the fourth princess approached, accompanied by her guards, rendering them motionless. Who among them could resist the allure of the empire's most resplendent beauty? Even a distant glimpse would suffice to inspire dreams for several nights. However, their minds were beset with confusion. How could Luo Chanfeng possibly be acquainted with the fourth princess? This revelation shattered their composure. One enchanting figure, Mu Lingxue, was already overwhelming enough, and now the fourth princess had graced the scene as well. What extraordinary fortune had this young man stumbled upon? Such comparisons were infuriating. In an instant, the gazes directed at Luo Chanfeng turned hostile, brimming with envy. Luo Chanfeng, having encountered such envy before, remained unfazed. As for the identity of the woman before him, he had a vague suspicion. Being so young yet seated at the left hand of Xiaoming Shan's first position suggested she belonged to the imperial lineage. Yet, he had never held a fondness for arrogant women, regardless of their stunning beauty. In a calm tone, he inquired, "It is I. May I ask who you are?" Muli was taken aback by his words. Was it possible that someone in the Imperial Academy did not recognize her? How audacious! Did he not know this was the fourth princess? Before she could respond, one of her guards bellowed indignantly from behind her. Luo Chanfeng furrowed his brow slightly. A flicker of displeasure coursing through his mind, yet he still offered a respectful fist salute, acknowledging the presence of Her Highness, the princess. Muli waved his hand grandly, exuding an air of magnanimity and authority. "No matter, let us get straight to the point. I just witnessed your match and would like to extend an invitation for you to join the imperial royal family. I trust you would not decline." A glimmer of astuteness danced in Muli's eyes, as if he held all the cards in this encounter. Luo Chanfeng was momentarily taken aback. Then he managed a wry smile and shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I must decline." "You." Muli was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that someone would dare to refuse her to her face. "Hey, did you not hear me clearly? I am speaking of joining the imperial royal family." "I am aware, yet I still decline." At this point, Muli was utterly flabbergasted. Suppressing her anger, she inquired, "Why?" Luo Chanfeng gently touched his nose. The reason being rather simple. He was a student of Longshan Academy and would soon enter the inner court for further studies. As for whether he would join the imperial royal family, that was a matter to ponder after graduation. Muli furrowed her delicate brows, gazing at Luo Chanfeng, struggling to find her voice. Had it been anyone else, they would have rejoiced to the point of tears at such an offer, yet here he was, declining it. What could she do? If he were merely an outer court student, it might have been manageable, but with the royal family's overture, it was likely that the academy's higher-ups would support the endeavor. However, the circumstances were different now, despite the competition not being concluded, based on the prowess he had exhibited. His admission into the inner court was already a foregone conclusion. Each inner court student was cherished by the academy. Even though she was the fourth princess of the royal family, she could not compel Longshan Academy to yield its talents. Ultimately, this was a reflection of the academy's evolution into a formidable institution, boasting no fewer than 6 prominent Golden Core experts. Faced with such a power, even the imperial family dared not underestimate it, often relying on the academy for support. With a deep sigh, Princess Muli turned to leave, hoping he would not come to regret his decision. Once Princess Muli departed, the surrounding crowd erupted in a flurry of astonished murmurs, regarding Luo Chanfeng with expressions akin to those witnessing a marvel. How impressive it was that he had declined the overtures of Her Highness the Princess. Indeed, this Luo Chanfeng seemed rather inflated with pride. Having offended the imperial family, he would surely face repercussions in the future. Alas, why was it that the princess had not cast her gaze upon me? I, too, am a notable figure, a promising young talent. Oh, spare me. If you have the capability, go confront Wei Wuyo. That would certainly earn you the royal family's favor. Ah, on second thought, I shall refrain from such folly. One's life is more precious than lofty aspirations. The crowd erupted in hearty laughter before gradually dispersing. Luo Chanfeng shrugged and began to walk towards his residence. However, he had not gone far when he was intercepted by Bu Lingxiu. Without a word, Bu Lingxiu seized Luo Chanfeng's arm and pulled him towards the back mountain. "Senior brother, where are we going?" Luo Chanfeng inquired. "Do not ask, you will understand once we arrive," came the reply. The two soon reached a tranquil spot, where a pavilion was filled with people at that moment. Luo Chanfeng focused his gaze and discovered that it was all his senior brothers and sisters from Class 3. Fervently engaged in a spirited discussion, their faces brimming with excitement. Class 3 had garnered significant attention in today's group battle, a feat largely attributed to Luo Chanfeng himself. After much deliberation, they resolved to organize a small gathering to express their gratitude to him in person. Among the attendees, besides the fellow students, was also the esteemed mentor of Class 3, Jin Daozong. The arrival of Luo Chanfeng instantly invigorated the atmosphere, revealing a palpable confidence among the attendees regarding tomorrow's finals. Indeed, apart from the few prodigies occupying the top 3 positions on the leaderboard, the remaining formidable contenders, such as Xuanyuan and his ilk, had largely been dealt with by Luo Chanfeng. While the prospects for others may be uncertain, for individuals like Bu Lingxiu, Wang Yanhua, and Lin Qing, barring any unfortunate misfortunes, securing a place among the top 10 should be well within their grasp. This suggests a significant likelihood for them to gain entry into the inner academy, which is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Jin Daozong, too, felt elated. As a mentor, having the opportunity to nurture such talents brought an unparalleled sense of accomplishment, even if he often fell short of his responsibilities. As the banquet concluded, the guests departed in high spirits, leaving only Jin Daozong and Luo Chanfeng in the pavilion. In a jovial mood after indulging in copious amounts of wine, Jin Daozong inquired about Luo Chanfeng's future plans, noting that upon entering the inner academy, he would similarly face the choice of class selection. Hearing this, Luo Chanfeng maintained a calm demeanor. Does the mentor have any recommendations? The two exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously raised their wine glasses, conveying everything without words. Chapter 136. The transaction beneath the arena at this moment. Many at Longshan Academy remained awake, including the dean, Xiaomingshan. In the vast and empty assembly hall, Xiaomingshan sat in the principal seat, his expression tinged with concern. He murmured softly, seemingly to himself, if all goes as expected, the champion of tomorrow's final should be this lad. However, the reward presented by the royal family this time is rather. His words trailed off, leaving behind a long sigh. After a brief moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the desolate hall, followed by a voice that was slightly hoarse. You need not worry too much. I believe this young man possesses profound fortune, which may not necessarily be a bad thing. Xiaomingshan forced a bitter smile, choosing silence. If even the shadowy figure thought so, perhaps he was indeed overthinking. Regardless of the outcome, tomorrow would reveal all. We shall wait and see. After bidding farewell to the Jindao sect, Luo Chanfeng returned to his residence. The sounds of unidentified insects pierced the night sky, echoing around the courtyard. Within the garden, Luo Chanfeng stood quietly, seemingly in meditation, with no intention of entering the house. As a cool breeze arose, he opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Mentor Yue, what brings you to visit at this late hour? As soon as his words fell, a middle-aged man donned in mentor's attire appeared in the previously empty courtyard without warning. The man, with a solemn and imposing demeanor, was none other than Yue, the esteemed mentor of the advanced class. Yue furrowed his brow, a sense of astonishment rising within him. I am at the 8th level of enlightenment. How did this lad perceive my presence? After a moment of silence, Yue spoke first. Luo Chanfeng, I admit I underestimated you. You are far stronger than I anticipated, and Zhao Yan's defeat at your hands is, indeed, not unjustified. His tone remained flat, revealing no trace of his inner feelings. Luo Chanfeng smiled and shook his head, saying, Mentor Yue, your praise is misplaced. Surely, your late-night visit is not merely to extol my virtues. If there is something to discuss, please feel free to speak candidly. Yue, unfazed by the hostility emanating from Luo Chanfeng, recognized that their relationship could hardly be described as amicable. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, he would have preferred not to meet Luo at this juncture. The selection of the champion in this great competition was pivotal to his own aspirations of entering the inner academy and guiding the elite class. His innate talents were limited. Only by gaining access to the inner academy could he acquire the abundant resources necessary for cultivation, allowing him, in his lifetime, to catch a glimpse of the golden elixir path, an ambition he had long harbored. Originally, with Wei Wuyo's formidable strength, the outcome seemed predetermined, yet unexpectedly, Luo Chanfeng emerged, threatening to unravel his carefully laid plans. Thus, this evening's encounter was orchestrated. Yue adjusted his sleeves and declared, I shall be forthright. I hope that tomorrow you will voluntarily relinquish your pursuit of the championship against Wei Wuyo. Luo Chanfeng was somewhat taken aback. Oh, Mentor Yue's request is rather intriguing. What leads you to believe that I would acquiesce? Yue revealed a mysterious expression, and then, from his storage pouch, he produced an exquisite jade box. As the box opened, a pill radiating an icy chill, the Xuanyuan Dan, blossomed with resplendent hues. Luo Changfeng could not help but feel speechless. It turned out that they intended to entice him with this elixir. Yet, a mere fourth-grade pill, how highly does Yue regard himself? Noticing the peculiar expression on Luo Changfeng's face, a glimmer of pride flickered in Yuhui's eyes. This was a fourth-grade elixir, the Earth Origin Pill. Forged from the essence of millennia-old Earth core milk, rich in earthy elements, making it most suitable for the cultivation of defensive techniques. Speaking of defensive techniques, Yue cast a penetrating glance at Luo Changfeng. Luo Changfeng's thoughts stirred slightly, leading him to discern the underlying reason. It was undoubtedly due to his previous encounter with Xuanyuan outside the cafeteria, where he had employed the Xian Shield technique, causing the old man to mistakenly believe that his primary focus lay in defensive arts. A fourth-grade elixir, which could also aid in the cultivation of defensive techniques, would certainly elate anyone else. However, Luo Changfeng held a different perspective. After all, he was an esteemed elder of the Danhua Tower. One should not merely consider a fourth-grade elixir, if he so desired. Fifth or even sixth-grade elixirs could be concocted with ease. The old man, in offering a fourth-grade elixir in exchange for the champion's title, had indeed miscalculated his approach. Luo Changfeng lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The night was deep and tranquil, with a dark moon and high winds, indeed a most opportune night for a clandestine act of murder. Luo Changfeng even contemplated the possibility of resorting to violence against the old man if the situation escalated. However, he quickly shook his head. Realizing that to kill a renowned mentor at Longshan Academy would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of Dean Xiaomingshan, who would not hesitate to eliminate him. Yue, observing the fluctuations in his expression, mistakenly believed that Luo was grappling with a difficult decision, unaware that he was actually calculating how to eliminate his own life-threatening predicament. Cough. Cough, Yue remarked, I truly appreciate your high regard for me, but I firmly believe that Brother Wei possesses exceptional strength, and the champion's title will undoubtedly be within his grasp. There is no need for such concern, mentor. Upon hearing these words, Yuhui's countenance gradually darkened. Luo Changfeng's intentions were unequivocal. He declined the proposal for exchange. Very well, young man, remember your actions tonight. You shall bear the consequences. Despite his fury, Yue refrained from openly confronting a fellow student at Longshan Academy, particularly one poised to enter the inner sanctum as a core disciple. With a menacing remark, Yue departed from the courtyard in a huff. Luo Changfeng curled his lips in disdain, turning away to return to his chamber, where he sat cross-legged in meditation. As he immersed himself in cultivation, time slipped by swiftly, and before he knew it, dawn had arrived. The grand finale of the outer courtyard competition had finally come. Luo Changfeng felt a surge of anticipation, pondering what the champion's reward might be. Ideally, it would consist entirely of mid-grade spiritual stones. Today, the arena was even more vibrant than in previous days, teeming with crowds that stretched as far as the eye could see, with numerous students from the inner academy joining in. The outer academy competition is held once every 3 years, drawing together a multitude of talents and capturing the attention of the masses, making it a hallmark of the empire's prosperity. At this juncture, it had transcended a mere contest. It represented a pivotal opportunity for many to alter their fates, akin to a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. For numerous humble students, gaining admission to Longshan Academy was a matter of great pride for their families. Should one be fortunate enough to enter the inner academy, it signified a future filled with promise, ensuring the family's legacy would flourish through the success of a single individual. The inner academy boasted fewer than 100 students, yet they commanded nearly 70% of Longshan Academy's cultivation resources. Coupled with their remarkable innate talents, their progress in cultivation was nothing short of astonishing, far surpassing that of the outer academy's less experienced students. Thus, securing a spot in the inner academy through the competition remained an unwavering aspiration for all outer academy disciples. To pursue this ambition, countless individuals dedicated themselves to relentless training, toiling both day and night in anticipation of this moment. The 20 students who triumphed in yesterday's group battles had all gathered, their faces radiating excitement and joy. However, the esteemed Xiaomingshan was nowhere to be seen among the VIP seats. Just as the crowd began to murmur in confusion, a grand voice resonated from the heavens. I hereby declare that the final match of the Outer Academy competition begins now. At that moment, Xiaomingshan descended from the clouds, stepping down the celestial staircase as if a divine being had graced the mortal realm. Luo Chanfeng wore a peculiar expression, exuding an air of sophistication. Well, it seems you have once again succeeded in impressing others. Chapter 137. The Contest of Lengths and Shortcomings. It has been proven that the cultivation of personal adoration is indeed quite necessary, at least in the present moment. Observing the fervently enthusiastic young talents surrounding him, Luo Chanfeng felt that if Xiaomingshan were to ask them to sacrifice their lives for the academy, these individuals would not hesitate for a moment. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 resounding beats of the drum, silence enveloped the entire arena. A beam of white light streaked across the sky, descending onto the central stage below. With a rumble, the central platform transformed into 10 smaller arenas. Simultaneously, a barrier of light rose around the platforms. Xiaomingshan retracted his hand and stood high above, commencing the announcement of the competition rules, while the crowd listened with utmost seriousness. In contrast, the rules for the finals were notably straightforward and brutal. 20 students would take turns ascending the stage to draw lots, with the bamboo sticks categorized into long and short. Those who drew the long sticks could freely select their opponents. As long as they emerged victorious, they would secure their place in the inner academy. Consequently, those students who appeared weaker on the surface found themselves at a significant disadvantage. Should fortune not favor them and they drew the short stick, their elimination would be inevitable. Once again, it was a test of luck. Moments later, all participants had drawn their lots, and as they gazed at their respective sticks, some rejoiced while others were filled with dread. Luo Chanfeng received a short draw, leaving him to stand there, waiting to be chosen, which felt rather peculiar. It seemed as though everyone intentionally overlooked his presence, as no one cast even a glance in his direction. This created an awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, Yun Luoluo and Ouyang Ku drew long lots, allowing them the liberty to select their opponents at will. Wei Wui, much like Luo Chanfeng, also drew a short lot. Consequently, an interesting scene unfolded. The 4 of them, Wei Wui, Yun Luoluo, Ouyang Ku, and Luo Chanfeng, stood isolated at the periphery, akin to outsiders. The rest of the participants instinctively kept their distance. Everyone was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by these 4, hence even with their short draws, others dared not provoke them. After all, should any of them draw a long lot and set their sights on an opponent, it would spell disaster for that unfortunate soul. Thus, everyone opted to maintain a safe distance. Turning to Class 3, there were 9 participants in total, with 4 drawing long lots and 5 obtaining short ones. Naturally, Luo Chanfeng's short draw could be disregarded. Lin Qing and Bu Lingxi were fortunate, having drawn long lots, and were currently in the process of selecting their adversaries. Wang Yanhua and Hong Tao, on the other hand, had drawn short lots, exchanging glances filled with dismay. At this stage of the competition, discussing camaraderie among classmates felt rather juvenile. After all, their ambitions were aligned, to enter the inner court, where anyone could become a competitor. It was said that one should pick the softest persimmons to squeeze, and thus the 4 unfortunate souls from Class 3 who drew short lots became the prime targets, with countless hungry eyes fixated upon them. Given their generally weaker abilities, it was only reasonable that they would be singled out, especially since, without Luo Chanfeng's remarkable prowess during the group battles, they likely wouldn't have made it this far. With inferior strength and poor luck, it was only to be expected that they would become targets. Lin Qing, unpretentious in her approach, was the first to select a contender. Junior brother, I hope you won't hold it against me, she said, selecting the unfortunate soul named Hua Yunfei, who possessed a cultivation level of merely the 8th stage of innate talent. 1 tier below Lin Qing, Hua Yunfei forced a wry smile. Sister, I want to be holding back, so don't blame me for being ruthless. After the 2 had exchanged their words, they swiftly ascended to a chosen arena. The remaining participants, witnessing someone taking the lead, hastily approached to select their opponents. Bu Lingxiu's adversary was Hong Tao, a confrontation between a pinnacle innate realm and an innate 8th level, which left little room for uncertainty. Wang Yanhua also drew a short straw, facing an innate 9th level from the advanced 2nd class. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although his apparent strength was only that of an innate 8th level, he had recently mastered a profound martial technique, thus possessing a considerable advantage even against an innate 9th level foe. The little enchantress, Yun Luoluo, blinked her large eyes, glancing at Luo Chanfeng and then at Wei Waya, and let out a lament. Neither of these 2, who had drawn short straws, were foes she could contend with. With no other choice, she swiftly took action, randomly grabbing a person holding a short straw, hoping to secure her position within the top 10. Luo Chanfeng glanced at the short ticket in his hand. then turned his gaze to Ouyang Ku across from him, a smile breaking on his face. He waved the ticket vigorously before Ouyang Ku, suggesting, "Shall we come to an arrangement?" A glimmer of greed flickered in Ouyang Ku's eyes as he licked his lips and then strode directly towards the bewildered Wei Wuyo. "Brother Wei, I seek your guidance. To hell with you." Even the usually composed Wei Wuyo couldn't suppress a curse, wondering when he, the top of the underground rankings, had become such an easy target. In the VIP section, Yu Hui, a mentor from the advanced class, let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as the opponent was not Luo Changfeng, he believed that Wei Wuyo would have no trouble securing victory. Luo Changfeng found himself in a somewhat awkward predicament. Initially intending to take advantage of the situation to subdue Ouyang Ku and unearth the Soul Clan lurking behind him, he was taken aback when the latter chose to disregard him entirely. Casting a glance around, he noticed another student standing at a distance, visibly uncomfortable. It was a member of the advanced 4th class. This individual was no slouch either, boasting a formidable strength of the 9th level of innate talent. However, at this moment, he appeared rather comical, clutching a long stick that trembled in his grasp. Upon meeting Luo Changfeng's gaze, a sense of impending doom washed over him. "Ah, junior brother Luo," he managed to utter. Luo Changfeng shook the short sign in his hand. "It seems we can only team up, senior brother." In response, a fellow from class 4 nearly burst into tears. At this point, all participants had chosen their opponents and ascended the stage. With a resounding thud, the battle officially commenced. The 10 small stages erupted into fierce combat. In less than a moment, many of the platforms had already determined their victors. Mu Lingxiu and Lin Qing, as expected, triumphed over their adversaries, having selected fellow disciples whose strengths they were well acquainted with. Coupled with the suppression of their realms, victory was almost assured. However, Wang Yanhua's performance was somewhat unexpected. Everyone had anticipated his certain defeat due to his relatively lower cultivation level. Yet, at the critical moment, this affable man executed an astonishing finger technique, catching the innate 9th layer student from class 2 completely off guard. Ultimately, he narrowly secured victory and earned a promotion slot to the inner academy. Consequently, 3 students from class 3 had already qualified for advancement to the inner academy. The most elated of all was Jin Daozong in the VIP section. "Ha ha ha, old you, do you concede?" Yu Hui snorted coldly, asserting that as long as the final champion hailed from their class, the rest was inconsequential. Despite his words, Yu Hui felt uncertain. Could Wei Wuyo truly obstruct Luo Changfeng's path to victory? This question lingered in the minds of all present. One was a perennial champion occupying the top of the Earth ranking, while the other was the biggest dark horse of this year's Outer Academy competition. Their clash promised to be the most captivating spectacle of the event. Yet, everyone overlooked one individual, Ouyang Ku, a man accustomed to a low profile and unassuming demeanor. Chapter 138, The Busted, Dim-witted Senior Sister Junior Sister, could you possibly be a bit quicker? If you keep dawdling, the competition will conclude. Not far from the martial arts arena, Han Linger tugged at Mu Lingxiu's hand, her anxiety palpable. All right. It's just that I'm afraid of missing your Wei Shidi's grand display of prowess." "Bah, what do you mean my Wei Shidi? I merely wish to join in the excitement." Han Linger seemed to have been struck by a sensitive chord, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Mu Lingxiu stifled a laugh. The fact that Han Lingo harbored feelings for Wei Wuyo was no secret. The entire academy was aware of it. Witnessing the typically gentle and serene Mu Lingxiu daring to tease her, Han Lingo felt as if she had discovered a new world. With her big eyes sparkling, she leaned closer to Mu Lingxiu. "I say, junior sister, you seem to have transformed since your return. Is it because of that boy?" Han Lingo exhibited an expression of hesitation, which swiftly caused Mu Lingxiu to falter. The vengeance of women manifests with remarkable swiftness. The two soon arrived at the arena, exerting considerable effort to secure a suitable position to sit. The appearance of Mu Lingxiu ignited the entire venue like a fervent blaze. The atmosphere in the stands surged to its zenith, the intensity rivaling that of a golden core cultivator. Particularly among the male students, the desire for recognition surged, with some wishing to rush onto the stage to deliver a thorough beating to Wei Wuyo and Luo Changfeng. Others directed their gaze toward the VIP section, where the 4th Princess Muli was seated. One, a radiant gem of the royal family, the other, the most beautiful maiden of the academy. Both possessed unparalleled beauty and grace. To witness the simultaneous presence of these two icons of the empire was a moment of historic significance, nearly overshadowing the competition on stage. Mu Li's gaze was cold yet distant as she regarded Mu Lingxiu. Their eyes met, and she could not help but silently commend the extraordinary beauty before her. What a stunning paragon of elegance! Although they had never met, the name of Mu Lingxue had long echoed throughout the capital. Mu Li was also aware that several princes within the royal family had long harbored admiration for this icy beauty. This knowledge added a layer of complexity to Mu Li's perception of Mu Lingxue. In response to the princess's unabashed scrutiny, Mu Lingxue offered a subtle nod of acknowledgement. This seemingly harmonious scene, however, carried an undercurrent of tension. Look, Luo Changfeng is making a move. A gasp arose from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention back to the arena. Han Lingo appeared exuberant. Junior sister, are you not concerned about that fellow? Of course I am, but I hope Luo Changfeng will go easy on him. Pfft. Upon hearing this, Han Ling nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior sister, from where does your confidence stem? After all, he is a 9th level innate cultivator, while Luo Changfeng is merely at the 8th level. It was not entirely Han Linger's fault. She had never witnessed Luo Changfeng's prowess firsthand. Furthermore, up until now, he had only demonstrated abilities consistent with an 8th level innate cultivator. Before Mu Lingxue could respond, discontent rippled through the crowd. Who is this girl? Daring to question senior brother Luo's strength? Indeed, she is quite lovely, yet her words betray a profound ignorance. Ah. It truly resonates with the saying, a large bosom often accompanies a vacant mind. The mere utterance of this phrase instantly incensed Han Linger. She abhorred it when others resorted to such jibes. You seek your own demise. A formidable aura emanated from her, causing those who had mocked her to fall silent. Their bravado extinguished in an instant. Mu Lingxue grasped Han Lingo's arm, apprehensive that her friend might unleash her fury in front of the crowd. At that moment, on the stage where Luo Changfeng stood, the battle commenced. The tall, slender student from Class 4, aware of his inferiority to Luo Changfeng, understood that stepping onto the platform necessitated a contest, lest he bring shame upon his mentor. Junior brother Luo, please enlighten me. No sooner had the words left his lips than the slender student unsheathed his longsword, his figure appearing like a wraith behind Luo Changfeng. Falling star slash, he bellowed. As the sword light cascaded like rain, fiercely aimed at Luo Changfeng, launching an immediate lethal strike. The audience below could not help but exclaim in admiration. Luo Changfeng remained utterly still, countless sword strikes passing through him like a torrential downpour. An ominous realization struck. The figure before him was merely an illusion. The tall, slender youth was taken aback, his heart racing as he exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself upward with surprising swiftness. Yet, alas, though he was swift, Luo Changfeng was swifter still. Brother, I appreciate your kindness, came the sudden voice of Luo Changfeng, whispering in the youth's ear. Almost instantaneously, an unremarkable hand gently descended upon the youth's back. The impact felt as if a small mountain had crashed upon him, sending his body hurtling backward, directly off the platform. Luo Changfeng displayed a decisive and unyielding demeanor, leaving no room for hesitation. This battle afforded everyone a more lucid understanding of his prowess. Perhaps he truly possesses the potential to claim the championship. Han Lingo's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression reflecting sheer astonishment. Junior sister, your companion is exceptionally formidable. Just now, I felt as though I could not evade that strike. Mu Lingxue's peripheral vision briefly lingered on her companion's impressive attributes, evoking a tinge of sympathy within her. If you had witnessed him slay an 8th-layer expert with a single sword strike, you would likely experience an immediate collapse of your resolve. Naturally, such thoughts remained unvoiced. As Mu Lingxue refrained from sharing them with Han Linger, who had a penchant for exuberant expressions. As Luo Changfeng emerged victorious, Yin Luoluo received her own outcome. The individual who engaged in combat with her was rather amusing, wielding a colossal axe. After a frenetic display of attacks, he leaped from the arena without a backward glance, voluntarily conceding defeat in a rather gallant manner. This infuriated the little sorceress, who was left with a belly full of suppressed rage. The audience erupted in laughter, finding the spectacle amusing rather than derisive towards the student who chose to surrender. It is well known that there exists an unwritten rule among the Outer Academy. Better to provoke Wei Wuyi than to cross Yun Luoluo. The reason is simple. The little sorceress has gained a fearsome reputation, ruthlessly annihilating her opponents in battle with extreme ferocity. Consequently, many are wary of her. With Yun Luoluo's victory, only Wei Wuyi and Ouyang remained on the stage. Brother Wei, let us begin. Standing idle is hardly conducive, Ouyang remarked. A flicker of red glimmering in his eyes, exuding an inexplicable aura. Wei Wuyi raised an eyebrow, sensing an ominous presence from Ouyang. It seemed this battle would not be straightforward. In the VIP section, Xiao Mingshan rarely opened his eyes, directing a contemplative gaze toward Ouyang's position. Wei Wui drew his long blade, his gaze sharp. You should be aware of my strength, so spare me the concealment. Allow me to see what you truly rely upon. Ouyang flashed a devilish smile. Very well, I shall grant your wish. As their words faded, their respective auras surged simultaneously. Peak of the innate realm. First level of body refinement. Second level of body refinement. Wei Wui's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the second level of body refinement before he ceased. Ouyang was no less formidable, his realm equally halting at the second level of body refinement. A collective gasp rippled through the spectators. While they were astonished by Wei Wui's prowess, they had anticipated it. However, Ouyang's sudden ascension to the body refinement realm, particularly to the second level, was quite unexpected. Amusingly, Luo Chanfeng, observing from a distance, could not help but smile. Chapter 139. The Pinnacle Duel. It is not uncommon for the Outer Academy of the Imperial College to witness battles within the body refinement realm. However, the simultaneous competition between two practitioners at the second level of body refinement is indeed extraordinary. Dean Xiao, this year's Outer Academy competition has unveiled quite a few remarkable talents, remarked Yun Lanfeng, the master of Danhua Tower, stroking his beard with keen interest as he focused on the arena. Do not be modest, Master Yun. I am somewhat aware of the connections that lad from Class 3 has with your Danhua Tower. One can only say that your discerning eye is truly exceptional. Xiao Mingshan cast a meaningful glance at Yun Lanfeng, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, choosing silence thereafter. Humph. Gu Qiaotong, standing nearby, let out a cold snort, her expression quite displeased. If it were not for Danhua Tower's repeated interference, how could Luo Chanfeng have achieved his current stature? Wei Wuyo fixed his gaze upon Ouyang, his countenance serene. Ouyang, I have heard that your physical prowess is formidable. Today, I seek to learn from you. Oh, since Brother Wei has such an interest, I shall gladly oblige, Ouyang replied, dismissing the green long sword in his hand with a flick. Then let us engage in battle. Wei Wuyo bellowed, suddenly stamping his right foot upon the ground. The stone platform, forged from blue rock, shattered instantly into fragments. Without warning, Wei Wuyo's form vanished from sight. A wicked smile crept across Ouyang's lips as he too flickered and disappeared. Both combatants moved with astonishing speed, far beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive. The spectators could only catch fleeting glimpses of two afterimages darting about, at times skimming the ground and at others soaring into the sky, colliding with a resounding impact. The sounds of their fists meeting echoed continuously, a pure display of raw power, devoid of any ostentation, wild and brimming with ferocity. The onlookers felt their eyes strain, their ears ringing as if struck by the drums of the heavens, each thud thunderous and deafening. Is this the strength of the body refinement realm? It is astonishing. Each strike could easily annihilate a peak innate practitioner. At this juncture, the competition reached a thrilling climax. Go, Brother Wei. You are the best, Brother Wei. Wei Wuyo had garnered many admirers in the outer courtyard, particularly among the female students. In this moment, they were all flushed with excitement, completely casting aside their usual reserve. Humph, a pack of vixens, utterly shameless, Han Linger scoffed, her eyes flashing with ire. Mu Lingxue stifled a laugh at her possessive demeanor. In the VIP section, Jin Daozong cleared his throat, intentionally broaching a sensitive topic. Yuan Zhong, I never expected your advanced Class 4 to harbor such a trump card. Able to contend equally with Wei Wuyo. Yuan Zhong, the mentor of advanced Class 4, possessed strength comparable to Jin Daozong. Yet at this moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, his beard nearly bristling with disbelief. He stared at Ouyang with a look of shock, as if seeing him for the first time. How curious. When did this young man's strength escalate to such heights? Jin Daozong, noticing his muttering, could not help but inquire, Old Yuan, what are you mumbling about? Huh? Oh. It's nothing. Yu Hui's complexion turned ashen. He had believed that Wei Wuyo's victory was a foregone conclusion. Unexpectedly, Luo Chanfeng emerged from the shadows, throwing the champion selection into disarray. Now, Ouyang has also appeared, exhibiting an overwhelming vigor as if he had consumed a potent elixir. Damn it. What should have been an easily attainable outcome has become exceedingly difficult. Reflecting on his own mentor's position within the inner court, Yui felt an urge to howl at the heavens, harboring immense frustration. The little sorceress Yun Luo clenched her fists, her expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. Both Wei Wuyo and Ouyang could display prowess and combat abilities that left her feeling profoundly powerless. The second-ranked contender, once so proud, now found herself the weakest of all. How could she not feel discontented? Luo Chanfeng was also observing the commotion on the arena, although the two individuals moved with great speed in his eyes. They were fraught with vulnerabilities. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Wei Wuyo was in peril. As Luo Chanfeng's words faded, the dynamics of the arena shifted abruptly. The previously evenly matched opponents were swiftly thrown off balance with a flicker of crimson light that flashed in Ouyangke's eyes. This flash was subtle and fleeting. Had it not been for Luo Chanfeng's exceptional ocular prowess, it would have gone unnoticed. With the emergence of that red gleam, a transformation occurred within Ouyangke. As a delicate layer of jade-like essence materialized upon his fists. After each clash, Wei Wuyo felt a tingling in his arms, accompanied by a momentary stagnation in the flow of his internal energy. Beware, Wei brother, Ouyangke warned, just as his form vanished once more. Wei Wuyo's gaze narrowed, and he twisted his body in an uncanny maneuver, executing a complete 180. He then unleashed a punch directed at the empty space behind him. A thunderous impact resonated throughout the arena as Ouyangke reappeared, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Wei Wuyo, feeling a sudden numbness in his arm, barely had time to retract his fist before Ouyangke launched another strike aimed directly at his face. Seeking death? Wei Wuyo felt an intense surge of battle spirit ignite within him, and the two began a fierce melee. As the fight progressed, Wei Wuyo grew increasingly alarmed. He realized that his internal energy was uncontrollably flowing into Ouyangke's fists. This revelation struck him with terror, prompting a desire to distance himself. But Ouyangke provided no opportunity for retreat. With a thunderous shout of break, Ouyangke unleashed a dual-fisted assault, fast as lightning and exponentially more powerful than before. This is bad. In a moment of desperation, Wei Wuyo summoned his defensive armor, enveloping his vital points. Just as the armor materialized, Ouyangke's fist crashed mercilessly against Wei Wuyo's chest. Wei Wuyo was propelled backward, managing to dissipate much of the force but still feeling a portion of the impact seep through the shattered gaps of his armor. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of dark blood while airborne. As he executed a swift turn midair, he landed firmly, barely a hair's breadth from the edge of the stage. Brother Wei, I concede, Ouyangke declared, retracting his fists and assuming a stance that exuded the essence of a true master. A collective gasp echoed from the audience, who were astonished by the scene unfolding before them. The perennial champion of the leaderboard, Wei Wuyo, had been bested in a direct confrontation by Ouyangke. It was utterly inconceivable. Wei Wuyo's admirers stood in stunned silence, their emotions a tumultuous mix. In the VIP section, the prominent figures exchanged bewildered glances. Old Master Yu, it seems your prized disciple may not prevail, one remarked. Humph, it is far too early to declare defeat, Yu Hui retorted. Just as he spoke, Wei Wuyo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and broke into a smile. Well done, Ouyangke. Your prowess is indeed formidable. I underestimated you before. Oh? It seems Brother Wei has yet to reveal all of his cards. The hidden cards cannot be discussed. Initially, I intended to reserve them for dealing with that individual. Now, Wei Wuyo remarked, his aura once again beginning to ascend. Good heavens, this fellow is preparing to advance again. Chapter 140. All cards revealed. Is Master Wei on the verge of breaking through to the third stage of body refinement? How formidable! With such prowess, he would undoubtedly earn a prominent position even in the inner academy. It appears that the championship is destined for Master Wei. In the audience, the students witnessing this spectacle were all stirred with excitement, as if they themselves were on the brink of a breakthrough. A low shout erupted from Wei Wuyo's lips, causing the spiritual energy in the atmosphere to become restless. A terrifying wave of energy surged around the arena. Fortunately, the formation acted as a barrier. Otherwise, the entire martial arts stage would have been affected. After roughly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the energy storm gradually subsided. At the eye of the storm, Wei Wuyo abruptly opened his eyes. In an instant, clarity returned to the world. He had achieved the third stage of body refinement. Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone collectively sighed in awe. Truly, what a prodigy. In past external competitions, there were indeed some exceptionally gifted students who hesitated to break through, aiming to achieve remarkable results in the competition and thus make a name for themselves. Yet, a talent like Wei Wuyo, who, from the pinnacle of innate talent, broke through several minor realms directly to the third stage of body refinement, is unheard of. The depth of his accumulation is truly astonishing. Mentor Yu Wei, your student is impressive, possessing a calm demeanor and clever strategies. The dean, Xiao Mingshan, rarely praised anyone, prompting Yu Wei to stand a little taller. Jin Daozong, what did I tell you? One should never draw premature conclusions. Who can truly laugh last is still uncertain. Jin Daozong scoffed slightly, acknowledging the truth in those words. Old Jin, you are simply envious. Jin Daozong gestured toward the arena with a mysterious smile. Yu Wei felt a sudden pang in his heart and quickly shifted his gaze back to the stage. Upon the platform, facing the now third stage Wei Wuyo, Ouyang maintained a calm demeanor, showing no sign of fear. Brother Wei, you have concealed your strength well. I admire you. Ouyang continued. I know you have cards yet to be revealed. Why not show them all, and let us determine the victor in one decisive match? As Ouyang's voice fell, an aura erupted from him, rivaling that of Wei Wui. Yet, peculiarly, his cultivation level remained at the second stage of body refinement. The onlookers could not help but gasp in astonishment. Today's battle truly unfolded with unexpected twists and turns, worthy of a climactic showdown. Even those in the VIP section found themselves rising from their seats involuntarily. Then let us engage in combat, they proclaimed almost in unison, drawing their longswords. The blades hummed, and a palpable killing intent filled the air. In the next instant, the arena was devoid of their figures, leaving only the dazzling flashes of sword light and the resonant hum of blades slicing through the air, mesmerizing all who beheld it. Luo Chanfeng squinted slightly, his mind wandering. Boss, that aura is becoming increasingly palpable. I am certain it belongs to the Soul Clan without a doubt. Is there any method to deal with them? We must capture them to ensure absolute certainty. There is indeed a way, but what? Spare me the trivialities. Speak quickly. However, boss, some sacrifices will be required on your part. This Soul Clan, in essence, consists of spiritual entities that rely on parasitizing the soul seeds of their hosts for survival. This aspect bears some resemblance to our demon clan. The stronger the soul sea, the faster the growth of the Soul Clan. Thus, a powerful soul sea presents a fatal temptation for them. At this point, the demon Uthbar fell silent. Luo Chongfeng's thoughts stirred, and he grasped the meaning behind the words. To lure the wolf into the house, now that was intriguing. Just as Luo Chongfeng pondered this, the battle on the arena intensified. Wei Wuyo and Ouyang unleashed their ultimate techniques, yet the contest remained evenly matched. Wei Wuyo revealed himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His sword held aloft, angled toward the heavens, with its tip exuding a half-meter-long sword aura. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and a searing warmth enveloped the surroundings. Look, Senior Wei is finally about to employ the Tiangang sword technique, a voice from the audience exclaimed in astonishment. The Tiangang sword technique is a low-grade mysterious art of exceptional potency, yet few have mastered it, as it lies dormant in the technique pavilion, gathering dust. The primary reason for this scarcity is the remarkable physical aptitude required for its cultivation, coupled with its inherent ferocity, which inflicts damage upon the practitioner's meridians each time it is executed. Over time, this inevitably hampers the advancement of one's realm, resulting in a mere handful of individuals within the Imperial Academy who pursue this sword art. However, Wei Wuyo, bold and skilled, had remarkably cultivated it to a minor success. Ouyang, should you withstand this sword strike, I, Wei, shall descend from the arena myself. As Wei Wuyo's declaration resonated, a sword's cry reverberated across the heavens and earth. The sixth stance of the Tiangang sword technique, parting clouds to reveal the sun. With a resounding hum, a magnificent beam of sword light descended from the night sky. Akin to divine judgment, intent on cleaving the world in two. The sword light surged toward Ouyang. Come at me. Ouyang's eyes blazed with crimson light as his sword expanded in the wind, swiftly transforming into a colossal sword that blotted out the sun. In the VIP section, upon witnessing this scene, Yu could not help but exclaim in shock, soon followed by an irate outburst. Xuanyuan. The giant sword technique is an intersect martial art, forbidden to those outside the inner circle, yet you dare to impart it to your disciples. Xuanyuan, who had been momentarily dazed, nearly wept in despair. Director, I have never taught this technique to Ouyang. It is merely that this lad has learned it from some unknown source. Xiaomingshan raised his hand to halt their quarrel, a glimmer of golden light swirling in his eyes. This is not the giant sword technique. It appears to be a manifestation of sword energy. What? Sword energy manifestation? Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback. The manifestation of sword energy was a power that could only be exhibited by techniques of at least the mid-tier Xian rank. This Ouyang was indeed becoming increasingly intriguing, mused Xiaomingshan with a hint of a mysterious smile. Just as the onlookers were engulfed in astonishment, the enormous shadowy giant sword in the arena likewise struck forth, colliding with the unparalleled beam of sword light unleashed by Wei Wui. With a resounding roar that shook the heavens, An overwhelming explosion reverberated, causing the eardrums of all present to throb painfully. The array's luminous barrier surrounding the arena quivered incessantly, as if on the verge of dispersing at any moment. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Xuanyuan swiftly reinforced the barrier, rendering it as solid as a mountain. The clash between the sword light and the colossal sword remained in a stalemate, as neither side seemed capable of gaining the upper hand. Wei Wuyi was on the verge of defeat. As soon as Luo Changfeng's words fell, a peculiar surge of energy suddenly emanated from within Oyenku. An energy wave that was extraordinarily strange, seemingly not of this world. Except for Luo Changfeng, it appeared that no one else in the vicinity had noticed. As this energy infused the colossal sword of light and shadow, its surface flickered with brilliance, making the sword appear almost tangible. Break! Oyenku bellowed. And the giant sword descended with force. Wei Wuyo's sword light could no longer withstand the pressure, and fine cracks began to emerge, multiplying rapidly. Bang! Ultimately, the sword light shattered, transforming into countless specks of starlight. Wei Wuyo spewed a mouthful of blood, his breath instantly faltering. I have lost. Chapter 141. A difficult choice. Monsters appear every year, but this year, there are particularly many. I have lost. As these words escaped Wei Wuyo's lips, the crowd erupted in astonishment. How could this be possible? How could senior brother Wei lose? He was a third-level body refinement cultivator. This outcome was utterly unexpected, leaving everyone astounded. Each person had concealed their true capabilities so deeply, cunning as a fox. Humph! The little demon girl, Yin Luo, stomped her feet in frustration. Oyenku dissipated his spiritual energy and did not pursue his advantage, as it was merely a contest among students, and there was no need for lethal force. Moreover, the esteemed guests in the VIP section would not stand idly by. Yu Hui staggered, collapsing into a chair, his expression in indescribable despondency. Oyenku emerged victorious. With the judge's announcement, the top 10 of this year's outer court competition was determined. Wei Wuyo's shocking elimination meant he would not be among the top 10. However, this did not affect his entry into the inner court for cultivation, as he had already surpassed the body refinement stage and could directly advance to the inner court. Be cautious, this fellow is peculiar. As he passed by Luo Changfeng, Wei Wuyo discreetly transmitted his thoughts. Luo Changfeng smiled and nodded, acknowledging Wei Wuyi's kind gesture. At that moment, Oyenku glanced over, and as their eyes met across the distance, both shared a spontaneous smile. The highly anticipated ranking competition for the top 10 in the Outer Academy was about to commence. A moment of great excitement was finally upon them. The 10 individuals who had secured their places in the top 10 ascended the platform, lining up in order. It was evident to the discerning eye that the champion would likely emerge from only 3 contenders: Luo Changfeng, Oyenku, and Yin Luo, while the others merely served as embellishments. Xuanyuan had, at some point, made his way to the center of the arena. He cleared his throat, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Your performances have been extraordinary. As the dean, I take great pride in you all. Reaching the stage signifies your eligibility for entry into the inner academy. Now, we shall proceed to the battle for the championship. Xuanyuan paused momentarily before continuing. I can only inform you that the rewards for this championship are particularly substantial. The emphasis on particularly substantial sparked a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of the 10 competitors on the platform. Luo Changfeng's lips curled into a slight smile, for he had come with the intention of claiming the champion's reward. Oyenku stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute, and inquired, "May I ask the dean, what are the specific rules for this championship contest?" Xuanyuan replied with a faint smile, "There are no rules." What? No rules? Oyenku thought he had misheard, as did the others, who wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the implications of Xuanyuan's words. Yin Luo could no longer contain herself and asked, "Might the dean clarify?" Xuanyuan chuckled, explaining that the absence of rules meant that they were to negotiate amongst themselves. Whoever wishes to claim the championship may step forward. As long as the other 9 have no objections, you shall be the champion. Upon his words, a wave of murmurs surged through the crowd. Did I hear correctly? The championship can be claimed in such a manner? Some voiced their concerns, questioning whether this would not lead to chaos, for there could only be one champion. I suspect it isn't as simple as it seems. The dean must have deeper considerations. The onlookers were puzzled, and the 10 individuals on the stage exchanged glances, equally perplexed. Not daring to make a move, Xuanyuan returned to his seat, at which point Vice Dean Wenwui could not help but ask, "Dean, is this course of action not inappropriate?" Historically, the championship contests have adhered to established rules. Does this not seem rather frivolous? Other senior members of the academy echoed similar concerns, yet Xiaomingshan remained silent, instead casting a warm gaze at Princess Muli. What are your thoughts, Princess Muli? After a moment of contemplation, Princess Muli responded, is the dean testing them? At this, Xiaomingshan smiled knowingly. Your insight, Princess, is indeed a blessing from His Majesty. The others looked on in confusion, directing their attention back to Xiaomingshan. He spoke with deliberate clarity. They are all exceptionally talented, with a long journey ahead that may lead them into the realm of cultivation, seeking immortality and wisdom. The path is ethereal, fraught with dangers. And aside from their formidable strength, they must remain vigilant, confronting temptation and acknowledging their own limitations, avoiding unnecessary sacrifices. This is the mindset that a true stronghold should possess. Understanding dawned among the audience as they nodded in agreement. They were seasoned practitioners, well aware that for cultivators, both realm and temperament are paramount. If one cultivates strength without nurturing the heart, they would inevitably fall into madness and struggle to ascend the path. Among those present, only Yun Lanfeng had spent time in the cultivation realm, and he grasped the depth of Xiaomingshan's foresight, feeling a profound respect. Let us not be so modest. Master Yun, the Empire will undoubtedly rely on Danhua Tower more in the future. With the resonant voice of Yun Lanfeng echoing, the somber drumbeats reverberated once more. The championship contest had officially commenced. All eyes were anxiously fixed upon the stage, eager to witness the unfolding choices. Lin Qing, Wang Yanhua, and Bu Lingxiu exchanged glances and approached Luo Changfeng. Little junior brother, the next phase rests upon your shoulders. Our capabilities are limited. Reaching this stage has already filled us with immense satisfaction. After their words, they descended from the platform, willingly relinquishing their pursuit of the championship. Jean Dowsing nodded approvingly, pleased with their demeanor. To strive for the unattainable is the folly of the reckless. True cultivation hinges upon patience and perseverance. Only through humility and composure can one journey further. With examples set before them, the remaining contenders ceased their insistence. Although the allure of the championship reward was enticing, one must possess the prowess to seize it. With the formidable presence of Ouyang Ku, Luo Changfeng, and Yun Luo, the aspirations of others were swiftly extinguished. Soon, more competitors reluctantly descended from the stage, leaving only 3 individuals remaining atop the platform. Luo Changfeng remained still, and so did Ouyang Ku. Now, it was Yun Luolua's turn to make a choice. With her strength being the weakest, barely having broken through to the body refinement stage, whether to compete or withdraw posed a dilemma. She glanced at Ouyang Ku, then shook her head. After all, this fellow could even defeat Wei Wui, who was at the 3rd level of body refinement, so she deemed it unwise to seek unnecessary conflict. Her gaze shifted to Luo Changfeng, recalling his performance during group battles, which still sent shivers down her spine. Perhaps it was best to withdraw from the contention for the championship and allow these 2 cunning individuals to contend amongst themselves. After much hesitation, Yun Luo stamped her foot, finally resolute in her decision. With her withdrawal, the contenders for the championship in this external competition became strikingly clear. Luo Changfeng or Ouyang Ku. With a mysterious smile, Luo Changfeng remarked, Ouyang brother, who would have thought that in the end? It would be just the 2 of us as partners? Truly, our fates are intertwined. Luo Shidi, I too have eagerly anticipated this moment, Ouyang Ku replied, his warm smile akin to a gentle spring breeze. The entire arena erupted once more, the air filled with shouts and cheers that resonated like thunder. The championship battle had finally arrived. Chapter 142, an unusual strategy in the audience. The cheers were deafening, with Ouyang Ku's name echoing the loudest, as many believed his prowess surpassed that of his opponent. As for Luo Changfeng, since few had witnessed his full strength, only the members of the 3rd class were fervently cheering for him. Junior sister, who do you think will claim the championship? Asked Hanling, who had just moments ago been disheartened by Wei Wuyo's failure to make the top 10 but now seemed revitalized. Mu Lingxue appeared oblivious to her question, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Changfeng in the arena. Hanling felt a pang of discouragement and sighed, oh, never mind, forget I asked. With 3 resounding drumbeats, the final battle for the championship officially commenced. On either side of the arena stood Luo Changfeng and Ouyang Ku, their gazes locked in mutual contemplation, each harboring their own thoughts. Junior brother Luo, I presume your realm of power has transcended the body refinement stage by now. At this juncture, there is no need for you to conceal your capabilities. Why not reveal them all? Ouyang Ku spoke with an air of confidence. as if he were imparting wisdom to a younger disciple. Luo Changfeng appeared lost in thought, seemingly pondering something profound. Suddenly, he let out a heavy sigh, revealing his deep vexation. Ouyang's eyes lit up. He believed that Luo Changfeng was undoubtedly intimidated after witnessing his battle with Wei Wui. In reality, Luo Changfeng's turmoil stemmed from his uncertainty about how much strength he should exert in the impending confrontation. With his current prowess, a full-force strike could effortlessly obliterate a practitioner at the enlightenment stage. However, facing Ouyang, who had just entered the body refinement stage, he found himself in a quandary. If he miscalculated his strength and delivered a fatal blow, it would be decidedly unfriendly. Should Ouyang become privy to Luo Changfeng's inner deliberations, he might very well succumb to fury without even engaging in combat. The question loomed large: how much strength should he truly employ? Luo Changfeng furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. Ouyang could no longer bear to watch and said, "Junior brother Luo, if you are afraid, you may concede now. I assure you, I will not press you." Upon hearing those words, Luo Changfeng finally raised his head, arching an eyebrow. "Then let us utilize 50% of our strength," he resolutely decided inwardly. Initially, he had estimated that 40% would suffice. However, upon gazing at Ouyang's somewhat irritating visage, he could not help but alter his decision. Luo Changfeng chuckled softly. "Brother Ouyang, you seem to be rather verbose." Ouyang's expression froze momentarily, only to be swiftly replaced by a fierce anger. In this outer court, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. This fledgling, believing himself to possess some skills, truly thought he could disregard him. "Be cautious, junior brother." As Ouyang's words fell, his form vanished like a specter. Quite impressive speed. Yet, Luo Changfeng appeared oblivious to Ouyang's sudden emergence not far behind him. A sinister smile crept upon Ouyang's lips as he wasted no time, launching a punch that produced a sharp sonic boom. Die. In the next instant, his fist passed directly through Luo Changfeng's body without the slightest pause. "This is bad. A mere shadow." Realizing the peril, Ouyang swiftly maneuvered his body to the side, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. However, the anticipated attack never materialized. Ouyang scanned his surroundings, finding that Luo Changfeng had long since vanished from the arena. Just as he steadied himself, a resonant voice echoed from above. "Brother, were you looking for me?" Ouyang glanced upward with a start, only to behold Luo Changfeng standing a dozen meters above the ground, arms crossed behind his back, exuding an indescribable elegance. Ouyang's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing. How in the world can this rascal fly? A collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. It was well known that only those who had reached the golden core stage could wield such powers and soar through the air. Luo Changfeng, despite being merely at the innate realm, could not possibly suspend himself in the air, even if he concealed his cultivation. Thus, how should one explain the sight before us? In the VIP section, Jin Daozong narrowed his eyes, perplexed by the situation, and could not help but glance at Xiao Mingshan, the director. With a slight nod and a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth, revealed that it was not a manifestation of divine power. Rather, the young man possessed a profound reservoir of spiritual energy and executed his control with exceptional skill. He had attached the spiritual energy to the soles of his feet, using it to manipulate objects and achieve a momentary levitation. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally understood. Ouyang soon regained his composure, as if he too grasped the crux of the matter. "You possess remarkable abilities, junior brother, but I wonder if the duration of your aerial suspension is limited?" Luo Changfeng remained noncommittal. After a brief moment, Ouyang remarked, "It suffices to defeat you, does it not?" As he spoke, a vibrant green sword materialized in his hand. With a sudden flourish, he unleashed a fierce and unparalleled beam of sword light, aimed directly at the airborne Luo Changfeng. "This is perilous. My junior brother cannot leverage his surroundings in midair. He is nothing short of a human target." Bu Lingxiu, watching anxiously from outside the arena, thought to himself. As did the other students from the third class, their hearts racing with trepidation. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixated on how Luo Changfeng would evade this onslaught. In a display of calm composure, Luo Changfeng extended his right hand, forming a fist, and then he struck toward the sword light. It was such a straightforward and audacious move that he intended to intercept the sword light with his bare hands. As the onlookers gasped in disbelief, Luo Changfeng's fist effortlessly shattered the beam of sword light, as if it were mere tofu colliding with stone. Ouyang stood there, utterly astonished, thinking, "Is this truly possible?" Luo Changfeng provocatively raised his fist, asking if there was more. Ouyang, utterly enraged, disregarded everything and brandished his long sword. Streams of sword light intertwined, forming a colossal net that enveloped Luo Changfeng from all directions, sealing off any escape routes. The spectators watched with bated breath, exhilarated by the novelty of such an aerial combat style. Suspended high above, Luo Changfeng unleashed a flurry of punches with an almost miraculous speed, each strike hitting its mark with uncanny precision, shattering the sword light. The two exchanged blows back and forth for over 10 rounds. A battle of such intensity and energy expenditure that few could endure. As the dust settled, Luo Changfeng's gaze turned icy upon seeing Ouyang Ku, who was panting heavily below. "Brother Ouyang, have you had your fun? Now it's my turn." Before his words could fully settle, Luo Changfeng dove downward, his right fist crashing forth like a celestial body from beyond the stars, bearing an overwhelming might aimed at Ouyang Ku. From a distance, cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the arena. Ouyang Ku's expression shifted dramatically. This punch emanated a palpable threat of death. He dared not underestimate it. Taking a deep breath to channel his full spiritual energy, raising both fists skyward to meet the impending strike head-on. The audience in the VIP section rose in unison, transfixed by the impending collision. This lad possesses terrifying physical strength. One wonders how the Imperial Academy could nurture such a prodigy. Mused the patriarchs of the prominent families in the capital, including Yunlan Feng, who all stared in shock, while Gu Chaotong clenched his fists tightly, his expression dark and foreboding. As anticipation hung in the air, the two fists collided with a resounding crash, causing the ground to erupt in a cacophony of sound. When the dust cleared, Luo Changfeng remained poised, his fist still extended and unmoving. Although Ouyang Ku struggled to maintain his ground, his legs, now deeply sunk into the arena, seemed to indicate that the outcome had already been decided. But was the result truly so? Chapter 143. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. The formidable combat prowess exhibited by Luo Changfeng instilled a profound sense of dread in all observers. Particularly remarkable was that devastating punch, descending from the heavens with unparalleled force. It is inconceivable that anyone, even a high-ranking practitioner like Ouyang Ku, could withstand such might. One could easily imagine them succumbing to despair on the spot. Yet, astonishingly, Ouyang Ku managed to endure it. However, he was clearly in a dire state. His previously handsome and ethereal visage now appeared grotesque and contorted. Vivid crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, while the sleeves of his arms had been obliterated. The exposed skin of his arms was marred by bulging veins, presenting a truly disconcerting spectacle. Luo Changfeng remarked lightly, "Ouyang Shixiang, it is still not too late to concede." A booming laughter erupted from Ouyang Ku as he suddenly lifted his head. "Junior brother, your prowess indeed instills a sense of trepidation. However, if you think this will compel me to yield, I fear it may not suffice." He extended his crimson tongue to taste the blood at the corner of his mouth, and a fierce glimmer ignited in his eyes. Following that, his body began to transform, waves of spiritual energy rippling from his acupoints, surging forth like a tempest, stirring the atmosphere around him. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he was about to ascend once more. At such a critical juncture, Ouyang Ku still had a hidden hand. Such cunning was genuinely terrifying. In the VIP section, Xiao Mingshan cast a deep glance at Yuan Zhong, his eyes brimming with confusion and disbelief. Yuan Zhong maintained a perplexed expression throughout, like an outsider entirely baffled by the situation. "Dean, should we intervene? If these two young ones truly unleash their full strength, there may be casualties." Chief of the Judicial Court, Hang Qiu, expressed his concerns. Xiao Mingshan did not turn back, saying, "Not yet. Let us observe a while longer." On the arena, Ouyang Ku's realm continued to ascend, swiftly breaking through to the third level of body refinement. Just when everyone believed this to be Ouyang Ku's utmost strength, his aura erupted once more, propelling him towards the fourth level of body refinement with fervor. By heavens, even Luo Changfeng could not suppress an expletive. It was well known that as a dignified immortal king, he required extensive preparation to break through a single realm. How could Ouyang Ku accomplish it with such ease? Contemplating this, Luo Changfeng grew increasingly curious about this Soul Clan individual. Beside him, Wei Wuyan released his grip in despair, feelings of conflicting emotions swirling within him. "Break for me." Ouyang Ku's expression twisted grotesquely as he emitted a piercing low growl, a tremendous force erupting from within him, magnified tenfold compared to before. Fourth level of body refinement, achieved. A collective gasp echoed around them. The emergence of a fourth-level practitioner was unprecedented in the history of the Outer Court's grand competition. Goodness! Ouyang Ku's power was nearly rivaling my own. Is he truly an outer court disciple? Han Linga swallowed hard, her expression one of astonishment. In contrast, Mu Lingxue maintained an air of serene composure, as if nothing could disturb her tranquility. Unable to restrain her admiration, Han Lingo thought, junior sister, indeed a prodigy. With his confidence soaring after breaking through to the 4th level of body refinement, Ouyang Ku could not help but emit a series of eerie chuckles. Luo Changfeng, this time, the championship shall belong to me, Ouyang Ku. Luo Changfeng's expression remained as calm as a still pond. Oh, are you so confident? Enough of the nonsense. Perish. Ouyang Ku infused all his spiritual energy into his fists, aiming to send Luo Changfeng flying in one decisive blow. Unfortunately, once again, he underestimated his opponent. Luo Changfeng's fist seemed to harbor the majesty of the deities, impervious to desecration. No matter how hard he exerted himself, that fist remained as immovable as a mountain. How could this be? This is impossible. At this moment, Ouyang Ku was utterly astonished, his mind in turmoil, causing a tremor in his soul sea. Boss, now is the time. The voice of the demon Usbar echoed anxiously within the 9 nether ring. With a piercing gaze, Luo Changfeng struck the arena behind him with a swift palm, shattering it into fragments. In an instant, a cloud of dust erupted, obscuring the vision of those present. Simultaneously, he flicked his fingers, infusing a spiritual inscription into the defensive array surrounding the arena. The rudimentary defensive formation was transformed by him into a barrier capable of blocking psychic probing. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Changfeng activated the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao technique, causing the Hongmeng Golden Cauldron, suspended above the Sea of Souls, to spin rapidly. A wisp of soul power silently surged from his brow, forming a straight line as it flowed into Ouyang Ku's Sea of Souls. Haha, indeed, it is an exquisite Sea of Souls. All of it is mine. Upon sensing this thread of soul power, a joyous voice suddenly resonated within Ouyang Ku's Sea of Souls. Shortly thereafter, a faint, ethereal shadow emerged from the center of Ouyang Ku's brow. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, vanishing in an instant as it darted toward Luo Changfeng's brow. Luo Changfeng withdrew all defenses, inviting the adversary into a trap. He discerned that this Soul Clan member was not particularly formidable, according to the classifications of humanity. He seemed to be at the pinnacle of the Tongchao realm, slightly inferior to the demon Usbar. With the support of the Primordial Cauldron, he was entirely confident in capturing him. The ethereal figure surged forward, directly approaching the crystalline barrier of Luo Changfeng's Soul Sea. Through the translucent barrier, the boundless golden Soul Sea, reminiscent of the vast rivers and seas of the human realm, caused the apparition to tremble with excitement. Goodness! It was indeed a golden Soul Sea, an unheard-of treasure, an immense gain. The apparition, momentarily distracted by exhilaration, began a concentrated assault on the crystalline barrier of the Soul Sea. For cultivators, the Soul Sea holds paramount significance. Should it suffer damage, conscious awareness would be lost, rendering one a mere walking corpse. However, this soul cultivator's intentions were evidently not limited to merely attacking Luo Changfeng's Soul Sea. His ultimate aim was to claim this golden Soul Sea for himself, thereby achieving a soul takeover and gaining complete dominion over this body. Luo Changfeng remained calm and unhurried, channeling his soul power to resist. Until the final moment, he was unwilling to reveal the existence of the Hongmeng Ding. Uspa's voice was urgent. Boss, let me in. I possess a method to deal with that fellow. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Changfeng nodded in agreement. Uspa, emitting an eerie cacophony, soared forth from the 9 nether ring, arriving directly outside the crystalline barrier of Luo Changfeng's Soul Sea. Upon entering this realm, the spectral figure of the Soul Clan immediately became alert. It was astonished to discover that this human boy harbored within him a demon, and a demon of the false Dan realm at that. The spectral figure trembled, gradually morphing into the visage of an elderly human. A demon? Huh, how intriguing. You have chosen to ally yourself with such a diminutive human. Uspa's eyes darted about with fervor, unperturbed by the taunt. This is none of your concern. Today, I shall subdue you first. Before Uspa's words could fully escape, it unleashed a torrent of black flames from its mouth, the inferno possessing an extraordinary temperature, seemingly capable of melting all in its path. The heart of the Earth's demonic flame. The Soul Clan elder was taken aback. Just as he attempted to evade, he realized that the black flames had veered sharply, heading straight for the crystalline barrier of the Soul Sea. The once impregnable barrier disintegrated upon contact with the flames, as if melting under the warmth of spring. The golden Soul Sea is now mine. Uspa cackled maniacally, as if on the verge of seizing dominion over this ethereal realm. Luo Changfeng observed the unfolding events with an expression devoid of emotion. Was it a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the yellow bird lay in wait? This little devil has indeed surprised me. Just as the Soul Sea crystal wall vanished completely, and Uspa prepared to plunge into the Soul Sea, a diminutive golden cauldron unexpectedly appeared before it. The moment the cauldron manifested, a tumultuous force surged forth from its mouth, and Uspa felt as though its very body was on the brink of being torn asunder. What in the world is this? Chapter 144. The conclusion of the grand competition. Uspa had evidently orchestrated this plan from the outset, seizing the opportunity to suppress the Soul Tribe while intending to infiltrate Luo Changfeng's Soul Sea and ultimately seize control of this physical vessel. Unfortunately, such juvenile scheming was mere child's play in the presence of Luo Changfeng, who had lived for tens of thousands of years. From the very moment Uspa proposed the stratagem of inviting the guest into the trap, Luo Changfeng had sensed something amiss. How could an ordinary person's Soul Sea withstand the assault of a Soul Tribe powerhouse? This plan was evidently fraught with peril. Subsequently, Uspa brazenly offered to enter the Soul Sea to assist Luo Changfeng in subduing that Soul Tribe member, revealing its intentions all too clearly. Luo Changfeng observed everything with a cold gaze, summoning the Hongming Ding at the opportune moment, causing both the soul and the demon to be filled with dread. Usaba, positioned closest to the Soul Sea, was directly enveloped by the golden small cauldron. As its surrounding demonic energy rapidly dissipated, it emitted a piercing howl. "My lord, I was wrong, spare me this time." Usaba was genuinely terrified, sensing that the mysterious small cauldron could annihilate its very essence, condemning it to eternal damnation. It struggled desperately to escape the overwhelming force, but all efforts were in vain. The Soul Clan member, witnessing the shift in circumstances, wasted no time in attempting to flee through Luo Changfeng's brow. Unfortunately, it too was ensnared by the cauldron's gravitational pull, its soul power severely suppressed. "Humph, you think you can come and go as you please? What do you take this place for?" With a cold snort, Luo Changfeng unleashed a torrent of soul energy that enveloped the weakened Soul Clan member. The individual was instantly struck with astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "No, it cannot be. How could a mere innate realm cultivator possess such formidable soul power?" Luo Changfeng scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, do you think you can control me?" Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted from the depths of his Soul Sea, ensnaring the Soul Clan member tightly. The Soul Clan individual immediately descended into a state of hysteria, exclaiming, "You cannot be human. You must be something other than human." Upon hearing these words, Luo Changfeng's expression darkened, and he retorted, "How dare you insult me? Today, I shall refine you." Just as he was poised to strike with deadly intent, the demon Uspa cried out in a pleading tone, "Boss, please do not kill it. It will prove invaluable to you." "Oh? Do you think I would still place my trust in you at this moment?" In truth, Luo Changfeng was merely attempting to intimidate the creature. In the vast expanse of the world, soul tribes were a rarity, and having encountered one, he was determined to extract every ounce of value from it. "Boss, this is all my fault. I am willing to make amends. I implore you to show mercy, as I will still be of some use in the demon realm." Luo Changfeng, upon hearing this, remained noncommittal. "What do you possess that could possibly compensate me?" he inquired. A glimmer of hope ignited within Uspa's heart. "I am aware of the secret of the 9 nether ring, and am willing to offer this in exchange." As Luo Changfeng's thoughts stirred, he realized he had yet to thoroughly explore the 9 nether rings since acquiring it. With this in mind, he retrieved the golden cauldron and cast the barely conscious Uspa back into the 9 nether ring. The Soul Clan member had already been ensnared by layers of soul power, cocooned and utterly defenseless, and he effortlessly sealed that individual away as well. The grand competition was not yet concluded, and the time to address these matters had yet to arrive. Although it seemed that much transpired within the Soul Sea, in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed. Upon the arena, as the dust settled, Luo Changfeng maintained his stance, poised to strike. Meanwhile, Ouyang's aura began to waver and grow unstable as the Soul Clan member departed from his body, his realm teetering on the brink of collapse. In the VIP section, Xiao Mingshan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he concluded his statement. No sooner had he spoken than Luo Changfeng executed a lightning-fast kick with his right foot, landing squarely on Ouyang's chest. The impact sent Ouyang hurtling off the stage like a lifeless dog, the backlash from his own realm having already weakened him. "Brother, I concede. Luo Chanfeng brushed off his sleeves and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. With Ouyang's fall from the arena, the victor had been determined. And the championship battle of this season's Outer Academy competition had finally reached its conclusion. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience after a brief moment of silence, particularly in the area designated for Class 3, which was in a frenzy. Junior brother, you are magnificent. Junior brother, well done. Junior brother, I adore you. A voice seemed discordant amidst the jubilation, prompting the crowd to turn in unison. Lin Qing, hands on her hips, bellowed, what are you staring at? If you have the capability, go win a championship yourselves. I might just regard you with new eyes. Her words elicited a roar of laughter from the crowd. Wang Yanhua couldn't help but sigh, shaking her head at the indomitable spirit of the woman. Bu Lingshu gazed at the upright figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. It was hard to believe that just 3 months prior, he had been the one to introduce Luo Chanfeng to the academy. Who could have foreseen that? In such a short span, he would rise to such heights, leaving his seniors to look up in awe? 3 months ago, during the new candidate selection, he had illuminated 6 pillars of light before the spirit realm steel, astonishing the entire academy. Following that, he had surged through the ranks, ultimately claiming first place. Today, as a newcomer, he had decisively overcome all opponents to secure the championship of the Outer Academy competition. Luo Chanfeng had shattered record after record at the Imperial Academy. The miracles surrounding him were destined to continue unfolding. Observing the fervent young faces around him, it was evident that after today, Luo Chanfeng's reputation within the Imperial Academy would undoubtedly soar. I knew you could do it, Mu Lingxue beamed, her smile rendering the world around her pale in comparison. Even Han Linger, standing nearby, was momentarily entranced, let alone the other academy disciples. Wei Wuyo gave Luo Chanfeng a thumbs up before effortlessly turning to depart. A momentary setback could not deter the resolve of a true champion. That is the essence of true strength. Xiao Mingshan swiftly ascended to the arena, lightly tapping his toes. And the battered stage instantly restored to its pristine condition, as if by divine intervention. He cleared his throat, and the crowd fell silent. I hereby declare that Luo Chanfeng of Class 3 has won the championship. The remaining 9 among the top 10 will all qualify for advancement to the Inner Academy. Thus, the Outer Academy competition has officially concluded. As Xiao Mingshan's voice faded, the triannual Outer Academy competition drew to a close. The martial arts arena resonated once more with cheers. And the most elated among them was undoubtedly Jin Daozong. Ha ha ha, old man you, what more is there to say? Yui turned his head away, his mood plummeting to an all-time low. Equally dismayed by the unfolding scene was another individual, the head of the Gu family, Gu Chaodong, with a sullen expression. He rose and departed without uttering a word to anyone. The 4th princess, Mu Li, gazed at his retreating figure, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Yunla Feng observed the entire situation with a slight smirk gracing his lips. Next, the final segment of the grand competition awaited, the highly anticipated rewards for the top 3. Ouyang Ku, having sustained severe injuries, was already being assisted away for treatment, closely followed by the Court of Justice's Heng Qiu. Consequently, with the second-place contestant absent, only Luo Chanfeng and Yun Luoluo remained to claim their accolades. Yun Luoluo ascended the stage, standing shoulder to shoulder with Luo Chanfeng. Xiao Mingshan regarded the two with keen interest, personally announcing the rewards. He began by congratulating them, stating that, in accordance with tradition, Yun Luoluo would receive 50 medium-grade spirit stones and 10 days of training time in the floating pagoda. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoluo was filled with overwhelming joy and promptly bowed in gratitude. Luo Chanfeng's eyes flickered, impressed by the generous reward of 50 medium-grade spirit stones offered by the Imperial Academy. Such a substantial prize for 3rd place made him wonder what the champion's reward might entail. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation sparked within him. Chapter 145, The Dragon Mountain Order. Outside the gates of the Imperial Academy, Gu Xiaodong, the head of the Gu family, stood quietly, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe emerged, the head of the rival Danhua Tower, Yin Danqing. Master Gu, are you perhaps waiting for me? Yin inquired, feigning ignorance. Regarding that proposal, I wonder how you have contemplated it. Casting a cautious glance around, Yin lowered his voice. Master Gu, you must have noticed the considerable influence that young man now wields at the Imperial Academy. Given the scant sincerity your family has offered, I find it quite challenging to proceed. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaodong's expression darkened, internally cursing the old fox. In a bid to ally with the Medicine God Pavilion against Luo Chanfeng, the Gu family had generously offered 100 medium-grade spirit stones along with a 4th-grade elixir. Suppressing his ire, Gu Xiaodong asked, "Oh, what idea does Master Yin have in mind?" "It's quite simple," Yin replied. "I can take action against that young man. However, upon success, I would require not only the agreed compensation but also an additional 4th-grade elixir." Gu Xiaodong's rage ignited. 4th-grade elixirs were not merely purchasable with wealth. The Gu family had accumulated only 5 over the span of several centuries. "What? Is Master Gu unwilling?" Yin said, feigning indifference. "Then I shall not impose further. Farewell." Before Yin could take his leave, Gu Xiaodong's voice rang out behind him. "Wait." Indeed, Yin had not gone far when he heard Gu Xiaodong call out. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Yan's lips. "Does Master Gu have further matters to discuss?" Gu Xiaodong coldly inquired. "Can you guarantee the complete removal of that young man?" "Rest assured, Master Gu, when the Medicine God Pavilion intervenes, there is nothing we cannot accomplish," Yin assured him. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaodong seemed to resolve himself, realizing that one must be willing to sacrifice the child to ensnare the wolf. After all, Yan's words held a kernel of truth. Today, Luo Changfeng has claimed victory in the external academy competition, solidifying his entry into the inner academy as a foregone conclusion. To eliminate a disciple from the Imperial Academy, whose future seems boundless, would likely unleash a wrath from Xiaomingshan that they cannot endure. Yet, this young man must be removed, and expediency is of the essence. With a grim determination, Gu Xiaodong clenched his teeth, sealing the deal. Hoping that Master Yin would not disappoint. "Ha ha ha, the head of the Gu family is merely jesting," Yin Danxing remarked, exuding a subtle yet palpable aura. Upon sensing this presence, Gu Xiaodong's eyes narrowed. It was no wonder Yin was so confident. Instantly, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that their success was nearly assured. With their agreement reached, the 2 cunning old foxes exchanged knowing smiles, and Yin Danxing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As for Luo Chafeng, Yin harbored his own ulterior motives. He had long heard that the crises faced by Danhua Tower in recent times had been resolved thanks to this young man. Furthermore, according to Elder Hu's intel, Luo Changfeng likely possessed the techniques for refining 4th-tier medicinal pills. If he could extract this information from him, it wouldn't be long before Yaoshan Pavilion would completely overshadow Danhua Tower. At the Imperial Academy's martial arts arena, Xiaomingshan did not hasten to announce the champion's rewards, but instead glanced at the 4th princess, Muli. With a graceful movement, she stepped into the center of the stage. The royal family had taken a keen interest in this external competition. Thus, the champion's rewards would be presented directly by the imperial family. As her words resonated, murmurs rippled through the crowd. The royal family's intervention in academy affairs was unexpected, hinting at significant implications. Luo Chanfeng had long heard of Jin Daozong's mention, and in his view, it mattered little who issued the rewards. What truly mattered was that the reward itself did not disappoint him. Xiaomingshan cleared his throat, and the discussions abruptly ceased. The 4th princess, Muli, cleared her throat and proclaimed, "I hereby announce that the champion of this grand competition shall be awarded with a Dragon Mountain token." A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly at the 4th princess's announcement. Even Xiaomingshan beside her raised an eyebrow in surprise. Dragon Mountain token? What on earth? Wasn't it supposed to be a medium-grade spirit stone? Luo Chanfeng stood in a state of astonishment, as he had never heard of the Longshan Order before. He was not alone in his confusion. Many new students from the Outer Academy were also hearing about the Longshan Order for the first time. It was merely a token, and the reward for the champion seemed rather lacking in substance. Indeed, what was the Imperial family implying? I have heard that in previous Outer Academy competitions, the champions received at least 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Humph, naive bumpkins, what do you know? Some local students from the Imperial capital scoffed. They were clearly dismissive. As being unaware of the Longshan Order was indicative of ignorance, it was an emblem reserved solely for the imperial lineage, a symbol of utmost prestige. One could hardly fathom the stroke of luck that had befallen this young man. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Realizing the significance of the matter, as Luo Chanfeng listened to the discussions around him, his expression darkened with growing discontent. What a farce! It was merely a symbol of status, and yet it seemed so insubstantial. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Yun Luoluo, who stood in second place. Had he known earlier, he would have allowed Ouyang Ku to triumph. Young man, the Longshan Order is far more complex than you perceive. It's worth transcending that of spirit stones. You may revel in your momentary joy. A gentle voice resonated in Luo Changfeng's ear. It was the dean, Xuanyuan, conveying his thoughts telepathically. He must have noticed the disappointment etched across Luo Changfeng's face and felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Upon hearing this, Luo Changfeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The fact that Xuanyuan spoke so highly of it suggested that the Longshan token possessed some remarkable qualities. The fourth princess, Muli, elegantly turned her wrist, revealing a jet-black token that glimmered like ink in her palm. Gazing at this token, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in her own hand, Muli's expression grew complex. The imperial family had stood for nearly a millennium. Yet only 3 Longshan tokens had ever been bestowed, one of which resided with the founding master of the Imperial Academy, Zhao Su. It was perplexing to consider what her father might be thinking. After all, a mere champion of an outer academy competition hardly seemed worthy of such royal favor. Luo Changfeng stepped forward, extended his hand to accept the token, and then deeply bowed to Mu Li and Xuanyuan. Mu Li revealed a captivating smile, stating, Luo Changfeng, my previous words still hold true. I hope you will contemplate them earnestly. Luo Changfeng chose not to respond, turning away as he descended from the arena. Mu Li stamped her foot, her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation, wishing fervently to deliver a sound thrashing to that fellow. Xuanyuan observed the scene with a wry smile, shaking his head in bemusement. With the conclusion of the championship awards, the grand competition of the Imperial Academy South Outer Court came to a formal end. Mu Lingxue had already been taken away by Mu Qing, while Luo Changfeng departed with the students of Class 3. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the exhilarating duels that had transpired on the stage spread like wings, swiftly reaching every corner of the Imperial Academy and even the entire capital city. The name Luo Changfeng has become firmly etched in the minds of many. This evening is destined to be a sleepless one, as the largest tavern in the city has been entirely booked. Wei Wui, Yun Luo, and Luo Tian have arrived in succession. The elite Class 3 has undoubtedly reaped the greatest rewards this time, with 4 individuals simultaneously entering the inner courtyard, and a champion has emerged. Throughout the banquet, Jin Daozong's mouth has scarcely closed, as his satisfaction with the disciple Luo Changfeng grows ever more pronounced. Alas, he soon must enter the inner courtyard for his studies. And the thought of old Yan's lecherous expression fills Jin Daozong with a sense of gloom. After the feast, everyone returned to their respective abodes. In the quaint courtyard of Luo Changfeng, a solitary figure had been waiting for quite some time. Chapter 146, The Test of Xuanyuan. The courtyard master? From a distance, Luo Changfeng was taken aback upon seeing the imposing silhouette. How could Xuanyuan appear in his humble abode at such a late hour? Without further contemplation, he hastened a few steps forward, clasped his hands in respect, and greeted. Student pays his respects to the courtyard master. Xuanyuan did not turn around. An overwhelming and formidable pressure suddenly erupted from within him, surging forth like a tempest towards Luo Changfeng. Positioned at the eye of the storm, Luo Changfeng felt an immense weight bear down upon him, as if countless colossal hands sought to rend him asunder. This was the might of the Golden Core. As the saying goes, only those who have attained the Golden Core truly belong to our ranks. Without achieving the Golden Core, no matter how prodigious one's talents or unparalleled one's skills, one remains merely an ordinary mortal. The Golden Core realm is not merely a level of cultivation. It signifies the ultimate transcendence of a practitioner's life. Golden Core cultivators possess the ability to perform numerous miraculous feats, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth with ease, akin to divine beings. In the presence of a Golden Core powerhouse, even the current Luo Changfeng had to tread carefully. Although he possessed certain trump cards that could defy even the mightiest of Golden Core practitioners, he would refrain from employing them unless absolutely necessary. The primordial golden cauldron within the Sea of Souls seemed to sense some form of provocation and began to spin autonomously. In an instant, the oppressive pressure enveloping him dissipated entirely. Xuanyuan's gaze narrowed for a moment before returning to normal, although he had merely unleashed 50% of his might. Even high-ranking practitioners in the aperture opening realm would struggle to withstand it, let alone someone as unassuming as Luo Changfeng. This young man, indeed, remains enigmatic. Xuanyuan mused inwardly. He retracted his imposing presence and turned to reveal a warm smile, remarking, "Your little courtyard is quite impressive." Upon hearing these words, Luo Changfeng was somewhat taken aback. A small courtyard? He raised his gaze to survey his surroundings. There was nothing particularly remarkable. Weren't the residences of advanced class students all quite similar? Could it truly be that the presence of an additional tree in his modest courtyard was the sole distinction? Just as Luo Changfeng was lost in contemplation, a fleeting glimpse caught his eye. He noticed a faint charred mark emerging from the hem of Xiao Mingshan's robe. Luo Changfeng suddenly understood. It seemed that the esteemed dean had suffered a setback in his own courtyard. Realizing this, Luo Changfeng chose to feign ignorance. Maintaining a composed demeanor while observing the surroundings, refraining from engaging in conversation. However, internally, he was filled with resentment, thinking, who is to blame for intruding upon a private residence? Am I at fault? The array within the courtyard, having undergone numerous enhancements under his meticulous care, had evolved into something formidable. Without the master's consent, even a golden elixir cultivator would find it exceedingly difficult to trespass. Witnessing the dean's shameless expression, Xiao Mingshan felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. Such are the youth of today. Luo Changfeng sensed an unusual atmosphere and promptly spoke. Director, your late-night visit. Is there something you wish to convey? Xiao Mingshan took a deep breath and then spoke earnestly. Luo Changfeng, from the moment you entered the Imperial Academy, I have been observing you. I am aware of your remarkable background and the many secrets you harbor. At this juncture, Xiao Mingshan refrained from elaborating further, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on Luo Changfeng, seemingly hoping to discern a hint of panic within his eyes. Unfortunately for him, his expectations were met with disappointment. Luo Changfeng maintained an air of serene composure. With a hint of resignation, he continued, I am somewhat aware of the matters you engaged in within the city of Xuanyuan, including the grievances with the Gu family. To be candid, your prowess in battle cannot merely be assessed by your realm. Upon hearing these words, Luo Changfeng's expression remained unchanged, yet he felt a growing sense of alarm within. The deeds he had committed in Xuanyuan City and Tianshui City, each one a significant transgression, were never intended to be concealed from the multitude. What puzzled him was why Xiao Mingshan had suddenly brought these matters to light. Luo Changfeng tentatively inquired about the matter at hand, suggesting that the dean should speak candidly. Xiao Mingshan waved his hand dismissively, reassuring him not to be overly anxious. He clarified that his presence was not intended to investigate anything. As long as Luo's actions did not jeopardize the Imperial Academy or the Empire itself, the Academy would remain indifferent. However, he paused, and a chilling glint suddenly ignited in his eyes, a formidable aura erupting from within him, exponentially more powerful than before. Luo Changfeng sensed that a single misstep on his part could result in immediate demise. As the humming Tiandaoju circulated within him, dissipating all external pressures, he calmly stated, Dean, there is no need to test me. I harbor no interest in the Imperial Academy, nor do I possess any inclination towards the Imperial family. This was, indeed, the truth. His ultimate aspiration was to return to the Qi-Ming immortal realm. Not to mention this trivial mundane world, even within the cultivation realm. He was destined to remain merely a transient figure. However, to Xiao Mingshan, such words came across as somewhat arrogant, yet they ultimately alleviated his concerns entirely. The Imperial Academy had been built upon the dedication of generations, and he would never allow its legacy to falter under his stewardship. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a degree of vigilance towards someone as enigmatic as Luo Changfeng. Xiao Mingshan retracted his imposing aura and continued, given your current capabilities, there is truly no necessity for you to remain at the Imperial Academy. However, since you have accepted the Longshan order, certain responsibilities must now fall upon your shoulders. What responsibilities? That will be revealed to you in due course. As for the Longshan order, ensure you keep it safe. To be honest, I was quite astonished that the royal family could present such a valuable reward. Luo Changfeng, filled with curiosity, inquired of the dean, what is the extraordinary nature of this token? Tomorrow, someone from the royal family will come to escort you to a certain location, where you shall discover its significance, was the reply. Before the words had fully left his lips, Xiao Mingshan had vanished, as if he had never been there at all. Luo Changfeng felt somewhat overwhelmed. In truth, even now, he harbored lingering discontent regarding the champion's reward. After finally attaining the championship, he was bestowed with merely a token, devoid of any spiritual stones. And without even the training time in the floating pagoda, a rather perplexing situation. With a long sigh, he hung his head and entered the room. The night enveloped the surroundings like water, silent and serene. On the following morning, Luo Changfeng set out early, heading directly to the inner courtyard. From this day forth, he would be a student of the Imperial Academy's inner sanctum. The number of students permitted to study in the inner courtyard was already quite limited, totaling merely 200. divided into 5 elite classes. This time, however, the number of students advancing to the inner courtyard was unusually high, reaching an unprecedented 18, an all-time record. Aside from the top 10 from the grand competition, the remaining 8 were all exemplary individuals who had already transcended the body refinement stage. At this moment, the entrance to the inner courtyard buzzed with activity, with 5 registration points lined up in a row. This scene felt somewhat familiar. 3 months prior, when he had just entered the outer courtyard, it had been much the same. As the crowd noticed Luo Changfeng's arrival, they cast glances of awe in his direction. In just 3 months, he had transformed from a mere newcomer in the outer courtyard into a formidable champion, decisively claiming victory in the outer competition before advancing to the inner courtyard. To them, Luo Changfeng had become a legend. Amidst the throng, he spotted many familiar faces: Bu Lingxiu, Wang Yanhua, Lin Qing, Yun Luoluo, and Wei Wuyo. Just as he prepared to greet them, a discordant voice rang out from a short distance away. "You are Luo Changfeng?" Outside the gates of the Imperial Academy, a young man and woman approached leisurely, flanked by a retinue of guards. The young man appeared to be around 15 or 16, handsome and poised, adorned in resplendent garments that hinted at his extraordinary status. "Sister, are we truly allowing an outsider into that place?" The young woman did not turn her head. "Of course. Are you questioning Father's decision?" The young man was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he remained somewhat unwilling. "However, if that fellow is so ungrateful, why did you not persuade Father before granting him the Longshan token?" At his words, the young woman turned to face him. Her striking beauty fully revealed. It was none other than Princess Mu Li, the 4th princess. With a serious expression, she regarded the young man. "What do you understand? Although that lad may be somewhat impudent, his strength is indisputable. Moreover, the Empire is currently beset by internal strife and external threats. Father is in urgent need of talent. And as the Crown Prince, you should comprehend this." The Crown Prince? This young man was none other than Mu Yun, the Crown Prince of the Longshan Empire. The future Emperor of Longshan. Publicly reprimanded, Mu Yun offered a sheepish smile, betraying no hint of discontent. On the contrary, he held a profound respect for this half-sister. Few could earn the praise of the 4th sister, which instilled within him a flicker of anticipation towards the individual named Luo Changfeng. At the registration desk of the inner courtyard, Luo Changfeng found his stride interrupted, his expression reflecting mild displeasure. He glanced up to see a young man clad in the attire of the elite class of the inner courtyard approaching with an air of arrogance. What followed was an exchange that was strikingly direct. "Who are you?" "Wan Lin. I do not recognize you. If you had taken the time to peruse the heavenly ranking, you would not utter such words. My apologies, but I have no interest in you." Astonished, Wan Lin nearly stumbled at this retort. Before he could gather himself, a burly man behind him surged forward, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses? You don't even recognize senior brother Wan Lin. Do you truly believe that having won a mere championship grants you the right to swagger about the inner courtyard?" Luo Changfeng furrowed his brows slightly. It was the first time he had been berated so directly. As tensions rose between the parties involved, onlookers who were registering in the distance began to gather around. "Luo Shidi, you have arrived." Lin Qin was the first to rush over, positioning himself beside Luo Changfeng, clearly offering him encouragement and support. Bu Lingxiu and Wang Yanhua exchanged glances before approaching as well. Although their own abilities were modest, the students of Class 3 would not allow themselves to be bullied. Regardless of the circumstances, Luo Changfeng was somewhat moved. Wei Wuyo approached Yun Luoluo, asking, "Are you not going to lend a hand?" Yun Luoluo rolled her eyes and replied, "Just a mere 6th level of body refinement. He can handle it." "Oh?" Wei Wuyo's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never witnessed Yun Luoluo hold such admiration for a man, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Indeed, this year's newcomers were truly impressive. Observing the additional figures across from him, Wan Lin couldn't help but scoff. Luo Changfeng stepped forward and said, "Brother Wan, if there is nothing of importance, please step aside. I am quite occupied." Upon hearing this, Wan Lin could no longer maintain his composure. "Very well, since you are so lacking in manners, I shall take it upon myself to teach you what decorum truly entails." As Wan Lin spoke, he took a step forward, unleashing the formidable aura of the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Lin Qing and Bu Lingxiu, among others, instantly wore grim expressions, for they had yet to break through to the body refinement realm and found themselves struggling to withstand the pressure emanating from Wan Lin's formidable presence. Luo Changfeng stepped forward, raising his hand to deflect all incoming assaults. Wan Lin's gaze narrowed, This young man indeed possessed some weight. Unprovoked hostility ignited an inexplicable fury within Luo Changfeng. I shall say this once more, step aside. In this inner courtyard, no one dares to speak to me in such a manner. Ignored repeatedly, Wan Lin's wrath surged uncontrollably. His body shifted slightly, transforming into a wisp of smoke and vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Luo Changfeng, delivering a powerful and domineering punch. Be careful, junior brother. Yun Luo exclaimed anxiously. Luo Changfeng remained unmoved, neither retreating nor flinching, a faint cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The adage that the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of has stood the test of time. It seemed he had been far too benevolent. Today would serve as an apt lesson for the foolish. Observing Luo Changfeng's unyielding demeanor, Wan Lin assumed he had been rendered speechless by fear. Just as he was reveling in his own triumph, an unexpected hand reached out, firmly grasping his fist. Brother, your speed is rather sluggish, and your strength appears insufficient, Luo Changfeng remarked, having turned around without Wan Lin's notice. A jolt of trepidation coursed through Wan Lin's heart. Seeking death? Wan Lin was no pushover himself. With a fierce shout, he summoned all the spiritual energy within him, channeling it into his right fist. Yet, despite his exertion, that hand remained unyielding, an impenetrable barrier, akin to a child confronting a formidable giant. Even more alarming was the realization that the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians had come to a standstill. This revelation sent a chill down his spine. He understood he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, yet, with all eyes upon him, he found himself in a precarious position. The onlookers, oblivious to the true nature of the situation, mistakenly believed Wan Lin was merely holding back out of respect for his fellow disciple. Brother Wan, don't hold back. Go ahead and crush that brat. Wan Lin's few underlings, unaware of the gravity of the moment, continued to urge him on fervently. Curse you. Wan Lin silently fumed, feeling trapped in a dilemma he couldn't articulate. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to bead on his forehead. Brother, it seems you are unwell, Luo Changfeng observed. Luo Changfeng spoke with concern, yet to Wan Lin's ears, it was nothing short of jarring. The events unfolding here had indeed drawn the attention of the Academy's stewards. Two stewards clad in blue hastened towards the scene, only to be intercepted midway by an elderly man in black. With a benign smile, the old man remarked that a raucous group of children was not a matter for their aged selves to meddle in. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Mentor Yinlu, notoriously known for his formidable demeanor, the two stewards exchanged glances and reluctantly retreated. Junior brother Luo, let us conclude today's affair here. I shall refrain from pursuing your discourtesy any further. With no other option, Wan Lin was compelled to yield, yet his words left Luo Changfeng feeling rather uncomfortable. Oh, are you suggesting that I should express my gratitude for your magnanimity? As Luo Changfeng's voice faded, he suddenly increased his grip, causing Wan Lin's expression to shift dramatically, nearly prompting him to cry out in alarm. Just as he found himself at a loss, a young man adorned in elegant attire emerged from the back of the crowd. Upon seeing this youth, Wan Lin felt as if he had stumbled upon a lifeline. Senior brother Qin, save me. Senior brother Qin? Indeed, the newcomer was Qin Tian, the very same individual who had been sent flying by Luo Changfeng's strike outside the pagoda, nearly losing face in the process. Now, he commanded a formidable reputation within the inner courtyard, having reached the realm of enlightenment, albeit still holding the position of the perennial second on the heavenly rankings. When Qin Tian turned to glance in their direction, the sight nearly sent him into a panic. Not again, it's Luo Changfeng. Memories of past encounters flooded his mind, turning his complexion a shade of green. Oh, how I wish to escape this predicament. Chapter 148. I wish to join a faction, senior brother Qin. It has been a long time. Qin Tian initially intended to feign ignorance and make a hasty retreat, but Luo Changfeng's sudden remark left him immensely frustrated. Despite his recent advancements in cultivation, having successfully broken through to the realm of enlightenment, the recollection of Luo Changfeng's earlier display still sent shivers down his spine. Did I not check the omens before stepping out? Qin Tian lamented, reluctantly steeling himself to approach. Cough, cough. Junior brother Luo, let's keep our sparring to a minimum. You are new to the inner courtyard, and it is unnecessary to create further disturbances. Indeed, junior brother Luo, I merely wish to engage in a friendly exchange. Wan Lin chimed in, nodding fervently, his earlier bravado dissipated. He sensed that if this standoff continued, his entire right arm might be rendered useless. Luo Changfeng smiled knowingly. Oh? Why didn't you mention it sooner, senior brother? As he spoke, he released Wan Lin's fist, but in that fleeting moment, a hidden force silently infiltrated Wan Lin's body. While not lethal, it rendered his arm nearly useless for the next 6 months. Upon sensing the injury in his right arm, Wan Lin let out a cry of agony. Yet he dared not retaliate against Luo Changfeng any further. Luo Changfeng remained unfazed, truly believing that offending him would allow one to retreat unscathed. How naive! The principle of retribution is unwavering. Luo Changfeng saw no fault in repaying kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. This is the essence of righteousness. Wan Lin, enduring excruciating pain in his right arm, stumbled to Qin Tian's side, his gaze transforming into one of fierce intensity. Senior brother Qin, this scoundrel is utterly contemptuous. Disregarding us inner courtyard brothers, and even looking down upon the formidable figures of the heavenly rankings. You must stand up for us. Such shamelessness. Upon hearing these words, even the onlookers could no longer bear witness. Luo Changfeng was indifferent to the situation, but if Qin Tian were to remain oblivious, he would not hesitate to deliver another blow. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Qin Tian. A torrent of frustration surged within him, and he wished he could simply slap Wan Lin into silence. You sought your own demise, do not drag me into it, he thought. Suddenly, with a hand pressed against his abdomen, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, it seems I've upset my stomach. Fellow disciples, I must take my leave." Without a backward glance, Qin Tian dashed out, his speed akin to that of a lightning bolt, leaving a bewildered crowd in his wake. Wan Lin was left in a state of shock, as were the onlookers. Did I hear correctly? Brother Qin is experiencing stomach troubles? A chuckle escaped Luo, who could no longer contain herself. Ha! A master of the qi-gathering realm with a stomachache. Brother Qin truly is a rarity. Wei Wuyo's lips twitched at her words, his gaze towards Luo Changfeng filled with confusion. What could this fellow have done to instill such fear in the formidable second-ranked individual on the heavenly list? The most awkward among them was undoubtedly Wan Lin. Caught in a predicament where leaving was not an option, yet remaining seemed equally unwise. Having issued his threats, he doubted that Luo Changfeng would let him off lightly. Wan Lin felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for having acted so arrogantly. Just as he was at a loss, Luo Changfeng unexpectedly turned to leave, not even sparing him a glance. This ignited a flicker of anger within Wan Lin. Let us see how long you can be so arrogant. The inner court is far from what you imagine. Brother Qin may fear you, but there are others who can handle you. With countless mocking gazes upon him, Wan Lin had no desire to linger any longer and retreated with his subordinates in disgrace. Brother Luo, you're impressive. Even the strong on the heavenly list find themselves in turmoil at your presence, Lin Qing remarked, approaching Luo Changfeng and giving him a thumbs up. Luo Changfeng could not help but chuckle wryly. Senior sister, please spare me your jest. By the way, have you all completed your class selections? Wu Lingshu grinned mischievously. We just arrived as well. I wonder which class our junior brother intends to choose. Wang Yanhua and Yun Luo also approached. Their curiosity piqued about which class this extraordinary individual, Luo Changfeng, would ultimately select. Luo Changfeng raised his gaze towards the 5 registration desks, feeling a sense of perplexity. The Jindao sect had merely instructed him to follow Master Yin for his studies, yet he was unaware of which class Master Yin belonged to. This predicament was indeed awkward. While he was grappling with this uncertainty, a figure clad in black approached him nonchalantly. Young man, stop searching. Come with me, the elder in black, Yin Lu. The mentor of the elite class declared. Upon seeing Yin Lu, Luo Changfeng hurriedly paid his respects, for he held a favorable impression of the elder. Be it the previous assessment on the Qingyan ladder or the discreet support he had received, it was evident that this was a venerable figure deserving of respect. I presume little Jinzi has informed you. From this moment forth, you are a student of my elite class in the Inner Academy. Little Jinzi? At the sound of this moniker, Luo Changfeng paused for a few seconds, only to realize the jest. He had not expected that a prestigious mentor of the advanced class would be affectionately referred to as Little Jinzi by Yin Lu. However, recalling how Jindao sect addressed Yin Lu, he found it rather unsurprising. In truth, the choice of class mattered little to Luo Changfeng, for he did not require guidance in his cultivation. He considered himself his own best teacher. His willingness to heed Jindao sect's advice to select Yin Lu stemmed from the assertion that Yin Lu's teaching philosophy mirrored his own, minimal interference in the student's daily cultivation. In essence, it could be succinctly described as a disposition of leisure. We shall also join the elite class. Count me in, count me in. Behind Luo Changfeng, a tumult erupted as a throng surged towards the registration desk for the elite class. Lin Qing, Bu Lingshu, and Wang Yanhua were the most enthusiastic. Having discerned that in the inner courtyard, clinging to Luo Changfeng would afford them a significant advantage. To everyone's surprise, Yun Luo also rushed forward, unwilling to be outdone. Only Wei Wuyo remained stationary, indifferent. His pride as the top of the earth ranking rendered him reluctant to rely on others. Ultimately, he opted to join the elite class 3. The disciple responsible for registration in the 3rd class was nearly in tears. How could he not recognize the illustrious name of Wei Wuyo? It was said that during the grand competition, he had already transcended to the 4th level of body refinement. Such prowess might not be extraordinary in the inner courtyard, but for a newcomer, he was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Seeing his former classmates reunited brought joy to Luo Changfeng. "All right, you few, follow me," he beckoned. Yin Lu stroked his beard, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a clear, melodic voice called out from afar. "Master Yin, I too wish to join Class 1. May I inquire if you would accept me?" The crowd halted and looked up to see that the speaker was none other than the 4th princess, Mu Li, accompanied by a handsome young man. Yin Lu felt somewhat overwhelmed. The 4th princess was notoriously difficult, and he wondered why she would choose to join Class 1. Then, he glanced at Luo Changfeng beside him and immediately understood. At the first glance of the youth, Luo Changfeng felt a slight tremor coursing through his body. The primordial golden cauldron, floating within the sea of souls, quivered gently, seemingly filled with excitement. This prompted him to narrow his eyes, for such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Could it be that this young man harbored some peculiarities? Chapter 149. The hidden secret not far from the Imperial Academy stood an inn, where, at this moment, 2 middle-aged men sat facing each other on the 2nd floor. "Master Yin, the items have been delivered to you. I wonder when you shall fulfill your promise?" The speaker was none other than Gu Chaodong, the head of the Gu family, who appeared somewhat irate. Opposite him sat a man with a pale complexion. Draped in a black robe, he was Yin Danqing, the master of the Medicine God Pavilion. Yin Danqing lifted his wine cup to his lips, taking a sip before responding. "Calm yourself, Brother Gu. I cannot simply storm into the Imperial Academy and commit murder, can I? If we are to act, it must be after that lad emerges, correct?" "Humph." Gu Chaodong let out a heavy cold snort and ceased his speech. He was not apprehensive that Yin Danqing would renege on their agreement after receiving the items. The Gu family had stood firm in the hidden dragon city for centuries. Surely, they possessed some depth of foundation. Gu Chaodong was merely anxious, unable to tolerate even a moment's delay. For every day that wretched creature lived, the Gu family would find no peace. Meanwhile, within the inner court of the Imperial Academy, as Luo Changfeng observed the youth from a distance, the young man too directed his gaze back. Their eyes met, and the strange sensation intensified. Luo Changfeng discreetly activated his heavy pupil technique. In an instant, Mu Yun became as transparent as air, with all of his secrets laid bare. Luo Changfeng's gaze lingered upon the azure pendant adorning his neck. The pendant, seemingly crafted from ordinary jade, initially appeared unremarkable. Yet, as Luo Changfeng's spiritual energy surged into it, peculiar patterns began to emerge upon its surface. Wisps of white mist continuously emanated from the pendant, while the primordial golden cauldron emitted a series of jubilant vibrations once more. A glimmer of realization illuminated Luo Changfeng's eyes. Indeed, the issue lay within the white mist. This recollection transported him back to the moment he participated in the Academy's assessment, specifically during the 2nd phase, which involved an illusionary array. It was then that the primordial golden cauldron underwent a transformation after absorbing that very white vapor. Could there be a connection between the two? As Luo Changfeng pondered deeply, a youthful voice broke the silence. "Are you Luo Changfeng?" The boy, with an almost childlike timbre, unmasked Luo Changfeng's identity, leaving even the 4th princess, Mu Li, somewhat astonished. "Indeed, who are you?" Though Luo Changfeng could infer that the boy's identity was far from ordinary, he was not particularly concerned. The name Mu Yun, though composed of merely 2 syllables, seemed to wield an unparalleled charm, causing the surrounding students to gaze upon him with fervent admiration. Good heavens, it is His Highness Mu Yun. It is said that he possesses remarkable intelligence and extraordinary martial talent, having broken through to the body refinement realm at the tender age of 16, a rare prodigy in cultivation. The notion of a 16-year-old at the body refinement realm was unprecedented. In comparison, we might as well be mere mortals. Isn't His Highness Mu Yun usually training at the borders? What brings him here today? The appearance of Mu Yun ignited a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. Luo Changfeng had begun to grasp the true identity of the youth before him. He clasped his hands together and acknowledged, "Ah, it is His Highness Mu Yun. Pray, what guidance do you seek?" A chorus of flattery echoed in his ears, and Mu Yun appeared quite pleased. I heard from my sister that you are the champion of this year's Outer Academy competition, your strength seemingly unfathomable. Yet, upon our first meeting, you seem rather unremarkable. Just as Mu Yun finished speaking, he could not help but emit a piercing cry of pain, rubbing his slightly reddened ears. He gazed at his sister with a look of reproach. Sister, what is the meaning of this? Mu Li shot him a glare, urging him to focus on the matter at hand and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Oh, he replied obediently, nodding his head. This scene sent a chill through the onlookers, as they were once again reminded of the fearsome reputation of the fourth princess. Lin Qing and Bu Lingxiu exchanged glances, suddenly regretting their decision to join Class 1. With such a noble and formidable princess as their senior, they could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. Undeterred by the peculiar stares from the crowd, Mu Li addressed Yin Shi. I have come today not only to join Class 1, but also to discuss an important matter with junior brother Luo. Yin Lu seemed to have anticipated her intentions, waving his hand dismissively. Go on, be swift in your return. Luo Changfeng had likely discerned the purpose of Mu Li's visit, which was presumably related to the Dragon Mountain Order. After bidding farewell to Master Yin and his fellow seniors, Luo Changfeng accompanied Princess Mu Li as they departed from the Imperial Academy. As soon as Luo Changfeng made his appearance, scouts promptly relayed his whereabouts to the tavern. Report to the master, Luo Changfeng has departed from the Imperial Academy. Excellent. Yu Jiaodong sprang to his feet, his expression twisted with rage. Yin Danqing took a delicate sip of tea and inquired, is he alone? The scout respectfully responded, no, I believe I also spotted the fourth princess, and Yin Danqing's brow furrowed, who else? Speak. The scout trembled slightly. There was also a handsome young man, seemingly the crown prince. Mu Yun? How did he also appear? Yin Danqing set down his teacup, a grave expression crossing his face. Yu Jiaodong, somewhat dissatisfied, retorted, what of him? He is merely a prince. Even if that old fool Mu Zhantian were to arrive, he would still meet his end. Yin Danqing glanced around and said, Brother Gu, I understand that your family has plans, but my medicine god pavilion wishes to remain uninvolved. An open assassination of the current crown prince would alter the nature of our actions. Hearing this, Gu Jiaodong gradually regained his composure. Then what do you propose we do? Yin Danqing, exuding confidence, replied, Brother, rest assured. As long as he has left the Imperial Academy, opportunities will surely arise. With that, the two men rose and hastened toward the direction in which Luo Changfeng had departed. At that moment, Luo Changfeng remained blissfully unaware that he had been thoroughly targeted. After leaving the Imperial Academy, Luo Changfeng and his companions boarded a carriage, heading straight for the palace. The carriage traveled for approximately half an hour before coming to a gradual halt. Luo Changfeng dismounted from the carriage, gazing at the magnificent palace complex before him. Momentarily lost in thought, having spent considerable time in the imperial capital, this was his inaugural visit to the royal palace. It evoked memories of the celestial palace he resided in during his previous life in the Qiming immortal realm, a realm that was simply incomparable. Yet, he pondered, when would he regain his passage back to the immortal realm? What? Are you taken aback? Mu Yun had appeared at his side unbeknownst to him, a look of triumph more pronounced upon his countenance. Luo Changfeng touched his nose, pondering how magnificent this is. The trio trekked towards the rear courtyard of the palace, and after approximately half an hour of walking, they arrived before an artificial hill. Although it was termed an artificial hill, Luo Changfeng could easily discern that it was a remarkable feat by a great practitioner who had employed array techniques to transport an actual spiritual mountain to this location. Such audacity! How intriguing! Luo Changfeng whispered softly, for he had already discerned the true nature of this artificial mountain. Its exterior appeared as a mere hill, yet within lay a concealed realm of secrets. Mu Li spoke with earnestness, Junior brother Luo, are you not eager to uncover the genuine mystery of the Dragon Mountain Order? Allow me to enlighten you now. Upon the brightening of Luo Changfeng's eyes, he realized that the token indeed harbored deeper mysteries. Though its worth of 100 medium great spirit stones remained uncertain, had the great emperor of Longshan been privy to Luo Changfeng's thoughts at that moment, he might have met an untimely demise on the spot. Chapter 150, Ancient Ruins. The palace was heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every 3 steps and watchmen every 5. Each individual appearing as though they were facing imminent peril. Within a pavilion, situated 1,000 meters from the artificial hill, an elderly man with graying hair sat upright. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, his facial features resolute and his gaze penetrating. Clad in a simple hemp robe, his stature was unremarkable. Yet his presence radiated the commanding aura of one who had long dwelled in power and ruled the realm. This man was none other than the current sovereign of the Longshan Empire, Emperor Mizantian. He gazed toward the artificial hill with narrowed eyes and mused, "Old Xiao, do you truly believe that lad can shoulder such a heavy responsibility?" Seated across from him was the middle-aged Xiaomingshan, the head of the Imperial Academy. With a faint smile, he replied, "If I had no confidence, would I have brought him here? Rest assured, even our revered ancestor speaks highly of him." Upon hearing the mention of the revered ancestor, Mizantian visibly relaxed. With such endorsement, there seemed to be little cause for concern. "I hope this time you can succeed. Time is of the essence for the Empire," he murmured softly, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. "By the way, what do you intend to do about those two lurking outside?" Xiaomingshan suddenly recalled and inquired. "Humph, the Gu family has grown increasingly brazen. Do they truly believe I am unaware of their schemes? However, now is not the time to rouse suspicion," Mizantian replied. Xiaomingshan nodded. "Apart from the Gu family, it seems the Divine Medicine Pavilion is also rather restless." Mizantian shot a peculiar glance at Xiaomingshan. "Old Xiao, if you were genuinely concerned for that lad, why not step in and resolve matters for him directly?" Xiaomingshan chuckled awkwardly. "Let us not delve into that. The boy is no simpleton, and I am disinclined to involve myself." Mizantian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, it is said that Yin Danqing of the Divine Medicine Pavilion has already attained the realm of False Dan. Are you not worried?" Xiaomingshan remained noncommittal. Yet his gaze suddenly sharpened. "Humph, a mere False Dan is nothing to our disciples of the Imperial Academy. He cannot simply slay them at will." Outside the artificial mountain, a radiant white light emanated from Mu Li's hand, and shortly thereafter, a jet-black token materialized out of thin air. At first glance, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the Longshan token held by Luo Chanfeng. Upon closer inspection, Luo Chanfeng found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the imperial royal family was extravagantly wealthy. While storage rings may be commonplace in the realm of cultivation, in this resource-scarce secular world, they are undeniably treasures of immeasurable worth. Take, for instance, my own plight as a fallen immortal king, who still finds it necessary to carry several storage bags wherever I go. In comparison, I am utterly outclassed. Truly, the disparity between individuals can be disheartening. It seemed that Mu Li had sensed his thoughts, and added, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Those who possess the Longshan token are entitled to claim a storage ring from the royal vault, which could be considered an additional reward for your victory in the grand competition." Upon hearing these words, Luo Changfeng's expression finally softened somewhat. It appeared that the championship reward was not entirely devoid of merit. Mu Li continued, explaining that the Longshan token, from an outsider's perspective, merely represented the identity of a royal lineage member, granting its bearer numerous privileges. However, few were aware that the Longshan token was, in fact, a key. Luo Changfeng's thought stirred. It was evident that this so-called key referred to the gateway to this enigmatic realm. Indeed, Mu Li's subsequent words confirmed his conjecture. "You are likely aware that our Xuanyuan continent is vast, and within the southern region alone, there are nearly 100 dynasties, both large and small. Each dynasty is classified into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, based on geography, population, and the caliber of its formidable warriors. The Longshan Empire, nestled in a corner, is considered a lower-tier nation. Consequently, since its establishment, it has been besieged by formidable adversaries and has endured years of warfare. But do you know why the empire has managed to stand firm for a millennium without faltering?" Luo Chanfeng shook his head, for he had gleaned from Yunqi a rough understanding of the division of the 5 major sects in the southern border. Yet he remained utterly oblivious to the circumstances of the secular world. Here, Mu Yin stepped forward and gestured with a finger. Mu Li continued, "Indeed, for this place is, in essence, a secret realm, an ancient sect's remnant. It is said that a formidable being beyond the transformation realm met their demise within. Each year, the Empire sends its direct descendants to undertake trials here, and should fortune smile upon them, they may acquire some spiritual weapons, treasured artifacts, or even inheritances of techniques. Without exception, these descendants have emerged as the pillars of the Empire, which is fundamentally why the Empire continues to thrive and endure." Luo Changfeng was somewhat perplexed. If this secret realm held such significance for the Empire, why allow an outsider like him to tread upon its grounds? Sighing softly, Mu Li's expression turned somber. "A decade ago, we discovered signs of instability in the formation that secures this secret realm, and recently, these signs have become increasingly pronounced. According to our calculations, the formation will vanish entirely within 2 years, and when that occurs, the entire relic shall disappear, leaving the empire's future hanging by a thread. Upon concluding her words, Mu Li gazed at Luo Chanfeng with fervor. These matters were only imparted to her by the emperor last night, which also explained the emperor's decision to entrust the Dragon Mountain token to Luo Chanfeng. However, Luo Chanfeng was suddenly displeased. What a farce! They had given him a mere token, expecting him to act as a laborer. How audacious to refer to it as a remarkable reward. Perhaps Mu Li sensed the inappropriateness of the royal decree, scratching her head and continuing, in truth, seeking your assistance is one aspect, as I mentioned earlier. The treasures within this secret realm are destined for the worthy, presenting an opportunity for you as well. I kindly ask for your cooperation, junior brother. Luo Chanfeng found himself in a rather amusing predicament. Your Highness, even if I possess the intention to assist, my knowledge of formations is quite limited. I fear that my goodwill may be in vain. Upon hearing his willingness to engage, Mu Li felt a surge of joy. You need not worry, my esteemed junior. Regarding the formation you established in Xuanyuan City, we have consulted several masters, yet none have been able to discern its intricacies. Thus, we place great trust in your abilities. However, as she spoke, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Luo Chanfeng's gaze was icy, directed at her, evoking a chilling sensation as if she were plunged into an icy abyss. The Mu family of Xuanyuan City held a cherished place in Luo Chanfeng's heart, a sanctuary he refused to let anyone trespass. Astute as she was, Mu Li quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation and hastily clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. We only sought to witness the formation out of admiration, harboring no ill intentions." Upon hearing the words, Luo Chanfeng's expression finally softened. Mu Li couldn't help but pat her heaving chest, secretly marveling at the sheer terror that had gripped her. What kind of gaze was it that evoked such a primal fear from the depths of her soul? Beside her, Mu Yun grew somewhat impatient. Come on. Don't act so coy after having benefited from this opportunity. Do you have any idea how many people dream of entering this place? You should cherish this chance. Be quiet, Mu Li reproached softly. Luo Chanfeng pondered for a moment and said, I can assist with this task, though I cannot guarantee the restoration of the formation. Mu Li was overjoyed, exclaiming that as long as he was willing to help, the royal family would not treat him poorly. Mu Yun curled his lip and remarked, If that is the case, what are we waiting for? With that, the three simultaneously produced their Longshan orders, and a faint golden light emanated from them, piercing the facade of the artificial mountain before them. The surface of the mountain rippled, revealing an opening approximately a yard wide. Mu Li stepped in first, followed closely by the other two. Another flash of white light ensued, causing the entrance to vanish and the artificial mountain to revert to its original state. As the heavens shifted and time flowed, the three found themselves in a desolate and barren expanse. As Luo Chanfeng made his entrance, before he could even steady himself, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A palm print imbued with a terrifying will descended upon him. Who could it be? Chapter 151. A man must not decline. Who would have thought that lurking at the entrance of this royal secret realm was such a deadly peril? Luo Chanfeng furrowed his brow slightly. For the force behind this strike was imbued with the profound might of the Golden Core. Although it did not rival that of Xiaoming Shan, it was still sufficient to astonish the world. The assailant's timing was undoubtedly exquisite. Typically, when an ordinary person traverses the erased light barrier, they would experience a fleeting sense of dizziness, making the subsequent attack remarkably effective. Unfortunately, the attacker had underestimated Luo Chanfeng's spiritual prowess. The moment he entered, Luo sensed the anomaly, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly activated the Haoming Tiandao Sutra. As the golden cauldron rotated, the terrifying pressure that threatened to ensnare his body like quicksand was entirely neutralized. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Chanfeng retreated rapidly, evading the grasp of the palm imprint. A faint sound of surprise echoed from the shadows, seemingly astonished by Luo Chanfeng's remarkable performance. Luo Chanfeng gazed coldly into the distance, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Damn it, there is actually a Golden Core realm expert hidden here. Had it not been for the sight of Mu Li, the Mu siblings would have appeared utterly bewildered. He would truly suspect that the royal family was deliberately setting a trap to ensnare him. Mu Li seemed to suddenly recall something, her face turning frosty. Uncle. Luo Chanfeng was invited by father to repair the formation. Your actions seem rather inappropriate. Uncle? Luo Chanfeng was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that there exists a master of the Golden Core realm among the imperial royal relatives? Ha ha ha, my dear niece, do not be alarmed. Your uncle is merely eager to engage in a friendly spar with this young brother. As his words faded, An elegant middle-aged man approached from a distance. The man was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his tall figure exuding an air of regal authority with every movement. A spar? Upon hearing this, Luo Chanfeng could not help but feel a surge of indignation. How dare you, a dignified golden core cultivator, engage in sparring with a mere novice in body refinement? Have you no shame? Furthermore, had that last strike been delivered to another, they would have been reduced to nothing more than a puddle of flesh. Is this truly how one conducts a sparring match? The middle-aged man, lost in his own thoughts, approached Luo Chanfeng, having long heard tales of the young hero. He lamented that their meeting had been long overdue. Luo Chanfeng offered a slight bow and remarked, "Your Highness, you jest. You are a formidable golden core expert, while I am merely a young and inexperienced junior, far too fragile to endure such fright." The middle-aged man paused, clearly sensing the mockery woven into Luo Chanfeng's words. Their gazes locked in silence, creating a distinctly odd atmosphere. Muli hurriedly approached, saying, "Uncle, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." To be candid, she harbored a strong aversion toward this royal uncle, an aversion that was exceedingly profound. The middle-aged man wore a smile as he waved his hand and said, "Go on. Go on. By the way, young man, do come to the royal residence more often when you have the chance. As for my elder brother, given his age, it would be wise for him to rest more." As Mu Yun, who was about to turn and leave, felt a tremor in his shoulders and clenched his fist beneath his embroidered robe, Muli remained composed and swiftly led her brother away. Luo Chanfeng observed everything with a hint of exasperation, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Good heavens, I merely came to collect my reward. And yet I find myself inexplicably entangled in this royal power struggle. Ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his figure flickering before vanishing into thin air. Mu Yun despondently released his grip, his gaze dimmed. As you can see, he is none other than my father's biological brother, Mu Songhai, the foremost master of the royal family. Luo Chanfeng expressed some confusion, observing that you did not seem particularly fond of this imperial uncle. Was it merely because he aspired to ascend the throne? Muli, taken aback by his words, cast a penetrating glance at Luo Chanfeng before letting out a deep sigh. The imperial uncle's desire for the throne is, in truth, no secret. We shall discuss this matter further in due course. For now, our immediate priority is to devise a means to restore the formation. Luo Chanfeng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The trio swiftly arrived before a dilapidated palace, where faint silhouettes could be discerned flitting about. This palace stood as the sole structure in the ruins that remained relatively intact, perhaps owing to the protective array enshrined within its confines, rendering it remarkably resilient. After speaking, Muli turned her gaze to Luo Chanfeng and inquired, "What do you think? I have noticed you glancing around ever since we arrived here. Have you made any discoveries?" Luo Chanfeng curled his lips in disdain. Such a complex formation, without ample time for exploration, makes it exceedingly difficult to uncover its underlying issues. TCH, Mu Yun let out a scornful laugh, questioning his abilities. "Can you even handle this? If not, do not waste time here." Luo Chanfeng gently patted Mu Yun's shoulder. "Little one, remember, a man should never declare his own inadequacies. Do you understand?" Mu Li's delicate face flushed slightly as she let out a soft huff. Mu Yun, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, "Luo Chanfeng, are you courting death?" As the trio engaged in their light-hearted banter, they arrived at the entrance of the grand hall, where a diminutive formation was slowly revolving at the center. Two elderly men, their hair a mix of gray and white, were engrossed in a heated discussion surrounding the formation. One was tall and slender, while the other was short and stout. An amusing sight, indeed. "Old Yang, I must ask, do you truly comprehend formations? This Liuguang formation is clearly a nested array. If you disturb the outer 5 elements array, it will inevitably trigger the inner 10 absolute killing array, preventing us from accessing the core of the formation. This won't do." "Nor will that," the stout elder, Xing, exclaimed. "Then what do you propose we do? If I knew, would I not have entered already?" Yang shot back, exasperated. "Why are you wasting breath?" "Ah, my temper." Just as the two elders seemed ready to roll up their sleeves and get into a scuffle, Muli hurriedly stepped forward. "Elder Xing and Yang, what are you two doing?" Cough, cough. "Little Muli, what brings you here?" Muli pointed at Luo Chanfeng. "Father sent me to bring this junior, Master Luo, to attempt to repair the formation." "What?" Both elders widened their eyes in disbelief. Old Yang scrutinized Luo Chanfeng from head to toe. "Am I mistaken? You want this lad to fix the formation? Does he even understand formations?" Old Xing jumped in. "Indeed. We two old fellows have been at this for half a year and still haven't made sense of it. You expect this inexperienced youth to repair the formation? The two spoke in unison, clearly unified in their skepticism. Mu Li offered Luo Changfeng an apologetic smile. Junior brother, please bear with them. These two are esteemed formation masters revered in the imperial city. Though their tempers may be a bit eccentric, they are good-hearted individuals. Luo Changfeng rubbed his nose. Having endured the label of a worthless individual all the way to the present, he could hardly be bothered to dwell on such matters. Yet, old Xing remained relentless, demanding, "Young man, are you truly capable or not?" Upon hearing these words, Luo Changfeng's expression darkened instantly, regardless of his typically good temper. Being questioned twice about his capabilities was an egregious affront. Thus, Luo Changfeng sprang into action, employing his agility to circle around the two old men before returning to his original position, as if nothing had transpired. Luo Changfeng stood with his hands behind his back. Addressing the old man, "You will soon discover whether I am capable. I wager that you will not take more than 3 steps. Ha ha." The two elderly gentlemen immediately erupted in laughter, regarding Luo Changfeng as if he were a fool. "Young lad, have you lost your senses? Do you truly believe that you can dictate our actions, asserting that we cannot take 3 steps? Who do you think you are?" Luo Changfeng wore an expression of disdain. "What's the matter? Are you afraid? How laughable." Luo Changfeng continued to entice. "Well then, shall we take a few steps?" Mu Yin observed from the side, finding the scene amusing. At that moment, Luo Changfeng resembled a nefarious uncle luring an unsuspecting maiden. The two elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, simultaneously lifting their feet. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as they were about to take the 3rd step, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 152. The Wall of Illusions. Young man, pay close attention. This is indeed the 3rd step, the two renowned formation masters of the Longshan Empire declared with disdain. Almost in unison, they raised their right feet and took the 3rd step. The moment their feet touched the ground, an eerie scene unfolded. Miraculously, they found themselves back at the starting point. What on earth? Elder Yang felt a jolt in his heart. "Say, Xing old ghost, did we actually move just now, or not?" Elder Xing scratched his head, equally uncertain. "It seems we did move, right?" Having exchanged a knowing glance, the two elders nodded and decided to step out once more. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Again, they returned to the starting point. This time, they could no longer maintain their composure. "What is happening? Are we caught in a wall of illusions?" Elder Xing blurted out, his face a mask of disbelief. Elder Yang, exasperated, retorted, "What the hell? We are both practitioners of the enlightened realm. What entity would dare provoke us? What do you think is going on?" Elder Yang cast a deep glance at Luo Changfeng, who stood nearby with his hands clasped behind his back. "If I am not mistaken, we have fallen into a formation. It seems we have encountered someone of great skill." Elder Xing wore a peculiar expression. "Someone of great skill? You mean that young man? Who else could it be? I thought it strange that he merely circled around us without doing anything. It turns out he was setting up a formation." Elder Xing still seemed reluctant to believe it. "Elder Yang, are you out of your mind? Have you ever seen someone set up a formation without any materials, merely by walking in circles? While we certainly cannot accomplish such a feat, this vast world is filled with extraordinary individuals and curious events. Our limited understanding makes us nothing more than frogs at the bottom of a well." Old Yang, lost in thought, recalled the entries he had encountered in an ancient tome regarding the art of array masters. The realm of formations is vast and varied, encompassing numerous categories such as confinement arrays, lethal arrays, illusionary arrays, spirit-gathering arrays, teleportation arrays, and defensive arrays, among others. Unlike the direct methods of other cultivators who wield swords and blades, array masters employ a more clandestine approach to eliminate foes, often striking without leaving a trace. Array masters are classified into 5 distinct ranks based on their proficiency in arranging formations: Array Master, Grand Array Master, Spirit Array Master, Celestial Array Master, and Divine Array Master. Among these, the Celestial Array Master is mentioned in ancient texts as possessing extraordinary array-making skills, capable of utilizing the very heavens and earth as their canvas, drawing upon the 4 seasons to forge an entire realm. As for the Divine Array Master, such a rank is scarcely heard of and likely exists solely within the celestial realm. Even esteemed array masters like Old Yang and Old Xing have merely grazed the threshold of becoming Grand Array Masters, with their potential to transcend this state remaining uncertain. Could it be that this young lad has already ascended to the rank of Grand Array Master? With this thought, Old Yang's gaze towards Luo Changfeng intensified with fervor. Old Xing, known for his fiery temperament, waved his sleeve dismissively, declaring his disbelief. I refuse to accept that any formation could ensnare us unawares. He continued forward, this time employing a more strategic approach, alternating his steps, moving forward, then backward, left, and right. 1 step, 2 steps, he returned to the starting point. 1 step, 2 steps. He returned once more. He persisted in this cyclical exploration, seemingly undeterred by the repetitive nature of his endeavor. Mu Yun observed the spectacle with amusement. Fourth sister, what are these 2 old men up to? It looks rather entertaining. Mu Li rolled her eyes in response, entertaining my foot. Can't you see old Xing is drenched in sweat, clearly struggling? Mu Yun, puzzled, remarked, indeed, what is going on? They seem stuck at the 3rd step. Mu Li cast a glance at Luo Chanfeng. This, I fear, only he knows. Old Xing gasped for breath, muttering to himself, how can this be? Impossible, impossible. It was evident to all that he had suffered a significant setback, his expression tinged with despondency. Old Yang sighed deeply, stating, enough of this. Let us not prolong the torment. Spending days training a hawk only to be pecked in the eye by it, such is the path of cultivation, where true mastery knows no age. A loss is a loss, especially in the realm of formations. We bear no grievance. Young brother, we concede. The 2 elderly men spoke in unison. Upon hearing this, Luo Chanfeng let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the 2 elders would not hold it against him, as he had merely employed a clever trick. No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand to dispel the formation. This casual gesture caused old Yang to feel a twitch in his eyelids, further solidifying his suspicions. Cautiously, old Xing attempted to step forward, and this time, he proceeded without any unforeseen incidents. This only deepened his astonishment, as it truly seemed to be the handiwork of this young man. Who would have thought that the formation could be manipulated in such a manner? What transpired next caught Luo Chanfeng somewhat off guard. He observed old Yang and old Xing exchange glances before they simultaneously approached him, their eyes ablaze with fervent intensity, reminiscent of someone encountering an unparalleled beauty. Luo Chanfeng sensed that the situation was dire. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original position. Hey, you little rascal, why are you running? Come, come. Let us have a good chat. The 2 elderly men found themselves grasping at thin air, their displeasure evident. Thus, a comical scene unfolded once more in the Grand Hall. As the 2 venerable beings of the 8th realm chased a youth who appeared to be merely at the innate stage, racing around the room. Strangely, no matter how they attempted to employ their techniques, they could only trail behind Luo Chanfeng, swallowing dust in his wake. This left the 2 old men utterly bewildered. Elder Yang, panting heavily, exclaimed, damn it, this is truly uncanny. Where on earth did this boy come from? His mastery of formations is remarkable. But how can someone at the innate stage outrun us, who are both advanced in the enlightened realm? Elder Xing, also struggling to catch his breath, called out, you little rascal, why are you running? Quickly tell us, what kind of formation did you set up just now? Luo Chanfeng smiled faintly, somewhat admiring their obsession. After all, it was merely a trivial formation known as the Celestial Shift Array. What? The Celestial Shift Array? The 2 elderly men were momentarily perplexed, exchanging bewildered glances. For they had never heard of such a formation before. This only solidified their belief that Luo Chanfeng must have acquired some formidable legacy. Old Yang inquired about his lingering curiosity. Young man, who exactly is your master? Luo Chanfeng found himself at a loss for words. My master? My master is none other than myself. Yet, such a statement would surely provoke a fierce reaction from the 2 elderly gentlemen. He touched his nose and cleared his throat. Ahem, esteemed masters, time is of the essence. We can discuss my masteress matters at a later time. May I inquire if I am now qualified to attempt the restoration of the formation? Of course, Master Luo, please proceed, they responded, their faces adorned with eager expressions. While Mu Li's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, Mu Yun's voice trembled as he whispered, Sister CC, is this truly our regal, formidable high priest? Disregarding the astonishment of the 2, Luo Chanfeng approached the miniature grand formation. Employing the dual pupil technique, he scrutinized the intricacies and operational trajectories of the formation, gaining a clear understanding of its workings. So, it was thus. Luo Chanfeng's lips curled into a subtle arc. Chapter 153, entering the array. This young man has been inside for quite a while. Why has he emerged yet? Outside the palace, Gu Chaotong paced back and forth, displaying signs of great anxiety. Yin Danqing squinted, reassuringly stating, do not fret. He is unlikely to spend the night within the palace, is he? Just as the 2 were conversing, a figure silently materialized before them. You two certainly possess an exquisite taste. Have you taken up the role of gatekeepers? Gu Chaotong jumped in surprise, fearing they had been discovered. Upon recognizing the visitor, he sighed in relief. Your Highness, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Mu Songhai. Humph, fool. How can you still have the audacity to speak? You cannot even manage such a trifling matter. The Gu family is indeed becoming increasingly lackluster. Gu Chaotong, upon hearing this, lowered his head, not daring to retort in the slightest. Yin Danqing raised an eyebrow, realizing that the rumors were indeed true. The Gu family in the imperial capital had genuinely allied with Mu Songhai. Mu Songhai waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I have already encountered that young man. Although his strength is commendable, since even Master Yin has personally intervened, it is unlikely there will be any further complications. Wouldn't you agree, Master Yin? Shifting his focus, Mu Songhai looked at Yin Danqing. Yin Danqing adjusted his sleeves, responding, Your Highness, as the saying goes, no one rises early without profit. My involvement is purely for gain. So please do not misunderstand. Oh? It seems Master Yin harbors some reservations towards me, Mu Songhai remarked, twisting his wrist, revealing a crimson token that appeared momentarily in his palm. Since he stood with his back to Gu Chaotong, the head of the Gu family failed to discern what it was. However, Yin Danqing observed it with clarity. The soul refining sect. Indeed. What Mu Songhai revealed was the identity token of the soul refining sect, one of the 5 major sects in the southern cultivation world. Identical to the one in Yin Danqing's storage ring. This revelation astonished Yin Danqing. He had not anticipated that Mu Songhai, as a prince of the Longshan Empire, had also allied himself with the soul refining sect. No wonder he acted so audaciously. Yin Danqing's thoughts stirred. If this were true, then supplanting Mu Zhantian to become the new emperor of Longshan would not be insurmountable. He could not help but ease the slight wariness in his heart. After all, if he could collaborate with Mu Songhai, the development of the Medicine God Pavilion in the Empire would surely proceed smoothly, rendering the insignificant Danhua Tower a mere afterthought. Contemplating this, Yin Danqing displayed a sinister smile, which, when combined with his pallid visage, was truly terrifying. Observing his expression, Mu Songhai recognized that the moment was ripe and chose to reveal his intentions. That young man from the Imperial Academy is growing too rapidly. Now that he possesses the Longshan Order, he will inevitably become our adversary in the future. Thus, to ensure the success of our plans, he must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. After speaking, Mu Songhai cast a deep glance at Yin Danqing, who nodded slowly in agreement. Inside the royal secret realm, within the grand hall, Luo Chanfeng gradually closed his eyes, seemingly immersed in contemplation. Having just utilized the dual pupil technique, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the grand formation enveloping the entire relic. The caliber of this formation was undeniably high, according to his estimations. The individual who crafted it possessed extraordinary skills, nearing the level of a spiritual formation master. What perplexed him was that this relic had existed for no less than several millennia. Given such an extensive passage of time, coupled with the depletion of spiritual energy and the erosion of the ages, it was reasonable to assume that the grand formation should have long since ceased to exist. Yet, astonishingly, it had remained intact until a decade ago, when signs of collapse began to manifest. This left Luo Changfeng in a state of bewilderment. Surely, even a formation devised by a spiritual formation master could not endure for millennia. What have you discovered, Master Luo? Observing his furrowed brow, old Yang, standing nearby, felt anxious and could not restrain himself from inquiring. Luo Chanfeng opened his eyes, realizing that the level of this formation was exceedingly high. He needed to enter the formation to investigate further. What? Enter the formation? Elder Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Absolutely not, Master Luo. Based on our observations over these past few days, this formation conceals a remarkably formidable killing array. Even Golden Core experts would hesitate to tread lightly within. You cannot. Elder Yang's words trailed off, but Luo Chanfeng understood his implication, which was essentially that his meager cultivation level would only lead him to his own demise if he ventured inside. Muli also expressed concern, saying, Indeed, junior brother. Perhaps we should deliberate on this matter further. Luo Chanfeng waved his hand dismissively, assuring, No need for concern, I have my methods. With that, he strode towards the formation. Mu Yun curled his lip in disdain, muttering, always eager to show off. Soon enough, you'll regret it. This miniature formation spanned several zhang. Its luminous screen shrouded in thick mist, rendering any attempt to discern its inner workings with the naked eye utterly futile. Moreover, This mist possessed the peculiar ability to obstruct divine perception. However, such obstacles posed no challenge to Luo Changfeng. He remained undaunted by a mere pseudo-spiritual formation. Even a genuine spiritual array would not instill fear in him. Admittedly, constrained by his current realm and the limitations of his spiritual energy reserves, he was not yet capable of deploying a formation of this magnitude. Nevertheless, dismantling it would prove exceedingly simple. One merely needed to identify the formation's flaws. Employing the double pupil technique, Luo Changfeng conducted a meticulous search once more, and at last, he spotted an inconspicuous vortex at the base of the luminous screen. Luo Changfeng discovered that the spiritual energy of the grand formation experienced a slight stagnation each time it reached this point. Although imperceptible, he nonetheless detected it. He had found it. A hint of a smile graced Luo Changfeng's lips as he gathered his strength and pointed decisively towards the swirling vortex. With a surge of spiritual energy, the vortex's rotation abruptly slowed, and the entire grand formation gradually came to a halt. Success! The onlookers were overjoyed, marveling at how effortlessly Luo Changfeng had dismantled the array. However, before their elation could linger, an explosion of radiance erupted from the formation's barrier, and an overwhelming aura of destruction filled the arena. One sword intent, 2, 3. In an instant, 10 or more strands of sword energy appeared out of thin air, locking onto Luo Changfeng with an iron grip. Elder Xing was struck with alarm. Realizing the danger, the killing formation had been triggered. Before he could utter another word, the multiple strands of sword intent descended simultaneously, their murderous intent causing the very fabric of space to tremble. "Master Luo, be cautious," shouted his disciple, panic-stricken. Faced with this astonishing killing formation, the crowd was aghast, convinced that no one could escape with their life under such a deadly onslaught. "Break it." In that critical moment, Luo Changfeng unleashed a powerful punch. With a thunderous boom, the vortex of spiritual energy could not withstand the force and shattered explosively. The remnants of the vortex transformed into a misty entrance, and without hesitation, Luo Changfeng dashed inside. Almost instantaneously, the entrance vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the sword energy held toward him, but alas, it was a moment too late, striking only the void. The sword chi surged and roared, sending several nearby individuals hurtling through the air, blood gushing forth. In a short while, the murderous intent dissipated, and the grand formation returned to its original state, though it seemed to operate at an even slower pace than before. Inside the formation, Luo Changfeng traversed through layers of dense fog, heading straight for the heart of the formation. At its core stood a featureless stone tablet. As he approached slowly, his consciousness enveloped the entire monument. In an instant, Luo Changfeng felt the barrier between himself and the grand array dissolve, as if they had become one. A surge of joy filled Luo Changfeng's heart as he seized the opportunity to conduct yet another thorough search of the entire secret realm through the Great Formation. This time, he uncovered some unusual locations. In the northern part of the secret realm, there stood a peak of extraordinary steepness where, at a height of 100 meters above the ground, Luo Changfeng surprisingly detected a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. This revelation astonished him. Could there still be living beings from this ancient sect? Chapter 154. The mysterious behemoth. At first glance, this secret realm appeared to be modest in size, spanning merely several dozen miles. However, this was far from the truth. As the mountain gate of an ancient grand sect, its territory was vast and expansive, concealing an entire universe within. Rivers and mountains were abundant, evoking a sensation akin to a mustard seed containing the universe. The mountain range that Luo Changfeng's divine sense detected was not particularly lofty. Logically speaking, after years of searching by the imperial royal family, if there were indeed living beings here, they should have been discovered long ago. With a sense of perplexity, Luo Changfeng continued to manipulate his divine sense to observe the mountain summit. Soon, he found the answer. An array within an array. Indeed, at the peak of the mountain, there lay a prominent formation. Upon closer inspection, Luo Changfeng could not help but admire the ingenuity of the one who crafted this formation. It was no wonder that this protective mountain array had retained its vitality for thousands of years. It was all due to this nested formation. With Luo Changfeng's discerning eye, it was not difficult to conclude that this formation at the summit aimed to gather spiritual energy, which was then channeled through the connection between the two formations, supplying the grand array with a continuous flow of spiritual essence. Yet, a new question arose. From where did this smaller formation procure its incessant spiritual energy? It seemed he must venture inside to uncover the truth. Luo Changfeng, resolute in his decision, immediately activated the Haoming Heavenly Tao technique. His consciousness became imbued with spiritual energy, abruptly transforming into an arrow that darted forth and vanished into the array. Once he discerned the scene within the formation, even with his extensive knowledge and experience, Luo Changfeng was taken aback. Within the array lay an expansive field of spiritual herbs, stretching as far as the eye could see. Luo Changfeng silently praised the ingenuity of the creator, who, by harnessing the spiritual energy emitted from the collected spiritual herbs, sustained the primary formation in an endless cycle. Contemplating this, his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. The spiritual herbs were precisely what he urgently required. With these herbs, he could concoct high-grade elixirs to aid in his cultivation. As for techniques, secret arts, and spiritual weapons or treasures, he held them in disdain. My goodness, there are so many spiritual herbs. There must be over 10,000. Furthermore, they are flourishing, with most of them aged over 3,000 years. This is truly a treasure trove. The more Luo Changfeng gazed, the more the smile on his face deepened. The esteemed immortal king now resembled a fool who had never encountered the world. Just as he resolved to withdraw his consciousness and approach in person, a thunderous roar resonated, shaking the very heavens. In the next moment, a colossal black beast, as massive as a small mountain, emerged from beneath the medicinal fields. Before Luo Changfeng could discern the creature's appearance, another resounding bellow echoed, shattering the fragment of his consciousness that had infiltrated the formation. Within the confines of the miniature array, Luo Changfeng furrowed his brow, realizing that a living being truly resided here. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, he swiftly executed his movement technique, escaping the array. Strangely, this time, the killing array remained undisturbed. Upon witnessing his unscathed return, Elder Yang, Elder Xing, and the siblings Mu Li were all left astounded. Master Luo, are you unharmed? Elder Xing exclaimed. Luo Changfeng found himself at a loss for words. What, do you truly wish for something to befall me? The old man Yang shot a glare at the old rascal Xing and cleared his throat. Master Luo, what do you mean? Just now, we were all caught in the onslaught of the formation and sustained some injuries. Yet fortunately, you remain unscathed. Luo Changfeng remained noncommittal as he approached Mu Li. Your Highness, I possess the means to restore this formation, though it will require some time. I intend to remain here for the next few days. I hope this is agreeable. Agreeable? Absolutely. Upon hearing Luo Changfeng's assurance of restoration, Mu Li nearly leaped for joy. Had it not been for the presence of others, she would have embraced him wholeheartedly. Her exuberance was entirely warranted, as the collapse of the secret realm's formation entailed significant ramifications. For years, her father had been beset by worries, rarely wearing a smile. And the fate of the empire had become precarious. If this issue could be resolved, it would indeed be a monumental achievement. Mu Li even contemplated that such a feat might elevate Luo Changfeng to the rank of a noble. The two attendants were immediately taken aback, their gazes towards Luo Changfeng now imbued with fervor. Upon witnessing Mu Li's prompt agreement, Luo Changfeng no longer hesitated and turned to depart. Just before parting, he posed an enigmatic question. By the way, fourth princess, do your previous words still hold true? Mu Li, somewhat perplexed, found herself momentarily unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind his inquiry. Luo Changfeng brandished the longshan, giving it a shake as if to imply that the other party understood. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Li finally grasped the meaning, rolling her eyes dramatically. Rest assured, the treasures of heaven and earth are destined for those who are fated to possess them. As long as you hold the longshan, all that you acquire in the secret realm is rightfully yours. This is indeed a reward bestowed upon you as the champion of this grand competition. The royal family is a bastion of integrity. Having received the answer he sought, Luo Changfeng did not linger. He swiftly employed his skills and made his way toward the northern part of the ruins. Wait for us, master, cried the two elderly men, who had intended to follow him for a closer examination. But by the time they spoke, Luo Changfeng had already vanished from their sight. This left the two esteemed members of the royal family in a state of considerable agitation, their frustrations manifesting in loud exclamations and dramatic gestures. Sister, do you think this fellow has stumbled upon something? After Luo Changfeng departed, Mu Yin posed a question, his brow furrowed with confusion. Mu Li cast him a sidelong glance. This secret realm has been meticulously explored by our royal family for a millennium. One could say we have scrutinized every inch. If he were to uncover anything here, it could only be attributed to fate. As the crown prince of the empire, one must possess a certain level of composure. Well, I suppose I've been schooled again. Mu Yin admitted, scratching his head with an innocent expression. You're right, sister. I just find that fellow exceedingly infuriating. Indeed, I feel the same. However, do you think you could defeat him? Mu Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. Having finished her remarks, Mu Li strode purposefully deeper into the secret realm. Since they had come, they could not afford to leave without making the most of it. Bidding farewell to the others, Luo Changfeng accelerated to his utmost speed, racing for approximately half an hour before a small mountain came into view. Utilizing the Qingyan step, he ascended the steep cliffs, heading directly upwards. The formation he had previously sensed was located here, yet it had been artificially obscured, rendering it invisible to the untrained eye atop the mountain. Luo Changfeng closed his eyes to attune his senses, thankful that he had infused a wisp of his spiritual consciousness into the eye of the formation. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, his steps light and graceful, adopting an enigmatic posture as he advanced. Luo Changfeng let out a low growl, propelling his body forward and vanishing from sight. Entering a formation does not necessarily equate to breaking it. For a master of intricate formations, it is hardly a daunting task. Once within the array, the boundless fields of spiritual herbs exuded a rich aura of spiritual energy that enveloped Luo Changfeng, bringing him an unparalleled sense of comfort. He felt that merely cultivating in this place could rival the effects of training within the Pagoda of Ascension. Luo Changfeng focused his mind and gazed towards the area where the colossal beast had vanished. Unfortunately, aside from a few damaged spiritual plants, he observed nothing else. Today, I must uncover the true identity of this enigmatic creature. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the crescent moon and unleashed a sword strike, its brilliance slicing through the air and penetrating the earth below. Shortly thereafter, a furious roar echoed through the surroundings. In the next moment, a massive black beast emerged once more from the ground. As Luo Changfeng beheld the creature's form, he was left utterly speechless. Good heavens! Chapter 155. Who is the true beast? Staring at the imposing black beast before him, Luo Changfeng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Despite considering himself well-versed in various matters, he rummaged through his memories, yet he could not ascertain what manner of creature stood before him. Its fur, a deep obsidian hue, glimmered with a metallic sheen, and it loomed there like the embodiment of night itself, with two remarkably bright eyes shining forth. To call it a lion would be misleading, for its body resembled that of a horse, adorned with two horns atop its head, while a serpentine tail flicked languidly in the air. What on earth is this creature? Luo Changfeng was taken aback. At that moment, the monstrous beast unexpectedly spoke. Hey, kid, were you the one who disturbed my slumber? What on earth? It could actually articulate human speech? Luo Changfeng furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had encountered a beast capable of human speech since arriving in this world. As previously mentioned, the classification of demon beast is relatively straightforward. A first-tier demon beast corresponds to a human martial artist at the acquired level, a second tier to one at the innate level, and so forth. Thus, a third tier corresponds to body refinement, while a fourth tier aligns with the opening of the orifices. Consequently, a fifth-tier demon beast is akin to a human cultivator at the core formation stage. At this level, these creatures transcend mere beasts. Their intelligence has awakened, rivaling that of humans. Throughout the mundane world, such beings are exceedingly rare. As for the even more advanced sixth-tier demon beasts, they can articulate human language and freely transform their forms, commonly referred to as spirit beasts. In essence, the ability to speak is the most definitive evidence of a demon beast's evolution into a spirit beast. Thus, the creature before him was at least a sixth-tier spirit beast, its cultivation undoubtedly comparable to that of a human at the nascent soul stage. This revelation sent a shiver down Luo Changfeng's spine, and a half-immortal mark quietly appeared in his palm. If he were to truly encounter a spirit beast of the nascent soul caliber, there would be no hesitation. He would flee without a second thought. Noticing Luo Changfeng's silence, the demon beast grew annoyed, proclaiming, "If you do not speak soon, I shall devour you whole." Luo Changfeng's lips curled into a faint bitter smile. A misunderstanding. I too have inadvertently stumbled in here. I shall take my leave now. I shall take my leave. As Luo Changfeng spoke, he intended to withdraw, embodying the adage that a wise man avoids immediate peril, planning to devise a better strategy once outside. However, it appeared that the monstrous beast had no intention of letting him go so easily. Damn it! Luo Changfeng muttered a curse under his breath, intending to unleash the power of the celestial runes. You claim to have stumbled in by accident. Who are you trying to deceive? Are the disciples of the sect outside the formation truly oblivious? The demonic beast licked its lips, exuding an aura of predatory intent. Upon hearing this, Luo Chanfeng paused in his actions, seemingly detecting a flaw in the words of the beast. Disciples of a sect? In this desolate expanse, what sect could possibly exist? And what disciples could emerge from such desolation? In an instant, a bold conjecture sprang to his mind. Could it be that this beast had been trapped here for thousands of years? Thus, it remained oblivious to the fact that the ancient sect it spoke of had long since vanished into the annals of history, no longer extant. To validate his hypothesis, Luo Chanfeng swiftly devised a response. Those fellows you mention, I happened to witness them vying for a treasure, completely preoccupied and thus allowing me to slip in unnoticed. Upon hearing this, the beast erupted in fury, exclaiming, the Heavenly Tao sect is truly on the decline. How could such a vital place as the Spirit Herb Garden be entrusted to a band of unreliable fools? Just wait until I emerge. I shall deal with them accordingly. The Heavenly Tao sect? Luo Chanfeng was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with mention of this sect. It seemed that this secret realm must be a remnant left behind after the downfall of the Heavenly Tao sect. Furthermore, judging by the tone of the beast's speech, it appeared to be affiliated with the Heavenly Tao sect as well. After venting its frustrations in a haphazard manner, the beast suddenly seemed to realize something. Its tone turning icy. Observing the attire upon Luo, it inquired, you cannot possibly be a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, can you? Speak quickly. Who are you? This was troubling. Luo Chanfeng sensed a sense of foreboding as fluctuations rippled through the surrounding space. He could distinctly feel the murderous intent emanating from the beast before him. Nonetheless, this visit had at least enlightened him about the Tiandao sect. Upon returning, he would delve into relevant literature, perhaps uncovering records pertaining to this peculiar creature. Just as Luo Chanfeng contemplated employing his semi-immortal escape technique, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The bizarre black behemoth let out a heart-wrenching wail. A sound so piercing that it made one's eardrums ache. In the next moment, the massive creature's form began to shrink at an astonishing rate, rapidly reverting to its original size, akin to that of an ordinary cat or dog. Its aura plummeted dramatically, and within moments, it resembled a fourth-tier beast. Its realm comparable to that of a human at the Chi passage stage. How intriguing. Luo Chanfeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What does this mean? Although the manifested form of the beast remained shrouded in darkness, upon closer inspection, it appeared rather endearing. Luo Chanfeng found the situation exceedingly amusing and could not resist stepping closer. Utilizing the dual pupil technique, he promptly discerned the condition of the small beast within. It turned out that its soul sea had suffered a devastating blow, resulting in spiritual injury and unstable realms. Moments later, Luo Chanfeng comprehended the circumstances entirely. Since there was no imminent threat, he decided to proceed. With a sudden, crisp sound, he delivered a resounding slap to the beast's rear end with astonishing swiftness. Oh, weren't you quite formidable? You intended to devour me, did you? Come on, give it a try. The little creature was utterly thrown into disarray by this unexpected action. An angry roar erupted from its throat. However, the sound lacked any semblance of intimidation, coming out rather feebly. Ha ha! Luo Chanfeng erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing through the air. You dare to seek your own demise, the young beast retorted, raising its forepaw to strike at Luo Chanfeng. Though the paw appeared unremarkable, its speed was enough to instill a sense of dread. Despite having regained its true form, the beast's powers were significantly diminished due to a wounded spirit. Nevertheless, it remained a formidable fourth-tier demon beast, undoubtedly superior to a mere human cultivator at the Chi transformation stage. In its eyes, slaying a human who had just broken through to the body refinement stage would be a trivial task. Unfortunately for it, it had crossed paths with the extraordinary Luo Chanfeng, for whom rank was never a true measure of capability. Bang! Luo Chanfeng casually struck with a palm, producing a resounding echo that reverberated across the landscape. The small beast was immediately sent tumbling away, while Luo Chanfeng remained completely still, like an unyielding statue. The small beast's eyes were filled with astonishment. Unable to suppress an exclamation, "What on earth? Who among us is the true beast? You, a mere body refinement cultivator, possess a physique that nearly rivals that of a royal beast. What manner of monster are you?" Upon hearing these words, Luo Chanfeng immediately felt displeased. You are the true monster. Your entire family is comprised of monsters. The little beast, provoked by his remark, bared its fangs and claws, preparing to pounce. Luo Chanfeng waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I recognize that your spirit is wounded. At this moment, you are no match for me. The small beast halted its movements, gazing at the human before it with a look of utter bewilderment. This individual could actually discern the anomaly in its spirit, Could it be? Just as its thoughts spiraled into confusion, Luo Chongfeng's next words nearly provoked it to leap in surprise. Chapter 156. The world has changed in the imperial capital. The Western District stands as a peculiar entity, for within its vast expanse lies but a single residence, the estate of Prince Yang Mutsonghai. In terms of both area and opulence, the prince's abode rivals that of the imperial palace itself. Such a scenario would have been deemed a flagrant breach of protocol in any dynasty, utterly inexcusable. Yet, over the years, the palace's sovereign has displayed not a shred of discontent. On the contrary, Prince Yang has wielded a significant portion of the empire's elite forces, garnering a multitude of followers among the court officials, achieving a status of unparalleled favor, almost akin to that of an emperor himself. One would assume that a person of such stature would be devoid of worries. However, on this particular night, Mutsonghai found himself burdened with heavy thoughts. The flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow upon his ever-changing countenance. The events that transpired in the secret realm earlier in the day had instilled a sense of unease within him. Perhaps only he comprehended the true extent of power he had exerted in that sudden assault. How could it have evaded him? It shouldn't have been possible. Mutsonghai murmured to himself. The existence of Luo Chongfeng presents an unpredictable variable for him. Even though he believes he has given this young man sufficient attention, he ultimately realizes he has underestimated him. After years of meticulous planning, as success looms near, Mutsonghai resolutely refuses to allow any unforeseen incidents to occur. With this thought in mind, he gritted his teeth and summoned his servant, instructing him to fetch Mr. Ng, declaring that he would honor the conditions agreed upon. A middle-aged man, resembling a steward, hurriedly departed. Mutsonghai inhaled deeply, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Young man, offending me is of little consequence. Rather, blame your lack of discernment for choosing the wrong side. Remember to keep your eyes wide open in your next life. Within the grand formation, a man and a beast huddled together, seemingly plotting something clandestine. I say, young man, you haven't deceived me, have you? Do you truly possess the means to restore my soul sea? Even at this moment, the small black beast remains somewhat incredulous. The damage inflicted upon the soul sea is fundamentally irreversible. It had never heard of anyone being able to heal it. Luo Chongfeng curled his lips, asserting that there was indeed a way, but he required first to know the origin of his interlocutor. Hey, you dare to haggle with me? The small black beast felt somewhat indignant. However, upon catching a glimpse of Luo Chongfeng's somewhat menacing gaze and recalling the sting in its own rear, it decided to relent. It is often said that when one is under a roof, one must bow their head. Thus, this demon beast, too, must acquiesce. Very well. I am magnanimous and shall not hold it against you, young one. The small black beast lifted its head proudly. After a brief pause, it continued. Since you are eager to know, I shall reluctantly share my tale, though you would be wise to brace yourself, for my origins may just frighten you. Luo Chongfeng could not help but roll his eyes. It was his first encounter with such a loquacious beast. He hastily remarked, I am quite occupied and have no time for your prattle. The little creature was infuriated, as a sixth-tier spiritual beast. It had always been the one to impart lessons to others. Today, however, it found itself subjected to relentless humiliation by this detestable human, and it simply could not endure any longer. Upon witnessing the creature's impending outburst, Luo Chongfeng raised his right hand high. The small beast, upon seeing this, immediately wilted. Internally, it seethed, You little rascal, just wait. Once I regain my strength, I shall ensure your demise. Suppressing its fury, the small beast spoke. I am the guardian spirit beast of the Heavenly Tao sect. During a great conflict within the sect, I was ambushed by a practitioner from the vast sea realm. This individual had mastered a formidable soul technique, and in a moment of misstep, I fell victim to his schemes, resulting in my current state. Due to the abundant spiritual energy in the medicinal herb garden, the sect leader permitted me to enter seclusion here to heal. Soon after, I succumbed to slumber, only to awaken recently. By the way, what is the state of the battle outside? Surely those shameless ruffians have been driven away by now? Luo Chongfeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this individual had been ensnared in slumber since arriving, and had remained in this state for thousands of years. Truly, one could sleep for an eternity. Luo Chongfeng could not help but give a thumbs up to it. However, when it came to the question regarding the little beast, he found himself at a loss for words. After dreaming for millennia, upon awakening, he discovered a world transformed, his sect annihilated, friends and family gone, and fellow disciples long since passed away. He could only imagine the turmoil of emotions that must ensue. The journey of cultivation is destined to be both solitary and protracted. The rise of one often entails the demise of many, a truth that Luo Changfeng deeply understood. The notion of cultivation is to seek the elusive connection with the celestial, to embark on a quest for immortality. Yet after countless years of striving, even if one were to attain transcendence, it ultimately leads to the extinction of humanity. In that moment, Luo Changfeng was suddenly engulfed by an aversion towards the path of immortality, a sentiment that would have been utterly inconceivable in his previous life. Gazing into the hopeful eyes of the little beast, he resolved to speak the truth. To be frank, the heavenly way you speak of has long since perished thousands of years ago. What lies beyond is merely a desolate expanse of lifeless ruins. Impossible, impossible. You lie. How could that be? Upon hearing these words, the little beast shook its head vehemently, like a rattledrum. Luo Changfeng shrugged nonchalantly, leaving the matter to one's belief. The small beast felt a sudden pang in its heart, sensing that, in some intangible way, Luo Changfeng was unlikely to deceive it. It seemed that venturing out to uncover the truth was unavoidable. This was not its first visit to this place, so it was aware of the location of the exit. The small beast executed its agility and charged directly towards a certain point within the formation. Caution was paramount. Before Luo Changfeng could finish his words, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the surroundings. The small black beast seemed to have collided with an impenetrable wall, rebounding in pain and baring its teeth. It was evident that after years of autonomous operation, the formation had irrevocably altered its original trajectory and layout. The previous exit had vanished without a trace. Moreover, considering the current realm of the small beast, even if an exit were to materialize, it might not be able to escape. The creature, undeterred, rose to its feet and fixed its gaze upon Luo Changfeng, imploring him with an intensity that suggested, "Since you have entered unnoticed, you must possess a means to exit. Please, assist me in my escape." With a sense of helplessness, Luo Changfeng resorted to his skills, temporarily constructing a passage atop the formation to send it away. Moments later, the little beast returned, its expression one of utter dejection. How could this be? How could the heavenly Tao sect be finished so easily? The beast murmured to itself. And in the next instant, its eyes brimmed with tears. Gripping Luo Changfeng's shoulders tightly with its forepaws, it shook him vigorously. A crystalline tear slipped from the corner of its eye as it chanted, "The sect master is a grand cultivator of the vast sea realm." How could the heavenly Tao sect possibly be defeated? This cannot be, it is absolutely impossible. The little black beast oscillated between tears and laughter, appearing utterly deranged. Luo Changfeng observed everything with a serene demeanor, refraining from offering any words of comfort. Ultimately, this was a trial of the heart that one must navigate alone. After a brief moment, the little beast suddenly regained its composure, wiping away the tears from the corners of its eyes, a flicker of determination passing through its dark, luminous gaze. A sense of unease gripped Luo Changfeng's heart as he was suddenly struck by a foreboding intuition. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. An infinite radiance erupted from within the body of the small black beast. Luo Changfeng was greatly alarmed. No. Chapter 157. The waters should not flow to outsiders in the Xuanyuan continent. There exists a multitude of sects for cultivators, among which are those renowned for their mastery over beasts. For instance, the Wang family, which was annihilated in Xuanyuan City, was known for its prowess in beast control. However, their so-called beast taming merely involved the use of dubious methods to manipulate and command demonic beasts, relying on superficial techniques. A true beast master must coexist with demonic beasts for an extended period, forging a profound bond characterized by mutual trust, ultimately becoming partners who share both joys and sorrows, rather than merely maintaining a servile relationship. Such demonic beasts, due to their intimate connection with their beast masters, often choose to end their own lives in times of peril for their masters. Yet, it was Luo Changfeng's first encounter with a guardian spirit beast that opted for self-detonation upon the destruction of its sect. This experience evoked an entirely different sentiment within him towards the black little beast. As he witnessed the creature's meridians in chaos, its spiritual energy raging uncontrollably, it was on the brink of exploding. Fool! Luo Changfeng cursed softly under his breath as he swiftly approached the small beast. A thread of soul power surged forth from the center of his brow, rapidly infiltrating the creature's consciousness to fortify it with layers of protection. Unlike humans, beasts lack a dantian. Thus, their soul sea is the most vital part of their being. As long as the soul sea remains unharmed, even if the physical form were to shatter, there would still be a glimmer of hope for survival. In quick succession, Luo Changfeng extended a finger, unleashing a stream of azure energy, imbued with a soft luminescence that resolutely surged into the small beast's body in an attempt to subdue the rampant energies within. Regrettably, the black creature was a sixth-tier spirit beast, and driven by a desperate desire for demise, the intensity of the energy it unleashed proved to be overwhelming. Even for Luo Changfeng, as moments ticked away, beads of sweat began to dot his forehead. The two opposing energies clashed violently within the beast, gradually showing signs of losing control. A sense of urgency enveloped Luo Changfeng. If this continued, even if he managed to save the individual, it would likely be in a state of critical injury, on the brink of death. At this perilous moment, the homing ding, which had been quietly floating in the sea of souls, suddenly stirred. Out of the void emerged a swirling black vortex, its devouring force surging forth like a tidal wave. The energy coursing through the small black beast seemed to have found a release, all of it consumed by the vortex in an instant. With the violent energies dissipating, Luo Changfeng's azure energy faced no further obstruction, effortlessly entering the small beast's body to commence the repair of its skeletal and meridian systems. At that moment, the homing ding vanished once more, returning to the depths of the Sea of Souls. Was this truly the end? Luo Changfeng gazed in astonishment. For if his memory served him correctly, he had not activated the homing heavenly Dao technique moments ago. Could it be that this divine artifact had developed a consciousness of its own? The mere thought of this possibility drenched him in cold sweat, prompting him to investigate the Hongmeng cauldron thoroughly. The small beast remained in a state of unconsciousness, yet it was evident that its life was no longer in peril. As for its realm, Luo Changfeng awkwardly touched his nose, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. The spiritual energy within the little creature had been devoured by the Hongmeng cauldron to a considerable extent, and now its aura barely resembled that of a third-tier being. Nevertheless, at least its life had been preserved. Surveying his surroundings, Luo Changfeng sat cross-legged and directed his consciousness into the Sea of Souls. Moments later, he opened his eyes, filled with perplexity. Apart from the nearly 1,000 drops of golden liquid that had emerged, he found nothing else of significance. How strange. Could it be an illusion? That should not be the case, as such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a sudden sharp pain radiated from his arm. Goodness! What in the world? Luo Changfeng struck with a swift backhand, sending a dark, fleshy orb flying. Brat, this matter is far from over. Who asked you to meddle? The diminutive black creature, undeterred by its weakened state, charged forward once more. Luo Changfeng was instantly infuriated. Not only did the creature fail to show gratitude, but it also dared to return kindness with enmity. Try moving again, and I shall make you regret it. Believe me. The small beast immediately fell silent. Though it did not fear death, it certainly wished to avoid such humiliation once more. Observing its sudden compliance, Luo Changfeng scoffed. So what if the sect is gone? Is there truly a need for such despair? You know nothing. From the moment I was born, I was brought to the mountain by the former sect leader and remained there for over 1,000 years. The sect was my home. Now that it is lost, what meaning does my existence hold? The small beast's eyes dimmed, replaced by a pallid hue, and it spoke as it prepared to self-destruct once again. What on earth? Has it become an addiction? Luo Changfeng was suddenly alarmed. A spark of inspiration struck him as he exclaimed, if we must die, let it be swift. Lest those vengeful foes come seeking us. Death is inevitable, sooner or later. However, before Luo Changfeng could finish his words, a streak of black lightning surged towards him in an instant. What did you say? Those wretches are still alive? The little beast articulated, each word deliberate, its eyes radiating an inexhaustible fury. Luo Changfeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, I never suggested that. Besides, you do not wish to seek revenge. So why concern yourself with such matters? You might as well hurry and meet your demise. As if oblivious to the mockery in his words, the little beast pondered for a moment, and then its eyes suddenly gleamed with clarity. You are right. If I do not avenge this grievance, I shall die without any face to show my fellow disciples. Indeed, your ability to think this way indicates that you are not foolish. With that, a sound of a feeble roar escaped. Kid, I have endured your antics for far too long. Do you truly believe that this king cannot handle you? Luo Changfeng raised a middle finger, challenging, come on, I'll give you 4 legs. The small black beast's eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning, and in the next moment, it opened its mouth and lunged at the nearest spiritual herb with astonishing speed. Luo Changfeng wore a dazed expression. Goodness, this fellow is rather insufferable. Knowing full well that the purpose of his journey was to obtain these spiritual herbs, Luo Changfeng quickly acted, sending the small beast flying. Unfortunately, it proved futile. As this creature was of an unknown breed, possessing a tough, resilient exterior akin to bronze and iron, with coarse skin and thick flesh, even Luo Changfeng could not truly unleash his full strength. He merely rolled a few times on the ground before rising once more to launch an assault on the spiritual plants. 1, 2, 3. In no time, dozens of these ethereal plants were consumed within his belly. Luo Changfeng's heart bled at the sight. These were precious medicinal herbs cultivated over millennia. A sheer waste of such treasures. Stop, stop, stop. I concede. Is that satisfactory? Reluctantly, Luo Changfeng had no choice but to admit defeat, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. To be outsmarted by a mere beast, what a disgrace. Upon hearing his words, the black little creature's tail instantly perked up, exuding an air of triumph as if it were a victorious sovereign. Humph, now you understand that I am not to be trifled with. Now, quickly take me outside so we can seek vengeance upon those scoundrels. Luo Changfeng found himself at a loss for words. Surely, he could not have come all this way for nothing. It seemed the little beast discerned his thoughts and mimicked his disdainful expression. Since the sect no longer existed, it would be unwise to leave such treasures for others, wouldn't it? Why not take them all with us? Upon hearing this, Luo Changfeng was filled with joy. Thus, the small black beast began to rummage through its own medicinal garden alongside Luo Changfeng. As the spiritual herbs dwindled at a swift pace, the aura within the array also grew less potent. Luo Changfeng raised an eyebrow, finally understanding why the protective array of the relic had begun to unravel. It was undoubtedly due to this gluttonous creature, who, upon awakening, had consumed an excess of spiritual elixirs, resulting in a depletion of the spiritual energy within the array. The delicate balance had been disrupted, rendering the gathering array incapable of supplying sufficient spiritual energy to sustain the operation of the grand array. Thus, its collapse was entirely predictable. Nevertheless, such challenges were far from insurmountable for him. At worst, he could establish a minor translocation array to create an internal circulation, thereby mitigating the rate of spiritual energy loss from the grand array. He dared not speculate on the future, yet sustaining it for another decade or so was certainly within reach. As for what lay beyond that time frame, he remained uncertain of his own whereabouts. Without hesitation, Luo Changfeng retrieved several medium-grade spirit stones and commenced the arrangement of the array, seizing the opportunity while the spiritual energy in the vicinity had yet to dissipate completely. The minor translocation array was swiftly set up. Success. Luo Changfeng exchanged a glance with the small beast, and together they resumed their industrious work of plundering. In the blink of an eye, the day had swiftly elapsed. At the entrance of the palace, Gu Chaodong and Yin Danqing remained in patient anticipation. Just as they were on the verge of losing hope, the grand doors of the palace creaked open, and their eyes sparkled with excitement. Here it comes. Chapter 158. Is the false alchemy realm difficult to conquer? The duo swiftly cleared the entire medicinal garden, and as they beheld the sudden appearance of a vast pit before them, Luo Changfeng expressed his satisfaction. From now on, I shall call you Little Black, he declared. A name he had pondered for quite some time, believing it to be quite clever. In truth, it was merely a manifestation of his own whimsical humor. As for whether the black beast was willing or pleased, did it truly matter? Amidst the small beast's continuous protests, they exited the formation and made their way toward the palace. However, they had scarcely ventured far when they encountered the fourth princess, Muli. Have you found the issue? Muli inquired eagerly. Luo Changfeng nodded, reassuringly stating that the repairs had been completed. That's wonderful. I knew you could do it, Muli exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. Just as she was about to rush forward to envelop Luo Changfeng in a warm embrace, a small, pitch-black head suddenly emerged. Ah! Muli gasped in surprise, her voice shifting in pitch. The two, one person and one creature, found themselves locked in a bewildering stare, the atmosphere growing exceedingly strange. Luo Changfeng hurriedly introduced, "Oh, this is my newly acquired pet, named Little Black. Rest assured, it does not bite." A pet? Does not bite? When Luo Changfeng opened his mouth, Xiaohe nearly suffered an internal injury, baring his teeth in readiness to retaliate. Goodness, I am a dignified 6th-tier spirit beast. Upon hearing that it was a pet, Muli covered her mouth, stifling her laughter, unexpectedly finding his taste rather peculiar. Luo Changfeng, with a head full of dark lines, could not be bothered to explain. Xiaohe, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in her words, remarked in a tone only Luo Changfeng could hear, "Hey, you lad are quite fortunate. This girl is undoubtedly a gem among gems. Luo Changfeng propelled it away with a swift kick. Thus, the trio of 2 individuals and 1 beast departed from the secret realm. The restoration of the formation was a significant matter, and Mu Li hurried to report to her royal father. Luo Changfeng made his way back to the academy. However, just as he and his beast companion stepped out of the palace gates, trouble ensued. Although Xiaohe had suffered significant damage to his cultivation, his awareness remained keen. Young one, it seems you have attracted someone's attention. Luo Changfeng's gaze turned slightly frigid as he followed closely behind, clearly impressed by their unwavering determination. Since they were courting death on their own, they could not blame him for being ruthless and unyielding. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, young man. You possess quite the audacity. I recognize your formidable physique, yet your realm is still too low. After all, your opponent boasts the presence of a false stand expert. False stand? Is it truly that difficult to vanquish? After Luo Changfeng uttered these words, the bewildered Xiaohe was left alone, disoriented in the wind. To transcend the realm of body refinement and slay false elixirs? Could this be madness? Xiaohe found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. Have these younger generations become so audacious? Luo Changfeng ambled forward, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. This brought a flicker of joy to Gu Zhaodong and Yin Danqing. As the distance between them diminished, Luo Changfeng abruptly halted. Gu Zhaodong, puzzled, felt a sudden pang of apprehension. Are you two not planning to reveal yourselves? It must be quite exhausting to remain hidden. Exchanging a glance with Yin Danqing, they both stepped forth from the shadows, one a pinnacle of the Qi opening stage, the other a formidable false Dan warrior. A wicked smile crept upon Luo Changfeng's lips. These individuals truly held themselves in high regard. Luo Changfeng, it has been a while. Gu Zhaodong was the first to speak. However, to his surprise, the other party showed no inclination to respond. Luo Changfeng's gaze remained fixed upon Yin Danqing. Master Yin, the esteemed leader of the Medicine God Pavilion. Yet you conspire with the Gu family? Do you not feel it diminishes your stature? It is no wonder you have been perpetually overshadowed by Danhua Tower. Yin Danqing's eyes narrowed, and a palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth from within him. The younger generation indeed seems increasingly arrogant. I am well aware of your actions in Xuanyuan City, but what of it? Before the true power of the Golden Core realm, you are but a mere insignificant creature. As he spoke, a hint of pressure characteristic of the false Dan realm gradually emanated from Yin Danqing. Luo Changfeng curled his lip in disdain, remarking that there was no need for pretense. The so-called Golden Core realm was merely a half-hearted entry into the realm of false alchemy. Yin Danqing, exposed and enraged, turned a deep shade of fury, declaring that even a mere counterfeit Golden Core was sufficient to end his life. Very well, since you have chosen your own demise. This night shall be the conclusion of it, sparing future troubles. As Luo Changfeng's voice faded, the crescent moon suddenly unsheathed, resembling an ancient beast of prey breaking free from its confinement. A chilling radiance erupted forth, brimming with an overwhelming intent to kill. Luo Changfeng raised his gaze to the heavens. Indeed, it was a moonless night accompanied by a howling wind, a perfect time for malevolence. At that moment, Xiaohe unexpectedly burst forth, declaring, "That old scruffy one is mine. As for the corpse-faced individual, you shall fend for yourself." Luo Changfeng felt a stir in his heart. Having grown accustomed to fighting alone, he never anticipated that one day he would possess companions. With this thought, his aura intensified and his murderous intent deepened, causing even Yin Danqing, a cultivator of the false Dan realm, to experience a flicker of trepidation. This young man possesses an unusual quality. Yin Danqing dared not hold back. As his spiritual energy surged with fervor, his false Dan cultivation unleashed its full might, casting away some of the darkness that enveloped the heavens. Little Black accelerated to its utmost speed, darting to Gu Zhaodong's side, ruthlessly striking at Gu Zhaodong's abdomen with a claw, under the cover of night. And being a creature of pure black, it was nearly impossible to perceive its form without employing spiritual sense. This left Gu Zhaodong feeling immensely frustrated, relying on his instincts. He retaliated with a punch. With a resounding boom, it felt as if his fist had struck solid iron, causing him to grimace in pain. Gu Zhaodong quickly retreated, casting a bead into the air, which suddenly illuminated the surroundings with a brilliant light. In an instant, the area within Tianzhong was as bright as day. Upon focusing his gaze, Gu Zhaodong was nearly overwhelmed with fury. After all, the creature that had ambushed him turned out to be an absurd-looking beast. Damn it. Where did this little monster come from? Its appearance is grotesque enough, yet it dares to frighten me. Gu Zhaodong muttered, unwittingly stirring a hornet's nest with his words. Little Black charged forward with a cry, swinging its paw with ferocity. The creature's speed was astonishing, and its strength was immense, leaving Gu Chaodong in a state of utter disarray. He was struck repeatedly on his nose, face, backside, neck, and even in his groin. Luo Changfeng cast a fleeting glance at the battlefield, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that Xiaohe had consumed a multitude of spiritual herbs within the secret realm, and its injuries had significantly healed. Now, it had firmly attained the 4th tier of cultivation, and with the beast's extraordinary physical strength, defeating a human cultivator of the same realm should pose no challenge. Consequently, he could now focus on dealing with this adversary. The two combatants continued to elevate their momentum, yet, out of caution, neither dared to strike first. In the grand hall of the Imperial Palace, Emperor Longshan, Mu Zhantian, stood alongside the Dean of the Imperial Academy, Xiao Mingshan. Old Xiao, how can you endure this? Xiao Mingshan remained non-committal, remarking, while they are attacking right at your doorstep, you can bear it. What is there for me to find intolerable? Mu Zhantian shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, damn it, this lad is now a benefactor of our royal family. How can I stand idly by and watch him be bullied? That is simply too disrespectful to our dynasty. Xiao Mingshan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, old clay figurine. Are you preparing to unleash your wrath? Humph, if they desire to sever ties, then let us engage in a confrontation. It has been ages since I have had the chance to stretch my limbs. As Mu Zhantian spoke, his aura underwent a sudden transformation. Shedding the amiable demeanor of the clay bodhisattva, Xiao Mingshan's pupils constricted. Golden Core Realm. If the aura emanated by an ordinary cultivator resembled the flicker of a candle, then the energy unleashed by a golden core cultivator resembled a blazing sun. The aura that Mu Zhantian suddenly released, indicative of the golden core realm, shone vividly against the backdrop of the endless night, though he had just recently broken through to the 1st level of golden core. It signified an extension of his lifespan by at least a millennium. For the currently precarious Longshan Empire, this undoubtedly heralded significant change. The moment Mu Zhantian resolved to no longer conceal his cultivation, countless undercurrents throughout the imperial capital would surface. In the western city, within the residence of Prince Yong, Mu Songhai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the palace. My dear brother, your concealment runs deep. Golden Core Realm, is it? What of it? I shall reveal to you the formidable force that lies behind me. In the depths of the Gu family's courtyard, a sigh resonated. Is the grand performance finally about to commence? How thrilling this anticipation is. At Danhua Tower, in the main hall, Yun Lanfeng appeared somewhat anxious. Standing before an elderly man clad in a moon-white alchemist's robe. Elder Zhong, Luo Changfeng has rendered great service to our Danhua Tower. We cannot remain idle. What is your intent? Elder Zhong stroked his beard thoughtfully. Rest assured, should that lad find himself in true peril, it shall not be your concern to intervene. For many ancient beings, this night in the imperial capital was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Countless streams of consciousness converged, perpetually monitoring the unfolding situation. In the palace hall, Xiao Mingshan firmly grasped Mu Zhantian, who was poised to charge forth. Hold on, let us observe a while longer. Mu Zhantian was somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom where Xiao Mingshan derived his confidence. Did he truly expect a mere novice in body refinement to contend with a false Dan master? Outside the palace gates, Luo Chanfeng fervently channeled the Haoming Tiandao Sutra. He feigned ignorance towards those who brazenly probed into his affairs. Having resided in the imperial capital for some time, he indeed required a resounding battle to admonish those lurking with ulterior motives. The confrontation at Xiaohe's domain was decidedly one-sided. Gu Zhaodong found himself cornered, with no escape in sight, utterly humiliated. He swore this was the most disgraceful moment of his tenure as the head of the Gu family. Even if Yan Danxing ultimately vanquished Luo Changfeng, he would inevitably become the greatest laughingstock of the imperial capital. Gu Zhaodong gritted his teeth. That little beast would surely meet its demise at his hands today. To his astonishment, the next moment, Xiaohe surprisingly spoke, questioning, with your age and frailty? The moment it uttered a word, Gu Zhaodong was taken aback. His voice turning shrill, you can speak? He was as though he had encountered a ghost, cold sweat beading on his forehead, contemplating a hasty retreat. How could a beast capable of human speech possibly be anything less than a 6th-tier spirit beast? This was knowledge Gu Zhaodong possessed. His mind raced. Could this dark, peculiar creature indeed be a 6th-tier spirit beast? But how could that be? If it were truly of that caliber, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Gu Zhaodong shook his head vigorously, compelling himself to regain his composure. Once more, he scrutinized Xiaohe, confirming that it indeed exuded only a fourth-tier aura, which elicited a silent sigh of relief from him. It dawned on him that Xiaohe must have encountered some extraordinary fortune to acquire the ability to speak. With this thought, his gaze hardened. You little beast, regardless of your origins, having offended the Gu family, I shall ensure your utter annihilation today. Xiaohe, displaying a human-like exasperation, rolled its eyes, retorting, Old man, cease your struggles and submit to me, obediently become my loyal servant. His temper, usually so composed and gentle, could no longer withstand the provocation. Gu Xiaodong, despite his usual demeanor, found himself cursing under his breath. However, upon further reflection, he sensed an underlying discord. On his right hand, a storage ring began to emit a luminous glow. In an instant, a small golden flag materialized in his grasp, intricately adorned with a multitude of skulls. This was the 10 Directions Azura flag, a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. As previously mentioned, the Xuanyuan continent classifies artifacts into various categories: spiritual tools, innate spiritual treasures, magical tools, Taoist tools, celestial artifacts, and divine instruments. Each category is further divided into 3 tiers: low-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. The crescent moon, wielded by Luo Changfeng, merely falls within the realm of supreme-grade spiritual tools. Yet, this 10 Directions Azura flag, albeit a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, was astonishingly formidable in the secular realm. This was the true reason behind the Gu family's allegiance to Muzonghai. Xiaohe halted, his large eyes blinking, lost in thought. Ah, little creature, now you feel fear. It is too late. Gu Xiaodong's expression twisted into one of fury as he formed a hand seal. The golden flag fluttered without wind, releasing an eerie and terrifying aura. Within a radius of 10 zhong, the temperature plummeted to freezing levels, causing Xiaohe to shiver involuntarily. Damn it, this will freeze me to death. As the Azuras emerged, the gates of hell seemingly opened, as if the flag truly hailed from the depths of the Azura realm. Chaos of yin and yang. 10 Directions Azura, heed my command. Go. With Gu Xiaodong's decisive command, the skulls on the golden flag appeared to animate, emitting a piercing, menacing wail as they surged forth. Their sights set directly on Xiaohe. Luo Changfeng sensed an anomaly from afar, his brow furrowing with concern for the little black one. Yin Daoqing flashed a grin, thinking to himself, this boy dares to be distracted while facing me. Before his words could fully escape his lips, his body surged upward with astonishing speed. Akin to a great rock soaring to the heavens, a golden longsword suddenly manifested in his hand. Die. Yin Daoqing executed a sweeping strike, the blade slicing through the air with a deafening roar, extending for several dozen meters and carrying with it a hint of golden core pressure, hurtling straight towards Luo Changfeng. Come at me. Luo Changfeng likewise executed a diagonal strike with his sword, causing 2 beams of light to collide violently in midair. The impact generated a tremendous shockwave, causing the palace walls to tremble incessantly and scattering debris across the ground. Luo Changfeng stood still, while Yin Daoqing descended slowly, his expression dark and foreboding. Their initial confrontation ended in a surprising stalemate, leaving Yin Daoqing profoundly shaken. Despite his belief that he had given Luo Changfeng due considerations, he ultimately realized he had underestimated him. The strength of his spiritual energy at the body refinement realm astonishingly rivaled that of the false Dan realm, which left Yin Daoqing in a state of disbelief. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Xiaohe was suddenly enveloped by a dense, ominous black mist. Gu Xiaotong let out a sinister laugh, declaring that no matter how formidable one's physique might be, once ensnared by the Shifang Shura formation, it would only take moments before they were reduced to mere bone fragments. Just as Gu Xiaotong reveled in his triumph, the next scene unfolded, causing his eyes to nearly pop from their sockets. Within the black mist, Xiaohe exhibited no signs of panic. It surveyed its surroundings and slowly raised a hind leg, seemingly preparing to unleash a formidable attack. Then, an unexpected sound of flowing water resonated. To everyone's astonishment, it had urinated. This peculiar scene unfolded amidst the deadly struggle, appearing rather unconventional. Hilariously, Gu Xiaodong burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face. However, in the next instant, his laughter was abruptly stifled, as if an unseen hand had gripped his throat. Before him was a scene of sheer incredulity. Xiaohe's urine appeared to possess some magical quality. As soon as it touched the ground, it rebounded rapidly. Drops of liquid, no, drops of urine, began to levitate on their own, dispersing into a mist that shot outward in all directions. Strangely enough, upon contact with the ghostly mist, The urine emitted a sizzling sound, akin to ice melting. In an instant, gaping holes burned through the Shifang Shura formation, accompanied by the mournful wails of skulls. The sound was excruciatingly piercing, sending chills down one's spine. Was this urine or holy water? Gu Chaoting's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief, clearly taken aback to the utmost degree. However, he seemed to have overlooked one crucial fact: the indiscriminate assault capabilities of Little Black's urine. This unfortunate oversight left the head of the Gu family in a dire predicament, as he remained frozen in astonishment, unable to close his gaping mouth. In a fit of rage, Gu Chaotong exclaimed, "I shall slay you." Yet, before he could charge forward, the skulls released by the Shifang Sholua banner had already disintegrated. They fled like frightened dogs, retreating into the banner at a speed several times greater than their arrival. The events unfolded so swiftly that Gu Chaotong could not even attempt to intervene. Subsequently, no matter how fervently he chanted incantations to summon them, the Shifang Sholua banner remained unresponsive, refusing to reveal itself. The situation was utterly chaotic, leaving Gu Chaotong standing there, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. It was indeed a rather awkward predicament. Little Black flicked its tail, raised its head high, and disdain filled its shiny black eyes. "You old fool. Having caused me such a loss of essence, I have decided to forego keeping you as my pet. I shall devour you instead." With that declaration, Little Black lunged towards Gu Chaotong. Terrified, Gu Chaotong's spirit fled, and he summoned a spirit escape talisman. In a flash of white light, he vanished from sight. An old fool indeed, not adept at combat, but a master of retreat, Little Black huffed in annoyance. However, its mood brightened when it turned to see the golden banner floating in midair. It dawned on Little Black that Gu Chaotong, in his haste to flee, had inadvertently left the Shifang Sholua banner behind. Regardless of the circumstances, it was an innate spiritual treasure. Consuming it might restore some of its own cultivation. As Little Black fixated on the banner with a fierce gaze, an invisible hand traversed thousands of meters to grasp the small flag. Enraged, Little Black erupted. "Can a cooked duck still fly away?" Rising on its hind legs, it unleashed a dark purple energy beam, which shot toward the giant hand with remarkable speed. Humph! A cold snort echoed through the void. In the next instant, another enormous hand materialized, effortlessly shattering the energy beam to smithereens. Moments later, both hands vanished without a trace, taking the Shifang Sholua banner with them. Indeed, the cooked duck had flown away. Enraged, Little Black leaped about in a fury. In the depths of the Gu family estate in the eastern city of the imperial capital, a tall elder clad in coarse garments glowered at the purple arcs of electricity dancing across his left hand, accompanied by occasional stabs of pain. He had sustained an injury? It had been a long time since he had experienced such a sensation. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the palace, Mu Zhantian wore a grim expression. He spoke languidly. "No wonder the Gu family is so audacious. It turns out to be because of that old fossil." Xiao Mingshan's gaze sharpened. Indeed, tonight was quite lively. "Young man, do you require this king's assistance?" After venting his anger, Xiao He turned his attention to Luo Changfeng. Luo Changfeng smiled gently and replied, "No need. Just observe from the side." Upon hearing this, Xiao He obediently sat down, but feeling uncomfortable, he simply laid down on the ground. His eagerness to contribute to the commotion was quite amusing, causing Yin Danqing's face to twitch in response. With Gu Chaotong's hasty retreat, the situation in the arena took a dramatic turn. Although Yin Danqing was not entirely unaware of Xiao Hei's capabilities, the fact that he had frightened away Gu Chaotong, who was at the pinnacle of the meridian opening stage, suggested that his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Consequently, Yin Danqing found himself in a passive position. Useless. Unable to handle even a beast, he silently cursed. "Yin Pavilion Master, are you still going to fight?" Luo Changfeng teased, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. Yin Danqing seethed with anger. "Youngster, it is far too early for you to gloat. Do you truly believe that a mere beast can alter your fate?" Such naivety. Luo Changfeng, unfazed, replied succinctly, "Let us dispense with the trivialities and showcase your true abilities. Do not claim I have not afforded you the opportunity." Yin Danqing articulated each word deliberately, asserting, "I concede your strength and acknowledge the arrogance that accompanies it. Yet there are certain individuals you are destined not to provoke." Luo Changfeng raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Are you referring to yourself, Master Yin?" Yin Danqing took a deep breath. "Luo Changfeng, if you wish to witness my true prowess, then as you desire. Should you be able to withstand this sword strike, I shall depart without a word, vowing never to oppose you again." Luo Changfeng rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Are you jesting with a fool? If you cannot prevail, will you simply retreat without consulting me?" Arise! Yin Danqing bellowed, releasing his golden longsword, which soared into the heavens. Accompanied by a peculiar incantation, the golden blade suddenly transformed, manifesting countless miniature swords that densely filled the entire sky. Little Black lifted his head, intrigued. Now this is a display of skill. In the palace hall, Mu Zhantian's voice had shifted. Old Xiao, will you not make your move? Xiao Mingshan slowly shook his head. If the principal does not hurry, why should you? In the western city, Mu Songhai gazed upon this magnificent spectacle, a faint smile gracing his lips. Truly, the master of the apothecary pavilion is formidable. This sword already possesses a semblance of celestial might. It seems the golden core is not far off. Countless old-timers watched this sword in silence, their spirits shaken. In the next moment, Yin Danqing raised his right hand high, his fingers aligned like a blade, and with a sudden, fierce sweep, he declared, "Slash!" In an instant, the sound of whistling sword light filled the air, illuminating the entire night sky. It was as if a spectacular rain of swords had begun to fall from above. Luo Chanfeng squinted his eyes and gazed upwards, a sense of intrigue washing over him. In the next moment, he sprang into action. The Hongming Heavenly Tao technique operating with fervor, depleting the spiritual energy within the vast wilderness of his Dantian world. The sword intent, conjured by the slanting moon, surged dramatically in response to the wind. Luo Changfeng surged forward, undeterred, wielding his sword against the torrential rain of blades that filled the sky. With a fierce cry of "Die!" he grasped his sword with both hands and struck downward in a furious arc, vowing to slay the false elixir with a single stroke. Chapter 161. The Sovereign of Heaven and Earth, a figure, seemingly diminutive, ascended directly towards the heavens. Akin to a moth drawn to a flame, daring to confront the deluge of swords. The scene was visually striking yet profoundly melancholic. However, the moment that small figure chose to unsheath his sword, it was as if he were destined to be the sovereign of this realm. The Nine Heavens sword technique was inherently a profound martial art, and the sixth stance possessed unparalleled might. Under the impetus of Luo Changfeng's divine-level cultivation, the power unleashed by the sword technique reached an unimaginable zenith. This resplendent strike illuminated the firmament, as if it descended from beyond the stars, carrying the will of the deities to judge all of humanity. Xiao Mingshan instinctively straightened his posture. Even he felt a tremor in his heart at this sword strike. Mu Zhantian radiated exuberance, his fists clenched tightly. As for Mu Songhai in the West City, the ease and comfort he once felt had long since dissipated, replaced by a profound aura of murderous intent. The more dazzling Luo Changfeng's performance becomes, the more determined he is to eliminate him swiftly. A genius who cannot be utilized by me must be extinguished. This is the guiding principle of Prince Yang. As everyone stands in awe of this unparalleled swordsmanship, an inevitable question arises in their hearts. Is it truly the case that he is merely at the body refinement stage? Luo Changfeng was oblivious to the thoughts of others, for all his focus was encompassed within this one sword strike. It could be said that this was the pinnacle of his swordsmanship since his rebirth, unparalleled and unrivaled. One sword pressed against the heavens, one intent overshadowing the earth, with the golden core yet to emerge. This was indeed the ultimate battle. Death. With a thunderous roar, Luo Changfeng unleashed a formidable sword intent that seemed to overshadow the heavens as it descended with ferocious might. The air was filled with the sound of clashing blades, a symphony of destruction as the golden long swords transformed into a rain of blades, bursting forth like resplendent fireworks, offering no semblance of resistance. This was the ruthless domination of sword intent over swordsmanship. A trickle of crimson dripped from Yin Danqing's lips, his visage etched with shock and horror. In the blink of an eye, the torrential rain of swords was completely swept away, and even the exquisite golden long sword, a supreme spiritual weapon, was not spared. In the instant it was struck by the sword intent, it lost all its luster. Yin Danqing spewed another mouthful of blood, his vitality severely diminished. In the next moment, the radiance of Luo Changfeng's sword was upon him. It seemed inevitable that this fellow would meet his demise, yet he appeared increasingly composed. Suddenly, Yin Danqing lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Luo Changfeng. His pallid face, resembling that of a corpse, bore an unmistakable smirk, sending a jolt of foreboding through Luo Changfeng's heart. Instinctively, he sensed that something dire was about to unfold. You are indeed formidable, but it will not be so simple to take my life. Before his words faded, an unparalleled surge of energy erupted from within Yin Danqing. His aura now magnified several-fold beyond its previous strength. Luo Changfeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect of a breakthrough at such a critical moment. In the next instant, a pill materialized in Yin Danqing's hand. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly consumed it. Although choosing to break through at this juncture was far from a prudent decision, faced with the dire straits of life and death, he could afford to consider little else. If Luo Changfeng survives today, the Medicine God Pavilion will be forever erased from the annals of the Imperial City. As the elixir coursed through his veins, an overwhelming surge of energy filled his limbs and bones. Suddenly, thunder roared from the ground, and above, dark clouds, interspersed with violet arcs of lightning, gathered in a frenzied dance. The very essence of the world erupted in a tempest of spiritual power, enveloping Yin Danqing as if he were encased in a luminous cocoon of energy. The unseen forces stirred the celestial energies around them, sweeping outward in all directions from Yin Danqing's core. As Luo Changfeng swung his sword, it was instantly shattered into dust upon nearing the luminous barrier. In the void, several formidable minds were also fragmented by this unforeseen energy field. Mu Zhantian abruptly rose, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is the moment of Dan formation." Having recently experienced a similar event, he was no stranger to this scene. Unlike the ascension of cultivators, which could not invoke celestial phenomena during body refinement or meridian opening, Dan formation was distinct. Cultivation is inherently a defiance of the heavens. When a practitioner reaches a certain stage, they inevitably face the baptism of heavenly tribulation. Successfully overcoming it results in the utmost transcendence of life, transforming into a true golden core cultivator. However, failure leads to utter annihilation, rendering all efforts futile. The intensity of the heavenly tribulation varies from person to person. Historical records recount many exceptionally gifted prodigies who perished during their tribulations, their paths extinguished. It can be said that the success rate of Dan formation is exceedingly low, which accounts for the scarcity of golden core cultivators. At this moment, Xiaohe also scrambled to his feet, intently observing the unfolding situation, prepared at any moment to render assistance. Luo Changfeng glanced at the horizon, his expression serene. This fellow truly knows how to choose the perfect moment. Yin Danqing must have ingested a barrier-breaking pill, primarily intended for a last-ditch effort to transcend his current realm. And judging by the hue of the elixir, its quality should be quite exceptional. Youngster, once I solidify my golden core, your demise shall follow. Ha ha ha. In the eye of the energy storm, Yin Danqing's laughter echoed wildly. Above, formidable pillars of lightning began to coalesce, exuding an aura of terrifying destruction. Luo Changfeng suddenly chuckled. Forming a golden core? Did I receive the approval of the old man? In the next moment, a semi-immortal pattern materialized in Luo Changfeng's hand. Although inscribing the semi-immortal pattern posed considerable risks given his current realm, he found himself with no alternative. Should this fellow succeed in his ascension, he would indeed not be certain of prevailing against him. At the instant the semi-immortal pattern emerged, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth abruptly stilled, and even the heavenly tribulation clouds trembled slightly, as if some supreme entity were gazing down upon this land. Heaven and earth, profound and mysterious, I command you, disperse. As Luo Changfeng uttered the command, the semi-immortal pattern blazed with brilliant light before vanishing into the azure sky. What transpired next left everyone dumbfounded. The tribulation clouds, which had been fully charged, began to dissipate gradually. The violent energies of the world also started to return to a state of tranquility. Yin Danqing, still immersed in the exhilaration of his impending breakthrough, sensed an anomaly and abruptly opened his eyes. He was greeted by an astonishing sight before him. He opened his mouth but could utter not a single word. He was at a loss for how to articulate the shock that surged within him. Hiss. Mu Zhantian and Xiaoming Shan, who had been poised to intervene, halted in their tracks, inhaling sharply. I say, old Xiao, how many hidden cards does your student possess? Mu Zhantian stuttered, his words faltering. Xiaoming Shan fared no better. The esteemed president of the Imperial Academy found himself uttering a curse. You ask me? Who the hell should I ask? He began to question whether this individual was truly his student. That a mere body refinement practitioner could rival a false golden core expert was one thing, but to wield the power to repel heavenly tribulation with a mere utterance was quite another. Are you a celestial being? At that moment, Xiaoming Shan's mind was flooded with 1,000 racing thoughts. He was uncertain whether the emergence of such a figure from the Imperial Academy was a blessing or a curse. Yet he was certain that the future achievements of this young man would surpass anyone's imagination. Little Black felt a similar exhilaration, his spirits soaring. As for Yin Danqing, with the prospect of forming a golden core now dashed, his fate was sealed. Like a puddle of mud, he slumped to the ground. the backlash of energy having compounded his injuries. Watching the approaching Luo Changfeng, he forced a bitter smile and closed his eyes. Just when everyone believed the dust was about to settle, an unexpected event unfolded. Chapter 162, The Onset of Chaos at this moment. The master of the apothecary pavilion resembled a mere specter, his fate resting solely in the hands of Luo Changfeng. As for Luo Changfeng, his physical condition was hardly any better. The execution of the fifth stance of the Nine Heavens sword technique had nearly depleted all the spiritual energy within his dantian. Coupled with the demanding task of inscribing the semi-immortal rune beyond his capabilities, his spirit had been severely drained. Yet, regardless of the cost, Yan Danqing must perish today. He understood all too well that allowing the tiger to return to the mountain would inevitably lead to endless troubles. Thus, it was prudent to seize the opportunity while he was weakened. With great effort, Luo Changfeng retrieved several celestial spirit pills from his bosom and swallowed them whole. Drawing upon a flicker of spiritual energy, he gradually approached Yan Danqing. "You can die now." Before his words had fully dissipated, Luo Changfeng executed a swift upward slash. A resonant sound of the sword reverberated through the heavens, mingling with the rush of air. The sword's radiance, like thunder, swiftly reached Yan Danqing. At that critical moment, a figure cloaked in black materialized before the sword's brilliance, akin to a phantom. This shadowy figure merely extended a hand, effortlessly shattering the sword light. Luo Changfeng raised an eyebrow. The Golden Core Realm. Indeed, this figure clad in black was undeniably a genuine practitioner of the Golden Core level. Luo Changfeng could not help but smile bitterly. Due to the excessive consumption of his spirit, he had failed to detect this individual at the first moment. It can only be said that the man in black is a natural-born assassin, having patiently bided his time until now to strike, demonstrating an exquisite mastery of timing. In the next moment, the black-clad figure lunged forward, delivering a ruthless palm strike towards Luo Changfeng, exhibiting an unrelenting ferocity, the might of the Golden Core unmistakable. This seemingly unremarkable blow, however, could harness the power of heaven and earth, creating an inescapable cage around Luo Changfeng. Luo Changfeng, in a state of desperation, realized that if it came to that, he would have no choice but to invoke the Hongmeng Cauldron. At the brink of life and death, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Xiao He sensed the imminent danger and darted forward with unparalleled speed, yet the distance was still too great. Just as the impending strike was about to land on Luo Changfeng, a figure cloaked in white suddenly materialized between them. Without any apparent effort, the figure merely extended and retracted their hand, and in that instant, the dark-clad Golden Core cultivator seemed to be struck by an immense force, hurtling backward. Yan Danqing, having only just managed to rise from the ground, was inadvertently knocked aside by the dark-clad figure, subsequently spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The dark-clad individual regained their footing, their expression darkening considerably. Xiaomingshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an unmistakable air of mastery, as if to say that the students of our Imperial Academy were not to be trifled with. The dark-clad figure responded with a sinister smile, revealing an exceedingly unattractive visage beneath the hood. "Ah, Director Xiao, I did not expect you to intervene. This seems to contravene the established order." Upon hearing these words, Xiaomingshan's countenance visibly darkened further. Luo Changfeng felt a stir within, as if there were secrets he was yet unaware of. Xiaomingshan's gaze sharpened, advising the gentleman. "This is the mundane realm, not the realm of cultivation. The rules you speak of may not hold sway here." The cloaked elder licked his lips. "Oh, is that so? Then let us see. I hope the Imperial Academy will not disappoint us." "Humph." Xiaomingshan let out a cold snort and turned away. The elder in black then looked at Luo Changfeng. "Young man, I promised that person I would only intervene once. Consider yourself fortunate this time. We shall meet again." With that, the cloaked figure prepared to take Yan Danqing and depart. "Wait." Luo Changfeng immediately became displeased. "What do you mean? You two come here to kill me. And if you fail, you plan to retreat unscathed? Is there such an easy way to handle matters in this world?" Xiaomingshan felt a pang of anxiety. He genuinely feared that Luo Changfeng would be relentless and escalate the situation. The man in black turned around, gazing at Luo Changfeng with keen interest. "What is this? Do you not wish for me to leave?" Luo Changfeng offered a faint smile, indeed reluctant to let you depart. "However, given my current circumstances, it seems I am incapable of prevailing against you. Alas, I shall have to defer this matter until next time." Upon hearing this, the man in black burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, what an intriguing young man." Luo Changfeng's gaze turned icy in an instant. "However, you may leave, yet he must perish." Luo Changfeng pointed at Yan Danqing, a surge of murderous intent boiling within him. Xuanyuan silently cursed his luck. Indeed, in the next moment, the man in black slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with Luo Changfeng, his gaze devoid of any emotion. What if I refuse? Luo Changfeng locked eyes with the man in black for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, a smile crept across his face. I'm merely speaking. If you refuse to comply, well, there is nothing I can do about it. Xuanyuan quietly exhaled in relief. The figure in black appeared somewhat perplexed, seemingly unable to grasp Luo Changfeng's train of thought. Momentarily lost in contemplation, just as he bent down to retrieve the lifeless Yin Danqing, preparing to depart, Luo Changfeng discreetly signaled to Xiaohe with a subtle glance. Xiaohe responded with a knowing wink, conveying that the king was aware. In the next instant, a dark purple beam erupted from Xiaohe's mouth, aimed directly at the man in black. It was alarmingly swift. The man in black had no time to react. Driven by instinct, he raised Yin Danqing as a shield. Poorly positioned, the head of the medicine god pavilion, in a daze, was unwittingly used as a human shield. With a crackle, a plume of white smoke rose. And in an instant, the air was filled with the scent of roasted meat. Upon inspection, Yin Danqing had a gaping hole burned through his chest, clear from front to back, and he was unmistakably dead. A prominent figure from the imperial capital had thus met his demise. The man in black discarded the corpse. His expression twisted in utter fury. You dare to kill before my eyes? You seek death. Luo Changfeng shrugged, remarking that one cannot phrase it so simply. After all, your involvement played a role in the demise of the esteemed Master Yin. This statement nearly sent the cloaked figure into a rage. Well, do you truly believe that I am incapable of eliminating you? He retorted. I find myself quite curious as to how you intend to accomplish that. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, another figure appeared in the arena, none other than the formidable Emperor Longshan, Muzhantian. The cloaked man's face turned ashen. Dealing with Xuanyuan was already a considerable challenge, and now he had to contend with Muzhantian, a fellow golden elixir cultivator, who seemed intent on defending the young man. It appeared that he would have to retreat empty-handed this night. I, Shadowheart, shall remember this incident, and we shall meet again. With that, the cloaked figure delivered a final menacing remark before vanishing into thin air. With the threat now resolved, Luo Changfeng could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground. This sight greatly distressed the two elderly men, who hurriedly summoned aides to carry him back to the palace. In the West City, at the residence of Prince Yong, Mu Songhai was consumed by fury, shattering a stone table with a single strike of his palm. He could not comprehend how a mere newcomer from the Imperial Academy could prove so difficult to eliminate. The death of Yin Danqing was one matter, but even the esteemed Mr. Ing, a second-tier golden elixir cultivator, had returned empty-handed. Was there truly no justice left in the world? After his initial rage subsided, Mu Songhai gradually regained his composure. It seemed the plan would need to be executed sooner than anticipated. Very well, let the entire empire witness who was truly destined by fate. Who could have imagined that an assassination attempt under the cover of night would evolve into a storm sweeping across the entire empire? Chapter 163, Keep Going. Boss in the inner courtyard of the Imperial Academy, Mu Lingxue rushed to Elite Class 1 early in the morning. Yesterday, she had heard from Han Linger that Luo Changfeng had entered the inner courtyard and chosen Elite Class 1, which brought her immense joy. However, due to Mu Qing's vigilant watch, Mu Lingxue found herself at a loss. Fortunately, this morning, Mu Qing had been summoned by the Dean, providing her the opportunity to step out. The inner courtyard comprised 5 elite classes, each designated to specific areas, creating a clear distinction among them. The dormitory of Elite Class 1 was notably quieter compared to the other classes. This tranquility was attributed to their mentor, Yin Lu, who, like the Golden Dao sect in the outer courtyard, possessed a rather lazy disposition. He was the type who would prefer to recline rather than sit, and to sit rather than stand. If the mentor embodied such laziness, one could only imagine the students. Generally, they engaged in individual cultivation, coming together only to discuss matters of confusion. According to Yin Lu, those who entered the inner courtyard for study were the C-Army de la C-Army, possessing a profound understanding of cultivation knowledge and a unique grasp of martial techniques. As a mentor, his role was merely to provide guidance at critical junctures. Excessive interference would, in fact, hinder the students' growth. It was no wonder that these two individuals became good friends. In general, there is little distinction between the inner and outer academies. Save for one notable aspect, the classes within the inner academy are ranked. This ranking is not immutable, rather, it is determined by the overall prowess of the students in each class. Those classes that rank higher are bestowed with greater cultivation resources than their counterparts. Consequently, in recent years, rivalry and competition have become inevitable among the various classes of the Inner Academy. However, regardless of fluctuations in strength rankings, Class 1 has consistently maintained its position at the pinnacle. The reason is none other than the formidable presence of its standout student, Lung Yunxiao. Indeed, he is the individual who has long dominated the top of the celestial rankings. Thus, Class 1 has remained the undisputed leader within the Inner Academy. Yet, recently, this esteemed position has encountered a challenger, Class 2, under the tutelage of Mu Qing. The tension between the two classes has intensified, particularly following Qing Tian of Class 2 achieving the breakthrough into the Enlightenment realm. Mu Lingxue, typically reserved and low profile, has been at the academy long enough that many have only heard of her name without having seen her in person. Apart from training alongside Mu Qing, she has largely secluded herself in her quarters, rarely venturing into the teaching halls. Therefore, her sudden appearance has caused quite a stir. Students from Class 1 abandoned their training to rush out, not only due to her identity as a member of Class 2 but also because her reputation as the Academy's most beautiful woman is undeniably grand. A group of young men gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Goodness, she must be the legendary Mu Lingxue. She truly is a celestial beauty. Huh? Do you think the title of the Academy's most beautiful woman is mere flattery? A short young man, his face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "My word. I feel like I'm falling in love. All those other girls, Xiaohua, Xiaozie, Xuanyuan, pale in comparison to this esteemed Mu sister." Another taller young man interjected, dousing the enthusiasm. "Oh, please. With your scrawny frame, do you really think Mu sister would even glance your way? Lu Megan, are you courting death? Do you believe I wouldn't crush you with a single blow?" The short man's just elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. At this moment, another voice chimed in. "I wonder who Mu sister is here to see today? Who could it be?" The crowd exchanged glances, each one donning an expression of tacit understanding. Who else? Apart from their elite senior brother, the illustrious figure of the Inner Academy, Lung Yunxiao, could possibly attract the attention of Mu Shimi? Of course. Had they witnessed the public display of affection between Mu Lingxue and Luo Changfeng within the academy, their assumptions might have been quite different. Just as the speculation swirled among them, a young man clad in a silvery white robe approached with deliberate grace. He was tall and handsome, his demeanor ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being. However, his expression was notably austere, as unyielding as ancient ice, a fitting reflection of his surname. Clearing his throat, the group of youths quickly paid their respects, for in the absence of their mentor, this senior brother commanded unparalleled authority. Long Yunxiao nodded slightly, his gaze drifting into the distance. Upon catching sight of Mu Ling, a discernible flicker of emotion crossed his features. He stepped closer, his tone softened as he addressed her. "Mu Shimi, it has been a while." Mu Lingxue returned the gesture, stating, "Greetings, Lung Shixiao." The simplicity of her words nearly shattered the composure of the onlookers. How melodious! How enchanting! Was this the legendary celestial music they spoke of? Long Yuxiao scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness creeping into his demeanor. This scene almost caused the eyes of his peers to pop out in astonishment. Could it be that their formidable leader was experiencing shyness? Traditionally decisive and fiercely dominant, the notion of Lang Yunxiao feeling bashful was a startling revelation. A thought flickered through their minds, for there had long been whispers within the academy that Lang Yunxiao had completed his studies and was poised to graduate. The imperial family had extended numerous invitations to him, which he had not declined. Rather than remain in the academy as a complacent instructor, he yearned to immerse himself in the battlefield, to fight for his nation and achieve unparalleled glory. The prospect of becoming a king or general was the true calling of a man. Thus, it was anticipated that 6 months prior, he would have journeyed to the borders to join the imperial army. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had postponed his plans, prompting repeated summons from the royal court. Eventually, rumors surfaced that Lung Yunxiao had developed feelings for a certain young woman within the academy. Speculations varied regarding her identity, with some suggesting it was none other than the newly admitted Mu Lingxue, though no concrete evidence had surfaced. However, observing Lang Yunxiao's demeanor today, the rumors seemed to hold truth. That young woman was indeed Mu Lingxue, his Mu Shimi. One was a gifted, aloof beauty, while the other was an exceptionally talented and striking young man. Together, they formed a pair that was undeniably harmonious. As the crowd exchanged glances, as if uncovering a rare treasure, a collective cheer arose. "Go for it, boss." A sudden shout from an unknown individual startled the surroundings. Mu Lingxue furrowed her brow slightly, while Lung Yunxiao turned back to glare fiercely at the crowd. With a rustle, several young men scattered like frightened birds, no longer daring to linger and observe the commotion. Lung Yunxiao managed an awkward smile, apologizing to his junior sister, attributing the disturbance to his own lax discipline. Mu Lingxue responded with a faint smile, assuring him that it was merely her unexpected arrival that caused the disruption. She then inquired about the whereabouts of her fellow disciple, Luo Chanfeng. Upon hearing her question, Lang Yunxiao's heart sank into desolation. Chapter 164. The hero struggle with the fair maiden. It is often said that a hero struggles when faced with a beautiful woman. And at this moment, Lung Yunxiao epitomized this sentiment. Ever since he had inadvertently glimpsed his junior sister, Mu Lingxue, his once frozen heart had begun to thaw. He realized that from that moment on, he could no longer harbor feelings for any other woman. Thus, he willingly risked the wrath of the royal family to remain at the academy, yearning for the opportunity to see her frequently. However, despite being a prodigy in martial arts, Long Yunxiao was utterly inexperienced in matters of the heart. Most of the time, he dared only to admire her from afar, lacking the courage even to greet her, let alone confess his feelings. Today, he had finally mustered the courage to approach her, believing that her visit was prompted by his presence. Yet to his dismay, she was there to seek out the elusive junior disciple, Luo Changfeng. Though he had never met this young disciple, he had heard much about him recently, tales of a youthful hero, unparalleled talent, and a genius among geniuses. The discussions had become tiresome to his ears. Yet, what did it matter? After all, he was merely a newcomer who had just ascended to the inner courtyard. Could this junior truly be superior to him? A tumult of emotions surged within Lung Yunxiao. Noticing his prolonged silence, Mu Lingxue gently prompted him, Lung Xixiao? Coming back to his senses, Lung Yunxiao coughed lightly. Realizing she was searching for Luo Shidi, he admitted that they had yet to meet this junior and confessed his ignorance of his whereabouts. Offering to listen to any matters she wished to discuss, Mu Lingxue sighed, her spirit sinking as she hesitated to trouble her senior brother, suggesting she would return another day. With that, she turned and departed without a backward glance. Lung Yunxiao opened his mouth, but the words remained unspoken. Observing the complex emotions in Mu Lingxue's eyes upon learning of Luo Changfeng's absence, it was evident to any onlooker that their relationship was far from simple. Luo Changfeng. Lung Yunxiao clenched his fists tightly, a surge of combat spirit rising within him. He felt it essential to engage in a serious sparring session with this junior disciple. Little did Luo Changfeng know that before anyone could even enter the inner courtyard, he had already offended the leader of that very place. Truly, it is said that calamity strikes when one is at home, as misfortune descends from the heavens. At this moment, Luo Changfeng had just exited the imperial palace. Having declined Mu Li's offer to accompany him, accompanied only by his beast, he made his way towards the main building of Danhua Tower. The main building of Danhua Tower is situated along the central axis of the imperial city, mere walls separating it from the palace. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the main building. Little Black lifted its head, sniffing the air vigorously, and suddenly its eyes brightened. This place harbors formidable experts. Luo Changfeng could not help but roll his eyes. What on earth? Do masters possess some peculiar essence that allows you to detect them with your nose? He couldn't shake the feeling that this fellow was increasingly resembling a dog. Compared to that dark-clad elder from last night, he was certainly formidable. So it would be wise to exercise caution. Indeed, your canine instincts seem to be growing ever sharper. As he concluded, Luo Changfeng couldn't resist teasing. Are you feeling a bit daring, young lad? Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to bite you to death right now? Little Black bared his teeth and lunged forward in a playful manner. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted as the front door swung open. Ha! Following this, a hearty laughter resonated. The esteemed leader of Danhua Tower, Yin Lanfeng, strode out with great vigor. Ah, my dear brother Changfeng. It is a pleasure to see you in good spirits. Luo Changfeng smiled wryly upon hearing the words. The last time they met, he was still a nephew. Yet this time he had inexplicably become a younger brother. What a curious shift in hierarchy. Uncle Yun remains as charismatic as ever. I have come this time to honor our previous agreement. In order to spare Yunqi any embarrassment, Luo Changfeng deftly diverted the conversation. Upon hearing the term agreement, Yun Lanfeng's eyes instantly brightened. Ever since their last discussion regarding the collaboration on the 4th grade elixirs, Luo Changfeng had returned to Xuanyuan City, followed by the arduous task of managing the external Academy-S competition, leaving him with little time to spare. Although Yun Lanfeng felt an urgency in his heart, he refrained from pressing too hard. After all, the Danhua Tower was in a position of seeking assistance. However, the urgency had somewhat dissipated now. for Yin Danqing had met his demise. With the loss of such a formidable leader, the Yaoshan Pavilion would undoubtedly find itself in disarray, lacking direction in the short term. This was, without a doubt, splendid news for the Danhua Tower. Such a favorable turn of events could be attributed to the young man before him. And how could Yun Lanfeng not feel delighted? Quickly, dear nephew, let us converse within the tower, he exclaimed. However, Luo Changfeng hesitated, saying, Uncle Yun, do you have guests? If it is inconvenient, I can always return another day. Yun Lanfeng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that this boy must have sensed the presence of Elder Zhang. That shouldn't be possible. To conceal his aura, Elder Zhang had always been meticulous, yet here was this young man perceiving it. This thought sent a tremor through him. What a keen sense of perception. Regaining his composure, Yun Lanfeng clarified, Dear nephew, do not misunderstand. An elder from the clan happens to be visiting. It is quite all right. Luo Changfeng nodded slightly. Since he had not sensed any murderous intent, it seemed he had been overly cautious. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of gratitude, expressing his appreciation to Uncle Yin. At that moment, Little Black emerged from an unknown corner, stumbling past the crowd and boldly entering first. Upon seeing the little creature, Yun Lanfeng's eyes narrowed. Alas, how could he have forgotten about it? Luo Changfeng touched his nose and said, Uncle Yun, please do not blame me. I have spoiled Xiaohe, and he does not understand the rules. Ah, not at all. I find Xiaohe's inherent sincerity quite endearing, replied Yun Lanfeng, hastily waving his hand, a torrent of sweat pouring from his brow. What a jest! This creature is capable of pursuing the head of the Gu family, who has reached the pinnacle of the channeling realm, to the ends of the earth and the heights of the heavens. Upon hearing these words, Luo Changfeng staggered slightly. Could Xiaohe truly be adorable? This was likely the most ludicrous statement he had ever encountered in his lifetime. As the two entered the front hall, they were met by an elderly man clad in white robes. The old man's aura was profound, although he deliberately concealed his cultivation level. It was impossible to evade the scrutiny of Luo Changfeng's keen perception. He was, in fact, a formidable master at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, even surpassing Dean Xiaomingshan by a margin. The powerful presence sensed at the entrance must have belonged to him. Furthermore, he donned a light moon-white robe, a common attire for alchemists on the continent. What set him apart, however, was the striking display of 4 round emblems intricately embroidered on his chest, gleaming with a golden luster, symbolizing his esteemed status as a genuine 4th-tier alchemist. Luo Changfeng felt a stir in his heart. While he was appraising the other party, the elderly man was also observing him. Young friend Luo, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Luo Changfeng was somewhat perplexed as he glanced at Yun Lanfeng. Yun Lanfeng, striking his forehead in realization, exclaimed, Look at me, I've completely forgotten to introduce. Dear nephew, this is the esteemed elder of our clan, Old Master Zhang, whom I mentioned to you before. Luo Changfeng offered an apologetic smile, realizing it was Elder Zhang, and he felt quite foolish for not recognizing such a prominent figure. The old man waved his hand dismissively, saying, Ah, young man, there is no need for all this pretense. Luo Changfeng's lips curled slightly. In that case, could Elder Zhang first retract the illusion array? In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became palpable. Chapter 165, The Overreaction in the Imperial Academy's Assembly Hall. The esteemed members of the institution had gathered, seemingly to deliberate on a matter of great importance. Dean, are you suggesting that Prince Yong may have defected to the soul-refining sect? The Vice Dean, when by, appeared somewhat incredulous. Xiaomingshan nodded. Not only that, but just yesterday, the emissaries of the soul-refining sect began to openly oppose the royal family. This is an alarming sign. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Chief Justice Hung Chiu furrowed his brow. Does this mean that Prince Yong no longer intends to conceal his intentions? As soon as Hung Chiu spoke, the atmosphere in the hall became even more tense. Everyone was well aware of Prince Yong's ambitious nature, however, until now. He had adhered to the last vestige of loyalty to his sovereign. Was he finally ready to reveal his true colors? Mu Qing tentatively inquired, Dean, if that day truly arrives, how should our Imperial Academy position itself? The others straightened in their seats, for Mu Qing had articulated the question that lingered in their minds. Xiaomingshan rose to his feet. Since its inception, the Imperial Academy has weathered countless storms over the centuries. Our fates have long been intertwined with that of the Empire. Can there be a complete egg beneath an overturned nest? Though Xiaomingshan did not explicitly state it, everyone grasped the underlying message. Surely, our Imperial Academy cannot ally with those from the soul-refining sect. At that moment, A voice, seemingly capable of piercing through souls, resonated from afar. Almost immediately, 5 formidable figures emanating an aura of terror flashed into the hall. "Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Ancestor." Everyone hurriedly stood to pay their respects. These 5 individuals were none other than the successive heads of the Imperial Academy, with the foremost being the stunningly beautiful matriarch, Zhao Su. "Ancestor, please." Xuanyuan respectfully gestured to relinquish the main seat. Zhao Su waved her hand. "No need for that. We old fellows have come this time with a singular purpose, to clarify the stance of the Imperial Academy. We shall never ally with the soul-refining sect." "Indeed." The assembly responded in unison. Since even the esteemed ancestors had spoken thus, it seemed they would have to stand firm against the soul-refining sect. However, that was a superlative sect, after all, filled with golden elixir experts and numerous nascent souls. How could they, a handful of individuals, contend with such a colossal force? Zhao Su appeared to perceive their apprehensions. "Rest assured, according to the regulations of the cultivation world, those above the golden elixir stage cannot manifest in the secular realm. Therefore, we are not without our chances." Moreover, pausing momentarily, Zhao Su surveyed the room and enunciated slowly. "Moreover, the cultivation world is not solely comprised of the soul-refining sect." Upon hearing these words, everyone was collectively taken aback. Did the Master's implication suggest that the Imperial Academy had indeed established a connection with a certain super-sect within the cultivation world? If that were the case, what was there to fear? Let us engage in a struggle to the end. Indeed, the outcome remains uncertain. The crowd's spirits were thoroughly ignited, and Zhao Su nodded in satisfaction. Xuanyuan remained composed, as if he had anticipated this all along. At the Danhua Tower, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Luo Chanfeng elucidated the mystery with a single remark, causing old Zhong's heart to tremble profoundly. Yun Lanfeng, bewildered, wondered what kind of illusion array was being referred to. As he felt nothing amiss, instinctively, he turned to glance at old Zhong, who maintained his usual demeanor but exhibited a newfound gravity in his expression. The old man's gaze toward Luo Chanfeng deepened considerably. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, lamenting his own impulsiveness, for he had not anticipated the young friend's extraordinary mastery of formations. Though old Zhong's words were casually spoken, his heart was in a state of shock. Hailing from the Dangod sect, one of the 5 major sects in the southern wilderness, he held the position of an external elder. Despite being at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, he was considered rather inconsequential within the external sect. However, old Zhong possessed certain distinctions. He was not only a 4th-grade alchemist but also harbored another, lesser-known identity as a formation master. Moreover, he was no ordinary formation master, having ascended to the ranks of a grand formation master, suggesting his expertise in formation surpassed even his alchemical skills. This dual proficiency accounted for his elevated status within the external sect, as alchemists were rare, but formation masters were even scarcer. A figure like old Zhong, who excelled in both disciplines, was exceedingly uncommon. Logically, the formations he devised should have been impenetrable, even in the outer sect of the Dangod sect, let alone in this trivial mundane world. Yet, this young man had effortlessly discerned the intricacies, leaving him astounded. Old Zhong waved his hand to dismantle the formation, and the surrounding space resonated with a subtle ripple. In the following moment, he performed an act that left Yun Lanfeng utterly astounded. "Oh, the Master of Clouds has often extolled the virtues of young friend Luo before me, but I must confess, upon this encounter, I am further amazed. Thus, I sincerely apologize for my earlier impetuousness." With that, old Zhong genuinely bowed deeply to Luo Chanfeng. Yun Lanfeng gasped in astonishment, his gaze toward Luo Chanfeng growing increasingly complex. No one understood old Zhong's status within the sect better than he did. Although merely an elder, even the external elders treated him with the utmost respect. The notion of such a prominent figure offering an apology to a junior was enough to send chills down anyone's spine if it were to spread beyond this moment. Luo Chanfeng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by the other party's demeanor. To be honest, at the very first glance upon their meeting, he had already roughly surmised the identity of the individual before him. With such remarkable cultivation and the ability to command the utmost respect from Yun Lanfeng, he could think of no other than the Danshan sect. The small illusionary formation that had been set up bore no trace of malice. It was evidently merely intended to probe into his background. Given this, the elder truly had no need to offer an apology. Yet, the fact that he could set aside notions of hierarchy and sincerely apologize to a junior stirred within Luo Chanfeng a newfound appreciation for the Danshan sect. once the preeminent among the 5 great sects of the southern wilderness. Elder Zhong, you are overly courteous. I am merely fortunate to have recognized this formation. Luo Chanfeng respectfully paid his respects to the elder, thereby honoring Old Master Zhong's stature. Upon hearing this, Old Master Zhong waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, I have devoted 2 centuries to cultivation and have immersed myself in the art of formations for nearly 100 years. The wise are indeed our teachers. There is no luck involved. It seemed that Old Master Zhong had opened the floodgates of conversation, eager to engage in a heartfelt dialogue with Luo Chanfeng. However, Yun Lanfeng, observing from the side, grew anxious and interjected, Old Master, young brother Luo, has an important matter to discuss as well, which pertains to the refinement of 4th-tier elixirs. What do you think? Before Yun Lanfeng could finish his sentence, Old Master Zhong suddenly leapt from his chair, stepping swiftly before Luo Chanfeng with a face etched with wrinkles that were all too visible. What is this? You can refine elixirs? 4th-tier elixirs, no less? Luo Chanfeng nodded slightly, inwardly murmuring about the lack of insight exhibited by those emerging from the cultivation world. Wasn't it merely a 4th-grade elixir? How challenging could it truly be? Chapter 166. Spare me, my leader. Nearly a month had elapsed since the last alchemical contest at Danhua Tower. The once arrogant elder who had long since met his demise in Xuanyuan City, leaving not a trace behind. Strangely, the loss of elder who seemed to purify the alchemical atmosphere of Danhua Tower even further. In particular, many young alchemists had been afforded ample opportunities for rigorous training, and their alchemical skills had progressed at an astonishing rate. This transformation was largely attributed to the fateful wager Luo Chanfeng had made that day. Now, Luo Chanfeng had become a veritable legend within Danhua Tower. Numerous aspiring alchemists who had been fortunate enough to witness that battle viewed him as the beacon for their lifelong pursuits. Consequently, news of his appearance in the underground alchemical chamber spread like wildfire, and before long, he was surrounded by a throng of eager admirers. Yun Lanfeng and Elder Zhong, on the other hand, seemed to fade into the background, hastily retreating in apprehension, as if fearing they might be trampled underfoot. Witnessing this scene, Yun Lanfeng, the tower's master, was nearly beside himself with frustration. Master Luo, I am Wang Hui. Master Luo, I am Ming Yuhao. Master Luo, I am. As he gazed upon the youthful and fervent faces surrounding him, Luo Chanfeng couldn't help but smile. Not long ago, he too had been among those young souls, gazing up in admiration at the brilliance of others. Ah, the joys of youth. Luo Chanfeng could not help but murmur to himself, although his corporeal form was scarcely yet 20 years of age. To his astonishment, young Luo commanded such significant esteem within the confines of the building. Elder Zhong stroked his beard, a broad smile adorning his face. Yun Lanfeng offered an awkward smile, inwardly grumbling, who, pray tell, is truly the master of this establishment? After the commotion subsided, Luo Chanfeng made his way directly to the exclusive Tianzi room that belonged to him. Here, the heart of the earth's fire was most intense. Upon entering, one felt as though they had stepped into a blazing furnace. Luo Chanfeng slowly turned around and inquired, Uncle Yun, have the materials been gathered? Yun Lanfeng promptly replied, they have long been prepared. We are merely awaiting your command to commence the alchemical process. As he spoke, Yun Lanfeng summoned forth a series of ethereal herbs, each radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, which gracefully emerged from his storage ring and arranged themselves neatly upon the shelf. Luo Chanfeng cast a cursory glance and nodded slightly. Danhua Tower has always conducted its affairs with prudence, and the spiritual materials were prepared in accordance with the list he provided that day. Observing the age of the medicinal herbs, each exceeded 500 years, and in accordance with the proportions required for alchemical refinement, at least 10 portions of spiritual materials had been gathered. With everything in readiness, it was time to ignite the furnace and commence the alchemical process. Luo Chanfeng stretched his limbs languidly. The 4th-grade elixir, the transformation pill, is ideally suited for practitioners at the pinnacle of the Qi opening stage, possessing the potential to enhance the success rate of forming a golden core by at least 30%. Old Zhong glanced at Yun Lanfeng and inquired, Master Yin, are you certain that young brother Luo can concoct a 4th-grade elixir? Yun Lanfeng offered a wry smile and replied, to speak candidly, this is my first encounter witnessing young brother Luo's alchemical skills. However, if he asserts that he is capable, then I have no doubt he will succeed. The certainty in Yun Lanfeng's words took old Zhong by surprise. He had not anticipated the usually proud Yun Lanfeng to hold such admiration for a youth. At that moment, Luo Chanfeng stood still, his eyes slightly closed, exuding an air of mastery. What is young friend Luo up to? Old Zheng pondered, somewhat perplexed. Yunlan Feng, appearing knowledgeable, remarked, "Ah, he must be engaged in preparatory work for alchemy." Old Zheng softly acknowledged this with a hum, choosing to remain silent so as not to disturb Luo Changfeng. Thus, time passed, tick by tick. Luo Changfeng maintained his standing posture for a full quarter of an hour, showing no signs of action. Old Zheng, unable to bear the tension any longer, remarked that he possessed some knowledge of alchemy himself, but the preparation time seemed excessively prolonged. Yin Lanfeng scratched his head, perplexed as to what exactly Luo Changfeng was concocting. At this moment, however, Luo Changfeng was acutely aware of a significant oversight temperature. For the third-tier heavenly spirit pill, he could employ burning wood in conjunction with the earth's core fire for its refinement. Yet, for fourth-tier elixirs, the temperature requirements would be even more demanding, rendering ordinary burning wood wholly inadequate. In his previous life, he could effortlessly summon spiritual flames, even true fire for alchemical purposes. But now he was merely a fledgling cultivator at the body refinement stage. Before reaching the core formation stage, he could not even wield spiritual flames, let alone true fire. However, faced with this predicament, he could not simply turn to the two and suggest they wait until he achieved core formation to assist them in refining fourth-tier elixirs. That would be thoroughly awkward, an embarrassment of monumental proportions. Just as he found himself ensnared in this dilemma, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Wow, what a rich essence of earth fire. Boss, where are we? The voice of the demon Yusuba abruptly emerged within his thoughts. Luo Changfeng's eyes suddenly brightened. How could he have forgotten about this? Although he himself was unable to wield spiritual flames, the demon clan possessed an innate ability to conjure demonic fire, which was equal to or even surpassed the temperature of spiritual flames. With this thought in mind, Luo Changfeng immediately instructed, Uspa, I require your demonic fire for the refinement of a fourth-grade elixir shortly. Boss, please know, outside the demon realm, my demonic fire cannot be replenished effectively. With each bit consumed, my power diminishes significantly. Upon hearing Luo Changfeng's request to borrow its demonic fire, Uspa shook its head vehemently, clearly expressing its profound reluctance. Luo Changfeng nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the validity of the statement. After all, one should not sacrifice their well-being in the pursuit of alchemy, should they? Yusuba quickly concurred, exclaiming, The leader is indeed wise. The leader is indeed wise. However, in the next instant, Luo Changfeng unexpectedly began to recite an incantation. The previously tranquil and floating primordial golden cauldron within the Sea of Souls abruptly began to spin, unleashing an unparalleled force of attraction directed towards Yusuba. The demon Yusuba let out a piercing shriek, witnessing its soul uncontrollably drifting towards the cauldron. Leader, I was wrong. Feel free to take the demonic flames. Use them as you wish. Take as much as you desire. Yusuba, terrified to the brink of losing its very essence, stumbled over its words. Upon discerning that the opportune moment had arrived, Luo Changfeng finally commanded the Hongming Golden Cauldron to come to a halt. The previously audacious Yusuba, having been unexpectedly subdued, became notably compliant, no longer daring to engage in any underhanded schemes. With the flames now under control, all the requisite conditions for concocting a fourth-grade elixir were thus fulfilled. Luo Changfeng abruptly opened his eyes and swiftly approached the alchemical furnace. With a low yet commanding utterance, the spiritual herbs, as if endowed with wings, soared into the cauldron under his meticulous mental guidance. Both Elder Zhong and his companion trembled in unison. Was the process finally commencing? Chapter 167. Remain calm and composed. Luo Changfeng's movements were executed with remarkable swiftness, dazzling to the eye. He ignited the furnace, fueled the cauldron, controlled the flames, and manipulated the materials with such fluidity that each step seemed to unfold simultaneously, devoid of any hesitation. His mastery over time and temperature was impeccable. Multitasking in such a manner is a profound test of an alchemist's spirit, concentration, and mental fortitude. Elder Zhong, observing from the side, was repeatedly astonished. Simultaneously, a multitude of questions arose in his mind. Could this young man truly be under 20 years of age? His alchemical techniques appeared more refined than those of this venerable old man who had immersed himself in the art for nearly a century. Was it possible that he had begun his studies in alchemy from the womb? The more Elder Zhong pondered, the more ludicrous it seemed. Yet, this notion was not entirely unfounded, as Luo Changfeng, being a reincarnated individual, had indeed delved into this craft in his past life. In terms of alchemical prowess, Luo Changfen's skills could rank among the top 10 within the entire Qiming immortal realm. Thus, after about a quarter of an hour, the first batch of materials was completely added to the cauldron. The temperature inside the furnace reached its zenith. The alchemical process had officially commenced. Threads of heat began to seep from the ground, and the temperature within the alchemical chamber surged dramatically, suffused with the power of flames. Seconds turned into minutes. Elder Zheng remained utterly focused on the cauldron, attentively monitoring the situation within. Suddenly, he let out a deep sigh, his mood plummeting to an all-time low. Elder Zheng, what is the matter? Yun Lanfeng inquired softly, perplexed. Take a closer look at the materials within the cauldron, Elder Zheng advised. Yun Lanfeng had been concentrating on Luo Changfeng, neglecting the cauldron's contents. Prompted by Elder Zheng's serious tone, he quickly focused his attention. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but exclaim softly. Elder Zheng glanced at him. What? Have you discovered something amiss? Yun Lanfeng replied cautiously, Elder Zheng, it appears that the spiritual materials within the cauldron still retain their complete form, showing no signs of being refined. What could this mean? Elder Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. You are a third-grade alchemist. How can you lack such discernment? Yun Lanfeng, bewildered, clasped his hands in respect, pleading for Elder Zheng's guidance. Elder Zheng cast a glance at Luo Changfeng, his expression somewhat complicated. I should have anticipated this. The refinement of a fourth-grade elixir demands exceedingly high temperatures. After the formation of the elixir, an alchemist can utilize the intense heat released by the spiritual flames for refining. Yet, ordinary firewood struggles to meet this requirement. I had thought that the geothermal fire of this chamber could compensate for the deficiency, but it seems I was overly naive. Upon hearing this, Yun Lanfeng's heart tightened. Did Elder Zheng imply that this alchemical endeavor would end in failure? The outcome was one that Yun Lanfeng was loath to witness. However, he recognized that Elder Zheng spoke the truth. Without reaching the Dan formation stage, he could not harness the spiritual flame, and without the spiritual flame, it was impossible to concoct high-grade elixirs. This dilemma seemed insurmountable. Gradually, Yun Lanfeng found solace in this realization. It appeared that he had set his expectations too high for this young man, who had consistently performed wonders. After all, his current realm was merely that of body refinement, and demanding the creation of fourth-grade elixirs was indeed asking too much. Just as the two had relinquished all hope, Luo Changfeng suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, two beams of golden light flickered and vanished. He then waved his hand to summon array flags, his fingers swiftly forming seals. As spiritual patterns danced around the alchemical furnace like butterflies among blossoms. As the spiritual energy surged, a semicircular light curtain materialized out of thin air, enveloping the alchemical furnace completely. This was, astonishingly, a formation. Within the array's luminous veil, a miniature world emerged, encompassing wind, frost, snow, rain, and the cycles of yin and yang. As the spiritual seals shifted, the scene alternated between serene sunshine and tempestuous storms, between howling gales and an eerie chill. Elder Zheng gasped in astonishment. The formation that had appeared bore some resemblance to the celestial mechanism array he had studied. This formation belonged to the category of confinement arrays and could rank among the mid-tier arrays. For a master array craftsman like him, setting it up posed little challenge. Yet to see Luo Changfeng execute it with such effortless grace was beyond his experience. Could it be that this young prodigy had already ascended to the level of a master array craftsman? This bold conjecture made Elder Zheng's eyelids flutter. Regardless of whether he could concoct fourth-grade elixirs, his mastery of formations alone was sufficient to secure his standing in the cultivation world. Contemplating this, Elder Zheng's gaze toward Luo Changfeng grew increasingly fervent, akin to discovering a rare treasure. Elder Zheng, why does young brother Luo need to set up an array? Yun Lanfeng could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. Elder Zheng shook his head. After nearly a century of alchemical practice, he had never heard of the need to arrange an array for alchemy. Yun Lanfeng scratched his head, and suddenly, a look of enlightenment crossed his face. I understand now. It must be a spirit-locking array to prevent the elixir from escaping due to its excessive spiritual essence at the moment of formation. After saying this, he could not help but pat himself on the back, as if he were the most astute of all. Elder Zheng, upon hearing this, nearly bristled with indignation. His beard nearly askew. Nonsense! Are you conjuring ginseng dolls here? It's merely a fourth-grade elixir. How could it possess such great spiritual essence? Yun Lanfeng felt as though he had been struck, filled with frustration, yet daring not to retort. Luo Changfeng smiled faintly, harboring a degree of admiration for the thought process of the esteemed master of the tower. The rationale behind the formation was rather straightforward. He intended to unleash the demonic flames shortly, which possessed a sinister nature, to prevent being misconstrued as a practitioner of dark arts. He had no choice but to employ the array as a guise. The heavenly mechanism array, inverting the cosmos and reversing the duality of yin and yang, simulated certain attributes of the shadow realm, thereby avoiding suspicion. With the grand formation complete and the opportune moment at hand, Luo Changfeng activated the array. In an instant, a chilling aura filled the air, instilling a sense of dread. "Yusaba, it's time to get to work." "Understood, boss," Luo Changfeng called out, and Wuzaba scampered out with great enthusiasm. Being a spiritual entity, and having been subjected to a unique restriction by Luo Changfeng, its presence remained utterly undetectable to outsiders. With a single finger raised, Luo Changfeng conjured a dark light that swiftly penetrated the formation. In the next moment, the entire array trembled violently. Tendrils of black demonic flames surged into the alchemical furnace, enveloping it in a terrifyingly intense heat. "Old Master Zheng, look. The temperature of the furnace is rising again." Yunlan Feng exclaimed excitedly, resembling a child, completely oblivious to his demeanor. "Calm down. You are the master of a prestigious establishment. How can you display such a lack of composure? With your attitude, how will you ever elevate the Danhua Pavilion?" Old Master Zheng reprimanded him sternly, leaving Yunlan Feng deeply embarrassed, nearly wishing to vanish into the ground. Yes, you are right, old master," he stammered. But before he could finish, a voice sharper than his suddenly pierced the air. "Goodness! All the medicinal materials have completely melted. How is this possible?" At this moment, it was Elder Zheng's turn to feel unsettled. Observing the old man before him, who seemed poised to leap 3 feet high, Yunlan Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. Good heavens! Chapter 168. The Crimson Flame Order. Ever since Xiaohe entered the alchemy room, he had secluded himself in a corner, adopting the most comfortable posture. Sprawled out in a relaxed manner, he did not appear to utilize any techniques. Instead, with each inhalation and exhalation, countless fine flames from the earth's core surged forth, only to be directly drawn into his mouth. It seemed that Xiaohe relished this high-temperature energy, occasionally emitting low moans of satisfaction. Elder Zheng observed in amazement. Although he prided himself on his extensive experience, he could not discern the true nature of Xiaohe's beastly form. Turning his gaze to the distance, where Luo Changfeng was engrossed in alchemy, Elder Zheng shook his head in exasperation. Both the man and the beast were utterly inscrutable. The crafting of the Nirvana pill relied on several, which, when combined with the chilling essence of demonic flames, yielded remarkably effective results. The resulting elixir was sure to possess an enhanced grade. As both observers marveled, all the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron vanished without a trace. In their place were several drops of liquid exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. The next critical phase was fusion, wherein different properties of spiritual liquids melded into one, forming the foundation of the pill. Each type of spiritual liquid possessed its unique energy attributes, and these energies often repelled one another. The alchemist's task was to expertly locate the critical point where all forces could coexist in harmony. The fusion process was the most perilous aspect of alchemy. With the slightest misstep, the cauldron could explode, leading to utter failure. However, for Luo Changfeng, endowed with an expansive soul sea and the dual pupil technique, such challenges were trifling. Alchemists often excelled at multitasking, and seasoned practitioners like Elder Zheng could manage 10 tasks simultaneously. Yet, our exalted Luo could accomplish 100 tasks at once, albeit limited by his current realm. A wisp of soul energy surged from his brow, enveloping the cauldron, instantly encasing all the liquids within. Consolidation. Luo Changfeng uttered a low exclamation, and in an instant, the previously tranquil droplets of spiritual liquid began to whirl with astonishing speed, coalescing into a singular form. Moments later, a plump, azure elixir materialized within the alchemical cauldron. The next moment, the room was suffused with a fragrant aroma. Even through the array's luminous barrier, the rich scent of the elixir could be detected. It was a success. Yunlan Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Elder Zheng nodded in approval, affirming that such a fragrant essence undoubtedly indicated a 4th-tier elixir. He marveled at how effortlessly Luo had achieved this remarkable feat. Luo Changfeng swiftly formed incantations with his hands, and the pill, initially the size of a walnut, was instantly compressed to the size of a longan. The azure pill became more rounded and increasingly solid. Luo Changfeng waved his hand, and a cerulean elixir appeared in his grasp. Elder Zheng and Yunlan Feng hurried over, their expressions brimming with excitement. Elder Zheng rubbed his hands together and inquired, "Young friend, may I take a look?" Certainly. Luo Chafeng spoke as he casually tossed the elixir in his hand. This startled old Zhong, who hurriedly caught it with both hands, not forgetting to shoot a glare at Luo Changfeng. Yun Lanfeng leaned closer, inquiring, "Old Zhong, how many patterns are there?" The grade of the elixir is easily discernible. One simply needs to count the number of spiritual patterns. 1, 2, 3, 4. Old Zhong counted carefully, and upon confirming it was a fourth-grade elixir, his spirits lifted dramatically. "Oh," he suddenly exclaimed. "What is it, Old Zhong?" Yun Lanfeng asked, puzzled. Old Zhong remained silent, his gaze fixated on the spot where the fourth spiritual pattern had vanished. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a faint, elusive line, barely visible. The fifth spiritual pattern. Old Zhong was taken aback. Although this final pattern was exceedingly subtle, it nonetheless revealed its presence. This indicated that the elixir was not merely a fourth-grade concoction, but was perilously close to a fifth-grade one. A fifth-grade elixir, heavens! Old Zhong felt as though his breath were caught in his throat. Though esteemed as a master alchemist, he was merely a fourth-grade alchemist himself, without a significant opportunity. He believed he would remain at this level for the rest of his life. The thought of becoming a fifth-grade alchemist was beyond his wildest dreams. Yet here was a young man, not yet 20, who had already brushed against the threshold of fifth-grade alchemy. The impact on him was profound. Old Zhong felt as though the arduous path he had sought for years was but a jest. Old Zhong. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Yun Lanfeng grew anxious. After a considerable pause, Old Zhong gradually regained his composure, his gaze towards Luo Changfeng now laced with a hint of respect. He solemnly stated, "Young friend Luo, would you care to join my Danshan sect?" Yun Lanfeng was taken aback. "Old Zhong, you." He had not anticipated that Old Zhong would publicly reveal his identity and extend an invitation to Luo Changfeng to join the sect. Old Zhong's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on Luo Changfeng, hoping to see shock and joy reflected in his eyes. Alas, the outcome left him disappointed. Luo Changfeng remained as tranquil as an ancient well, showing no signs of disturbance even upon hearing references to the cultivation world and the Dan Divine sect. This only deepened Elder Zhong's astonishment. Luo Changfeng offered an apologetic smile. "My apologies, Elder Zhong. I will inevitably venture into the cultivation realm, but not at this moment. I still have matters to attend to here." Yun Lanfeng gazed at him as though he were a curiosity. For cultivators of the mundane world, entering the cultivation realm is undeniably a monumental leap towards greatness. Moreover, the prospect of directly joining one of the 5 grand sects, the Dan God sect, is a dream that many dare not even envision. Yet, Luo Changfeng so decisively declined this extraordinary opportunity. Elder Zhong's eyes betrayed a profound disappointment. Yet he understood that a prodigy like Luo Changfeng could not be forced. Everything hinges upon fate. With this thought, Elder Zhong retrieved a red token engraved with the image of a small alchemical cauldron from his storage ring. "Take this crimson flame token. It may prove useful when you reach the cultivation realm." Luo Changfeng took the token into his hand. It felt warm to the touch and was evidently crafted from exquisite materials. Upon seeing the token, Yun Lanfeng was taken aback, and Luo Changfeng remained oblivious to its origins. As a disciple of the outer sect, he could not possibly be unaware of its significance. The Crimson Flame token was a symbol reserved solely for the elders of the outer sect. Elder Zhong, due to his unique status, had been granted one by the sect master as an exception, highlighting its remarkable value. It is no exaggeration to say that with this token, one could command nearly 10,000 disciples of the outer sect, including the esteemed master of Danhua Tower himself. Such a pivotal token. How could Elder Zhong have so easily relinquished it? Yun Lanfeng contemplated advising against it, yet a single glance from Elder Zhong silenced him. "Master Yun, to receive the assistance of young friend Luo, one can scarcely fathom the fortune you must have accrued over several lifetimes." With those words, Elder Zhong turned and departed from the alchemy chamber, his hunched figure casting a profound sense of solitude in his wake. Luo Changfeng tucked away the token and said, "Uncle Yun, I shall remain here for the time being, endeavoring to refine the remaining spiritual materials into 4th-grade elixirs. This should sufficiently occupy Danhua Tower for a while." Yun Lanfeng was overjoyed and clasped his hands in gratitude, responding, "That is indeed a favor from you, dear nephew. By the way, you might consider extending your stay here. I have sent word to Siege, and I believe she will return in a couple of days." Luo Changfeng furrowed his brow, a sense of unease enveloping him as he suspected that Yun Lanfeng harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 169, A Frantic Breakthrough. With Yun Lanfeng's departure, he remained in the company of a beast. Besides concocting fourth-grade elixirs, Luo Chanfeng sought to seize this opportunity to elevate his own realm. The assassination attempt last night had made him acutely aware of the fierce competition among the various powerful factions in the imperial capital, which had ceased to remain restrained and was now unfolding in full view. This was destined to be an unprecedented upheaval from which no one could remain aloof. The Imperial Academy, the royal family, the Gu family, Prince Yang, and Danhua Tower all seemed to be ensnared in a vast web woven by unseen hands, entangling everyone within. Inevitably, he found himself caught in this turmoil. As for the shadowy figure clad in black, although he remained unaware of this individual's true identity, it was evident that they commanded a level of caution even from the likes of Xiaoming Shan, and clearly hailed from the realm of cultivation. Coupled with his encounter today with Elder Zhong from the Danshan sect, a profound sense of crisis began to emerge within him. The pressure from the cultivation world made it abundantly clear that relying solely on his first-level body, refining realm, to navigate this storm safely was utterly implausible. Therefore, he must grow stronger. Luo Chanfeng raised his hand to establish a formation, enveloping the entire alchemy chamber and isolating it from the outside world. With the departure of others, he felt no constraints. He unceremoniously cast all remaining materials into the alchemy furnace. Dividing his consciousness, he multitasked with fervor. Uspa resumed his arduous labor, relentlessly urging the demonic flames, causing the temperature within the chamber to soar to an alarming degree. Even the azure stone tiles on the floor began to show signs of melting. Little Black, having unknowingly burrowed beneath the furnace, continued to lounge lazily. Occasionally, it lifted its head to gaze in Uspa's direction, a flicker of confusion crossing its eyes. In no time, all the spiritual herbs had completely liquefied. With a flicker of thought, Luo Chanfeng summoned the Yuzaba to swiftly return to the 9 nether ring. Consolidate, he uttered in a low voice, channeling his soul energy to commence the merging of the elixirs. The process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any hindrance. Soon, a series of ethereal patterns emerged, accelerating the refinement. After a few moments, 10 plump azure pills materialized in his hands, exuding an astonishing fragrance. Like the first, these elixirs were uniformly classified as quasi-fifth grade. The formidable energy contained within these quasi-fifth grade pills was astonishing, sufficient to enhance a chi transformation realm expert's probability of forming a golden core by 50%. What does this increase of 50% imply? It is tantamount to a single pill possessing the potential to forge a golden core cultivator. One can only imagine the chaos such pills would incite among prominent families in the outside world. However, Luo Chanfeng felt discontent. These pills were most effective for chi transformation realm experts. For his current physical refinement stage, their utility was limited. To elevate his realm, he required a substantial quantity of high-grade pills akin to the celestial spirit pill. Alternatively, he could rely on the spiritual liquid refined within the primordial cauldron. Upon contemplating the spiritual liquid, Luo Chanfeng smacked his forehead, wishing he could chastise himself. How could he have forgotten this? He had just plundered an ancient sect's spiritual herb garden with Xiaohe. Presently, his storage bag housed thousands of spiritual plants, each over 3,000 years old. With such an abundance of high-quality spiritual materials, if utilized for pill refinement, it would not be surprising to yield 6th-grade pills, let alone 5th-grade ones. Yet, such high-grade elixirs would inevitably demand stricter temperature controls and higher standards for the alchemical furnace. He glanced at the alchemy furnace before him, which had already begun to show fine cracks due to the intense heat. Luo Chanfeng sighed, for he did not believe that, under the current circumstances, it was possible to concoct a pill surpassing the 4th grade. Why not simply cast these medicinal herbs directly into the cauldron? Luo Chanfeng was suddenly struck by a bold idea. Previously, in the Xuanyuan mountain range, he had cast the dragon spirit fruit, guarded by the golden-armored iron lizard, into the Hongming cauldron, resulting in the acquisition of 80 drops of golden spiritual liquid. If that were the case, why bother refining any elixirs? It seemed utterly superfluous. Resolute in his decision, Luo Chanfeng focused his thoughts, and dozens of spiritual herbs soared from his storage pouch, swiftly consumed by the diminutive cauldron. Luo Chanfeng was filled with anticipation. In the next moment, the Hongming Ding trembled with a profound resonance. A surge of ethereal mist suddenly ascended, gradually coalescing into a luminous orb. As the radiance dissipated and the form within became discernible, Luo Chanfeng gasped in astonishment. Could it be that this was still spiritual liquid? It had nearly transformed into a spiritual pearl. Staring at the several small orbs gently floating within the golden cauldron, Luo Chanfeng was left utterly speechless. According to his estimations, Each of these small orbs was equivalent to nearly 100 drops of the previous spiritual liquid. Moreover, the spiritual liquid refined by the Haoming Ding was of unparalleled purity, devoid of any impurities. This indicated that its efficacy surpassed that of medicinal pills. In light of this revelation, Luo Chanfeng steeled his resolve and cast several hundred spirit materials into the depths. As he beheld the sudden appearance of over 100 small golden orbs, a broad smile threatened to distort his face. Truly, the artifact was formidable. It was nothing short of an automatic alchemical machine. At that moment, a faint sigh echoed from the depths of the golden cauldron. What a foolish child. However, the voice was so peculiar that Luo Chanfeng remained utterly oblivious. In total, there were 120 small golden orbs, equivalent to over 10,000 drops of golden liquid, in addition to the more than 200 mid-grade spirit stones within his storage pouch. This would be more than sufficient for a breakthrough in his cultivation. Luo Chanfeng intends to no longer restrain his realm, seeking a refreshing and uninhibited breakthrough this time. Xiaohe, assist me in safeguarding my progress. Luo Chanfeng called out to the drowsy little black beside him. All right, but you must allow me to taste that black flame you just conjured. The little black replied with a sly grin. Boss, please don't. I would be drained dry by that hideous creature. A wail echoed from within the 9 nether ring. Luo Chanfeng, however, remained oblivious, responding with a cheerful, very well, no problem. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe immediately perked up. Luo Chanfeng once again adorned the perimeter of the isolation array with an additional layer of defensive enchantments, a precaution taken for unforeseen circumstances. With all preparations meticulously in place, he settled into a meditative posture as 200 mid-grade spirit stones gracefully emerged from his storage pouch, aligning themselves before him in an orderly fashion. The spiritual energy within the alchemy chamber surged to several times its usual potency. Observing this spectacle, the little black creature nearly bulged its eyes in disbelief. How could a mere cultivator at the body refinement stage possess greater wealth than I, a 6th-tier spirit beast? Truly, it is a case of comparing humans to humans, which is infuriating. Nay, it is more aptly a comparison of beasts to humans, which serves only to vex the beast. Luo Chanfeng adjusted his vitality and spirit to their utmost potential as the Haoming Heavenly Tao scripture slowly began to circulate. In the next moment, he poured over 100 small golden orbs into the vast realm of his Dantian. Instantly, the world within the Dantian underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Amidst the thunder and lightnings, countless rivers surged and roared, while mountain ranges erupted from the earth, reaching towards the heavens. The verdant grasslands extended wildly, and primitive forests took root in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that those rivers were beginning to nurture primordial life. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chanfeng fervently drew upon the spiritual energy from his Dantian, channeling it through his meridians and circulating throughout his limbs and bones. This was the moment. Break for me, he bellowed as his realm ascended rapidly. Chapter 170, The Nemesis in the Blink of an Eye. 7 days had passed since the assassination attempt at the palace gates, which seemed to stir no ripples in the tranquility of the imperial city. Yet, discerning minds could perceive the madness concealed beneath this veneer of calm. For instance, the royal guard had undergone a complete overhaul, with new commanders assuming leadership. The long-abandoned northern barracks suddenly became home to over 100,000 troops. Among the court officials, many high-ranking ministers and generals feigned illness or announced their retirement to return to their hometowns. All these signs seemed to herald the impending arrival of a significant event. At this moment, in the grand hall of the palace, the great Emperor Mizantian sat quietly. The night had deepened, and the surroundings were eerily silent. The flickering candlelight elongated his shadow dramatically. Suddenly, Mizantian opened his eyes wide. The sound of footsteps approached, and a black-armored general hurriedly entered, reporting, "Your Majesty, the beheading plan has failed. The residence of Prince Yong is already deserted." A flicker of emotion stirred in Mizantian's heart. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled, "You and I, brothers, must ultimately face each other in battle, mustn't we?" The beheading plan had been intended to capture Prince Yong. Since it had failed, war became inevitable. Dispatch orders to mobilize the Northern Iron Cavalry to enter the capital swiftly. Mizantian commanded coldly, and the black-armored general bowed and withdrew. Commands flew out from the imperial city, echoing throughout the entire Longshan Empire. In the span of a single night, the machinery of war abruptly awakened. Today, the Imperial Academy was considerably more bustling than usual. The Bounty Pavilion, responsible for issuing reward tasks, was particularly crowded. No way, I can't be seeing this wrong. The rewards for the tasks released today are extraordinarily high. and the difficulty levels have decreased by more than one tier compared to usual. Indeed, typically, a celestial level task would offer a reward of merely 1,000 points, yet now, terrestrial level tasks exceeded 1,500 points. What on earth is the Academy doing? Why concern yourself so much? Perhaps the Academy simply wishes to ensure that we, the students who are progressing slowly in our cultivation, all benefit equally. Isn't that a good thing? Indeed, Brother Lou is correct. With the reduction in task difficulty and the increase in points, we now have the opportunity to accumulate sufficient points to enter the pagoda for training, which is indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune. Amidst the crowd, voices rose and fell as everyone excitedly engaged in discussion. However, some astute students began to notice the peculiarities of the situation. Most notably, the tasks that were announced are predominantly located at a considerable distance from the Imperial Academy. Even if the tasks were executed flawlessly, the time consumed in travel alone would exceed a month. It seems that the Academy has also recognized the unusual nature of this crisis. Luo Chanfeng murmured softly, turning away from the throng. He had only just returned to the Academy and, intrigued by the lively atmosphere, sought to investigate. He had spent a full week in the alchemical chamber beneath Danhua Tower. During those 7 days, his cultivation experienced a profound transformation as he ascended from the first level of body refinement to the fourth. At this juncture, he truly possessed the strength to contend with gold core practitioners. As for the little black creature, it was currently nestled on his shoulder, soundly asleep. In fact, Luo Chanfeng had stabilized his cultivation by the 5th day. Subsequently, he devoted his efforts to concocting elixirs to restore the creature's divine soul. Due to the necessity of concealing the secrets of the Haoming Cauldron, he had to make do with a conventional alchemical furnace, which delayed his progress by another 2 days. Although the creature's soul had not yet fully recovered, after consuming several hundred spirit herbs, it had stabilized at approximately the 3rd level of gold core. With its regained strength, the little black creature had actually diminished in size, now resembling a small cat, its fur glistening with an even deeper sheen of black. Just as Luo Chanfeng was about to venture further, a familiar female figure appeared behind him. Luo Chanfeng turned around and saw Yin Luo bouncing towards him. It turned out to be senior sister Yin. Humph, why call her senior sister? She is barely in her early 20s. Simply calling her Luo would suffice. A rare blush of bashfulness graced Yin Luo's face. Luo Chanfeng was utterly astonished. Was this truly the little sorceress he remembered? He hastily shifted the topic, offering his congratulations, surprised that she had advanced in her cultivation so swiftly. In just a few days, Yin Luo had indeed achieved the 1st level of body refinement. Unable to suppress a disdainful glance in his direction, Yin Luo remarked that there was little to celebrate, for compared to you extraordinary individuals, her modest strength was hardly noteworthy. Luo Chanfeng rubbed his nose, uncertain of how to respond. In the grand competition of the outer courtyard, Yin Luo, the ostensible 2nd place on the leaderboard, had ironically become the weakest contender. For someone as proud and ambitious as her, the setback was undeniably significant. Fortunately, at the last moment, Ouyang unexpectedly eliminated Wei Wuyo, allowing her to advance into the top 3. In addition to receiving 50 mid-grade spirit stones, she was awarded 5 days of training in the Pagoda of Ascendance. These rewards would undoubtedly accelerate her future cultivation. Yin Luo continued to inquire, "What have you been up to these past few days? You haven't even reported back to the class." Luo Chanfeng chuckled lightly, explaining that he had been delayed by some personal matters and had just returned to the academy. Yin Luo responded with an "oh," and then, as if suddenly recalling something, added, "By the way, during your absence, a stunning beauty named Mu Lingxue came to seek you several times. It must be for something significant." Upon hearing this, Luo Chanfeng furrowed his brows. It was quite rare for Mu Lingxue to take the initiative to seek him out, and this had occurred several times. He sensed an ominous undertone. Could it be that something significant was afoot? Be honest, what is the nature of your relationship with the most beautiful girl in the academy? Yin Luo inquired, stepping closer. Her sparkling eyes ablaze with the fiery curiosity of gossip. Upon sensing the precariousness of the situation, Luo Chanfeng hastily made his escape. Luo, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now, and we shall converse again later. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. Humph. Yin Luo stamped her foot, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Departing from the crowd, Luo Chanfeng utilized his swift movement technique, racing towards the direction of the 2nd class in the inner courtyard. "Alas, young man, do slow down. You are quite dizzying for this old fellow," protested the little black creature. Luo Chanfeng, disregarding all else, cast this fellow out with a single swift motion. How dare you seek your own demise? Xiao He shouted in fury, wishing nothing more than to retaliate. Upon arriving at the location of the second class, he was met by a group of young individuals approaching him. Leading them was a well-dressed young man, none other than his old friend, Qin Tian. At that moment, Qin Tian radiated confidence and pride, basking in the flattery of those around him. A tall, slender youth, wearing a sycophantic expression, exclaimed, "Brother Qin, I recently heard that a newcomer from the outer academy is quite the sensation, brimming with arrogance. When will you take action to teach him a lesson? So he understands who truly reigns in the inner academy?" No sooner had the slender youth finished speaking than a gentle breeze swept through, revealing an unexpected figure ahead. "Who are you to obstruct Brother Qin's path? Step aside at once," the tall youth declared, preparing to confront the intruder. However, at that moment, Qin Tian's smile abruptly vanished, his heart sinking in despair. "Oh no, it's my nemesis." Chapter 171. The Valley of 10,000 Flowers. At the rear mountains of the Imperial Academy lies the most spiritually rich area of the entire institution. Here, the vegetation flourishes, and the air is filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Dozens of artificially excavated caves are scattered throughout the region. Those permitted to reside here are the esteemed past directors and founders of the academy, as well as distinguished mentors who have made significant contributions to its development. Ordinary disciples cannot set foot in this sacred space without special permission. Mu Qing, as the vice president of the Imperial Academy, holds a prestigious status and thus possesses a dedicated cave in this area. Inside Mu Qing's cave, 5 figures sat in tranquil silence: Mu Qing, Mu Lingxue, and 3 unfamiliar young women. The 3 women, each possessing striking beauty and ethereal grace, donned flowing garments of pale purple, resembling celestial beings untouched by earthly concerns. Mu Lingxue's expression was far from pleasant, as if she had recently endured a dispute. The 3 women in purple remained silent, sitting quietly. Mu Qing, appearing somewhat awkward, cautiously addressed them. "Please, esteemed envoy, do not hold it against us. Xuer has been somewhat spoiled by my indulgence and lacks a proper sense of humility." One of the older women in purple waved her hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. We have come at the behest of our master to escort Miss Mu to our Valley of 10,000 Flowers. As long as the task is fulfilled, all else is negotiable." The Valley of 10,000 Flowers? It turns out that the 3 women in purple garments hail from the renowned Xuanyuan of the cultivation world. Previously, it was mentioned that the southern cultivation realm comprises 5 major supersects: Tianjin sect, Wuyin sect, Linhuan sect, Xuanyuan, and Danshan sect. Among these, Xuanyuan stands out as an anomaly, for it is exclusively inhabited by female cultivators. It is said that even the mosquitoes within the sect are devoid of males. To everyone's astonishment, Xuanyuan has chosen Mu Lingxue. While others view this as a meteoric rise, Mu Lingxue finds no joy in it. In truth, she has been in turmoil lately. Ever since the grand competition, where she witnessed Luo Chongfeng's formidable prowess, she has been both elated and troubled. The joy is evident, yet the sorrow stems from her fear that she may never be able to match the steps of the one she cherishes. She may forever remain in his shadow, silently watching him endure all alone. For the proud Mu Lingxue, this is utterly unacceptable. Shouldn't love entail standing by one another through life and death, sharing in hardships? Thus, when Mu Qing informed her that the envoy from Xuanyuan had taken an interest in her and wished to invite her to join the sect, Mu Lingxue felt a flicker of happiness. She perceived it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one that could empower her further and bring her closer to him. However, joining Xuanyuan would also mean departing from the Imperial Academy, forcing them apart once more. When they might reunite again is uncertain. Should she go or stay? The decision weighed heavily upon her. Taking a deep breath, Mu Lingxue suddenly raised her head and said, "Master, I know you have my best interests at heart, and I am willing to join Xuanyuan, but could you grant me a few more days?" Mu Qing, upon hearing this, was enraged. "Foolish girl, how many dream of joining Xuanyuan? Yet you repeatedly hesitate. Do you truly believe that such a fortune is meant solely for you?" With unwavering determination, Mu Lingxue replied, "I only need 5 days. After that, I shall accompany the envoys to Xuanyuan. Are you still thinking about that, boy? I advise you to abandon that hope. You two are from entirely different worlds." Mu Lingxue remained silent, yet her resolute expression spoke volumes. A fragrant breeze swept by, and the 3 women in purple had vanished, leaving behind a single remark: "We shall return in 5 days. I hope the junior sister will not put us in a difficult position then." After a prolonged silence, Mu Qing bitterly lamented, "Had I known this day would come, I should have dealt with that boy decisively in Xuanyuan City. And you would have let go of your infatuation." Mu Lingxue rose silently and departed from the cave. Mu Qing's gaze flickered, a hint of murderous intent surfacing in his heart. The moment Qin Tian laid eyes upon Luo Chanfeng, he instinctively contemplated a hasty retreat. One could only say that the impression left by Luo Chanfeng's earlier strike was indelibly profound. So much so that it made him forget that he was now a formidable practitioner of the Enlightenment realm. "Qin, where are you off to? Have you perhaps suffered from a bout of indigestion today?" Luo Chanfeng teased, noticing Qin Tian's intention to flee once more. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's teeth clenched audibly. "Luo Chanfeng, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe that I, Qin Tian, am afraid of you?" "Oh, is that so? I wonder what advice you might offer." "Qin." Luo Chanfeng smiled with a beguiling charm, an icy aura emanating from him, enveloping Qin Tian. Gazing upon that exceedingly infuriating visage, Qin Tian felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss. The sensation was akin to confronting an ancient ferocious beast, sending tremors through his very soul. How could this be possible? He clearly possessed only the cultivation of body refinement. Why could he unleash such formidable presence? "I am at the channel opening stage. Is there no justice in this world?" Qin Tian could not suppress the lament in his heart, as the spark of ambition that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. "Ahem. There is nothing to instruct. Junior brother has just arrived at the inner courtyard. Should you require any assistance, there is no need for formality." Qin Tian, stifling the tremors in his calves, feigned an air of nonchalance. Luo Chanfeng smiled faintly, acknowledging his senior brother's understanding nature. The surrounding crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? When had the usually arrogant senior brother Qin ever been so amicable towards newcomers? In light of this, I shall not hold back any longer and would like to inquire with my senior brother about the current whereabouts of Xuer. Upon hearing Luo Chanfeng's words, the crowd around him was once again rendered speechless. "Xuer? Who is that?" Qin Tian's lips twitched in response. "Well, junior sister Mu usually practices in her courtyard at this hour. You may go there to seek her out." As Qin Tian spoke, he pointed to the direction, eager to send this harbinger of misfortune away. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Upon realizing that the Xuan mentioned by Luo Chanfeng referred to their revered goddess Mu Lingxue, the crowd's demeanor shifted and displeasure crept in. "How dare you brat? Do you wish for your demise? How could you presume to utter junior sister Mu's name so casually and with such familiarity? Who do you think you are?" Luo Chanfeng, with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely mock, regarded Qin Tian and remarked, "Indeed, it appears one is courting death. Wouldn't you agree, senior brother Qin?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's countenance turned a ghastly shade of green. Good heavens, what a predicament! In the next moment, he acted with lightning speed, delivering a resounding slap that sent the unfortunate soul who had just spoken flying through the air. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the sudden and inexplicable outburst from senior brother Qin. Luo Chanfeng gave him a thumbs up and swiftly departed, heading towards the residence of Mu Lingxue. Little Black imitated him, raising its front paw toward Qin Tian, accompanied by a disdainful gaze, as if to say, "Not bad, kid, I have high hopes for you." This was nothing short of an insult, an unabashed affront. Even with Qin Tian's typically placid temperament, he could not tolerate such disrespect. Luo Chanfeng, "I will not let this go." Chapter 172. The scoundrel. It must be said that the Imperial Academy was indeed vast. Even its inner courtyard rivaled a medium-sized city. After an unrelenting search with his spiritual sense, Luo Chanfeng finally located Mu Lingxue's abode. "Little Black, keep up," he called as he dashed forward, his urgency making Little Black shake its head in disapproval. Simultaneously, a question arose in its mind. What kind of woman could cause this typically composed and astute individual to lose his composure? Just as Mu Lingxue returned to her small courtyard, preparing to commence her training, she suddenly furrowed her brow. Before she could react, a figure was already standing before her. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze. "Xuer, I have returned." With those words, Mu Lingxue's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Witnessing this scene, Luo Chanfeng felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy. He could hardly fathom what this seemingly strong yet internally tender girl had endured during their time apart. With a gentle smile, he opened his arms. Without hesitation, Mu Lingxue dove into his embrace like a delicate butterfly. In that moment, unspoken sorrows and hidden resentments were rendered silent, speaking volumes in their stillness. They held each other tightly, neither uttering a word. "Little Black, recognizing the intimacy of the moment, chose to remain outside the courtyard. Finding a comfortable spot to bask in the sun. With the beauty in his arms, radiating warmth and fragrance, Luo Xuanyuan found himself quite flustered. As a normal man in the prime of his youth, faced with a stunning beauty whose skin was as fair as snow, and whose figure was strikingly alluring. Maintaining composure was a near impossible feat. If one could remain unperturbed in such circumstances, it would surely indicate a dire state of affairs beyond remedy. Moreover, given the sheer delicacy of Mu Lingshue's attire, the close embrace inevitably elicited a response from the esteemed immortal king. Realizing the unusual tension, Mu Lingshue's face flushed crimson. She pushed Luo Changfeng away with a hasty motion, unable to suppress a light scold. "Humph, you scoundrel." The irony lay in her reprimand. Could she not refrain from exhibiting such bashfulness? Luo Changfeng took a deep breath, finding it ineffective, and inhaled once more, managing to quell the turmoil within his heart. With an expression of feigned innocence, he said, "You are my wife. How can that be considered lewd?" Mu Lingxue replied with a mischievous smile, "Who is your wife? Is there a marriage certificate?" His words nearly choked Luo Changfeng. Giggling incessantly, Mu Lingxue found herself in much higher spirits. Luo Changfeng once again took her delicate little hand, asking, "How do you feel? Is your mood a bit better?" Mu Lingxue gently responded with a soft Just as Luo Changfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him, a sudden sharp pain shot through his waist, leaving him bewildered. Mu Lingxue slowly lifted her head, her bright, dark eyes blinking as she inquired, "I heard it was the fourth princess who took you away?" A surge of murderous intent. In that instant, Luo Changfeng clearly perceived an overwhelming aura of hostility emanating from Mu Lingshue's gaze. A shiver ran down his spine as he suddenly comprehended the situation. This woman was indeed feeling jealous. Luo Changfeng touched his nose and cleared his throat. "Please do not misunderstand. The fourth princess merely requested my assistance in repairing a magical formation. In truth, I have been residing at Danhua Tower for the past few days and only returned to the academy today. Is that so?" Mu Lingxue replied, unconsciously tightening her grip. Luo Changfeng wore a look of deep frustration. "What I said is entirely true. You may inquire with Xiaohe if you doubt my words." It was only upon mentioning Xiaohe that Luo Changfeng suddenly snapped to attention. He turned around, only to find no trace of that individual. "Who is Xiaohe?" Mu Lingxue inquired hastily. Luo Changfeng, feeling helpless, could only chuckle awkwardly. "Well, I shall tell you later. I heard from Yun Luo that you have been searching for me recently. Is there something of great importance?" Upon hearing this, Mu Lingshue's spirits immediately plummeted. Luo Changfeng furrowed his brow, pondering the connection to Mu Qing. Instinctively, he thought of that old witch, for Mu Lingxue was her prized disciple. And this old woman was notoriously protective. Who else would dare to let Mu Lingxue suffer indignities? Sensing the palpable aura of menace emanating from Luo Changfeng, Mu Lingxue understood that some matters could not remain concealed. Thus, she recounted the events concerning the Wanhua Valley in their entirety. Upon finishing her account, Luo Changfeng fell into deep contemplation. First, there was the soul refining sect, then the pill god sect, and now even the Wanhua Valley had emerged. A mere imperial capital had suddenly attracted the three paramount sects of the cultivation world. It was indeed unusual, very unusual. A storm was brewing. It seemed that change was imminent. As for how Wanhua Valley had discovered Mu Lingxue, that was easily explained. It undoubtedly involved that old woman, Mu Qing. In an instant, Luo Changfeng's mind was flooded with thoughts. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he fixed his gaze upon Mu Lingxue and inquired, "Pray tell, what of your cultivation level?" If memory served him correctly, during their journey back to Xuanyuan City, Mu Lingxue had only just broken through to the first level of body refinement. Yet, in less than half a month, upon their reunion, she had reached the 8th level of body refinement. Such a pace of cultivation was astonishingly formidable. Here he was, a dignified immortal king, having endured countless battles and consumed numerous elixirs, only just achieving a breakthrough to the 4th level of body refinement. And this girl, without uttering a word, had ascended to the 8th level? At that moment, Luo Changfeng was suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to weep. Mu Lingxue, taken aback by his inquiry, appeared somewhat perplexed herself. "I am uncertain as well. A few days ago, while cultivating, I felt as though something within my body had shifted. Soon after, I experienced a wave of dizziness and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, I inexplicably found I had made a breakthrough." Upon hearing the words, Luo Changfeng's heart sank. He recalled the time when he had employed the heavy eye technique to observe Mu Lingxue in Xuanyuan City. during which he sensed only a vague mist, unable to perceive her clearly. Now, having mastered the heavy eye technique, it was the opportune moment to conduct a thorough investigation. Xuanyuan, do not resist. I must delve into your Sea of Souls. The Sea of Souls is an essential sanctuary for any cultivator, and allowing others to enter without defense is undoubtedly one of the gravest taboos. However, for Luo Chanfeng, Mu Lingshui required no such precautions. She closed her eyes and willingly opened her Sea of Souls. A faint surge of soul energy emanated from the center of Luo Chanfeng's brow, effortlessly penetrating Mu Lingshui's soul sea. What unfolded before his eyes was a nebulous expanse, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary cultivator. After a thorough investigation, Luo Chanfeng withdrew his soul energy, concluding that the dilemma must reside within her physical form. With this realization, his pupils abruptly transformed into a golden hue as he activated the reversed eye technique. Instantly, Mu Lingshui's physical condition became crystal clear. Her meridians, bones, and flesh revealed themselves before him, no longer shrouded in the previous haze of obscurity. As his gaze ascended, Luo Chanfeng's brow furrowed. At the location of Mu Lingshui's heart, a golden energy sphere, akin to a broad bean in size, flickered into view, emanating an unusual radiance. Had it not been for the advancement of the reversed eye technique to the third realm, he would not have discerned its presence. What on earth is this? Though the reversed eye technique had reached a remarkable level, it remained merely a profound tier skill, incapable of unraveling the essence of the energy sphere. Reluctantly, Luo Chanfeng continued to channel his soul energy towards it. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The previously motionless ethereal sphere erupted in brilliance, as if provoked, and began to spin with astonishing speed. Mu Lingshui let out a muffled groan, her body trembling involuntarily. In an instant, her forehead was beaded with fine droplets of sweat. Luo Chanfeng gently placed a finger upon her forehead, and amidst the swirling spiritual essence, he encircled her soul's sea with a protective barrier. Xuanyuan, bear with it for a moment. Mu Lingshui's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she nodded in response. Just then, Luo Chanfeng furrowed his brow, for he observed that the soul energy near the mysterious luminous orb had entirely vanished. Remarkably, it had been devoured. How intriguing! Luo Chanfeng was immediately intrigued. He continued to channel his soul energy towards the radiant orb. After several attempts, however, the outcome remained unchanged. The mysterious orb, having absorbed the soul energy, was noticeably larger than before, and its rotation accelerated, exuding an air of excitement. Luo Chanfeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the claim of considerable appetite. If that is the case, let us engage in a contest and determine who possesses the greater capacity for consumption. With determination, Luo Chanfeng summoned the primordial golden cauldron. The mouth of the cauldron emanated a powerful suction, transforming into a swirling black vortex that consumed the mysterious light mass, drawn in by the soul power. Striking it with precision, the light mass appeared somewhat flustered, darting left and right, seeking an escape from this place. Attempt to flee? The primordial heavenly Tao technique surged into action, causing the suction to multiply exponentially. In the next moment, the ethereal mist surrounding the light mass began to be gradually extracted. The volume of the light mass visibly diminished until finally, only a nearly transparent grain resembling a small pearl remained, radiating a spectrum of colorful brilliance. Upon recognizing the form of this grain, Luo Chanfeng was taken aback, disbelief coursing through him. What lay before him was, astonishingly, a five-colored Tao seed. The Tao seed, as it is known, is a remnant of the essence, insights, and fragments of memory sealed by powerful beings of the celestial realm at the twilight of their lives, preserving a flicker of hope for future rebirth. Typically, only celestial beings of the rank of celestial sovereign or higher are capable of condensing a Tao seed. In his previous life within the Qiming celestial realm, Luo Chanfeng had encountered many Tao seeds, depending on the strength of the individual who condensed it. The colors of the Tao seeds varied, predominantly manifesting in shades of black, blue, or red. However, he had never before seen a Tao seed radiating 5 colors, like the one within Mu Lingshui. In the midst of his astonishment, he hastily withdrew his soul power, dissipating the consuming force. Any accidental harm to the Tao seed would spell trouble. Moments later, Mu Lingshui slowly opened her eyes, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Did you discover something?" Luo Chanfeng's expression was one of profound complexity. The Tao seed was a treasure of unparalleled significance within the entire immortal realm. To possess such a remarkable Tao seed, one could scarcely fathom what extraordinary existence this girl must have been in her past life. What a twist of fate it was for him to inadvertently acquire a wife with such an extraordinary background. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Or was there someone deliberately orchestrating these events? In an instant, Luo Changfeng's mind was flooded with myriad thoughts. Given that this was indeed a Dao seed, it posed no threat to Mu Lingxue in her current state. However, to prevent any prying eyes from discovering its existence, he resolved to inscribe a semi-immortal rune to completely obscure the Dao seed's trace. After completing this task, Luo Changfeng wiped the sweat from his brow, his countenance somewhat grim. When Mu Lingxue sought to assist him, he waved her off, assuring her it was nothing, merely an excessive drain on his soul energy, and he required a brief respite. Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Shuer, should you encounter a similar situation as before, there is no need for alarm. Your constitution is somewhat unique. Simply accept it with composure." Luo Changfeng refrained from revealing the truth, for the concept of Taoism was too ethereal and elusive for him to articulate clearly. Mu Lingxue nodded obediently in understanding. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion about Xuanyuan Valley. Although Luo Changfeng was not well versed in this esteemed sect, he had heard some mentions from Yunqi. Xuanyuan Valley is unequivocally a sect for female cultivators, practicing the esteemed techniques of renowned schools. It is believed that Mu Lingxue's journey there will greatly enhance her cultivation endeavors. However, with a heavy heart, she lamented, "In just 5 days, I must depart from the Imperial Academy to journey to Xuanyuan Valley." Luo Changfeng could sense the turmoil within her heart at that moment. He gently enveloped her in his embrace. Reminiscent of that time in Xuanyuan City when she was to enter the Imperial Academy, "I reiterate my promise. Wherever you go, I shall seek you out." Mu Lingxue suddenly lifted her gaze, but that was the realm of cultivation, a world entirely separate from the mundane. Luo Changfeng smiled faintly, declaring that no matter the cultivation realm one resided in, even if one fled to the celestial domain, he would still be able to retrieve them. To others, such words might appear as brazen and immature bravado. However, Mu Lingxue believed them wholeheartedly, for she understood that this man was one who consistently fulfilled his promises. With the resolution of her inner turmoil, the atmosphere transformed into one of vibrant liveliness. Luo Changfeng leaned close to Mu Lingxue's ear and said, "Since we still have 5 days, shouldn't we engage in something meaningful?" At his words, Mu Lingxue's face flushed crimson, and she whispered, "What do you want to do?" Before she could finish, Luo Changfeng had already taken her hand, swiftly vanishing from the spot. "Not bad, young man. You certainly exhibit the charm reminiscent of my youth," commented Xiaohe, who was just rising and preparing to follow. However, a thought resonated in his mind. "Stay here quietly for 10 breaths. My wife is frightfully unattractive." Frightfully unattractive? Xiaohe was taken aback by the statement and took a moment to comprehend it. "Who are you calling ugly?" "You're the ugly one. Your entire family is ugly." Yet, considering the favor of the 10 breaths of hellfire, he decided to let the matter rest. From within the 9 nether ring, a chorus of lamentations echoed. Luo Changfeng pulled Mu Lingxue as they made their way towards the gates of the academy. "Where are we headed?" Mu Lingxue inquired with curiosity. Luo Changfeng jestingly remarked, "Rest assured, I won't devour you. In the coming days, we shall leisurely explore the capital, indulging in the vibrant essence of the mortal realm." Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxue shot him a glance, her heart brimming with anticipation. After days of relentless cultivation, she had long forgotten the simplicity of ordinary life. Shortly after they departed, Han Lingo came bounding over with exuberance. Today marked the opening of the pagoda, and she had specifically come to invite Mu Lingxue to join her. Before they reached the courtyard, they spotted a peculiar little creature basking in the sun, its dark fur and odd appearance strikingly unattractive. "What on earth is that? How ugly!" Han Lingo exclaimed, startling the little beast. Having been subjected to disdain for its looks, the little creature felt disgruntled and decided to tease this seemingly innocuous girl. "Humph! You foolish, big-breasted simpleton, truly blind to my extraordinary charm. Who are you calling big-breasted?" "Oh, wait, who are you calling simple-minded?" Han Lingo retorted, hands on her hips, resembling a shrew scolding in the streets. In the next moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, she gasped, her teeth chattering. "Why, you can actually speak human language?" The little creature grinned, revealing its pearly white teeth. "I can indeed speak human language." With that, Han Linger, who prided herself on her worldly knowledge, rolled her eyes and fainted to the ground. Chapter 174. The rising smoke of war. The tranquility preceding a storm often feels more suffocating. In recent days, secret executions have been taking place in various corners of the capital, creating an atmosphere so tense that even ordinary citizens could sense the unusual. The Imperial Academy felt markedly quieter than usual. At the gates, groups of students were hastily departing. having accepted tasks from the Bounty Pavilion and rushing to various parts of the Empire. Above, the 6 Golden Core Masters of the Academy stood with hands clasped behind their backs. Xiao Mingshan bowed respectfully. Master, I have arranged everything as per your instructions. Jiao Su nodded slightly, hoping that when they returned safely, the Academy would remain as it is today. The weight of his words cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. In the capital, the Gu family. Gu Chaoong had recently been reclusive, hardly stepping outside. At this moment, he sat in the main hall, once again exuding the calm confidence of someone who holds all the reins. Yet, the faint bruises on his face served as a stark reminder of the profound humiliation he had suffered that fateful night. Master Gu, our Lord has stated that with each new emperor comes new ministers. If the Gu family wishes to continue enjoying prosperity in the new regime, we must take action. A middle-aged man, resembling a scholar, spoke slowly. Gu Chaoong felt a surge of anger upon hearing his words. The Gu family had always served Mu Songhai loyally. Yet this time, when Mu Songhai retreated from the imperial capital, they were kept in the dark. Consequently, the Gu family had become a thorn in the royal side. Were it not for the fear of the ancestors, Mu Zhantian would likely have already come to eliminate them. Just as he was about to erupt in fury, a robust elder appeared silently in the room. Inform Mu Songhai that it is not for him to dictate how the Gu family conducts its affairs. Should he desire us to take the lead, he must demonstrate sincerity. Otherwise, before the elder could finish his words, a terrifying aura of the Golden Core surged forth, causing the middle-aged scholar's face to drain of color, and the chair beneath him shattered into pieces. Greetings, ancestor. Gu Chaoong hurriedly bowed in respect. For the newcomer was none other than the ancestor of the Gu family. Gu Wuxuang, the very mastermind who had seized the Shifang Azura banner from the mouth of the little black creature that fateful night. The middle-aged scholar, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to swallow a mouthful of bitter blood. Please forgive me, ancestor. The prince has a matter to present to you. With that, he produced a square box from his hand. Gu Wuxuang beckoned, and the box flew into his grasp, its lid opening. In an instant, Gu Wuxuang's expression changed dramatically. Soon, he tucked the box away, saying, Inform Mu Songhai that I have accepted the item. With that, he vanished without a trace. The middle-aged scholar, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath as his complexion gradually returned to normal, having long heard of the unfathomable strength of the Gu family's ancestor. Once the foremost expert in the imperial capital, witnessing it firsthand was indeed terrifying. A sense of dread welled within the middle-aged scholar. Nevertheless, relieved that his mission was complete, he rose and departed the Gu residence, making his way toward the estates of other prominent families in the imperial capital. In the western frontier of the empire, 3 plumes of smoke soared into the sky, starkly visible against the clear blue expanse. Following this, countless signals of smoke were ignited. The curtains of war had been drawn open completely. A cavalry unit clad entirely in white, resembling a sharp arrow, surged forward with unstoppable momentum from west to east, heading straight for the imperial capital. The Tianxua Dragon Riders, the Empire's elite cavalry, accepted only those of innate strength. After decades of effort and the expenditure of the Empire's resources accumulated over centuries, they had finally forged this formidable force, numbering just over 10,000. It was this very cavalry that safeguarded the Empire's vast borders, instilling fear in neighboring realms. Now, however, this spear of the Empire was poised to turn its point against its own people. My lord, the rabble along the way have all but surrendered at the first sight of us. At this pace, we shall be at the gates of the imperial capital within half a month. A middle-aged man, clad in armor, gazed with profound reverence at the leading figure before him. The leader, donned in a flowing azure robe, stood majestically atop his warhorse, his garments billowing elegantly, exuding an undeniable charm and grace. Without any visible effort or the need to grasp the reins, the steed galloped forth obediently at a breathtaking speed. Mu Songhai slowly opened his eyes, recognizing that this was merely an appetizer, with the main event yet to unfold, requiring utmost vigilance. The armored man responded with a resounding affirmation. Mu Songhai glanced skyward and inquired about the tasks he had assigned. The middle-aged man replied with a sly smile, Rest assured, Your Highness. We have dispatched 3 captains to lead the charge, ensuring absolute success. Very well, was the succinct response. Mu Songhai nodded slightly, closing his eyes once again. Meanwhile, a contingent of approximately 500 Heavenly Snow Dragon Riders broke away from the main force, galloping southwest. Mu Songhai led the remaining Heavenly Snow Dragon Riders directly towards the imperial capital. As this cavalry ventured deeper into enemy territory, The borders of the Longshan Empire ignited in fierce flames of war within a remarkably brief span of time. From the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, neighboring nations launched simultaneous assaults, as if they had coordinated their movements, advancing and retreating without engaging the imperial army directly. Their apparent intent seemed to be merely to distract the defenders, creating openings for the heavenly snow dragon riders. Nearly half of the 52 principal cities of the empire were affected by the chaos of war. Xuanyuan, situated in the western frontier, had remained relatively tranquil. However, it was only a matter of time before that tranquility was shattered. On this day, Xuanyuan hurriedly departed from Danhua Tower, heading towards the Mu family. He had just received news that an unidentified elite cavalry was rapidly approaching, just over 100 miles away. Given the speed of cavalry, they would reach the city within 3 hours at most. Although the true nature of this cavalry remained uncertain, it was not difficult to surmise that they were likely heading for the Mu family. In the current landscape of Xuanyuan, the Mu family had reached the pinnacle of power. Standing as the sole superfamily, coupled with the covert assistance from Danhua Tower, it could be said that Xuanyuan had effectively become synonymous with the Mu name. Curiously, since the death of Xuanyuan, the empire had not appointed a new city lord, seemingly acquiescing to the Mu family's status within the city. This had consequently resulted in Xuanyuan lacking any imperial troops. Should a crisis arise, they would have to rely on the Mu family's private guards. Reflecting on the Mu family's private guards brought Xuanyuan a measure of comfort. It was unknown where the Mu family had acquired such an abundance of high-level martial techniques and elixirs. But the core members of the family had recently experienced significant advancements in their cultivation. The family head, Xuanyuan, had even broken through to the second level of the Tongxiao realm. Reports indicated that even ordinary guards had reaped substantial benefits. In no time, warriors eager to serve as guards for the Mu family were arriving in droves. Xuanyuan had even established a private guard unit consisting of around 1,000 members. With the best armory in the city backing them, this private guard was undoubtedly well-equipped, surpassing the previous black armored army of the city lord's manor. While not an official military force, they were more formidable than one. Thus, should they encounter a typical army, capturing Xuanyuan would not be a simple task. If formidable adversaries appeared, they could activate the defensive formation, ensuring that the Mu family would remain the safest haven within Xuanyuan. Unfortunately, this would come at a cost to the city's populace. Given Xuanyuan's character, he would never resort to such extremes. As expected, when Ran Min conveyed the news to Xuanyuan, the Mu family's private guards sprang into action. Xuanyuan was about to experience its first baptism of war. Chapter 175. New grudges and old hatreds. Joyful days are always fleeting. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Luo Changfeng and Mu Lingxue wandered through the streets and alleys of the imperial capital. They set aside all concerns, resembling an ordinary couple, relishing this brief yet precious tranquility. In the future, as they entered the realm of cultivation, such mundane days would become nothing more than a distant yearning. Today, they were to return to the Imperial Academy. In the cobbled alley, a gentle drizzle fell, and they shared an oil paper umbrella, their footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Mu Lingxue was filled with joy. If given the choice, she wished to walk this path forever, with her beloved by her side, heading home. Upon returning to their small courtyard, dusk had settled, and Little Black had seemingly wandered off. Tomorrow marked their departure from the Imperial Academy for Wanhua Valley, and Mu Lingxue felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. The two embraced tightly, unwilling to part. After enduring so much together, Mu Lingxue had completely fallen for the man before her. Likewise, Luo Changfeng had firmly resolved to cherish this girl. Although neither had spoken their feelings aloud, at this moment, certain matters had naturally come to fruition. Suddenly, Mu Lingxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Luo Changfeng deftly performed a mystical gesture, swiftly conjuring a small formation that effectively shielded them from any probing consciousness. His speed in arranging the formation was several times quicker than usual. Mu Lingxue seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere. Gathering her courage, she raised her head. Her crimson lips parting slightly, her gaze entrancing, resembling the most potent aphrodisiac in existence. As the saying goes, flowers emit a fragrant aroma while the moon casts its shadow. A moment in spring's embrace is worth a fortune. Just as the two were tightly entwined, amidst the celestial thunder and earthly fire, an irate reprimand echoed throughout the courtyard. Luo Changfeng, come out this instant. At the entrance of the courtyard, Mu Qing appeared out of nowhere. While the formation could obscure consciousness, it could not entirely muffle sound. Mu Qing's admonition resonated clearly in the ears of the two. This sudden intrusion struck Luo Changfeng like a bolt from the blue, sending a jolt through his entire being. Mu Lingxue hurriedly pushed him away, overwhelmed with embarrassment. The exquisite moment they had just begun to cultivate evaporated in an instant. Luo Changfeng took a deep breath, his murderous intent gradually rising. He had never before desired to kill someone as he did at this moment. It was one thing to secretly bring Xuanyuan back to the academy, but it was entirely another to presumptuously send her into the Orchid Valley. Now, he had the audacity to jeopardize his own interests. Very well. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Luo Changfeng vanished from his spot, startling Mu Lingxue, who hurriedly followed him outside. Mu Qing had also received the news. It was indeed this rascal, Luo Changfeng, who had taken Mu Lingxue out of the Imperial Academy. And they had not returned for 3 whole days. As the time for the meeting with the envoy from Orchid Valley approached, Luo Changfeng's actions infuriated Mu Qing. Thus, upon receiving news of their return, she rushed over in a flurry. Luo Changfeng, you truly possess audacity. Do you really believe that a modicum of talent and entry into the inner academy grants you the license to act recklessly? This academy has warned you repeatedly. Yet you remain obstinate. As Mu Qing's words trailed off, her pupils suddenly dilated. Luo Changfeng vanished like a specter, reappearing before her in the blink of an eye. Without a hint of ostentation, he unleashed a punch imbued with the force of the heavens and the earth, causing Mu Qing to feel as though she were ensnared in a quagmire. With a resounding thud, the vice president, at the pinnacle of the Enlightenment realm, had no opportunity to react before being propelled backward like a cannonball. How could this be? Suspended in midair, Mu Qing's expression turned to one of horror. This sudden blow had dispersed the spiritual energy within her. Regaining her composure, her gaze was filled with venomous resentment. You audacious wretch! How dare you defy authority and strike the vice president? From this moment forth, there shall be no place for you within the Imperial Academy. Luo Changfeng suddenly smiled, a grin that made Mu Qing's heart skip a beat. You startled me, Vice Dean. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Luo Changfeng's figure vanished like a phantom. In the next instant, bam! Mu Qing was struck with a solid punch, the speed so remarkable that she had no chance to retort. Only then did she regain a shred of rationality, realizing that this insignificant insect she had always looked down upon had, unbeknownst to her, ascended to such heights. You little wretch, I demand a duel on the life and death stage. Chapter 176. The life and death stage. The so-called life and death stage is a battleground established by the Academy specifically for disciples entangled in irreconcilable grievances, those who have forged deadly enmities. The opposing parties must sign a life and death contract. Once they ascend the stage, it becomes a matter of life or death, no quarter given. Should either party perish, their mentors or familial kin are prohibited from seeking vengeance against the other. Seemingly sensing Luo Changfeng's inner confusion, Mu Lingxue swiftly offered a quiet explanation. No matter how dismal Mu Qing's situation, she was still the esteemed vice dean of the academy. How could she simply let things lie after being so thoroughly bested by a student? Yet, it was unexpected that she would challenge him to a life and death duel. In truth, this was also Mu Qing's cunning. She understood that Luo Changfeng had become a favored figure within the academy, particularly cherished by the venerable Zhao Su. To eliminate him without inviting trouble upon herself, the life and death stage was her only recourse. Luo Changfeng suddenly broke into a smile, seemingly quite pleased with the concept of the life and death arena. He rubbed his nose and declared, well, since you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish. Humph. Little beast, in 1 month's time, the life and death arena shall commence. No survival, no respite. With that, Mu Qing vanished, leaving only Luo Changfeng and Mu Lingxue behind. The small courtyard returned to its tranquil state, but the joy of the two had been utterly shattered. They remained tightly embraced until the dawn of the next day. Today marked Mu Lingxue's departure from the Imperial Academy to the Wanhuagu. The two no longer concealed their relationship, walking hand in hand through every corner of the academy. This scene was destined to leave many in awe, causing countless talented youths to pound their chests in frustration. Among them was the top of the inner academy's ranking, Leng Yinxiao. Upon witnessing their affectionate display, Leng Yinxiao quickly grasped the nature of their bond. Thus, in front of the gathered crowd, he stepped forward and proclaimed, Luo Changfeng, I challenge you to a fair duel. As the words left his lips, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. One was a seasoned expert of the qi condensation realm, while the other was a newcomer to the academy, having joined less than half a year ago in the body refinement realm. What fairness could there possibly be? Luo Changfeng curled his lip and replied indifferently, Apologies, but who might you be? Why should I engage in battle with you? Cold Yuxiao felt a surge of frustration. He suppressed his anger and declared, in the inner court, "It is Cold Yuxiao." Luo Chafeng feigned ignorance. "Oh, I am not acquainted." The crowd collectively fell into a state of disbelief, marveling at this junior brother Luo's audacity to speak so provocatively. Cold Yuxiao took a deep breath and stated, "Junior sister Mu possesses an unparalleled beauty. If you are merely an ordinary person, you are unworthy of her." Luo Chafeng raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Are you implying that you are also one of Shue's suitors?" "Shue? Our Shue?" The remark was rather impolite. As anticipated, it once again incited the wrath of the crowd. "Brother Long, teach him a lesson. He is utterly despicable. Teach him a lesson. Teach him a lesson." Long Yuxiao felt as if his lungs were about to explode with rage. He had never encountered such an audacious individual. In that moment, his face flushed crimson, leaving him at a loss for words. Luo Chafeng suddenly found it amusing. Mu Lingxue exerted force with her hands, as if reproaching him for bullying an honest person. "Come on, I shall grant you an opportunity to challenge me. I sincerely hope that you, the first on the heavenly rankings, do not let me down." Luo Chafeng concluded his words and swiftly employed his agility, soaring into the distance, with Lung Yunxiao following closely in pursuit. They raced towards the horizon, instinctively opting to distance themselves from the throngs of people. One represented the seasoned elite, while the other embodied the rising force of newcomers. The ultimate clash between the old and the new was destined to be extraordinary. Regrettably, no one would be fortunate enough to witness it. The battle concluded swiftly, yet no one could ascertain the victor. All that remained was the knowledge that, following that confrontation, Lung Yunxiao departed from the Imperial Academy, journeying alone to the borders of the Empire. Meanwhile, Mu Lingxue also reached the moment of her departure. Chapter 177. The astonishing secret. The rebellion led by Prince Yong was gaining momentum, and soon the entire Longshan Empire was engulfed in turmoil. Mu Zhantian had gone several days and nights without rest, and the developments of the war were gradually slipping beyond his control. Although he had anticipated Prince Yong's moves, he had not foreseen the soul-refining sect's eagerness to engage in battle. Faced with a behemoth of the cultivation world, 5 empires had swiftly declared their allegiance, forming a coalition to besiege Longshan. As previously mentioned, the secular world of the southern frontier consists of nearly 100 empires, which can be roughly categorized into 3 tiers: lower, middle, and upper, based on territory size, the rank and number of powerful cultivators, and the availability of cultivation resources. The Longshan Empire, though modest in size, managed to attain a middle-tier status due to the presence of the Imperial Academy and a small spiritual stone mine. In stark contrast, the 5 empires aligned with the soul-refining sect were uniformly lower tier. Nonetheless, in the face of their united onslaught, Longshan was compelled to muster all its strength for defense. Consequently, the border garrison was wholly immobilized, unable to vacate their posts. Meanwhile, the troops stationed in the 52 cities within the empire were largely indecisive, failing to consolidate their efforts. Adding to the turmoil was the betrayal of the elite Tianshu Long Riders. With internal strife and external threats, the royal family found itself with limited resources to quell the uprising. At this juncture, Mu Zhantian could only rely on the 15,000 elite troops stationed in the northern capital, along with the ghostly northern iron cavalry en route to the capital. As he closed his eyes in contemplation, a towering general clad in dark iron armor approached swiftly. "Your Majesty, news has arrived from the north," he reported. Mu Zhantian's expression shifted abruptly. He opened his eyes wide and demanded, "Speak." The burly general hesitated, his face troubled, yet he gritted his teeth and said, "The Northern Iron Cavalry has sent word that they were ambushed by a group of mysterious figures in black, 500 miles from the capital. They have suffered heavy casualties and may not arrive on time." With a sudden crash, Mu Zhantian crushed the teacup in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead. "Soul Refining Sect, you have done well. The formidable Northern Iron Cavalry has suffered significant losses, and it is evident that the Soul Refining Sect is behind this." With this thought in mind, Mu Zhantian swiftly departed from the Imperial Palace, making his way towards the Academy of the Empire. After a day of rigorous training, Luo Changfeng proceeded to the Assembly Hall of the Academy as agreed. The journey was eerily quiet, with only a handful of students hastily passing by. Mu Lingxue had left, taking with her a profound sense of reluctance and deep attachment, embarking on her own journey. For Luo Chafeng, both he and Mu Lingxue were extraordinary individuals, destined to face a tumultuous future. Accelerating the enhancement of his cultivation was imperative to navigate the uncertainties that lay ahead. This brief separation would ultimately pave the way for a beautiful reunion in the future. After his rebirth, Luo Changfeng perceived this with remarkable clarity, achieving a state of inner tranquility. Yet, the memory of Mu Lingshue's reluctant gaze as she departed elicited a bittersweet smile from him. "Take care, my dear." Upon arriving at the assembly hall, Xiao Mingshan had been waiting for quite some time. "Dean," he greeted, to which Xiao Mingshan inclined his head slightly, saying, "I presume you have many questions in your heart. Today, let us converse openly." Luo Changfeng felt a stir in his heart. Since the night of the palace attack, there had indeed been many matters that eluded his understanding. For instance, the soul refining sect seemed to share an enigmatic agreement with the Academy. Furthermore, what role would the Academy play amidst the recent series of conflicts within the Empire? These issues were not ones Luo Changfeng needed to concern himself with, however. Given that someone had already encroached upon his territory, he could not remain idle. He had never been one to adopt a passive stance. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Changfeng raised his gaze to meet Xiao Mingshan's. Since the dean was willing to speak candidly, it was an opportunity one could not afford to miss. Yet, Luo Changfeng paused, his gaze settling upon the shadowed corner to the left of the grand hall. A sudden jolt of apprehension surged through Xiao Mingshan's heart. Had this young man discerned something? Indeed, the very next moment, Luo Changfeng spoke. "Senior, perhaps you might reveal yourself. There is no need for us three to engage in concealment." As he uttered these words, a swirl of black mist emerged from the shadows, swiftly transforming into the figure of an elderly man clad in dark robes. "Director Xiao, your disciple is quite remarkable. Should I continue to hide, it would be rather unbecoming," the elder remarked, offering a sheepish smile to Xiao Mingshan upon his appearance. A hint of bitterness surfaced at the corners of Xiao Mingshan's lips, yet he thought it best to divulge everything tonight. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze now fixed upon Luo Changfeng, brimming with scrutiny. After a prolonged silence, the elder sighed deeply. Alas, these younger generations are increasingly enigmatic and difficult to fathom. Luo Changfeng smiled faintly, and in the next moment, he spoke with astonishing insight. "Are you perhaps from the Hidden Mist sect?" The old man was taken aback. "Oh, how did you discern that?" Xiao Mingshan involuntarily straightened his posture. Aside from a few esteemed ancestors, no one was aware of the existence of the old man in black. How then? Did this young lad come to know the identity of the elder? Luo Changfeng touched his nose, pondering. Guessing. Was he? The old man in black stumbled, nearly pulling off his beard. "You dare to jest with me, young lad? Why not claim you discerned it by scent?" Luo Changfeng rolled his eyes. "Oh, come now. Are you really resorting to insults, esteemed senior? You hail from a prestigious sect and ought to maintain your composure and dignity." The elder cleared his throat and adjusted his sleeves. "Then pray tell, how did you arrive at such a conclusion?" "It is rather simple. Only those from the 5 major super sects could provoke the Empire Academy to tread cautiously, treating them as trump cards. I have had dealings with both the Danshan Zone and Lian Huan Zone, and your aura distinctly sets you apart from theirs. As for the Tian Jin Mountain Manor, though I have not encountered their members, being a sword cultivation sect, they should exude some essence of sword intent or aura. It is evident that you possess neither. Thus, only the mist-hidden sect remains." Luo Changfeng spoke eloquently, presenting his arguments with clarity and reason. The elderly man in black listened intently, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a look of confusion crossed his face as he questioned, "Wait a moment, what about the Wanhua Valley?" Luo Changfeng's expression instantly turned peculiar. The Valley of 10,000 Flowers was entirely inhabited by female cultivators. "Senior, what do you mean by this?" Luo Changfeng spoke as his gaze roamed up and down the figure of the man in black. The elder, feeling somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny, cleared his throat and remarked, "I did not expect you to possess such extensive knowledge of the cultivation world. Indeed, I am Xuanyuan, hailing from the mist-hidden sect." Upon uttering these words, the elder's gaze towards Luo Changfeng transformed significantly. With extraordinary strength, exceptional talent, and meticulous thought, this remarkable young prodigy was indeed deserving of being selected by Xiao Mingshan. Recognizing that the moment was ripe, Xiao Mingshan proceeded directly to the point, stating, "Elder Sun is the steward of the outer sect of the mist-hidden sect, and has remained at the academy over the years to counterbalance and restrain the soul-refining sect within the boundaries of the Longshan Empire." Luo Changfeng nodded. As many matters suddenly became clear, it was evident that the soul-refining sect supported Prince Yong, while the Misty Hidden Gate firmly backed the Imperial Academy. As the president of the Imperial Academy, Xiao Mingshan enjoyed a close relationship with the current emperor. This suggested that the 5 major super sects had reached some form of accord, maintaining a delicate balance without tearing apart their alliances. Elder Sun's cultivation level hovered around the 5th layer of the Golden Core stage, comparable to Elder Zhong of the Dan God sect whom he had previously encountered. However, one thing puzzled Luo Chanfeng. Why had the 3 super sects gathered here? Xiao Mingshan exchanged a glance with Elder Sin, and they both nodded. Some matters could not be concealed for long. Chapter 178, Blood Battle on the City Walls outside the western city of Xuanyuan, Zhao Biao. The captain of the Tianshui Dragon Cavalry gazed at the low-lying fortress before him, his expression as dark as the stormy sea. He could not comprehend the sudden emergence of such elite soldiers. According to intelligence, Xuanyuan City was supposed to be without a lord or stationed troops. This left him in a foul mood. According to plan, they should have arrived at the city 3 days prior. Instead, they had been intercepted by a city guard unit that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, a mere 100 miles away from their destination. This army numbered around 3,000, and their combat strength was negligible. Had they charged head-on, the Tianshui Dragon Cavalry would have easily decimated them in a single encounter. Yet, the opposing force seemed to have anticipated their arrival, refusing to engage directly. Instead, they divided into several groups, relentlessly harassing the isolated Tianshui Dragon Cavalry day and night. Much like a swarm of bothersome flies, proving to be a significant nuisance. Ultimately, 3 captains could endure it no longer and took decisive action, slaying over a dozen of the opposing body refinement experts before they could escape. Although losses were minimal, valuable time had been squandered. They only reached the outskirts of Xuanyuan City at the hour of Qin, 3 days later than scheduled. Even if they managed to complete their mission and return to the army, the relentless military laws would ensure they faced severe consequences. Damn it. Frustrated and already filled with resentment, Zhao Biao then encountered the well-equipped private guards of the Mu family. This prompted him to unleash a torrent of curses. How could the scouts within the army be so utterly incompetent? They had failed to inform him of such a hidden force within Xuanyuan City. After a brief period of respite, Zhao Biao issued a military order, prompting over 400 members of the Tianshui Dragon Cavalry to abandon their steeds and charge forth like a swarm of ants besieging a city, confronted by equally armed forces. Ordinary arrows had long lost their effectiveness, although the private guards of the Mu family were well-equipped and comparable to regular troops. They were merely young warriors lacking experience in the brutal dance of battle. Faced with this iron-blooded army that had emerged from a sea of corpses, they were filled with trepidation. Thus, upon initial engagement, the Mu family guards suffered casualties, which only escalated in severity. In this dire moment, Mu Yishan stepped forward, wielding a formidable iron spear with uncanny agility. In an instant, dozens of Tianshui Dragon Cavalry fell before him. The family head is valiant. The family head is valiant. The morale of the Mu family guards surged, gradually turning the tide of battle. Zhao Biao, observing from the shadows, was invigorated upon hearing the title of family head. Mu Yishan, you are precisely the one I seek. With the target identified, 2 sergeants at the 2nd level of the Qi realm soared forth like eagles, swiftly ascending to the city walls. Capturing Mu Yishan alive would ensure the completion of their mission, rendering further assault on Xuanyuan City unnecessary. A favorable turn of events indeed. Mu Yishan let out a thunderous roar, brandishing his spear as he charged forward. The 2 sergeants, both at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the Qi transformation realm, were seasoned in combat and exhibited remarkable coordination. Although Mu Yishan's spear technique was unparalleled, facing 2 opponents was no simple task. Fortunately, Mu Yishan had comprehended the essence of the spear, granting him the ability to engage in battles beyond his current level. As time progressed, the 2 sergeants grew increasingly alarmed. The peculiarity of Mu's spear intent subtly influenced their minds. Conversely, Mu Yishan grew more valiant with each confrontation, displaying an invincible demeanor in every move. The clash among 3 formidable Qi transformation experts was nothing short of spectacular, with the surrounding aura of spiritual energy forcing the soldiers on both sides to retreat. From a distance, Zhao Biao, seated upon his steed, felt a pang of frustration. The 2 sergeants, in their combined efforts, were unable to subdue a mere newcomer to the 2nd level, Mu Yishan. Incompetence. Zhao Biao cursed vehemently, lightly pressing his right foot against his horse's side, launching himself forth like an arrow, directly targeting Mu Yishan. As another sergeant, Zhao Biao ranked among the top 3 in the formidable Tianshui Dragon Riders, boasting a cultivation level at the 4th stage of the Qi transformation realm. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Zhao Biao, Mu Yishan's expression shifted. With a swift maneuver, he executed a counterstrike, pushing back the two sergeants before unleashing his most powerful technique, the fifth form of the blazing flame spear technique, flame dragon slaughter. With a resounding shout, innumerable dragon-shaped spear shadows erupted from his spear, engulfed in searing flames that caused the temperature at the city wall to soar. The soldiers observing from afar were taken aback. Hastily seeking cover, "Go!" Mu Yishan bellowed, unleashing a barrage of dragon-shaped spear shadows toward Zhao Biao. "Humph, mere parlor tricks." Zhao Biao inhaled deeply. His hands clenched in a drumming posture, striking out with incredible speed. In an instant, a flurry of fists filled the air, shattering the dragon-shaped spear shadows upon contact. In a brief moment, all spear illusions vanished. As the dragon-shaped shadows dissipated, Mu Yishan, gripping his spear with one hand, thrust it directly at Zhao Biao's face. Unflinching, Zhao Biao retaliated with another punch. With a resounding impact, the meteorite spear, now as tough as a medium-grade spiritual weapon after absorbing the earth essence, was sent arcing through the air. Mu Yishan's right arm went numb, his grip nearly relinquished, but in a moment of dire urgency, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, leveraging the spear's momentum to soar into the air, reaching heights of several dozen meters. Then, with both hands clasped around the spear, he transformed his thrust into a downward strike, plummeting like a cannonball toward Zhao Biao. Zhao Biao squinted slightly. Mu Yishan's quick reflexes and battle startled him. Now this is getting interesting. In the next moment, with a long knife in hand, Zhao Biao finally ceased to hold back. After all, his task was merely to ensure the survival of this individual and bring him back alive. With a thunderous shout, Zhao Biao soared into the air. The blade gleaming like silver, radiating unparalleled might as it met the spear. The soldiers on both sides had long ceased their skirmishes, their attention fixated on the unfolding spectacle. The private guards of the Mu family felt their hearts leap into their throats. Should their master fall, they would undoubtedly meet their demise as well. With a resounding hum, the moment the long knife clashed with the iron spear, the air erupted with a deafening roar. Spiritual energy surged wildly, sand and stones were sent flying. And on the city walls, large blocks of stone began to crack inch by inch. The onlookers clutched their ears in agony. As the smoke dissipated, they finally discerned the situation in the arena. Zhao Biao stood poised, having sheathed his blade, while Mu Yishan was nowhere to be seen, blood seeping from his body. His breath feeble and labored. Defeated. In an instant, the morale of the Mu family's private guards plummeted to the depths. Zhao Biao smirked, surprised that such a remote town harbored a master of spear techniques. Mu Yishan, you are indeed a man of valor, however. It is a pity that you have offended those whom you should not have. Mu Yishan coughed violently. Enough of the pleasantries. If you have the ability, then kill me. Kill you? You overestimate your importance. My mission is simply to bring you back alive. With that, Zhao Biao signaled to the two centurions who had been waiting at the side to step forward and escort Mu Yishan away. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Two shadowy figures emerged from the shadows, attacking Zhao Biao from either side. Chapter 179, The King of Xuanyuan. The incident unfolded too swiftly. Within a heartbeat, Zhao Biao was drenched in cold sweat. In this life and death moment, the cunning experience honed through countless battles allowed him to evade disaster. Zhao Biao stood firm, his lower body immobile, while his upper body arched back at an exaggerated angle. In the next instant, two gusts of wind from fists rushed past his forehead. Clang! A steel helmet fell to the ground, disheveled hair framing Zhao Biao's face, crimson rivulets cascading down his forehead. He disregarded his astonishment, slamming his palms against the ground, propelling himself into the air. While still airborne, a great blade appeared in his grasp. Following this, he executed a horizontal slash, the blade's radiance sharp and fierce, just managing to repel the two black-clad figures who were hot on his heels. Both parties retreated, gathering their focus and vigilance. Only then did the other two centurions realize the situation, flanking the black-clad figures to seal off their escape routes. The two figures stood still, neither advancing nor retreating, exuding an air of fearlessness. As the four stood in formation, Zhao Biao's expression grew serious. Observing the aura emanating from the two black-clad individuals, he realized that both possessed the cultivation of the fourth stage of the Enlightenment realm. Who are you? Zhao Biao felt a surge of wariness. For both were shrouded in black robes with wide-brimmed hats obscuring their faces, rendering their identities indiscernible. You are not worthy to know our identities. One of the cloaked figures spoke in a chilling tone, presumably a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Zhao Biao's expression darkened. What audacity! Hiding in the shadows yet daring to undermine the affairs of my Tianxua dragon cavalry. Truly, they are courting death. Oh, So you are indeed the illustrious Xuanyuan dragon cavalry, renowned as the spear of the empire. Another cloaked figure, a woman, interjected. Humph, since you are aware of our identities, why do you not hastily retreat? Zhao Biao declared proudly. No sooner had his words left his lips than both cloaked figures burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, mere traitorous scoundrels. What audacity do you possess to flaunt your might before us? The two captains behind Zhao Biao were furious and prepared to draw their blades. Zhao Biao raised a hand. Shifting his tone, you two, so young yet possessing such formidable skills, must be no ordinary individuals. In these turbulent times for the empire, with Prince Yong soon to ascend to the throne, you ought to consider not only your own interests but also those of your clans. Zhao Biao spoke with remarkable cunning. Surely, the various factions of the Longshan Empire would prefer not to offend Prince Yong without cause. Alas, his assumptions were misguided. The cloaked man sneered, what a fool. Believing Prince Yong could grasp control of the empire, such delusions. Before he could finish, both figures launched their attacks without warning, targeting the two captains behind Zhao Biao. The two formidable warriors, each at the 4th level of Qi passage, unleashed their full power, their might unparalleled. Moreover, it seemed they had mastered a combined combat technique, exponentially increasing their offensive capability. The two captains, caught off guard, had not anticipated an immediate assault from the cloaked figures and momentarily froze. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Death's hand reached out towards them. This is bad. Zhao Biao sensed the impending danger and was about to rise to their aid when another flash of swordlight struck, forcing him to dodge and block. The assailant was none other than Xuanyuan, the leader of Danhua Tower. Xuanyuan had actually arrived alongside the two cloaked figures, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Seeking death? Zhao Biao roared in fury. How dare a mere insect at the 1st level of Qi passage dare to attack him? Just as his rage boiled over, two screams echoed from a distance. Ah! Zhao Biao turned around, and a wave of fury surged within him. In the mere blink of an eye, the 2,000-man captains who had accompanied him lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Their chests were grotesquely mangled, evidently crushed to death by overwhelming force. It's your turn. The two figures cloaked in black turned to fix their piercing gazes upon Zhao Biao, suddenly jolted back to reality. He felt a chill run down his spine. Facing two opponents alone, the odds were decidedly against him. If this stalemate persisted, he would surely meet his demise. As for Mu Yishan, he had long since vanished, rendering the mission a complete failure. Damned bastards, Zhao Biao cursed inwardly, summoning all the spiritual energy within him to infuse his long blade. The tip of the sword erupted with a chilling brilliance, the blade emanating a fierce and deadly intent. Die. With a low growl, Zhao Biao unleashed his blade with increasing speed, the air around him filled with a flurry of sword shadows that enveloped the two black-clad figures. In the face of such a peak attack, the two black figures deftly maneuvered, shattering the multitude of gleaming sword strikes with their bare fists. As the light from the blade dissipated, Zhao Biao's figure had vanished, having fled without a backward glance after unleashing a chaotic barrage. What the? The two black-clad men exchanged incredulous glances, their disdain palpable. How could the soldiers of the Xuanyuan dragon cavalry be so shameless? One of the women softly inquired. Should we pursue? The black-clad man shook his head, conceding, forget it, the mission is paramount, let him go. Seeing their leader had fled, the remaining hundreds of Xuanyuan dragon cavalry lost their will to fight, hastily leaping from the city walls, mounting their steeds, and scattering in retreat. We won, we won. We triumphed. After a brief silence, cheers erupted on the battlements. The surviving guards of the Mu family wept tears of joy. What began as a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy against the Mu family had come to an abrupt conclusion due to the intervention of the two enigmatic figures in black. Unbeknownst to all this, Luo Changfeng was currently in the Imperial Academy's council hall, engaged in quiet conversation with Xiao Mingshan. You must be curious why these super sects of the cultivation world have gathered in the Imperial City. Xiao Mingshan stroked his beard, deliberately leaving his words hanging in suspense. Luo Changfeng could not help but feel astonished, inwardly reflecting that the dean truly seemed to possess an uncanny insight into his thoughts. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed dean. Just as Xiao Mingshan was about to speak, a resonant voice echoed from outside the hall. The reason for this was that these individuals were all eager to claim a precious artifact left behind by our ancestors. As the words fell, Mu Zhantian swiftly entered the grand hall. Concurrently, Xuanyuan, an elder son of the Misty Hidden Sect, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. This detail was acutely noted by Luo Changfeng. Evidently, The connection between the Imperial Academy and the misty hidden sect was so concealed that even the royal family remained unaware. You old rascal, why aren't you guarding the palace? Aren't you afraid someone will raid your lair? Xuanyuan remarked with a teasing expression. Mu Zhantian chuckled heartily, exclaiming, what is there to fear? After all, you old monsters are here, right? Would you simply stand by and allow the throne to change hands? Luo Chanfeng could not help but divert the conversation. Your Majesty, you mentioned earlier that those formidable sects have gathered for a certain treasure. What exactly is it? Mu Zhantian responded with a mysterious smile. My boy, you have now attained a level of qualification to be privy to this matter. However, it is of great significance. And I hope you can keep this secret. Is that acceptable, King of Xuanyuan? King of Xuanyuan? Luo Chanfeng furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat perplexed. Chapter 180, Soul Jade. The title of King of Xuanyuan was unmistakably a noble designation. But why did Mu Zhantian refer to himself as the King of Xuanyuan? Luo Chanfeng was not alone in his bewilderment. Even Xiaomingshan was taken aback. Indeed, the title of King of Xuanyuan meant that from this moment forth, you would officially become a member of the imperial nobility, and you would also be the only noble of a different surname in the history of the empire. This was the royal reward for your ability to restore the secret realms array. Mu Zhantian had been gazing intently into Luo Chanfeng's eyes, but regrettably, he did not discern even a hint of joy within them. What is the matter? Are you not satisfied? Mu Zhantian questioned, puzzled. Such a fortuitous occurrence, akin to smoke rising from an ancestral grave, would have sent most into a frenzy of delight. Yet, Luo Chanfeng remained as unmoved as if nothing had transpired. Luo Chanfeng couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. What kind of absurdity was this? A dignified celestial king of the Qiming immortal realm was unexpectedly conferred the title of a petty lord in a lower worldly realm. It was indeed a grand jest upon the celestial realm. Just as he was about to decline, Xiaomingshan spoke up first. Old Mu, this is rather ungracious of you. You know full well the state of the empire. To bestow a title of nobility? Are you attempting to drag my disciple onto a pirate ship? Mu Zhantian, upon hearing this, was incensed. Old Xiao, do you truly believe that the Imperial Academy can remain aloof from worldly affairs? You are well aware of who stands behind Mu Songhai. To put it plainly, we are all grasshoppers tied to the same string. Xiaomingshan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Stop right there. Who is tied to the same string as you? Nevertheless, he recognized the truth in Mu Zhantian's words. The soul-refining sect supported Mu Songhai in seizing power, intending to control him and thus acquire that coveted treasure to enhance the strength of their sect. Throughout this process, the significance of the Imperial Academy became glaringly apparent. After all, no faction could remain indifferent to a force boasting 6 golden core powerhouses. In truth, for the Imperial Academy, it mattered little who ascended as emperor. As long as the Longshan Empire endured, the Imperial Academy would remain what it was. Unfortunately, Mu Songhai was backed by the soul-refining sect, while the Imperial Academy maintained a close connection with the misty hidden sect. Thus, the inevitable clash of these two super sects left the Imperial Academy with no option but to be involved. Similarly, Danhua Tower found itself coerced into becoming a staunch ally of Mu Zhantian. Seeing the two old men about to bicker once more, Luo Chanfeng hastily intervened. Gentlemen, might I suggest you consider my opinion? No need, Mu Zhantian and Xiaomingshan replied in unison without turning back. At this, Luo Chanfeng felt a surge of anger. He shouted, I refuse. Upon his declaration, the atmosphere in the hall became instantly tense. Mu Zhantian looked on in disbelief. Kid, have you lost your mind? This is a title of nobility. Luo Chanfeng touched his nose and candidly stated that he harbored no interest in the mundane power and status of the secular realm. Upon hearing this, Xiaomingshan nodded in agreement, appearing quite pleased. Indeed, those who cultivate the Tao should possess a pure heart, unencumbered by the trivialities of worldly affairs. Mu Zhantian, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, continued, in fact, prior to this, news of your ascension to kingship has already reached Xuanyuan City, and your father-in-law, Mu Yishan, has been appointed as the new lord of Xuanyuan. After delivering this revelation, Mu Zhantian cast a sidelong glance at Luo Chanfeng, wearing an expression that suggested he had the upper hand. Even if you disregard your own interests, you must consider the welfare of your family. It must be said that Mu Zhantian's tactic was indeed astute, striking at Luo Chanfeng's vulnerable spot. As expected, upon hearing this, Luo Chanfeng felt a sudden weight upon his mind. He indeed had the capacity to pursue the great Tao, wandering freely through the heavens and the earth. However, His father-in-law and the family would inevitably continue to thrive within the confines of the Longshan Empire, with the royal lineage accompanying their status. There were only advantages to be had, devoid of any disadvantages. With this thought in mind, Luo Chafeng found himself less averse to the notion of being conferred a title. Noticing a shift in his demeanor, Mu Zhantian felt a surge of delight and continued, "Moreover, upon your ennoblement, you will acquire numerous privileges. For instance, the royal family has dispatched formidable experts to Xuanyuan City, covertly safeguarding the Mu family." Upon hearing this, even Luo Changfeng couldn't help but admire the cunning strategies of the Emperor of Longshan. His methods were calculated, precise, and ruthless, leaving no room for refusal. Cursing him inwardly as a cunning old fox, Luo Changfeng chose not to resist further. The Mu family in Xuanyuan City had always been a lingering concern for him. And now that someone was willing to alleviate that burden, it was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Reflecting on this, Luo Changfeng nodded and stated, "I have no objections to the title of prince. However, I have a request. After my departure from the Longshan Empire, the royal family must protect the entire Mu family." "No problem," Mu Zhantian replied without hesitation, readily acquiescing. In his view, the future of Luo Changfeng promised remarkable achievements, and with this relationship established, the Longshan Empire would undoubtedly grow even stronger. One must admit, he was astute in his investments. By the way, what about that treasure we discussed earlier? Luo Changfeng could not help but voice his lingering doubts. Mu Zhantian, striking his forehead in realization, nearly forgot the pressing matter at hand. He waved his hand to conjure a barrier and then lowered his voice, saying, 800 years ago, the first Dragon Mountain Emperor stumbled upon a peculiar stone within the royal secret realm. It was transparent, the size of a grinding disc, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, and contained pure energy within. Despite countless scholars attempting to identify it, its true nature remained a mystery. Even the sharpest of blades could not mar its surface, and no consciousness could penetrate it. Subsequently, the royal family placed it in the armory until one day, an ancestor unwittingly discovered that meditating upon it could actually enhance one's soul power. Luo Changfeng, who had been listening intently, felt a stir of excitement in his heart. Transparent, radiant with multicolored lights, and capable of augmenting soul power, a bold hypothesis blossomed in his mind. Could it be a soul jade? Yet, that seemed unlikely. To his knowledge, soul jade was not naturally formed. It typically emerged in realms of extreme yin, nurtured by countless souls and spirits over millennia, yielding only a piece the size of a fist. As for a soul jade the size of a grinding disc, it would likely only exist in the celestial realm. Such an object should be utterly absent from the mundane world. If it were indeed a soul jade, it would present an irresistible allure for the soul cultivation sect, which specialized in soul power. Mu Zhantian continued, "This information has been strictly sealed by the royal family, known only to a select few core members." Luo Changfeng nodded, realizing that the information had indeed been divulged to the soul-refining sect by Mu Songhai. This revelation clarified why several major sects had converged upon the imperial capital. However, he was left with a lingering question. If that were the case, why did the soul-refining sect not simply seize the opportunity to take action? Instead of going to great lengths to support a puppet emperor, the answer lay in the fact that the treasured item was hidden within a restricted space, accessible only to those endowed with the royal dragon aura, which could only be cultivated by the successive Dragon Mountain Emperors. As Mu Zhantian expounded on this, Luo Changfeng could only marvel silently at the ingenuity behind such a scheme. Chapter 181, Settling Accounts in the Hall of the Mu Residence in Xuanyuan City. The affairs of the Heavenly Snow Dragon Riders had reached a temporary conclusion, allowing for a return to the usual tranquility. Yet, the atmosphere in the hall felt somewhat peculiar. "Are you telling me that Changfeng has been granted a title of nobility?" Mu Yishan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the news he had just heard. Ranmin, the master of Danhua Tower, teased from the side, "Come now, Mu old brother, they have repeated it thrice already." Ahem. Mu Yishan's expression turned awkward. It was hardly surprising, as the news was indeed sensational. He had never heard of any foreign princes within the empire, let alone one who was not yet 20. The implications of such an announcement would undoubtedly leave many astonished. The fact that his own son-in-law had been bestowed a title filled him with pride and excitement. "Father knew you were exceptional, truly exceptional." Sitting opposite Mu Yishan were a man and a woman. The man possessed striking features and an imposing presence, while the woman was enchanting and exuded an ethereal beauty. These two were the black-cloaked figures who had wreaked havoc atop the city walls. Through conversation, Mu Yishan had gleaned a general understanding of their identities. They were both secret operatives nurtured by the imperial family, codenamed Dragon 5 and Dragon 6, and were a married couple. Their true names, however, remained undisclosed. Dragon 5 set down his teacup. Master Mu, we have brought the Emperor's decree. From this day forth, you shall be the Lord of Xuanyuan City. As for the city guards, you may recruit at your discretion. The royal family will not interfere. Mu Yishan nodded in acknowledgement. Finding little concern in this matter, for the Mu family had already established itself as the rightful rulers of Xuanyuan City. Now, it was merely a matter of legitimacy. Then, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, "May I ask, what are the two of you?" Dragon 5 and Dragon 6 exchanged glances. "We have been tasked with protecting the Mu family and shall remain here." Upon hearing this, Mu Yishan was elated. Having two adept practitioners of the 4th level of Qi in his clan was certainly a boon. At the Imperial Academy's council hall, Mu Zhantian's words had resolved all of Luo Chongfeng's uncertainties. The soul jade, the soul jade. Luo Chongfeng murmured softly. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he felt a surge of energy. "Your Majesty, not long ago, I had the privilege of encountering Prince Mu Yun. He wore a pendant that seemed rather extraordinary. Could it be?" In truth, this matter had long been etched in Luo Chongfeng's memory. Few things possessed the power to alter the Hongming Golden Cauldron. Mu Zhantian smiled faintly. Indeed, the pendant worn by Yun'er is precisely a fragment of that peculiar stone. Prolonged wearing can, unbeknownst to the wearer, enhance one's spiritual prowess. Just as suspected, Luo Chongfeng suddenly realized. Thus, it is imperative that he must lay eyes on that stone. As for the forthcoming battle, I am willing to contribute my efforts. However, once the matter is accomplished, I humbly request permission from your Majesty to make use of this stone. Luo Chongfeng's gaze was piercing. The shifts concerning the Hongming Golden Cauldron demanded his utmost clarity. Mu Zhantian exhaled with evident relief, for he had harbored fears that Luo might impose a challenging request upon him. The matter was merely one of borrowing, which posed little issue. Although Luo Chongfeng could not enter the restricted space, he was able to extract the stone. At this thought, Mu Zhantian nodded affirmatively. The deal was struck. The two shared an unspoken moment of mirth. Shan observed the duo, a large and a small fox, and could not suppress a shake of his head, accompanied by a sigh. Steeling himself, Mu Zhantian turned to Shan, his tone grave. He had just received news that the soul refining sect had made its move. In the shadow, North Iron Cavalry was hindered, unable to provide reinforcements. Now, the defense of the imperial capital rested solely on the garrison of the northern camp. Shan's expression hardened. These individuals were indeed eager to act. He had heard that Prince Yang personally led the Tianshui Dragon Cavalry, hastening toward this very location. The mention of this matter ignited a fire within Mu Zhantian. The Tianshui Dragon Cavalry had consumed decades of the Empire's efforts, and now they had turned their spears against their own master. It was utterly detestable. Despite the valor of the Tianshui Dragon Cavalry, the notion that they could breach the defenses of the imperial capital, guarded by over 100,000 elite soldiers, was sheer folly. Mu Zhantian had resolved to engage in a defensive battle for the imperial capital. Shan's eyes flickered. Relying solely on external forces to breach the city was indeed an uphill battle. Yet, he refrained from further elaboration, and Mu Zhantian had already surmised his thoughts. "Are you suggesting the Gu family?" Shan nodded. "I believe there are more than just the Gu family involved. It would be prudent for you to prepare early." Mu Zhantian's eyes narrowed, a hint of murderous intent emanating from him. Indeed, the noble families entrenched within the imperial capital were convoluted and fickle. It was high time for a reckoning. "Leave the Gu family to me. I happen to have some scores to settle with them." Luo Chongfeng suddenly spoke. Mu Zhantian was aware that Luo Chongfeng possessed considerable strength, yet he remained somewhat apprehensive. The ancient ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Wushuang, had surely stepped into the Golden Core realm. This individual was once renowned as the foremost master of the imperial city, and his prowess should not be underestimated. Mu Zhantian refrained from continuing. The insinuation was unmistakable. He harbored doubts that Luo Chongfeng, with his current capabilities, could confront a Golden Core expert head-on. Luo Chongfeng nodded. "I have never engaged in endeavors devoid of certainty, a fact that Director Xiao is acutely aware of." Upon hearing this, Shan curled his lip, inwardly scoffing. Indeed. The Vice Dean is on the brink of being incapacitated by you, so your word is law. Subsequently, the group deliberated over several particulars before Mu Zhantian hurriedly departed. Once he had left, Elder Sun mysteriously re-emerged. Shan inquired, "Elder Sun, what is your perspective on this matter?" After a moment's contemplation, Elder Sun replied, regarding the stone mentioned by Mu Zhantian, its true nature remains elusive. However, given that the soul refinement sect is determined to acquire it, we must thwart their ambitions. I shall send a missive to our sect to secure additional support. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming Shan let out a significant sigh of relief. To be candid, without the unwavering support of the mist-hidden sect, relying solely on an imperial academy to confront the soul refinement sect would indeed be a folly of the highest order. Luo Changfeng seizes the opportunity to inquire with Elder Sun about various matters pertaining to the cultivation realm. The old man, being quite loquacious, shares his knowledge without reservation.